playing pilgrims. Christmas won't be Christmas without any presents, grumbled Joe, lying on the rug. It's so dreadful to be poor, sighed Meg, looking down at her old dress. I don't think it's fair for some girls to have plenty of pretty things, and other girls, nothing at all, added little Amy, with an injured sniff. We've got father and mother, and each other, said Beth contentedly from her corner. The four young faces on which the firelight shone brightened at the cheerful words, but darkened again as Joe said sadly, "We haven't got father, and shall not have him for a long time." She didn't say perhaps never, but each silently added it, thinking of father far away where the fighting was. Nobody spoke for a minute, then Meg said in an altered tone, "You know the reason mother proposed not having any presents this Christmas was because it is going to be a hard winter for everyone, and she thinks we ought not to spend money for pleasure when our men are suffering so in the army. We can't do much, but we can make our little sacrifices, and ought to do it gladly. But I'm afraid I don't," and Meg shook her head, as she thought regretfully of all the pretty things she wanted. "But I don't think the little we should spend would do any good. We've each got $1, and the army wouldn't be much helped by our giving, that I agree not to expect anything from mother or you, but I do want to buy Undine and Sintram for myself. I've wanted it so long," said Joe, who was a bookworm. "I plan to spend mine in new music," said Bate with a little sigh, which no one heard but the hearthbrush and kettle holder. "I shall get a nice box of Faber's drawing pencils. I really need them," said Amy decidedly. "Mother didn't say anything about our money, and she won't wish us to give up everything. Let's each buy what we want, and have a little fun. I am sure we work hard enough to earn it," cried Joe, examining the heels of her shoes in a gentlemanly manner. "I know I do, touching those tiresome children nearly all day, when I'm longing to enjoy myself at home," began Meg in the complaining tone again. "You don't have half such a hard time as I do," said Joe. "How would you like to be shut up for hours with a nervous, fussy old lady who keeps you trotting, is never satisfied, and worries you till you're ready to fly out of the window or cry? It's naughty to fret, but I do think washing dishes and keeping things tidy is the worst work in the world. It makes me cross, and my hands get so stiff I can't practice well at all," and Bate looked at her rough hands with a sigh that anyone could hear that time. "I don't believe any of you suffer as I do," cried Amy, "for you don't have to go to school with impertinent girls who plague you if you don't know your lessons and laugh at your dresses, and label your father if he isn't rich and insult you when your nose isn't nice. If you mean libel, I'd say so, and not talk about labels, as if Papa was a pickle bottle," advised Joe, laughing. "I know what I mean, and you needn't be satirical about it. It's proper to use good words and improve your vocabulary," returned Amy with dignity. "Don't peck at one another, children. Don't you wish we had the money Papa lost when we were little? Joe, dear me, how happy and good we'd be if we had no worries," said Meg, who could remember better times. "You said the other day you thought we were a deal happier than the King children, for they were fighting and fretting all the time, in spite of their money. So I did, Bate. Well, I think we are, for though we do have to work, we make fun for ourselves, and are a pretty jolly set, as Joe would say." "Joe does use such slang words," observed Amy with a reproving look at the long figure stretched on the rug. Joe immediately sat up, put her hands in her pockets, and began to whistle. "Don't, Joe, it's so boyish. That's why I do it. I detest rude, unladylike girls. I hate affected nimmonipomany chits. Birds in their little nests agree," sang Bate the peacemaker, with such a funny face that both sharp voices softened to a laugh, and the pecking ended for that time. "Really, girls, you are both to be blamed," said Meg, beginning to lecture in her elder sisterly fashion. "You are old enough to leave off boyish tricks, and to behave better. Josephine, it didn't matter so much when you were a little girl, but now you are so tall and turn up your hair you should remember that you are a young lady." "I am not, and if turning up my hair makes me one, ill wear it in 2 tails, till I'm 20, cried Joe, pulling off her net and shaking down a chestnut mane. "I hate to think I've got to grow up and be Miss March, and wear long gowns, and look as prim as a chinoster. It's bad enough to be a girl anyway when I like boys, games and work and manners. I can't get over my disappointment in not being a boy, and it's worse than ever now, for I am dying to go and fight with Papa, and I can only stay at home and knit like a poky old woman," and Joe shook the blue armisock till the needles rattled like castanets and her ball bounded across the room. "Poor Joe, it's too bad, but it can't be helped, so you must try to be contented with making your name boyish, and playing brother to us girls," said Bate, stroking the rough head at her knee, with a hand that all the dishwashing and dusting in the world could not make ungentle in its touch. As for you, Amy, continued Meg, you are altogether too particular, and prim your airs are funny now. But you'll grow up an affected little goose if you don't take care. I like your nice manners and refined ways of speaking, when you don't try to be elegant, but your absurd words are as bad as Joss slang. If Joe is a tomboy and Amy a goose, what am I, please? Asked Bate, ready to share the lecture. You're a dear and nothing else, answered Meg warmly, and no one contradicted her, for the mouse was the pet of the family. As young readers like to know how people look, we will take this moment to give them a little sketch of the four sisters who sat knitting away in the twilight, while the December snow fell quietly without, and the fire crackled cheerfully within. It was a comfortable old room, though the carpet was faded, and the furniture very plain, for a good picture or two hung on the walls. Books filled the recesses, chrysanthemums and Christmas roses bloomed in the windows, and a pleasant atmosphere of home peace pervaded it. Margaret, the eldest of the four, was 16, and very pretty, being plump and fair, with large eyes, plenty of soft, brown hair, a sweet mouth, and white hands, of which she was rather vain. 15-year-old Joe was very tall, thin, and brown, and reminded one of a colt, for she never seemed to know what to do with her long limbs, which were very much in her way. She had a decided mouth, a comical nose, and sharp grey eyes, which appeared to see everything, and were by turns fierce, funny, or thoughtful. Her long, thick hair was her one beauty, but it was usually bundled into a net to be out of her way. Round shoulders had Joe, big hands and feet, a flyaway look to her clothes, and the uncomfortable appearance of a girl who was rapidly shooting up into a woman, and didn't like it. Elizabeth, or Bate as everyone called her, was a rosy, smooth-haired, bright-eyed girl of 13, with a shy manner, a timid voice, and a peaceful expression which was seldom disturbed. Her father called her Little Tranquillity, and the name suited her excellently, for she seemed to live in a happy world of her own, only venturing out to meet the few whom she trusted and loved. Amy, though the youngest, was a most important person in her own opinion, at least a regular snow maiden, with blue eyes and yellow hair curling on her shoulders, pale and slender, and always carrying herself like a young lady, mindful of her manners. What the characters of the four sisters were we will leave to be found out. The clock struck 6, and having swept up the hearth, Bate put a pair of slippers down to warm. Somehow the sight of the old shoes had a good effect upon the girls, for Mother was coming, and everyone brightened to welcome her. Meg stopped lecturing and lighted the lamp. Amy got out of the easy-chair without being asked, and Joe forgot how tired she was as she sat up to hold the slippers nearer to the blaze. Bate put a pair of slippers down to warm. They are quite worn out. Marmee must have a new pair. I thought I'd get her some with my dollar, said Bate. No, I shall, cried Amy. I am the oldest, began Meg, but Joe cut in with a decided, I am the man of the family now. Papa is away, and I shall provide the slippers, for he told me to take special care of Mother while he was gone. I'll tell you what we'll do, said Bate. Let's each get her something for Christmas, and not get anything for ourselves. That's like you, dear. What will we get? Exclaimed Jo. Everyone thought soberly for a minute. Then Meg announced, as if the idea was suggested by the sight of her own pretty hands, I shall give her a nice pair of gloves. Army shoes best to be had, cried Joe. Some handkerchiefs all hemmed, said Bate. I'll get a little bottle of cologne, she likes it, and it won't cost much, so I'll have some left to buy my pencils, added Amy. How will we give the things? Asked Meg. Put them on the table and bring her in and see her open the bundles. Don't you remember how we used to do on our birthdays? Answered Joe. I used to be so frightened when it was my turn to sit in the big chair. I used to be so frightened when it was my turn to sit in the big chair with the crown on, and see you all come marching round to give the presents with a kiss. I liked the things and the kisses, but it was dreadful to have you sit looking at me while I opened the bundle, said Bate, who was toasting her face and the bread for tea at the same time. Let Marmee think we are getting things for ourselves, and then surprise her. We must go shopping tomorrow afternoon, Meg. There is so much to do about the play for Christmas night, said Jo, marching up and down with her hands behind her back and her nose in the I don't mean to act any more after this time. I am getting too old for such things, observed Meg, who was as much a child as ever about dressing-up frolics. You won't stop, I know, as long as you can trail round in a white gown with your hair down, and wear gold-paper jewellery. You are the best actress we've got, and there'll be an end of everything if you quit the board, said Jo. We ought to rehearse tonight. Come here, Amy, and do the fainting scene, for you are as stiff as a poker in that. I can't help it, I never saw anyone faint, and I don't choose to make myself all black and blue tumbling flat as you do. If I can go down easily, I'll drop. If I can't, I shall fall into a chair, and be graceful. I don't care if Hugo does come at me with a pistol, returned Amy, who was not gifted with dramatic power, but was chosen because she was small enough to be borne out shrieking by the villain of the piece. Do it this way, clasp your hands so. Do it this way, clasp your hands so, and stagger across the room crying frantically, Rodrigo, save me, and away went Joe with a melodramatic scream which was truly thrilling. Amy followed, but she poked her hands out stiffly before her, and jerked herself along as if she went by machinery, and her owl was more suggestive of pins being run into her than of fear and anguish. Joe gave a despairing groan and Meg laughed outright, while Bate let her bread burn as she watched the fun with interest. It's no use, do the best you can when the time comes, and if the audience laugh, don't blame me, come on, Meg. Then things went smoothly for Don Pedro defied the world in a speech of 2 pages, without a single break. Hagar, the witch, chanted an awful incantation over her kettleful of simmering toads, with weird effect. Rodrigo rent his chains asunder manfully, and Hugo died in agonies of remorse and arsenic with a wild ha-ha. It's the best we've had yet, said Meg, as the dead villain sat up and rubbed his elbows. I don't see how you can write and act such splendid things, Joe. You're a regular Shakespeare, exclaimed Bate, who firmly believed that her sisters were gifted with wonderful genius in all things. Not quite, replied Joe modestly. I do think The Witch's Curse and operatic tragedy is rather a nice thing, but I'd like to try Macbeth, if we only had a trapdoor for Banquo. I always wanted to do the killing part. Is that a dagger that I see before me, muttered Joe, rolling her eyes and clutching at the air, as she had seen a famous tragedian do. No, it's the toasting fork with Mother's shoe on it, instead of the bread. Bate stage-struck, cried Meg, and the rehearsal ended in a general burst of laughter. Glad to find you so merry, my girls, said a cheery voice at the door, and actors and audience turned to welcome a tall motherly lady with a "can I help you" look about her which was truly delightful. She was not elegantly dressed, but a noble-looking woman, and the girls thought the grey cloak and unfashionable bonnet covered the most splendid mother in the world. Well, dearies, how have you got on today? There was so much to do getting the boxes ready to go tomorrow that I didn't come home to dinner. Has anyone called Bate? How is your cold, Meg? Joe, you look tired to death. Come and kiss me, baby. While making these maternal inquiries, Mrs. March got her wet things off her warm slippers on, and sitting down in the easy-chair drew Amy to her lap, preparing to enjoy the happiest hour of her busy day. The girls flew about trying to make things comfortable, each her own way. Meg arranged the tea table, Joe brought wood and set chairs, dropping, overturning and clattering. Everything she touched. Bate trotted to and fro between parlor and kitchen, quiet and busy, while Amy gave directions to everyone as she sat with her hands folded. As they gathered about the table, Mrs. March said, with a particularly happy face, I've got a treat for you after supper. A quick bright smile went round like a streak of sunshine. Bate clapped her hands regardless of the biscuit she held, and Joe tossed up her napkin crying, a letter, 3 cheers for father. Yes, a nice long letter. He is well, and thinks he shall get through the cold season better than we feared. He sends all sorts of loving wishes for Christmas and an especial message to you girls, said Mrs. March, patting her pocket as if she had got a treasure there. Hurry and get done, don't stop to quirk your little finger and simper over your plate, Amy cried Joe, choking in her tea and dropping her bread butter side down on the carpet in her haste to get at the treat. Bate ate no more but crept away to sit in her shadowy corner and brood over the delight to come till the others were ready. I think it was so splendid in father to go as a chaplain when he was too old to be drafted and not strong enough for a soldier, said Meg warmly. Don't I wish I could go as a drummer, a Vivian what's its name, or a nurse, so I could be near him and help him, exclaimed Joe with a groan. It must be very disagreeable to sleep in a tent and eat all sorts of bad-tasting things and drink out of a tin mug, sighed Amy. When will he come home, Marmee asked Bate with a little quiver in her voice. Not for many months, dear. Unless he is sick, he will stay and do his work faithfully as long as he can, and we won't ask for him back a minute sooner than he can be spared. Now come and hear the letter. They all drew to the fire, Mother in the big chair with Bate at her feet, Meg and Amy perched on either arm of the chair, and Joe leaning on the back where no one would see any sign of emotion if the letter should happen to be touching. Very few letters were written in those hard times that were not touching, especially those which fathers sent home. In this one, little was said of the hardships endured, the dangers faced, or the homesickness conquered. It was a cheerful, hopeful letter, full of lively descriptions of camp life, marches, and military news, and only at the end did the writer's heart overflow with fatherly love and longing for the little girls at home. It was a cheerful, hopeful letter. Give them all my dear love, and a kiss tell them I think of them by day, pray for them by night, and find my best comfort in their affection at all times a year. Seems very long to wait before I see them, but remind them that while we wait we may all work, so that these hard days need not be wasted. I know they will remember all I said to them, that they will be loving children to you, will do their duty faithfully, fight their bosom enemies bravely, and conquer themselves so beautifully, that when I come back to them, I may be fonder and prouder than ever of my little women. Everybody sniffed when they came to that part. Jo wasn't ashamed of the great tear that dropped off the end of her nose, and Amy never minded the rumpling of her curls as she hid her face on her mother's shoulder, and sobbed out, I am a selfish girl, but I'll truly try to be better, so he mayn't be disappointed in me by and by. We all will, cried Meg, I think too much of my looks and hate to work, but want any more if I can help it. I'll try and be what he loves to call me, a little woman, and not be rough and wild, but do my duty here instead of wanting to be somewhere else, said Jo, thinking that keeping her temper at home was a much harder task than facing a rebel or two down south. Bate said nothing, but wiped away her tears with the blue armisock, and began to knit with all her might, losing no time in doing the duty that lay nearest her, while she resolved in her quiet little soul to be all that father hoped to find her when the year brought round the happy coming home. How you used to play Pilgrim's Progress. Mrs. March broke the silence that followed Jo's words by saying in her cheery voice, do you remember how you used to play Pilgrim's Progress when you were little things? Nothing delighted you more than to have me tie my pizza bags on your backs, for burdens give you hats and sticks and rolls of paper, and let you travel through the house from the cellar, which was the city of destruction, up to the housetop, where you had all the lovely things you could collect to make a celestial city. What fun it was, especially going by the lions fighting Apollyon, and passing through the valley where the hobgoblins were, said Jo. I liked the place where the bundles fell off and tumbled downstairs, said Meg. My favourite part was when we came out on the flat roof, where our flowers and arbours and pretty things were, and all stood and sung for joy up there, in the sunshine, said Bate, smiling, as if that pleasant moment had come back to her. I don't remember much about it, except that I was afraid of the cellar and the dark entry, and always liked the cake and milk we had up at the top. If I wasn't too old for such things, I'd rather like to play it over again, said Amy, who began to talk of renouncing childish things at the mature age of 12. We never are too old for this, my dear, because it is a play we are playing all the time in one way or another. Our burdens are here, our road is before us, and the longing for goodness and happiness is the guide that leads us through many troubles and mistakes to the peace which is a true celestial city. Now, my little pilgrims, suppose you begin again, not in play, but in earnest, and see how far on you can get before father comes home. Really, mother, where are our bundles? Asked Amy, who was a very literal young lady. Each of you told what your burden was just now, except Bate. I rather think she hasn't got any, said her mother. Yes, I have. Mine is dishes and dusters, and envying girls with nice pianos, and being afraid of people. Bate's bundle was such a funny one that everybody wanted to laugh, but nobody did, for it would have hurt her feelings very much. Let us do it, said Meg thoughtfully. It is only another name for trying to be good, and the story may help us, for though we do want to be good, it's hard work, and we forget and don't do our best. We were in the Slough of Despond tonight, and mother came and pulled us out as help did in the book. We ought to have our roll of directions like Christian. What shall we do about that? Asked Jo, delighted with the fancy, which lent a little romance to the very dull task of doing her duty. Look under your pillows Christmas morning, and you will find your guidebook, replied Mrs. March. They talked over the new plan, while old Hannah cleared the table. Then out came the 4 little work baskets, and the needles flew as the girls made sheets for Aunt March. It was uninteresting sewing, but tonight no one grumbled. They adopted Jo's plan of dividing the long seams into 4 parts, and calling the quarters Europe, Asia, Africa and America, and in that way got on capitally, especially when they talked about the different countries as they stitched their way through them. No one but Bate could get much music out of the old piano. At 9 they stopped work and sung as usual before they went to bed. No one but Bate could get much music out of the old piano, but she had a way of softly touching the yellow keys and making a pleasant accompaniment to the simple songs they sung. Meg had a voice like a flute, and she and her mother led the little choir. Amy chirped like a cricket, and Jo wandered through the airs at her own sweet, while always coming out at the wrong place, with a croak or a quaver that spoilt the most pensive tune. They had always done this from the time they could lisp. Crinkle, crinkle, it'll tar. And it had become a household custom, for the mother was a born singer, The first sound in the morning was her voice, as she went about the house singing like a lark. And the last sound at night was the same cheery sound, for the girls never grew too old for that familiar lullaby. At 9 they stopped work and sung as usual, "A Merry Christmas." Roman 2, A Merry Christmas. Jo was the first to wake in the grey dawn of Christmas morning, no stockings hung at the fireplace, and for a moment she felt as much disappointed as she did long ago when her little sock fell down, because it was so crammed with goodies. Then she remembered her mother's promise, and slipping her hand under her pillow drew out a little crimson-covered book. She knew it very well, for it was that beautiful old story of the best life ever lived, and Jo felt that it was a true guidebook for any pilgrim going the long journey. She woke Meg with a Merry Christmas and bade her see what was under her pillow. A green-covered book appeared with the same picture inside, and a few words written by their mother, which made their one present very precious in their eyes. Presently Bate and Amy woke to rummage, and find their little books all sworn dove-coloured, the other blue, and all sat looking at and talking about them while the east grew rosy with the coming day. In spite of her small vanities, Margaret had a sweet and pious nature, which unconsciously influenced her sisters, especially Jo, who loved her very tenderly, and obeyed her because her advice was so gently given. "Girls," said Meg, seriously looking from the tumbled head beside her to the two little night-capped ones in the room, "beyond Mother wants us to read and love and mind these books, and we must begin at once. We used to be faithful about it, but since Father went away and all this war trouble unsettled us, we have neglected many things. You can do as you please, but I shall keep my book on the table here and read a little every morning as soon as I wake, for I know it will do me good and help me through the day." Then she opened her new book and began to read. Jo put her arm round her, and leaning cheek to cheek read, also with the quiet expression so seldom seen on her restless face. "How good Meg is come, Amy, let's do, as they do ill help you with the hard words, and they'll explain things. If we don't understand," whispered Bate, very much impressed by the pretty books and her sister's example. "I'm glad mine is blue," said Amy, and then the rooms were very still while the pages were softly turned, and the winter sunshine crept in to touch the bright heads and serious faces with a Christmas greeting. "Where is Mother?" asked Meg, as she and Jo ran down to thank her for their gifts half an hour later. "Goodness only knows, some poor creetur come a-beggin', and your ma went straight off to see what was needed. There never was such a woman for givin' away victuals and drink clothes and fearin'," replied Hannah, who had lived with the family since Meg was born, and was considered by them all more as a friend than a servant. "She will be back soon, I think, so fry your cakes, and have everything ready," said Meg, looking over the presents, which were collected in a basket and kept under the sofa ready to be produced at the proper time. "Why, where is Amy's bottle of cologne?" she added, as the little flask did not appear. "She took it out a minute ago, and went off with it to put a ribbon on it, or some such notion," replied Jo, dancing about the room to take the first stiffness off the new army-slippers. "How nice my handkerchiefs look, don't they? Hannah washed and ironed them for me, and I marked them all myself," said Bate, looking proudly at the somewhat uneven letters which had cost her such labour. "Bless the child, she's gone and put Mother on them instead of Roman 1000 March. How funny," cried Jo, taking up one. "Isn't it right? I thought it was better to do it so, because Meg's initials are Roman 1000, and I don't want anyone to use these, but Marmee," said Bate, looking troubled. "It's all right, dear, and a very pretty idea, quite sensible too, for no one can ever mistake now. It will please her very much, I know," said Meg, with a frown for Jo and a smile for Bate. "There's Mother, hide the basket quick," cried Jo, as a door slammed and steps sounded in the hall. Amy came in hastily and looked rather abashed when she saw her sisters all waiting for her. "Where have you been, and what are you hiding behind you?" asked Meg, surprised to see by her hood and cloak that lazy Amy had been out so early. "Don't laugh at me, Jo, I didn't mean anyone should know till the time came. I only meant to change the little bottle for a big one, and I gave all my money to get it, and I am truly trying not to be selfish any more." As she spoke, Amy showed the handsome flask which replaced the cheap one, and looked so earnest and humble in her little effort to forget herself that Meg hugged her on the spot, and Jo pronounced her a trump while Bate ran to the window and picked her finest rose to ornament the stately bottle. "You see, I felt ashamed of my present after reading and talking about being good this morning, so I ran round the corner and changed it the minute I was up, and I am so glad, for mine is the handsomest now." Another bang of the street door sent the basket under the sofa and the girls to the table eager for breakfast. "Merry Christmas, Marmee," many of them, Thank you for our books, we read some, and mean to every day, they cried in chorus. Merry Christmas, little daughters, I'm glad you began at once and hope you will keep on. But I want to say one word before we sit down. Not far away from here lies a poor woman with a little newborn baby. 6 children are huddled into one bed to keep from freezing, for they have no fire, there is nothing to eat over there. And the oldest boy came to tell me they were suffering hunger and cold. My girls, will you give them your breakfast as a Christmas present? They were all unusually hungry, having waited nearly an hour, and for a minute no one spoke. Only a minute, for Joe exclaimed impetuously. I am so glad you came before we began. May I go and help carry the things to the poor little children? Asked Beth eagerly. I shall take the cream and the muffins, added Amy, heroically giving up the articles she most liked. Meg was already covering the buckwheats and piling the bread into one big plate. I thought you'd do it, said Mrs. March, smiling as if satisfied. You shall all go and help me, and when we come back, we will have bread and milk for breakfast and make it up at dinner time. They were soon ready, and the procession set out. Fortunately, it was early, and they went through back streets so few people saw them, and no one laughed at the queer party. The procession set out. A poor bare miserable room it was, with broken windows, no fire, ragged bedclothes, a sick mother wailing baby, and a group of pale hungry children cuddled under one old quilt trying to keep warm. How the big eyes stared and the blue lips smiled as the girls went in. Uck main gut, it is good angels come to us, said the poor woman, crying for joy. Funny angels in hoods and mittens, said Joe, and set them laughing. In a few minutes, it really did seem as if kind spirits had been at work there. Hannah, who had carried wood, made a fire and stopped up the broken panes with old hats and her own cloak. Mrs. March gave the mother tea and gruel and comforted her with promises of help while she dressed the little baby as tenderly as if it had been her own. The girls, meantime, spread the table, set the children round the fire, and fed them like so many hungry birds, lawing, talking, and trying to understand the funny broken English. Does ist gut die Angel kinder, cried the poor things as they ate, and warmed their purple hands at the comfortable blaze. The girls had never been called angel children before, and thought it very agreeable, especially Jo, who had been considered a Sancho ever since she was born. That was a very happy breakfast, though they didn't get any of it. And when they went away, leaving comfort behind, I think there were not in all the city 4 merrier people than the hungry little girls who gave away their breakfasts and contented themselves with bread and milk on Christmas morning. That's loving our neighbour better than ourselves, and I like it, said Meg as they set out their presents, while their mother was upstairs collecting clothes for the poor Hummels. Not a very splendid show, but there was a great deal of love done up in the few little bundles, and the tall vase of red roses, white chrysanthemums and trailing vines which stood in the middle gave quite an elegant air to the table. She's coming, strike up, Beth, open the door. Amy, 3 cheers for Marmee, cried Joe, prancing about, while Meg went to conduct Mother to the seat of honour. Beth played her gayest march. Amy threw open the door, and Meg enacted escort with great dignity. Mrs. March was both surprised and touched, and smiled with her eyes full as she examined her presents, and read the little notes which accompanied them. The slippers went on at once. A new handkerchief was slipped into her pocket, well scented with Amy's cologne. The rose was fastened in her bosom, and the nice gloves were pronounced a perfect fit. There was a good deal of laughing and kissing, and explaining in the simple, loving fashion which makes these home festivals so pleasant at the time, so sweet to remember long afterward, and then all fell to work. The morning charities and ceremonies took so much time that the rest of the day was devoted to preparations for the evening festivities. Being still too young to go often to the theatre, and not rich enough to afford any great outlay for private performances, the girls put their wits to work, and necessity, being the mother of invention, made whatever they needed. Very clever were some of their productions: pasteboard guitars, antique lamps made of old-fashioned butterboats, covered with silver paper, gorgeous robes of old cotton, glittering with tin spangles from a pickle factory, and armour covered with the same useful diamond-shaped bits left in sheets. When the lids of tin preserver pots were cut out, the furniture was used to being turned topsy-turvy, and the big chamber was the scene of many innocent revels. No gentlemen were admitted, so Jo played male parts to her heart's content, and took immense satisfaction in a pair of russet leather boots given her by a friend who knew a lady who knew an actor. These boots, an old foil, and a slashed doublet, once used by an artist for some picture, were Jo's chief treasures, and appeared on all occasions. The smallness of the company made it necessary for the 2 principal actors to take several parts apiece, And they certainly deserved some credit for the hard work they did in learning 3 or 4 different parts, whisking in and out of various costumes, and managing the stage besides. It was excellent drill for their memories, a harmless amusement, and employed many hours which otherwise would have been idle, lonely, or spent in less profitable society. On Christmas night, a dozen girls piled onto the bed which was the dress circle, and sat before the blue and yellow chintz curtains in a most flattering state of expectancy. There was a good deal of rustling and whispering behind the curtain, a trifle of lamp smoke, and an occasional giggle from Amy, who was apt to get hysterical in the excitement of the moment. Presently a bell sounded, the curtains flew apart, and the operatic tragedy began. A gloomy wood, according to the one playbill, was represented by a few shrubs in pots, green baize on the floor, and a cave in the distance. This cave was made with a clothes horse for a roof, bureaus for walls, and in it was a small furnace in full blast with a black pot on it, and an old witch bending over it. The stage was dark, and the glow of the furnace had a fine effect, especially as real steam issued from the kettle. When the witch took off the cover, a moment was allowed for the first thrill to subside. Then Hugo the villain stalked in with a clanking sword at his side, slouched hat, black beard, mysterious cloak, and the boots. After pacing to and fro in much agitation, he struck his forehead and burst out in a wild strain, singing of his hatred to Rodrigo, his love for Zara, and his pleasing resolution to kill the one and win the other. The gruff tones of Hugo's voice, with an occasional shout when his feelings overcame him, were very impressive, and the audience applauded the moment he paused for breath, bowing with the air of one accustomed to public praise. He stole to the cavern and ordered Hagar to come forth with a commanding, "What ho, minion, I need thee." Out came Meg with grey horsehair hanging about her face. Out came Meg with grey horsehair hanging about her face, a red and black robe, a staff, and cabalistic signs upon her cloak. Hugo demanded a potion to make Zara adore him, and one to destroy Rodrigo. Hagar, in a fine dramatic melody, promised both, and proceeded to call up the spirit who would bring the love philtre. "Hither, hither from thy home, airy sprite, I bid thee come, born of roses fed on dew. Charms and potions canst thou brew, bring me here with elfin speed the fragrant philtre which I need. Make it sweet and swift and strong. Spirit, answer now my song." A soft strain of music sounded, and then at the back of the cave appeared a little figure in cloudy white with glittering wings, golden hair, and a garland of roses on its head. Waving a wand, it sang, "Hither I come, from my airy homes, afar in the silver moon. Take the magic spell, and use it well, or its power will vanish soon." A little figure in cloudy white, and dropping a small gilded bottle at the witch's feet, the spirit vanished. Another chant from Hagar produced another apparition, not a lovely one, for with a bang an ugly black imp appeared, and having croaked a reply, tossed a dark bottle at Hugo, and disappeared with a mocking laugh. Having warbled his thanks and put the potions in his boots, Hugo departed, and Hagar informed the audience that as he had killed a few of her friends in times past, she has cursed him, and intends to thwart his plans and be revenged on him. Then the curtain fell, and the audience reposed and ate candy while discussing the merits of the play. A good deal of hammering went on before the curtain rose again, but when it became evident what a masterpiece of stage carpentering had been got up, no one murmured at the delay. It was truly superb. A tower rose to the ceiling. Halfway up appeared a window with a lamp burning at it, and behind the white curtain appeared Zara in a lovely blue and silver dress, waiting for Rodrigo. He came in gorgeous array, with plumed cap, red cloak, chestnut lovelocks, a guitar, and the boots, of course. Kneeling at the foot of the tower, he sang a serenade in melting tones. Zara replied, and after a musical dialogue consented to fly. Then came the grand effect of the play. Rodrigo produced a rope ladder with 5 steps to it, threw up one end, and invited Zara to descend timidly. She crept from her lattice, put her hand on Rodrigo's shoulder, and was about to leap gracefully down when, alas, alas for Zara, she forgot her train. It caught in the window. The tower tottered, leaned forward, fell with a crash, and buried the unhappy lovers in the ruins. A universal shriek arose as the russet boots waved wildly from the wreck, and a golden head emerged exclaiming, "I told you, so I told you so." With wonderful presence of mind, Don Pedro, the cruel sire, rushed in, dragged out his daughter with a hasty aside. "Don't laugh, act as if it was all right," and ordering Rodrigo up, banished him from the kingdom with wrath and scorn. Though decidedly shaken by the fall of the tower upon him, Rodrigo defied the old gentleman, and refused to stir. This dauntless example fired Zara. She also defied her sire, and he ordered them both to the deepest dungeons of the castle. A stout little retainer came in with chains, and led them away looking very much frightened, and evidently forgetting the speech he ought to have made. Act third was the castle hall, and here Hagar appeared, having come to free the lovers and finish Hugo. She hears him coming and hides, sees him put the potions into 2 cups of wine, and bid the timid little servant bear them to the captives in their cells, and tell them, "I shall come anon." The servant takes Hugo aside to tell him something, and Hagar changes the cups for 2 others which are harmless. Ferdinando the minion carries them away, and Hagar puts back the cup which holds the poison meant for Rodrigo. Hugo, getting thirsty, after a long warble drinks, it loses his wits, and after a good deal of clutching and stamping falls flat and dies, while Hagar informs him what she has done in a song of exquisite power and melody. This was a truly thrilling scene, though some persons might have thought that the sudden tumbling down of a quantity of long hair rather marred the effect of the villain's death. He was called before the curtain, and with great propriety appeared leading Hagar, whose singing was considered more wonderful than all the rest of the performance put together. Act fourth displayed the despairing Rodrigo on the point of stabbing himself, because he has been told that Zara has deserted him just as the dagger is at his heart. A lovely song is sung under his window, informing him that Zara is true but in danger, and he can save her if he will. A key is thrown in which unlocks the door, and in a spasm of rapture, he tears off his chains and rushes away to find and rescue his ladylove. Act fifth opened with a stormy scene between Zara and Don Pedro. He wishes her to go into a convent, but she won't hear of it, and after a touching appeal is about to faint when Rodrigo dashes in and demands her hand. Don Pedro refuses, because he is not rich. They shout and gesticulate tremendously, but cannot agree, and Rodrigo is about to bear away the exhausted Zara, when the timid servant enters with a letter and a bag from Hagar, who has mysteriously disappeared. Latter informs the party that she bequeaths untold wealth to the young pair, and an awful doom to Don Pedro if he doesn't make them happy. The bag is opened, and several quarts of tin money shower down upon the stage, till it is quite glorified with the glitter. This entirely softens the stern sire. He consents without a murmur. All join in a joyful chorus, and the curtain falls upon the lovers kneeling to receive Don Pedro's blessing in attitudes of the most romantic grace. The lovers kneeling to receive Don Pedro's blessing. Tumultuous applause followed, but received an unexpected check, for the cot-bed, on which the dress circle was built, suddenly shut up, and extinguished the enthusiastic audience. Rodrigo and Don Pedro flew to the rescue, and all were taken out unhurt, though many were speechless with laughter. The excitement had hardly subsided when Hannah appeared with Mrs. March's compliments, and would the ladies walk down to supper. This was a surprise even to the actors, and when they saw the table they looked at one another in rapturous amazement. It was like Marmee to get up a little treat for them, but anything so fine as this was unheard of since the departed days of plenty. There was ice cream, actually 2 dishes of it, pink and white, and cake and fruit and distracting French bonbons, and in the middle of the table 4 great bouquets of hothouse flowers. It quite took their breath away, and they stared first at the table and then at their mother, who looked as if she enjoyed it immensely. "Is it fairies?" asked Amy. "It's Santa Claus," said Bate. Mother did it, and Meg smiled her sweetest in spite of her grey beard and white eyebrows. Aunt March had a good fit and sent the supper, cried Joe with a sudden inspiration. "All wrong, old Mr. Lawrence sent it," replied Mrs. March. "The Lawrence boy's grandfather, what in the world put such a thing into his head? We don't know him," exclaimed Meg. "Hannah told one of his servants about your breakfast party. He is an odd old gentleman, but that pleased him. He knew my father years ago, and he sent me a polite note this afternoon saying he hoped I would allow him to express his friendly feeling toward my children by sending them a few trifles in honor of the day. I could not refuse, and so you have a little feast at night to make up for the bread and milk breakfast. That boy put it into his head. I know he did. He's a capital fellow, and I wish we could get acquainted. He looks as if he'd like to know us, but he's bashful, and Meg is so prim she won't let me speak to him when we pass," said Joe, as the plates went round, and the ice began to melt out of sight with ohs and ahs of satisfaction. "You mean the people who live in the big house next door, don't you?" asked one of the girls. "My mother knows old Mr. Lawrence, but says he's very proud, and doesn't like to mix with his neighbours. He keeps his grandson shut up when he isn't riding or walking with his tutor, and makes him study very hard. We invited him to our party, but he didn't come. Mother says he's very nice, though he never speaks to us girls. Our cat ran away once, and he brought her back, and we talked over the fence, and were getting on capitally all about cricket, and so on when he saw Meg coming and walked off. I mean to know him some day, for he needs fun. I am sure he does, said Joe decidedly. We talked over the fence. I like his manners, and he looks like a little gentleman, so I've no objection to your knowing him. If a proper opportunity comes, he brought the flowers himself, and I should have asked him in if I had been sure what was going on upstairs. He looked so wistful as he went away hearing the frolic, and evidently having none of his own. It's a mercy you didn't, Mother, laughed Joe, looking at her boots. But we'll have another play some time that he can see, perhaps hell help act. Wouldn't that be jolly? I never had such a fine bouquet before. How pretty it is, and Meg examined her flowers with great interest. They are lovely, but Bates roses are sweeter to me, said Mrs. March, smelling the half-dead posy in her belt. Bate nestled up to her, and whispered softly, I wish I could send my bunch to Father. I am afraid he isn't having such a merry Christmas as we are. Tail pieces. Eating apples and crying over the heir of Redcliffe. Roman 3, the Lawrence boy. Joe, where are you? Cried Meg at the foot of the garret stairs. Here, answered a husky voice from above, and running up, Meg found her sister eating apples and crying over the heir of Redcliffe, wrapped up in a comforter on an old three-legged sofa by the sunny window. This was Joss's favourite refuge, and here she loved to retire with half a dozen russets and a nice book to enjoy the quiet and the society of a pet rat who lived nearby, and didn't mind her a particle. As Meg appeared, Scrabble whisked into his hole. Joe shook the tears off her cheeks and waited to hear the news. Such fun, only see a regular note of invitation from Mrs. Gardiner for tomorrow night, cried Meg, waving the precious paper, and then proceeding to read it with girlish delight. Mrs. Gardiner would be happy to see Miss March and Miss Josephine at a little dance on New Year's Eve. Marmee is willing we should go now. What shall we wear? What's the use of asking that when you know we shall wear our poplins, because we haven't got anything else, answered Joe with her mouth full. If I only had a silk, sighed Meg. Mother says I may when I am 18 perhaps, but 2 years is an everlasting time to wait. I am sure our pops look like silk, and they are nice enough for us. Yours is as good as new, but I forgot the burn and the tear in mine. Whatever shall I do? The burn shows badly, and I can't take any out. You must sit still all you can, and keep your back out of sight. The front is all right. I shall have a new ribbon for my hair, and Marmee will lend me her little pearl pin, and my new slippers are lovely, and my gloves will do, though they aren't as nice as I'd like. Mine are spoilt with lemonade, and I can't get any new ones, so I shall have to go without, said Joe, who never troubled herself much about dress. You must have gloves or I won't go, cried Meg decidedly. Gloves are more important than anything else. You can't dance without them, and if you don't I should be so mortified. Then I'll stay still. I don't care much for company dancing. It's no fun to go sailing round. I like to fly about and cut capers. You can't ask Mother for new ones, they are so expensive, and you are so careless, she said, when you spoilt the others, that she shouldn't get you any more this winter. Can't you make them do? Asked Meg anxiously. I can hold them crumpled up in my hand, so no one will know how stained they are. That's all I can do. No, I'll tell you how we can manage. Each wear one good one, and carry a bad one, don't you see? Your hands are bigger than mine, and you will stretch my glove dreadfully, began Meg, whose gloves were a tender point with her. Then I'll go without. I don't care what people say, cried Joe, taking up her book. You may have it, you may, only don't stain it, and do behave nicely. Don't put your hands behind you or stare, or say Christopher Columbus, will you? Don't worry about me. I'll be as prim as I can and not get into any scrapes if I can help it. Now go and answer your note, and let me finish this splendid story. So Meg went away to accept with thanks, look over her dress, and sing blithely as she did up her one real lace frill, while Joe finished her story, her 4 apples, and had a game of romps with Scrabble. On New Year's Eve the parlour was deserted, for the 2 younger girls played dressing maids, and the 2 elder were absorbed in the all-important business of getting ready for the party. Simple as the toilets were, there was a great deal of running up and down, laughing and talking, and at one time a strong smell of burnt hair pervaded the house. Meg wanted a few curls about her face, and Joe undertook to pinch the papered locks with a pair of hot tongs. Ought they to smoke like that? Asked Bate from her perch on the bed. It's the dampness drying, replied Joe. What a queer smell, it's like burnt feathers, observed Amy, smoothing her own pretty curls with a superior. There, now I'll take off the papers, and you'll see a cloud of little ringlets, said Joe, putting down the tongs. She did take off the papers, but no cloud of ringlets appeared, for the hair came with the papers, and the horrified hairdresser, laid a row of little scorched bundles on the bureau before her victim. "Oh, oh, oh, what have you done? I'm spoilt. I can't go my hair, oh my hair," wailed Meg, looking with despair at the uneven frizzle on her forehead. "Just my luck, you shouldn't have asked me to do it. I always spoil everything, I am so sorry. But the tongs were too hot, and so I've made a mess," groaned poor Joe regarding the black pancakes with tears of regret. "It isn't spoilt, just frizzle it, and tie your ribbon so the ends come on your forehead a bit, and it will look like the last fashion. I've seen many girls do it," so said Amy consolingly. "Serves me right for trying to be fine. I wish I'd let my hair alone," cried Meg petulantly. "So do I, it was so smooth and pretty, but it will soon grow out again," said Bate, coming to kiss and comfort the shorn sheep. After various lesser mishaps, Meg was finished at last, and by the united exertions of the family, Joss' hair was got up and her dress on. They looked very well in their simple suits, Meg in silvery drab, with a blue velvet snood lace frills, and the pearl pin, Joe in maroon with a stiff gentlemanly linen collar, and a white chrysanthemum or two for her only ornament. Each put on one nice light glove, and carried one soiled one, and all pronounced the effect quite easy and fine. Meg's high-heeled slippers were very tight, and hurt her though she would not own it, and Joss' 19 hairpins all seemed stuck straight into her head, which was not exactly comfortable, but dear me, let us be elegant or die. "Have a good time, dearies," said Mrs. March, as the sisters went daintily down the walk. "Don't eat much supper, and come away at 11, when I send Hannah for you." As the gate clashed behind them, a voice cried from a window, Girls, girls, have you both got nice pocket handkerchiefs?" Yes, yes, Spandy nice, and Meg has cologne on hers," cried Joe, adding with a laugh as they went on, "I do believe Marmee would ask that if we were all running away from an earthquake. It is one of her aristocratic tastes, and quite proper for a real lady, is always known by neat boots, gloves, and handkerchief," replied Meg, who had a good many little aristocratic tastes of her own. "Now don't forget to keep the bad breath out of sight, Joe. Is my sash right? And does my hair look very bad?" said Meg, as she turned from the glass in Mrs. Gardiner's dressing room after a prolonged prink. "I know I shall forget. If you see me doing anything wrong, just remind me by a wink, will you?" returned Joe, giving her collar a twitch and her head a hasty brush. "No, winking isn't ladylike. I'll lift my eyebrows if anything is wrong, and nod if you are all right. Now hold your shoulders straight, and take short steps, and don't shake hands if you're introduced to anyone. It isn't the thing. How do you learn all the proper ways? I never can. Isn't that music gay?" Mrs. Gardiner greeted them. Down they went, feeling a trifle timid, for they seldom went to parties, and informal as this little gathering was, it was an event to them. Mrs. Gardiner, a stately old lady, greeted them kindly, and handed them over to the eldest of her 6 daughters. Meg knew Sally and was at her ease very soon, but Joe, who didn't care much for girls or girlish gossip, stood about with her back carefully against the wall, and felt as much out of place as a colt in a flower garden. Half a dozen jovial lads were talking about skates in another part of the room, and she longed to go and join them, for skating was one of the joys of her life. She telegraphed her wish to Meg, but the eyebrows went up so alarmingly that she dared not stir. No one came to talk to her, and one by one the group near her dwindled away till she was left alone. She could not roam about and amuse herself, for the burnt breadth would show, so she stared at people rather forlornly till the dancing began. Meg was asked at once, and the tight slippers tripped about so briskly that none would have guessed the pain their wearer suffered. Smilingly, Joe saw a big red-headed youth approaching her corner, and fearing he meant to engage her, she slipped into a curtained recess, intending to peep and enjoy herself in peace. Unfortunately, another bashful person had chosen the same refuge, for as the curtain fell behind her, she found herself face to face with the Lawrence boy. Face to face with the Lawrence boy. "Dear me, I didn't know anyone was here," stammered Joe, preparing to back out as speedily as she had bounced in. But the boy laughed and said pleasantly, though he looked a little startled, "Don't mind me, stay if you like. Shan't I disturb you?" "Not a bit. I only came here because I don't know many people, and felt rather strange at first, you know." "So did Roman one. Don't go away, please, unless you'd rather." The boy sat down again and looked at his pumps, till Joe said, trying to be polite and easy, "I think I've had the pleasure of seeing you before. You live near us, don't you?" "Next door," and he looked up and laughed outright, for Joss' prim manner was rather funny when he remembered how they had chatted about cricket when he brought the cat home. That put Joe at her ease, and she laughed too as she said in her heartiest way, "We did have such a good time over your nice Christmas present." Grandpa sent it. But you put it into his head, didn't you now? How is your cat? Miss March asked the boy, trying to look sober while his black eyes shone with fun. Nicely, thank you, Mr. Lawrence, but I am not Miss March, I am only Joe, returned the young lady. I am not Mr. Lawrence, I am only Laurie. Laurie Lawrence, you had an odd name. My first name is Theodore, but I don't like it for the fellows called me Dora, so I made them say Laurie instead. I hate my name too, so sentimental. I wish everyone would say Joe instead of Josephine. How did you make the boys stop calling you Dora? I thrashed M. I can't thrash Aunt March, so I suppose I shall have to bear it, and Joe resigned herself with a sigh. Don't you like to dance, Miss Joe? Asked Laurie, looking as if he thought the name suited her. I like it well enough if there is plenty of room, and everyone is lively in a place like this. I am sure to upset something, tread on people's toes, or do something dreadful, so I keep out of mischief, and let Meg sail about. Don't you dance? Sometimes, you see, I've been abroad a good many years, and haven't been into company enough yet to know how you do things here. Abroad, cried Joe. Oh, tell me about it. I love dearly to hear people describe their travels. Laurie didn't seem to know where to begin, but Jo's eager questions soon set him going, and he told her how he had been at school in Vevey, where the boys never wore hats, and had a fleet of boats on the lake, and for holiday fun went walking trips about Switzerland with their teachers. Don't I wish I'd been there, cried Joe. Did you go to Paris? We spent last winter there. Can you talk French? We were not allowed to speak anything else at Vevey. Do say some, I can read it but can't pronounce. Quel nama cette jeune demoiselle en les pantoufles jolies, said Laurie good-naturedly. How nicely you do it, let me see. You said who is the young lady in the pretty slippers, didn't you? Oui, mademoiselle. It's my sister Margaret, and you knew it was. Do you think she is pretty? Yes, she makes me think of the German girls. She looks so fresh and quiet, and dances like a lady. Joe quite glowed with pleasure at this boyish praise of her sister, and stored it up to repeat to Meg. Both peeped and criticized and chatted, till they felt like old acquaintances. Laurie's bashfulness soon wore off, for Jo's gentlemanly demeanor amused, and set him at his ease, and Joe was her merry self again because her dress was forgotten, and nobody lifted their eyebrows at her. She liked the Lawrence boy better than ever, and took several good looks at him, so that she might describe him to the girls, for they had no brothers, very few male cousins, and boys were almost unknown creatures to them. Curly black hair, brown skin, big black eyes, handsome nose, fine teeth, small hands, and feet taller than I am very polite for a boy, and altogether jolly. Wonder how old he is. It was on the tip of Jo's tongue to ask, but she checked herself in time, and with unusual tact tried to find out in a roundabout way. I suppose you are going to college soon. I see you pegging away at your books. No, I mean studying hard, and Joe blushed at the dreadful pegging which had escaped her. Laurie smiled but didn't seem shocked, and answered with a shrug. Not for a year or two. I won't go before 17 anyway. Aren't you but 15? Asked Joe, looking at the tall lad, whom she had imagined 17 already. 16 next month. How I wish I was going to college. You don't look as if you liked it. I hate it, nothing but grinding or skylarking, and I don't like the way fellows do either in this country. What do you like? To live in Italy, and to enjoy myself in my own way. Joe wanted very much to ask what his own way was, but his black brows looked rather threatening as he knit them, so she changed the subject by saying as her foot kept time, "That's a splendid polka, why don't you go and try it?" "If you will come to," he answered with a gallant little bow. "I can't, for I told Meg I wouldn't." Because there Joe stopped, and looked undecided whether to tell or to laugh. "Because what?" asked Laurie curiously. "You won't tell?" "Never." "Well, I have a bad trick of standing before the fire, and so I burn my frocks, and I scorched this one, and though it's nicely mended it shows, and Meg told me to keep still, so no one would see it. You may laugh if you want to, it is funny, I know." But Laurie didn't laugh, he only looked down a minute, and the expression of his face puzzled Joe when he said very gently, "Never mind that, I'll tell you how we can manage. There's a long hall out there, and we can dance grandly, and no one will see us. Please come." Joe thanked him and gladly went, wishing she had 2 neat gloves. When she saw the nice pearl-coloured ones her partner wore, the hall was empty, and they had a grand polka, for Laurie danced well, and taught her the German step, which delighted Joe, being full of swing and spring. When the music stopped, they sat down on the stairs to get their breath, and Laurie was in the midst of an account of a students' festival at Heidelberg. When Meg appeared in search of her sister, she beckoned, and Jo reluctantly followed her into a cider room, where she found her on a sofa holding her foot and looking pale. They sat down on the stairs. "I've sprained my ankle," that stupid high heel turned, and gave me a sad wrench. "It aches so I can hardly stand, and I don't know how I am ever going to get home," she said, rocking to and fro in pain. "I knew you'd hurt your feet with those silly shoes. I'm sorry, but I don't see what you can do except get a carriage or stay here all night," answered Jo, softly rubbing the poor ankle as she spoke. "I can't have a carriage without its costing ever so much. I dare say I can't get one at all, for most people come in their own, and it's a long way to the stable, and no one to send." "I'll go." "No indeed, it's past 9 and dark as Egypt. I can't stop here, for the house is full. Sally has some girls staying with her. I'll rest till Hannah comes, and then do the best I can." "I'll ask Laurie, he will go," said Jo, looking relieved as the idea occurred to her. "Mercy, no, don't ask or tell anyone. Get me my rubbers, and put these slippers with our things. I can't dance any more, but as soon as supper is over watch for Hannah, and tell me the minute she comes." "They are going out to supper now. I'll stay with you. I'd rather." "No dear, run along and bring me some coffee. I am so tired I can't stir." So Meg reclined with rubbers well hidden, and Jo went blundering away to the dining room, which she found after going into a china closet and opening the door of a room where old Mr. Gardiner was taking a little private refreshment, making a dart at the table. She secured the coffee, which she immediately spilt, thereby making the front of her dress as bad as the back. "Oh dear, what a blunderbuss I am," exclaimed Jo, finishing Meg's glove by scrubbing her gown with it. "Can I help you?" said a friendly voice, and there was Laurie with a full cup in one hand and a plate of ice in the other. "I was trying to get something for Meg, who is very tired, and someone shook me, and here I am in a nice state," answered Jo, glancing dismally from the stained skirt to the coffee-coloured glove. "Too bad. I was looking for someone to give this to. May I take it to your sister?" "Oh, thank you. I'll show you where she is. I don't offer to take it myself, for I should only get into another scrape if I Roman 999. Jo led the way, and as if used to waiting on ladies, Laurie drew up a little table, brought a second installment of coffee and ice for Jo, and was so obliging that even particular Meg pronounced him a nice boy. They had a merry time over the bonbons and mottos, and were in the midst of a quiet game of buzz with 2 or 3 other young people, who had strayed in when Hannah appeared. Meg forgot her foot, and rose so quickly that she was forced to catch hold of Jo with an exclamation of pain. "Hush, don't say anything," she whispered, adding aloud, "It's nothing. I turned my foot a little, that's all," and limped upstairs to put her things on. Hannah scolded, Meg cried, and Jo was at her wits' end, till she decided to take things into her own hands, slipping out. She ran down, and finding a servant, asked if he could get her a carriage. It happened to be a hired waiter who knew nothing about the neighbourhood, and Jo was looking round for help, when Laurie, who had heard what she said, came up, and offered his grandfather's carriage, which had just come for him. He said, "It's so early, you can't mean to go yet," began Jo, looking relieved, but hesitating to accept the offer. "I always go early, I do truly. Please let me take you home. It's all on my way, you know, and it rains, they say." That settled it, and telling him of Meg's mishap, Jo gratefully accepted and rushed up to bring down the rest of the party. Hannah hated rain as much as a cat does, so she made no trouble, and they rolled away in the luxurious close carriage, feeling very festive and elegant. Laurie went on the box, so Meg could keep her foot up, and the girls talked over their party in freedom. "I had a capital time, did you?" asked Jo, rumpling up her hair and making herself comfortable. "Yes, till I hurt myself. Sally's friend Annie Moffat took a fancy to me, and asked me to come and spend a week with her. When Sally does, she's going in the spring when the opera comes, and it will be perfectly splendid, if Mother only lets me go," answered Meg, cheering up at the thought. "I saw you dancing with the red-headed man I ran away from. Was he nice?" "Oh, very. His hair is auburn, not red, and he was very polite, and I had a delicious redowa with him. He looked like a grasshopper in a fit when he did the new step, Laurie, and I couldn't help laughing. Did you hear us?" "No, but it was very rude. What were you about all that time hidden away there?" Jo told her adventures, and by the time she had finished they were at home. With many thanks they said good night, and crept in, hoping to disturb no one, but the instant their door creaked 2 little nightcaps bobbed up, and 2 sleepy but eager voices cried out, "Tell about the party, tell about the party." With what Meg called a great want of manners, Jo had saved some bonbons for the little girls, and they soon subsided after hearing the most thrilling events of the evening. I declare it really seems like being a fine young lady to come home from the party in a carriage, and sit in my dressing gown with a maid to wait on me, said Meg, as Jo bound up her foot with arnica and brushed her hair. I don't believe fine young ladies enjoy themselves a bit more than we do, in spite of our burnt hair, old gowns, one glove apiece, and tight slippers that sprain our ankles when we are silly enough to wear them, and I think Jo was quite right. Tell about the party. The kitten stuck like a burr just out of reach. Roman 4 burdens. Oh dear, how hard it does seem to take up our packs and go on, sighed Meg the morning after the party, for now, the holidays were over, the week of merrymaking did not fit her for going on easily with the task she never liked. I wish it was Christmas or New Year all the time, wouldn't it be fun, answered Jo, yawning dismally. We shouldn't enjoy ourselves half so much as we do now, but it does seem so nice to have little suppers and bouquets, and go to parties and drive home and read and rest, and not work. It's like other people, you know, and I always envy girls who do such things. I am so fond of luxury, said Meg, trying to decide which of 2 shabby gowns was the least shabby. Well, we can't have it, so don't let us grumble, but shoulder our bundles and trudge along as cheerfully as Marmee does. I am sure Aunt March is a regular old man of the sea to me, but I suppose when I've learned to carry her without complaining, she will tumble off or get so light that I shan't mind her. This idea tickled Jo's fancy and put her in good spirits, but Meg didn't brighten, for her burden, consisting of 4 spoilt children, seemed heavier than ever. She hadn't heart enough even to make herself pretty as usual by putting on a blue neck ribbon and dressing her hair in the most becoming way. Where's the use of looking nice when no one sees me but those cross midgets, and no one cares whether I am pretty or not, she muttered, shutting her drawer with a jerk. I shall have to toil and moil all my days with only little bits of fun now and then, and get old and ugly and sour because I am poor and can't enjoy my life as other girls do. It's a shame. So Meg went down wearing an injured look, and wasn't at all agreeable at breakfast time. Everyone seemed rather out of sorts, and inclined to croak. Beth had a headache and lay on the sofa trying to comfort herself with the cat and 3 kittens. Amy was fretting because her lessons were not learned, and she couldn't find her rubbers. Jo would whistle and make a great racket getting ready. Mrs. March was very busy trying to finish a letter, which must go at once, and Hannah had the grumps for being up late, didn't suit her. There never was such a cross family, cried Jo, losing her temper when she had upset an inkstand, broken both bootlacings, and sat down upon her hat. You're the crossest person in it, returned Amy, washing out the sum that was all wrong with the tears that had fallen on her slate. Bait, if you don't keep these horrid cats down cellar, I'll have them drowned, exclaimed Meg angrily, as she tried to get rid of the kitten, which had scrambled up her back and stuck like a burr just out of reach. Jo laughed. Meg scolded, Bait implored, and Amy wailed, because she couldn't remember how much 9 times 12 was. Girls, do be quiet 1 minute, I must get this off by the early mail, and you drive me distracted with your worry, cried Mrs. March, crossing out the 3rd spoilt sentence in her letter. There was a momentary lull, broken by Hannah, who stalked in, laid 2 hot turnovers on the table, and stalked out again. These turnovers were an institution, and the girls called them muffs, for they had no others, and found the hot pies very comforting to their hands on cold mornings. Hannah never forgot to make them, no matter how busy or grumpy she might be, for the walk was long and bleak. The poor things got no other lunch, and were seldom home before 2. Cuddle your cats and get over your headache, Bethy Goodby Marmee. We are a set of rascals this morning, but well come home, regular angels. Now then, Meg and Jo tramped away, feeling that the pilgrims were not setting out as they ought to do. They always looked back before turning the corner, for their mother was always at the window to nod and smile, and wave her hand to them. Somehow it seemed as if they couldn't have got through the day without that, for whatever their mood might be, the last glimpse of that motherly face was sure to affect them like sunshine. If Marmee shook her fist instead of kissing her hand to us, it would serve us right for more ungrateful wretches than we are. Were never seen, cried Jo, taking a remorseful satisfaction in the snowy walk and bitter wind. Don't use such dreadful expressions, said Meg from the depths of the veil, in which she had shrouded herself like a nun sick of the world. I like good strong words that mean something, replied Jo, catching her hat, as it took a leap off her head preparatory to flying away altogether. Call yourself any names you like, but I am neither a rascal nor a wretch, and I don't choose to be called so. You're a blighted being and decidedly cross today, because you can't sit in the lap of luxury all the time, poor dear. Just wait till I make my fortune, and you shall revel in carriages and ice cream, and high-heeled slippers and posies and red-headed boys to dance with. "How ridiculous you are, Joe," but Meg laughed at the nonsense and felt better in spite of herself. "Lucky for you I am, for if I put on crushed airs and tried to be dismal as you do we should be in a nice state, thank goodness. I can always find something funny to keep me up, don't croak any more. But come home jolly, there's a Joe gave her sister an encouraging pat on the shoulder as they parted for the day, each going a different way, each hugging her little warm turnover, and each trying to be cheerful in spite of wintry weather, hard work, and the unsatisfied desires of pleasure-reliving youth. When Mr. March lost his property in trying to help an unfortunate friend, the two oldest girls begged to be allowed to do something toward their own support, at least, believing that they could not begin too early to cultivate energy, industry, and independence. Their parents consented, and both fell to work with the hearty goodwill which, in spite of all obstacles, is sure to succeed at last. Margaret found a place as nursery governess and felt rich with her small salary, as she said she was fond of luxury, and her chief trouble was poverty. She found it harder to bear than the others, because she could remember a time when home was beautiful, life full of ease and pleasure, and want of any kind unknown. She tried not to be envious or discontented, but it was very natural that the young girl should long for pretty things, gay friends, accomplishments, and a happy life at the King's. She daily saw all she wanted, for the children's older sisters were just out, and Meg caught frequent glimpses of dainty ball dresses and bouquets, heard lively gossip about theatres, concerts, sleighing parties, and merrymakings of all kinds, and saw money lavished on trifles which would have been so precious to her. Poor Meg seldom complained, but a sense of injustice made her feel bitter toward everyone sometimes, for she had not yet learned to know how rich she was in the blessings which alone can make life happy. Joe happened to suit Aunt March, who was lame, and needed an active person to wait upon her. The childless old lady had offered to adopt one of the girls when the troubles came, and was much offended because her offer was declined. Other friends told the Marches that they had lost all chance of being remembered in the rich old lady's will, but the unworldly Marches only said, "We can't give up our girls for a dozen fortunes, rich or poor. We will keep together and be happy in one another." The old lady wouldn't speak to them for a time, but happening to meet Joe at a friend's, something in her comical face and blunt manners struck the old lady's fancy, and she proposed to take her for a companion. This did not suit Joe at all, but she accepted the place since nothing better appeared, and to everyone's surprise got on remarkably well with her irascible relative. There was an occasional tempest, and once Joe had marched home declaring she couldn't bear it any longer, but Aunt March always cleared up quickly and sent for her back again with such urgency that she could not refuse, for in her heart she rather liked the peppery old lady. I suspect that the real attraction was a large library of fine books which was left to dust and spiders. Since Uncle March died, Joe remembered the kind old gentleman who used to let her build railroads and bridges with his big dictionaries, tell her stories about the queer pictures in his Latin books, and buy her cards of gingerbread. Whenever he met her in the street, the dim dusty room, with the busts staring down from the tall bookcases, the cosy chairs, the globes, and best of all, the wilderness of books in which she could wander where she liked, made the library a region of bliss to her. The moment Aunt March took her nap, or was busy with company, Joe hurried to this quiet place, and curling herself up in the easy-chair, devoured poetry, romance, history, travels, and pictures like a regular bookworm. But like all happiness, it did not last long, for, as sure as she had just reached the heart of the story, the sweetest verse of the song, or the most perilous adventure of her traveller, a shrill voice called "Josephine, Josephine," and she had to leave her paradise to wind yarn, wash the poodle, or read Belsham's essays by the hour together. Curling herself up in the big chair, Jo's ambition was to do something very splendid. What it was she had no idea as yet, but left it for time to tell her, and meanwhile found her greatest affliction in the fact that she couldn't read, run, and ride as much as she liked. A quick temper, sharp tongue, and restless spirit were always getting her into scrapes, and her life was a series of ups and downs, which were both comic and pathetic. But the training she received at Aunt March's was just what she needed, and the thought that she was doing something to support herself made her happy in spite of the perpetual Josephine. Bate was too bashful to go to school. It had been tried, but she suffered so much that it was given up, and she did her lessons at home with her father even when he went away, and her mother was called to devote her skill and energy to soldiers' aid societies. Bate went faithfully on by herself, and did the best she could. She was a housewifely little creature, and helped Hannah keep home neat and comfortable for the workers, never thinking of any reward, but to be loved long quiet days she spent not. Lonely nor idle, for her little world was peopled with imaginary friends, and she was by nature a busy bee. There were 6 dolls to be taken up, and dressed every morning, for Bate was a child still, and loved her pets as well as ever. Not one whole or handsome one among them all were outcasts, till Bate took them in, for when her sisters outgrew these idols, they passed to her, because Amy would have nothing old or ugly. Bate cherished them all the more tenderly for that very reason, and set up a hospital for infirm dolls. No pins were ever stuck into their cotton vitals, no harsh words or blows were ever given them, no neglect ever saddened the heart of the most repulsive, but all were fed and clothed, nursed and caressed with an affection which never failed. One forlorn fragment of Delanady had belonged to Jo, and having led a tempestuous life, was left a wreck in the rag-bag, from which dreary poorhouse it was rescued by Bate, and taken to her refuge. Having no top to its head, she tied on a neat little cap, and as both arms and legs were gone, she hid these deficiencies by folding it in a blanket and devoting her best bed to this chronic invalid. If anyone had known the care lavished on that dolly, I think it would have touched their hearts. Even while they laughed, she brought it bits of bouquets, she read to it, took it out to breathe the air hidden under her coat, she sung it lullabies, and never went to bed without kissing its dirty face and whispering tenderly, "I hope y'all have a good night, my poor dear." Bate had her troubles as well as the others, and not being an angel but a very human little girl, she often wept a little weep, as Jo said, because she couldn't take music lessons, and have a fine piano. She loved music so dearly, tried so hard to learn, and practiced away so patiently at the jingling old instrument, that it did seem as if someone not to hint Aunt March ought to help her. Nobody did, however, and nobody saw Bate wipe the tears off the yellow keys that wouldn't keep in tune. When she was all alone, she sang like a little lark about her work, never was too tired to play for Marmee and the girls, and day after day said hopefully to herself, "I know I'll get my music some time if I'm good." There are many Bates in the world, shy and quiet, sitting in corners till needed, and living for others so cheerfully that no one sees the sacrifices, till the little cricket on the hearth stops chirping, and the sweet sunshiny presence vanishes, leaving silence and shadow behind. If anybody had asked Amy what the greatest trial of her life was, she would have answered at once, my nose. When she was a baby, Jo had accidentally dropped her into the coal hod, and Amy insisted that the fall had ruined her nose forever. It was not big nor red like poor Petria's, it was only rather flat, and all the pinching in the world could not give it an aristocratic point. No one minded it but herself, and it was doing its best to grow, but Amy felt deeply the want of a Grecian nose, and drew whole sheets of handsome ones to console herself. Little Raphael, as her sisters called her, had a decided talent for drawing, and was never so happy as when copying flowers, designing fairies, or illustrating stories, with queer specimens of art. Her teachers complained that instead of doing her sums she covered her slate with animals. The blank pages of her atlas were used to copy maps on, and caricatures of the most ludicrous description came fluttering out of all her books at unlucky moments. She got through her lessons as well as she could, and managed to escape reprimands by being a model of deportment. She was a great favourite with her mates, being good-tempered, and possessing the happy art of pleasing without effort. Her little airs and graces were much admired. So were her accomplishments, for beside her drawing, she could play 12 tunes crochet, and read French without mispronouncing more than 2/3 of the words. She had a plaintive way of saying when Papa was rich, "We did so-and-so," which was very touching, and her long words were considered perfectly elegant by the girls. Amy was in a fair way to be spoilt, for everyone petted her, and her small vanities and selfishnesses were growing nicely. One thing, however, rather quenched the vanities. She had to wear her cousin's clothes, now Florence's. Mama hadn't a particle of taste, and Amy suffered deeply at having to wear a red instead of a blue bonnet, unbecoming gowns and fussy aprons that did not fit. Everything was good, well made, and little worn, but Amy's artistic eyes were much afflicted, especially this winter, when her school dress was a dull purple with yellow dots and no trimming. "My only comfort," she said to Meg with tears in her eyes, "is that Mother don't take tucks in my dresses whenever I am naughty, as Maria Park's mother does, my dear. It's really dreadful, for sometimes she is so bad her frock is up to her knees, and she can't come to school. When I think of this degradation, I feel that I can bear even my flat nose and purple gown with yellow skyrockets on it." Meg was Amy's confidant and monitor, and by some strange attraction of opposites, Jo was gentle Bates to Jo alone did the shy child tell her thoughts, and over her big harum-scarum sister Bate unconsciously exercised more influence than anyone in the family. The 2 older girls were a great deal to one another, but each took one of the younger into her keeping and watched over her in her own way, playing mother they called it, and put their sisters in the places of discarded dolls with the maternal instinct of little women. Has anybody got anything to tell? It's been such a dismal day. I am really dying for some amusement, said Meg, as they sat sewing together that evening. I had a queer time with Aunt today, and as I got the best of it, I'll tell you about it, began Joe, who dearly loved to tell stories. I was reading that everlasting Belsham and droning away as I always do, for Aunt soon drops off, and then I take out some nice book and read like fury, till she wakes up. I actually made myself sleepy, and before she began to nod I gave such a gape that she asked me what I meant by opening my mouth wide enough to take the whole book in at once. Reading that everlasting Belsham. I wish I could and be done with it, said I, trying not to be saucy. Then she gave me a long lecture on my sins, and told me to sit and think them over while she just lost herself for a moment. She never finds herself very soon, so the minute her cap began to bob like a toffee dahlia, I whipped the Vicar of Wakefield out of my pocket, and read away with one eye on him and one on Aunt. Id just got to where they all tumbled into the water when I forgot, and laughed out loud. Aunt woke up, and being more good-natured after her nap, told me to read a bit, and show what frivolous work I preferred to the worthy and instructive Belsham. I did my very best, and she liked it, though she only said, "I don't understand what it's all about. Go back and begin it, child." Back I went and made the primroses as interesting as ever I could. Once I was wicked enough to stop in a thrilling place, and say meekly, "I'm afraid it tires you, Mom. Shan't I stop now?" She caught up her knitting, which had dropped out of her hands, gave me a sharp look through her specs, and said in her short way, "Finish the chapter and don't be impertinent, miss." Did she own she liked it? Asked Meg. Oh, bless you, no, but she let old Belsham rest, and when I ran back after my gloves this afternoon, there she was so hard at the vicar that she didn't hear me laugh as I danced a jig in the hall, because of the good time coming. What a pleasant life she might have if she only chose. I don't envy her much in spite of her money, for after all, rich people have about as many worries as poor ones, I think, added Joe. That reminds me, said Meg, that I've got something to tell. It isn't funny like Joss' story, but I thought about it a good deal as I came home at the King's today. I found everybody in a flurry, and one of the children said that her oldest brother had done something dreadful, and Papa had sent him away. I heard Mrs. King crying and Mr. King talking very loud, and Grace and Ellen turned away their faces when they passed me, so I shouldn't see how red their eyes were. I didn't ask any questions, of course, but I felt so sorry for them, and was rather glad I hadn't any wild brothers to do wicked things and disgrace the family. I think being disgraced in school is a great deal tringer than anything bad boys can do, said Amy, shaking her head, as if her experience of life had been a deep one. Susie Perkins came to school today with a lovely red carnelian ring. I wanted it dreadfully, and wished I was her with all my might. Well, she drew a picture of Mr. Davis with a monstrous nose and a hump, and the words, "Young ladies, my eye is upon you," coming out of his mouth, in a balloon thing. We were laughing over it when all of a sudden his eye was on us, and he ordered Susie to bring up her slate. She was paralyzed with fright, but she went, and oh, what do you think he did? He took her by the ear, just fancy how Horridan led her to the recitation platform, and made her stand there half an hour holding that slate, so everyone could see. He took her by the ear. Didn't the girls laugh at the picture? Asked Joe, who relished the scrape. Laugh not one, they sat as still as mice, and Susie cried, "Quartz, I know, she Roman 999. I didn't envy her then, for I felt that millions of carnelian rings wouldn't have made me happy after that. I never should have got over such a agonizing mortification." And Amy went on with her work in the proud consciousness of virtue, and the successful utterance of 2 long words in a breath. "I saw something that I liked this morning, and I meant to tell it at dinner, but I forgot," said Bate, putting Joss' topsy-turvy basket in order as she talked. "When I went to get some oysters for Hannah, Mr. Lawrence was in the fish shop, but he didn't see me, for I kept behind a barrel and he was busy with Mr. Cutter, the fishman. A poor woman came in with a pail and a mop, and asked Mr. Cutter if he would let her do some scrubbing for a bit of fish, because she hadn't any dinner for her children, and had been disappointed of a day's work. Mr. Cutter was in a hurry and said no rather crossly, so she was going away looking hungry and sorry, when Mr. Lawrence hooked up a big fish with the crooked end of his cane, and held it out to her. She was so glad and surprised. She took it right in her arms, and thanked him over and over. He told her to go along and cook it, and she hurried off so happy. Wasn't it good of him? Oh, she did look so funny hugging the big slippery fish, and hoping Mr. Lawrence's bed in heaven would be easy. Mr. Lawrence hooked up a big fish. When they had laughed at Bates' story, they asked their mother for one, and after a moment's thought she said soberly, "As I sat cutting out blue flannel jackets today at the rooms, I felt very anxious about father, and thought how lonely and helpless we should be if anything happened to him. It was not a wise thing to do, but I kept on worrying till an old man came in with an order for some clothes. He sat down near me, and I began to talk to him, for he looked poor and tired and anxious. 'Have you sons in the army?' I asked, for the note he brought was not to me. 'Yes, ma'am, I had 4, but 2 were killed, one is a prisoner, and I am going to the other, who is very sick in a Washington hospital,' he answered quietly. 'You have done a great deal for your country, sir,' I said, feeling respect now instead of pity. 'Not a mite more than I ought, ma'am. I'd go myself, if I was any use, as I ain't. I give my boys, and give him free.' He spoke so cheerfully, looked so sincere, and seemed so glad to give his all that I was ashamed of myself. I'd given 1 man, and thought it too much, while he gave 4 without grudging them. I had all my girls to comfort me at home, and his last son was waiting miles away to say goodbye to him, perhaps. I felt so rich, so happy thinking of my blessings, that I made him a nice bundle, gave him some money, and thanked him heartily for the lesson he had taught me. Tell another story, Mother Own, with a moral to it like this. I like to think about them afterwards, if they are real, and not too preachy," said Joe after a minute's silence. Mrs. March smiled and began at once, for she had told stories to this little audience for many years, and knew how to please them. Once upon a time there were 4 girls who had enough to eat and drink, and wear a good many comforts and pleasures, kind friends and parents who loved them dearly. And yet they were not contented here. The listeners stole sly looks at one another, and began to sew diligently. These girls were anxious to be good, and made many excellent resolutions, but they did not keep them very well, and were constantly saying, "If we only had this," or "If we could only do that," quite forgetting how much they already had, and how many pleasant things they actually could do. So they asked an old woman what spell they could use to make them happy. And she said, "When you feel discontented, think over your blessings, and be grateful." Here Joe looked up quickly as if about to speak, but changed her mind, seeing that the story was not done yet. Being sensible girls, they decided to try her advice, and soon were surprised to see how well off they were. One discovered that money couldn't keep shame and sorrow out of rich people's houses. Another, that though she was poor, she was a great deal happier with her youth, health, and good spirits, than a certain fretful, feeble old lady, who couldn't enjoy her comforts. A third, that disagreeable as it was to help get dinner, it was harder still to have to go begging for it. And the fourth, that even carnelian rings were not so valuable as good behavior, so they agreed to stop complaining, to enjoy the blessings already possessed, and try to deserve them, lest they should be taken away entirely instead of increased. And I believe they were never disappointed or sorry that they took the old woman's advice. "Now, Marmee, that is very cunning of you to turn our own stories against us, and give us a sermon instead of a romance," cried Meg. "I like that kind of sermon. It's the sort father used to tell us," said Bate, thoughtfully putting the needles straight on Jo's cushion. "I don't complain near as much as the others do, and I shall be more careful than ever now, for I've had warning from Sussie's downfall," said Amy morally. "We needed that lesson and we won't forget it. If we do, you just say to us as old Chloe did in Uncle Tom Tink, 'Arb your Marcy's chillin' tink, arb your Marcy's,'" added Jo, who could not for the life of her help getting a morsel of fun out of the little sermon, though she took it to heart as much as any of them. Tail pieces. Roman 5, being neighborly. Being neighborly. "What in the world are you going to do now, Jo?" asked Meg one snowy afternoon, as her sister came tramping through the hall in rubber boots, old sack, and hood, with a broom in one hand, and a shovel in the other. "Going out for exercise," answered Jo, with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. "I should think 2 long walks this morning would have been enough. It's cold and dull out, and I advise you to stay warm and dry by the fire, as I do," said Meg with a shiver. "Never take advice, can't keep still all day, and not being a pussycat, I don't like to doze by the fire. I like adventures, and I am going to find some." Meg went back to toast her feet and read Ivanhoe, and Jo began to dig paths with great energy. The snow was light, and with her broom, she soon swept a path all round the garden for Bate to walk in when the sun came out, and the invalid dolls needed air now. The garden separated the Marches' house from that of Mr. Lawrence. Both stood in a suburb of the city, which was still country-like, with groves and lawns, large gardens, and quiet streets. A low hedge parted the 2 estates. On one side was an old brown house looking rather bare and shabby, robbed of the vines that in summer covered its walls, and the flowers which then surrounded it. On the other side was a stately stone mansion, plainly betokening every sort of comfort and luxury, from the big coach house and well-kept grounds to the conservatory, and the glimpses of lovely things one caught between the rich curtains. Yet it seemed a lonely, lifeless sort of house, for no children frolicked on the lawn, no motherly face ever smiled at the windows, and few people went in and out, except the old gentleman and his grandson. To Jo's lively fancy, this fine house seemed a kind of enchanted palace full of splendors and delights which no one enjoyed. She had long wanted to behold these hidden glories, and to know the Lawrence boy who looked as if he would like to be known, if he only knew how to begin. Since the party she had been more eager than ever, and had planned many ways of making friends with him, but he had not been seen lately, and Jo began to think he had gone away, when she one day spied a brown face at an upper window, looking wistfully down into their garden, where Bet and Amy were snowballing one another. "That boy is suffering for society and fun," she said to herself. "His grandpa does not know what's good for him, and keeps him shut up all alone. He needs a party of jolly boys to play with, or somebody young and lively. I've a great mind to go over and tell the old gentleman so." The idea amused Jo, who liked to do daring things, and was always scandalizing Meg by her queer performances. The plan of going over was not forgotten, and when the snowy afternoon came, Jo resolved to try what could be done. She saw Mr. Lawrence drive off, and then sallied out to dig her way down to the hedge, where she paused and took a survey. All quiet, curtains down at the lower windows, servants out of sight, and nothing human visible, but a curly black head leaning on a thin hand at the upper window. "There he is," thought Jo, "poor boy, all alone and sick this dismal day. It's a shame ill toss up a snowball, and make him look out, and then say a kind word to him." Up went a handful of soft snow, and the head turned at once, showing a face which lost its listless look in a minute, as the big eyes brightened, and the mouth began to smile. Jo nodded and laughed, and flourished her broom as she called out, "How do you do? Are you sick?" Laurie opened the window. Laurie opened the window and croaked out as hoarsely as a raven, "Better, thank you. I've had a bad cold and been shut up a week." "I am sorry. What do you amuse yourself with?" "Nothing. It's as dull as tombs up here." "Don't you read?" "Not much. They won't let me." "Can't somebody read to you?" "Grandpa does sometimes, but my books don't interest him, and I hate to ask Brooke all the time." "Have someone come and see you then." "There isn't anyone. I'd like to see boys make such a row, and my head is weak." "Isn't there some nice girl who'd read and amuse you? Girls are quiet and like to play nurse." "Don't know any." "You know us," began Jo, then laughed and stopped. "So I do. Will you come please?" cried Laurie. "I'm not quiet and nice, but I'll come, if mother will let me. I'll go ask her. Shut that window like a good boy and wait till I come." With that, Jo shouldered her broom and marched into the house, wondering what they would all say to her. Laurie was in a flutter of excitement at the idea of having company, and flew about to get ready for, as Mrs. March said, he was a little gentleman, and did honor to the coming guest by brushing his curly pate, putting on a fresh collar, and trying to tidy up the room, which in spite of half a dozen servants was anything but neat. Presently there came a loud ring, then a decided voice asking for Mr. Laurie, and a surprised-looking servant came running up to announce a young lady. "All right, show her up. It's Miss Jo," said Laurie, going to the door of his little parlor to meet Jo, who appeared looking rosy and kind, and quite at her ease, with a covered dish in one hand and Bates' 3 kittens in the other. "Here I am, bag and baggage," she said briskly. "Mother sent her love, and was glad if I could do anything for you. Meg wanted me to bring some of her blancmange. She makes it very nicely, and Bate thought her cats would be comforting. I knew you'd laugh at them, but I couldn't refuse. She was so anxious to do something." It so happened that Bates' funny loan was just the thing, for in laughing over the kits, Laurie forgot his bashfulness and grew sociable at once. "That looks too pretty to eat," he said, smiling with pleasure, as Jo uncovered the dish and showed the blancmange, surrounded by a garland of green leaves and the scarlet flowers of Amy's pet geranium. "It isn't anything, only they all felt kindly and wanted to show it. Tell the girl to put it away for your tea. It's so simple you can eat it, and being soft it will slip down without hurting your sore throat. What a cozy room this is." "It might be if it was kept nice, but the maids are lazy, and I don't know how to make them mind. It worries me." "I'll write it up in 2 minutes, for it only needs to have the hearth brushed, sowned, the things made straight on the mantelpiece, sewn, the books put here, and the bottles there, and your sofa turned from the light, and the pillows plumped up a bit. Now then, you're fixed." And so he was, for as she laughed and talked, Jo had whisked things into place, and given quite a different air to the room, Laurie watched her in respectful silence, and when she beckoned him to his sofa, he sat down with a sigh of satisfaction, saying gratefully, "How kind you are, yes, that's what it wanted, now please take the big chair, and let me do something to amuse my company." "No, I came to amuse you, shall I read aloud?" And Joe looked affectionately towards some inviting books nearby. "Thank you, I've read all those, and if you don't mind I'd rather talk," answered Laurie. "Not a bit, ill talk all day, if y'all only set me going. Bait says I never know when to stop." "Is Bait the rosy one who stays at home a good deal, and sometimes goes out with a little basket?" asked Laurie with interest. "Yes, that's Bait, she's my girl, and a regular good one she is too. The pretty one is Meg, and the curly-haired one is Amy, I believe." "How did you find that out?" Laurie coloured up, but answered frankly, "Why, you see, I often hear you calling to one another, and when I'm alone up here, I can't help looking over at your house. You always seem to be having such good times. I beg your pardon for being so rude, but sometimes you forget to put down the curtain at the window where the flowers are, and when the lamps are lighted it's like looking at a picture to see the fire, and you all round the table with your mother, her face is right opposite, and it looks so sweet behind the flowers. I can't help watching it. I haven't got any mother, you know," and Laurie poked the fire to hide a little twitching of the lips that he could not control. The solitary, hungry look in his eyes went straight to Joss' warm heart. She had been so simply taught that there was no nonsense in her head, and at 15, she was as innocent and frank as any child. Laurie was sick and lonely, and feeling how rich she was in home love and happiness, she gladly tried to share it with him. Her face was very friendly, and her sharp voice unusually gentle as she said, "Well, never draw that curtain any more, and I give you leave to look as much as you like. I just wish, though, instead of peeping you'd come over and see us. Mother is so splendid, shed do you heaps of good, and Bait would sing to you if I begged her to, and Amy would dance Meg, and I would make you laugh over our funny stage properties, and we'd have jolly times. Wouldn't your grandpa let you?" "I think he would if your mother asked him. He's very kind, though he does not look so, and he lets me do what I like pretty much, only he's afraid I might be a bother to strangers," began Laurie, brightening more and more. "We are not strangers, we are neighbours, and you needn't think you'd be a bother. We want to know you, and I've been trying to do it this ever so long. We haven't been here a great while, you know, but we have got acquainted with all our neighbours. But you see, Grandpa lives among his books, and doesn't mind much what happens outside. Mr. Brooke, my tutor, doesn't stay here, you know, and I have no one to go about with me, so I just stop at home and get on as I can." "That's bad. You ought to make an effort and go visiting everywhere you are asked. Then y'all have plenty of friends and pleasant places to go to. Never mind being bashful, it won't last long if you keep going." Laurie turned red again, but wasn't offended at being accused of bashfulness, for there was so much goodwill in Joe. It was impossible not to take her blunt speeches as kindly as they were meant. "Do you like your school?" asked the boy, changing the subject after a little pause during which he stared at the fire, and Joe looked about her well pleased. "Don't go to school, I am a businessman girl. I mean I go to wait on my great-aunt, and a dear cross old soul she is too," answered Joe. Laurie opened his mouth to ask another question, but remembering just in time that it wasn't manners to make too many inquiries into people's affairs, he shut it again and looked uncomfortable. Joe liked his good breeding and didn't mind having a laugh at Aunt March, so she gave him a lively description of the fidgety old lady, her fat poodle, the parrot that talked Spanish, and the library where she revelled. Laurie enjoyed that immensely, and when she told about the prim old gentleman who came once to woo Aunt March, and in the middle of a fine speech, how Paul had tweaked his wig off, to his great dismay the boy lay back and laughed till the tears ran down his cheeks, and a maid popped her head in to see what was the matter. "Paul tweaked off his wig? Oh, that does me no end of good. Tell on, please," he said, taking his face out of the sofa cushion, red and shining with merriment. Much elated with her success, Joe did tell on all about their plays and plans, their hopes and fears for father, and the most interesting events of the little world in which the sisters lived. Then they got to talking about books, and to Joss' delight, she found that Laurie loved them as well as she did, and had read even more than herself. "If you like them so much, come down and see ours. Grandpa is out, so you needn't be afraid," said Laurie, getting up. "I am not afraid of anything," returned Joe with a toss of the head. "I don't believe you are," exclaimed the boy, looking at her with much admiration, though he privately thought she would have good reason to be a trifle afraid of the old gentleman if she met him in some of his moods. The atmosphere of the whole house being summer-like, Laurie led the way from room to room, letting Joe stop to examine whatever struck her fancy, And so at last they came to the library, where she clapped her hands and pranced as she always did, when especially delighted it was lined with books, and there were pictures and statues, and distracting little cabinets full of coins and curiosities, and Sleepy Hollow chairs, and queer tables and bronzes, and best of all a great open fireplace with quaint tiles all round it. What richness, sighed Jo, sinking into the depth of a velvet chair, and gazing about her with an air of intense satisfaction. Theodore Lawrence, you ought to be the happiest boy in the world, she added impressively. A fellow can't live on books, said Laurie, shaking his head, as he perched on a table opposite. Before he could say more, a bell rung, and Jo flew up, exclaiming with alarm, "Mercy me, it's your grandpa." "Well, what if it is? You are not afraid of anything, you know," returned the boy, looking wicked. "I think I am a little bit afraid of him, but I don't know why I should be. Marmee said I might come, and I don't think you're any the worse for it," said Jo, composing herself, though she kept her eyes on the door. "I'm a great deal better for it, and ever so much obliged. I am only afraid you are very tired talking to me. It was so pleasant I couldn't bear to stop," said Laurie gratefully. "The doctor to see you, sir," and the maid beckoned as she spoke. "Would you mind if I left you for a minute? I suppose I must see him," said Laurie. "Don't mind me, I am as happy as a cricket here," answered Jo. Laurie went away, and his guest amused herself in her own way. She was standing before a fine portrait of the old gentleman when the door opened again, and without turning she said decidedly, "I am sure now that I shouldn't be afraid of him, for he's got kind eyes, though his mouth is grim, and he looks as if he had a tremendous will of his own. He isn't as handsome as my grandfather, but I like him." "Thank you, Mom," said a gruff voice behind her, and there, to her great dismay, stood old Mr. Lawrence. Poor Jo blushed till she couldn't blush any redder, and her heart began to beat uncomfortably fast, as she thought what she had said. For a minute a wild desire to run away possessed her, but that was cowardly, and the girls would laugh at her, so she resolved to stay and get out of the scrape as she could. A second look showed her that the living eyes under the bushy grey eyebrows were kinder even than the painted ones, and there was a sly twinkle in them which lessened her fear a good deal. The gruff voice was gruffer than ever as the old gentleman said abruptly, after that dreadful pause, "So you're not afraid of me, hey?" "Not much, sir." "And you don't think me as handsome as your grandfather?" "Not quite, sir." "And I've got a tremendous will, have I?" "I only said I thought so." "But you like me in spite of it?" "Yes, I do, sir." That answer pleased the old gentleman. He gave a short laugh, shook hands with her, and putting his finger under her chin, turned up her face, examined it gravely, and let it go, saying with a nod, "You've got your grandfather's spirit. If you haven't his face, he was a fine man, my dear. But what is better, he was a brave and an honest one, and I was proud to be his friend." Putting his finger under her chin. "Thank you, sir," and Jo was quite comfortable after that, for it suited her exactly. "What have you been doing to this boy of mine, hey?" was the next question sharply put. "Only trying to be neighbourly, sir," and Jo told how her visit came about. "You think he needs cheering up a bit, do you?" "Yes, sir, he seems a little lonely, and young folks would do him good. Perhaps we are only girls, but we should be glad to help if we could, for we don't forget the splendid Christmas present you sent us," said Jo eagerly. "Tut, tut, tut, that was the boy's affair. How is the poor woman?" "Doing nicely, sir," and off went Jo, talking very fast, as she told all about the Hummels, in whom her mother had interested richer friends than they were. "Just her father's way of doing good. I shall come and see your mother some fine day. Tell her, so there's the tea bell, we have it early on the boy's account. Come down and go on being neighbourly." "If you'd like to have me, sir." "Shouldn't ask you if I didn't," and Mr. Lawrence offered her his arm with old-fashioned courtesy. What would Meg say to this, thought Jo, as she was marched away, while her eyes danced with fun, as she imagined herself telling the story at home. "Hey, why, what the dickens has come to the fellow?" said the old gentleman as Laurie came running downstairs, and brought up with a start of surprise at the astonishing sight of Jo arm-in-arm with his redoubtable grandfather. "I didn't know you'd come, sir," he began as Jo gave him a triumphant little glance. "That's evident by the way you racket downstairs. Come to your tea, sir, and behave like a gentleman." And having pulled the boy's hair by way of a caress, Mr. Lawrence walked on, while Laurie went through a series of comic evolutions behind their backs, which nearly produced an explosion of laughter from Jo. The old gentleman did not say much as he drank his 4 cups of tea, but he watched the young people, who soon chatted away like old friends, and the change in his grandson did not escape him. There was colour, light and life in the boys, face now vivacity in his manner and genuine merriment in his laugh. She's right, the lad is lonely ill, see what these little girls can do for him, thought Mr. Lawrence as he looked, and listened. He liked Jo for her odd, blunt ways suited him, and she seemed to understand the boy almost as well as if she had been one herself. If the Lawrences had been what Jo called prim and poky, she would not have got on at all, for such people always made her shy and awkward, but finding them free and easy she was so herself, and made a good impression. When they rose she proposed to go, but Laurie said he had something more to show her, and took her away to the conservatory, which had been lighted for her benefit. It seemed quite fairy-like to Jo as she went up and down the walks, enjoying the blooming walls on either side, the soft light, the damp sweet air, and the wonderful vines and trees that hung above her, while her new friend cut the finest flowers till his hands were full. Then he tied them up, saying with the happy look Jo liked to see, "Please give these to your mother, and tell her I like the medicine she sent me very much. Please give these to your mother." They found Mr. Lawrence standing before the fire in the great drawing-room, but Jo's attention was entirely absorbed by a grand piano which stood open. "Do you play?" she asked, turning to Laurie with a respectful expression. "Sometimes," he answered modestly. "Please do now, I want to hear it so I can tell Bate." "Want you first? Don't know how, too stupid to learn, but I love music dearly." So Laurie played, and Jo listened with her nose luxuriously buried in heliotrope, and Terose's her respect and regard for the Lawrence boy increased very much, for he played remarkably well, and didn't put on any airs. She wished Bate could hear him, but she did not say so, only praised him till he was quite abashed, and his grandfather came to the rescue. "That will do, young lady. Too many sugar plums are not good for him. His music isn't bad, but I hope he will do as well in more important things. Going well. I am much obliged to you, and I hope you'll come again. My respects to your mother. Good night, Dr. Jo." He shook hands kindly, but looked as if something did not please him. When they got into the hall, Jo asked Laurie if she had said anything amiss. He shook his head. "No, it was me. He doesn't like to hear me play." "Why not?" "I'll tell you some day. John is going home with you, as I can't." "No need of that. I am not a young lady, and it's only a step. Take care of yourself, won't you?" "Yes, but you will come again, I hope. If you promise to come and see us after you are well." "I will. Good night, Laurie." "Good night, Jo. Good night." When all the afternoon's adventures had been told, the family felt inclined to go visiting in a body, for each found something very attractive in the big house on the other side of the hedge. Mrs. March wanted to talk of her father with the old man, who had not forgotten him. Meg longed to walk in the conservatory Bates side for the grand piano, and Amy was eager to see the fine pictures and statues. "Mother, why didn't Mr. Lawrence like to have Laurie play?" asked Jo, who was of an inquiring disposition. "I'm not sure, but I think it was because his son Laurie's father married an Italian lady, a musician, which displeased the old man, who is very proud. The lady was good and lovely, and accomplished, but he did not like her, and never saw his son after he married. They both died when Laurie was a little child, and then his grandfather took him home. I fancy the boy, who was born in Italy, is not very strong, and the old man is afraid of losing him, which makes him so careful. Laurie comes naturally by his love of music, for he is like his mother, and I dare say his grandfather fears that he may want to be a musician. At any rate, his skill reminds him of the woman he did not like, and so he glowered, as Jo said." "Dear me, how romantic!" exclaimed Meg. "How silly," said Jo. "Let him be a musician if he wants to, and not plague his life out sending him to college when he hates to go. That's why he has such handsome black eyes and pretty manners, I suppose. Italians are always nice," said Meg, who was a little sentimental. "What do you know about his eyes and his manners? You never spoke to him," hardly cried Jo, who was not sentimental. "I saw him at the party, and what you tell shows that he knows how to behave. That was a nice little speech about the medicine Mother sent him." "He meant the blancmange, I suppose." "How stupid you are, child. He meant you, of course." Did he? And Jo opened her eyes as if it had never occurred to her before. "I never saw such a girl. You don't know a compliment when you get it," said Meg, with the air of a young lady who knew all about the matter. "I think they are great nonsense and ill. Thank you not to be silly and spoil my fun. Laurie's a nice boy, and I like him, and I won't have any sentimental stuff about compliments and such rubbish. Well, all be good to him, because he hasn't got any mother, and he may come over and see us, mayn't he, Marmee?" "Yes, Jo, your little friend is very welcome, and I hope Meg will remember that children should be children as long as they can. I don't call myself a child, And I'm not in my teens yet, observed Amy. What do you say, Bate? I was thinking about our Pilgrim's Progress, answered Bate, who had not heard a word how we got out of the slough, and through the wicket gate, by resolving to be good, and up the steep hill, by trying, and that maybe the house over there full of splendid things is going to be our palace beautiful. We have got to get by the lions first, said Jo, as if she rather liked the prospect. Tail pieces. Romans 6. Bate finds the palace beautiful. The big house did prove a palace beautiful, though it took some time for all to get in, and Bate found it very hard to pass the lions. Old Mr. Lawrence was the biggest one. But after he had said something funny or kind to each one of the girls, and talked over old times with their mother, nobody felt much afraid of him, except timid Bate. The other lion was the fact that they were poor and Laurie rich, for this made them shy of accepting favors which they could not return, but after a while they found that he considered them the benefactors, and could not do enough to show how grateful he was for Mrs. March's motherly welcome, their cheerful society, and the comfort he took in that humble home of theirs, so they soon forgot their pride and interchanged kindnesses, without stopping to think which was the greater. All sorts of pleasant things happened about that time, for the new friendship flourished like grass in spring. Every one liked Laurie, and he privately informed his tutor that the Marches were regularly splendid girls. With the delightful enthusiasm of youth, they took the solitary boy into their midst, and made much of him. And he found something very charming in the innocent companionship of these simply-hearted girls. Never having known mother or sisters, he was quick to feel the influences they brought about him, and their busy lively ways made him ashamed of the indolent life he led. He was tired of books, and found people so interesting now, that Mr. Brooke was obliged to make very unsatisfactory reports, for Laurie was always playing truant and running over to the Marches. Never mind, let him take a holiday, and make it up afterwards, said the old gentleman. The good lady next door says he is studying too hard, and needs young society amusement and exercise. I suspect she is right, and that I've been coddling the fellow as if I'd been his grandmother. Let him do what he likes as long as he is happy. He can't get into mischief in that little nunnery over there, and Mrs. March is doing more for him than we can. What good times they had, to be sure, such plays and tableaux, such sleigh rides and skating frolics, such pleasant evenings in the old parlour, and now and then such gay little parties at the great house. Meg could walk in the conservatory whenever she liked and revel in bouquets. Jo browsed over the new library voraciously, and convulsed the old gentleman with her criticisms. Amy copied pictures, and enjoyed beauty to her heart's content, and Laurie played Lord of the Manor in the most delightful style. But Bate, though yearning for the grand piano, could not pluck up courage to go to the mansion of bliss, as Meg called it. She went once with Jo, but the old gentleman, not being aware of her infirmity, stared at her so hard from under his heavy eyebrows, and said hey so loud that he frightened her so much her feet chattered on the floor. She told her mother, and she ran away, declaring she would never go there any more, not even for the dear piano. No persuasions or enticements could overcome her fear, till the fact coming to Mr. Lawrence's ear in some mysterious way, he set about mending matters. During one of the brief calls he made, he artfully led the conversation to music, and talked away about great singers whom he had seen, fine organs he had heard, and told such charming anecdotes that Bate found it impossible to stay in her distant corner, but crept nearer and nearer, as if fascinated. At the back of his chair she stopped and stood listening, with her great eyes wide open, and her cheeks red with the excitement of this unusual performance, taking no more notice of her than if she had been a fly. Mr. Lawrence talked on about Laurie's lessons and teachers, and presently, as if the idea had just occurred to him, he said to Mrs. March, "The boy neglects his music now, and I'm glad of it, for he was getting too fond of it, but the piano suffers for want of use. Wouldn't some of your girls like to run over and practice on it now, and then just to keep it in tune, you know, Mom?" Bate took a step forward, and pressed her hands tightly together to keep from clapping them, for this was an irresistible temptation, and the thought of practicing on that splendid instrument quite took her breath away. Before Mrs. March could reply, Mr. Lawrence went on with an odd little nod and smile. "They needn't see or speak to anyone, but run in at any time, for I am shut up in my study at the other end of the house. Laurie is out a great deal, and the servants are never near the drawing-room after 9 o'clock. Here he rose as if going, and Bate made up her mind to speak, for that last arrangement left nothing to be desired. "Please tell the young ladies what I say, and if they don't care to come, why, never mind." Here a little hand slipped into his, and Bate looked up at him with a face full of gratitude as she said in her earnest yet timid way, "Oh, sir, they do care very, very much." "Oh, sir, they do care very much." "Are you the musical girl?" he asked without any startling hey, as he looked down at her very kindly. "I'm Bate, I love it dearly, and ill come if you're quite sure nobody will hear mean to be disturbed," she added, fearing to be rude and trembling at her own boldness as she spoke. "Not a soul, my dear, the house is empty half the day, so come and drum away as much as you like, and I shall be obliged to you." "How kind you are, sir." Bate blushed like a rose under the friendly look he wore, but she was not frightened now, and gave the big hand a grateful squeeze because she had no words to thank him for the precious gift he had given her. The old gentleman softly stroked the hair off her forehead, and stooping down, he kissed her, saying in a tone few people ever heard, "I had a little girl once with eyes like these. God bless you, my dear. Good day, madam," and away he went in a great hurry. Bate had a rapture with her mother, and then rushed up to impart the glorious news to her family of invalids. As the girls were not at home, how blithely she sung that evening, and how they all laughed at her, because she woke Amy in the night by playing the piano on her face in her sleep next day, having seen both the old and young gentleman out of the house. Bate, after 2 or 3 retreats, fairly got in at the side door, and made her way as noiselessly as any mouse to the drawing-room, where her idol stood quite by accident, of course. Some pretty easy music lay on the piano, and with trembling fingers and frequent stops to listen and look about, Bate at last touched the great instrument and straightway forgot her fear herself, and everything else, but the unspeakable delight which the music gave her, for it was like the voice of a beloved friend. She stayed till Hannah came to take her home to dinner, but she had no appetite, and could only sit and smile upon everyone in a general state of beatitude. Mr. Lawrence often opened his study door. After that the little brown hood slipped through the hedge nearly every day, and the great drawing-room was haunted by a tuneful spirit that came and went unseen. She never knew that Mr. Lawrence often opened his study door to hear the old-fashioned airs he liked. She never saw Laurie mount guard in the hall to warn the servants away. She never suspected that the exercise books and new songs which she found in the rack were put there for her especial benefit, and when he talked to her about music at home, she only thought how kind he was to tell things that helped her so much, so she enjoyed herself heartily, and found what isn't always the case, that her granted wish was all she had hoped. Perhaps it was because she was so grateful for this blessing that a greater was given her. At any rate, she deserved both. "Mother, I am going to work Mr. Lawrence a pair of slippers. He is so kind to me, I must thank him, and I don't know any other way. Can I do it?" asked Bate a few weeks after that eventful call of his. "Yes, dear, it will please him very much, and be a nice way of thanking him. The girls will help you about them, and I will pay for the making up," replied Mrs. March, who took peculiar pleasure in granting Bate's requests, because she so seldom asked anything for herself. After many serious discussions with Meg and Joe, the pattern was chosen, the materials bought, and the slippers begun. A cluster of grave yet cheerful pansies on a deeper purple ground was pronounced very appropriate and pretty, and Bate worked away early and late with occasional lifts over hard parts. She was a nimble little needlewoman, and they were finished before anyone got tired of them. Then she wrote a very short, simple note, and with Laurie's help got them smuggled on to the study table one morning before the old gentleman was up. When this excitement was over, Bate waited to see what would happen. All that day passed, and a part of the next, before any acknowledgement arrived, and she was beginning to fear she had offended her crotchety friend. On the afternoon of the second day, she went out to do an errand and give poor Joanna, the invalid doll, her daily exercise. As she came up the street on her return, she saw 4 heads popping in and out of the parlour windows, and the moment they saw her, several hands were waved, and several joyful voices screamed, "Here's a letter from the old gentleman, come quick and read it." "Oh, Bate, he sent you," began Amy, gesticulating with unseemly energy, but she got no further, for Joe quenched her by slamming down the window. Bate hurried on in a flutter of suspense. At the door her sisters seized and bore her to the parlour in a triumphal procession, all pointing, and all saying at once, "Look, there, look there." Bate did look, and turned pale with delight and surprise, for there stood a little cabinet piano, with a letter lying on the glossy lid, directed like a signboard to Miss Elizabeth March. "For me," gasped Bate, holding on to Joe and feeling as if she should tumble down. It was such an overwhelming thing altogether. "Yes, all for you, my precious. Isn't it splendid of him? Don't you think he's the dearest old man in the world? Here's the key in the letter. We didn't open it, but we are dying to know what he says," cried Joe, hugging her sister and offering the note. "You read it?" "I can't, I feel so queer. Oh, it is too lovely," and Bate hid her face in Joss' apron, quite upset by her present. Jo opened the paper and began to laugh, for the first words she saw were, "Miss March, dear madam. How nice it sounds. I wish someone would write to me," so said Amy, who thought the old-fashioned address very elegant. "I have had many pairs of slippers in my life, but I never had any that suited me so well as yours," continued Jo. "Heartsease is my favorite flower, and these will always remind me of the gentle giver. I like to pay my debts, so I know you will allow the old gentleman to send you something which once belonged to the little granddaughter he lost. With hearty thanks and best wishes, your grateful friend and humble servant, James Lawrence." "Their bait, that's an honor to be proud of. I am sure Laurie told me how fond Mr. Lawrence used to be of the child who died, and how he kept all her little things carefully. Just think, he's given you her piano, that comes of having big blue eyes and loving music," said Jo, trying to soothe Bate, who trembled and looked more excited than she had ever been before. "See the cunning brackets to hold candles, and the nice green silk puckered up with a gold rose in the middle, and the pretty rack and stool all complete," added Meg, opening the instrument and displaying its beauties. "Your humble servant, James Lawrence. Only think of his writing that to you. Ill tell the girls they'll think it splendid," said Amy, much impressed by the note. "Try it, honey. Let's hear the sound of the baby peony," said Hannah, who always took a share in the family joys and sorrows. So Bate tried it, and everyone pronounced it the most remarkable piano ever heard. It had evidently been newly tuned and put in apple pie order, but perfect as it was. I think the real charm of it lay in the happiest of all happy faces which leaned over it, as Bate lovingly touched the beautiful black and white keys and pressed the bright pedals. "Y'all have to go and thank him," said Jo by way of a joke, for the idea of the child's really going never entered her head. "Yes, I mean to. I guess I'll go now, before I get frightened thinking about it." And to the utter amazement of the assembled family, Bate walked deliberately down the garden, through the hedge, and in at the Lawrences' door. "Well, I wish I may die if it ain't the queerest thing I ever see." "The peony has turned her head. She'd never have gone in her right mind," cried Hannah, staring after her, while the girls were rendered quite speechless by the miracle. They would have been still more amazed if they had seen what Bate did afterward. "If you will believe me, she went and knocked at the study door before she gave herself time to think, and when a gruff voice called out, 'Come in,' she did go in right up to Mr. Lawrence, who looked quite taken aback and held out her hand, saying with only a small quaver in her voice, 'I came to thank you, sir,' but she didn't finish, for he looked so friendly that she forgot her speech, and only remembering that he had lost the little girl he loved, she put both arms round his neck and kissed him. If the roof of the house had suddenly flown off, the old gentleman wouldn't have been more astonished, but he liked it, oh dear yes, he liked it amazingly, and was so touched and pleased by that confiding little kiss that all his crustiness vanished, and he just set her on his knee and laid his wrinkled cheek against her rosy one, feeling as if he had got his own little granddaughter back again. Bate ceased to fear him from that moment, and sat there talking to him as cosily as if she had known him all her life, for love casts out fear and gratitude can conquer pride. When she went home, he walked with her to her own gate, shook hands cordially, and touched his hat as he marched back again, looking very stately and erect, like a handsome soldierly old gentleman as he was. When the girls saw that performance, Jo began to dance a jig by way of expressing her satisfaction. Amy nearly fell out of the window in her surprise, and Meg exclaimed with uplifted hands, "Well, I do believe the world is coming to an end." Romans 7. Amy's Valley of Humiliation. "The Cyclops. That boy is a perfect Cyclops, isn't he?" said Amy one day as Laurie clattered by on horseback, with a flourish of his whip as he passed. "How dare you say so, when he's got both his eyes, and very handsome ones? They are too," cried Jo, who resented any slighting remarks about her friend. "I didn't say anything about his eyes, and I don't see why you need fire up when I admire his riding." "Oh my goodness, that little goose means a centaur, and she called him a Cyclops," exclaimed Jo with a burst of laughter. "You needn't be so rude, it's only a lapse of lingy, as Mr. Davis says," retorted Amy, finishing Jo with her Latin. "I just wish I had a little of the money Laurie spends on that horse," she added, as if to herself, yet hoping her sisters would hear. "Why?" asked Meg kindly, for Jo had gone off in another laugh at Amy's second blunder. "I need it so much. I am dreadfully in debt, and it won't be my turn to have the rag money for a month." "In debt, Amy? What do you mean?" and Meg looked sober. "Why, I owe at least a dozen pickled limes, and I can't pay them, you know, till I have money for Marmee, forbade my having anything charged at the shop." Tell me all about it. Are limes the fashion now? It used to be pricking bits of rubber to make bowls, and Meg tried to keep her countenance. Amy looked so grave and important. Why, you see, the girls are always buying them, and unless you want to be thought mean, you must do it too. It's nothing but limes now, for everyone is sucking them in their desks in school time, and trading them off for pencils, beadrings, paper dolls or something else at recess. If one girl likes another, she gives her a lime. If she's mad with her, she eats one before her face, and don't offer even a suck. They treat by turns, and I've had ever so many but haven't returned them, and I ought, for they are debts of honor, you know. How much will pay them off and restore your credit? Asked Meg, taking out her purse. A quarter would more than do it, and leave a few cents over for a treat for you. Don't you like limes? Not much. You may have my share. Here's the money. Make it last as long as you can, for it isn't very plenty, you know. Oh, thank you. It must be so nice to have pocket money. I'll have a grand feast, for I haven't tasted a lime this week. I felt delicate about taking any, as I couldn't return them, and I am actually suffering for one. Next day Amy was rather late at school, but could not resist the temptation of displaying with pardonable pride a moist brown paper parcel before she consigned it to the inmost recesses of her desk. During the next few minutes, the rumor that Amy March had got 24 delicious limes, she ate one on the way and was going to treat, circulated through her set, and the attentions of her friends became quite overwhelming. Katie Brown invited her to her next party on the spot. Mary Kingsley insisted on lending her watch till recess, and Jenny Snow, a satirical young lady who had basely twitted Amy upon her limeless state, promptly buried the hatchet and offered to furnish answers to certain appalling sums. But Amy had not forgotten Miss Snow's cutting remarks about some persons whose noses were not too flat to smell other people's limes, and stuck-up people who were not too proud to ask for them, and she instantly crushed that Snow girl's hopes by the withering telegram, "You needn't be so polite all of a sudden, for you won't get any." A distinguished personage happened to visit the school that morning, and Amy's beautifully drawn maps received praise, which honor to her foe rankled in the soul of Miss Snow, and caused Miss March to assume the airs of a studious young peacock. But alas, alas, pride goes before a fall, and the revengeful Snow turned the tables with disastrous success. No sooner had the guest paid the usual stale compliments and bowed himself out than Jenny, under pretense of asking an important question, informed Mr. Davis, the teacher, that Amy March had pickled limes in her desk. Now Mr. Davis had declared limes a contraband article, and solemnly vowed to publicly ferule the first person who was found breaking the law. This much-enduring man had succeeded in banishing chewing gum, after a long and stormy war, had made a bonfire of the confiscated novels and newspapers, had suppressed a private post office, had forbidden distortions of the face, nicknames and caricatures, and done all that one man could do to keep 100 rebellious girls in order. Boys are trying enough to human patience, goodness knows, but girls are infinitely more so, especially to nervous gentlemen with tyrannical tempers, and no more talent for teaching than Dr. Blimber. Mr. Davis knew any quantity of Greek, Latin, algebra and ologies of all sorts, so he was called a fine teacher, and manners, morals, feelings and examples were not considered of any particular importance. It was a most unfortunate moment for denouncing Amy, and Jenny knew it. Mr. Davis had evidently taken his coffee too strong that morning. There was an east wind, which always affected his neuralgia, and his pupils had not done him the credit which he felt he deserved. Therefore, to use the expressive, if not elegant, language of a schoolgirl, he was as nervous as a witch, and as cross as a bear. The word limes was like fire to powder. His yellow face flushed, and he rapped on his desk with an energy which made Jenny skip to her seat with unusual rapidity. "Young ladies, attention, if you please." At the stern order the buzz ceased, and 50 pairs of blue, black, grey and brown eyes were obediently fixed upon his awful countenance. "Miss March, come to the desk." Amy rose to comply with outward composure, but a secret fear oppressed her, for the limes weighed upon her conscience. "Bring with you the limes you have in your desk," was the unexpected command, which arrested her before she got out of her seat. "Don't take all," whispered her neighbour, a young lady of great presence of mind. Amy hastily shook out half a dozen, and laid the rest down before Mr. Davis, feeling that any man possessing a human heart would relent when that delicious perfume met his nose. Unfortunately, Mr. Davis particularly detested the odour of the fashionable pickle, and disgust added to his wrath. "Is that all?" "Not quite," stammered Amy. "Bring the rest immediately." With a despairing glance at her set, she obeyed. "You are sure there are no more?" "I never lie, sir." So I see now, take these disgusting things 2 by 2, and throw them out of the window." There was a simultaneous sigh, which created quite a little gust as the last hope fled, and the treat was ravished from their longing lips scarlet. With shame and anger Amy went to and fro 6 dreadful times, and as each doomed couplet looking oh so plump and juiciful from her reluctant hands, a shout from the street completed the anguish of the girls, for it told them that their feast was being exulted over by the little Irish children, who were their sworn foes. This thighs was too much. All flashed indignant or appealing glances at the inexorable Davis, and one passionate limelover burst into tears. As Amy returned from her last trip, Mr. Davis gave a portentous hem, and said in his most impressive manner, "Young ladies, you remember what I said to you a week ago. I am sorry this has happened, but I never allow my rules to be infringed, and I never break my word. Miss March, hold out your hand." Amy started and put both hands behind her, turning on him an imploring look, which pleaded for her better than the words she could not utter. She was rather a favourite with old Davis, as of course he was called, and it's my private belief that he would have broken his word if the indignation of one irrepressible young lady had not found vent in a hiss, that hiss faint as it was irritated the irascible gentleman, and sealed the culprit's fate. "Your hand, Miss March," was the only answer her mute appeal received, and too proud to cry or beseech, Amy set her teeth, threw back her head defiantly, and bore without flinching several tingling blows on her little palm. They were neither many nor heavy, but that made no difference to her, for the first time in her life she had been struck, and the disgrace in her eyes was as deep as if he had knocked her down. Amy bore without flinching several tingling blows. "You will now stand on the platform till recess," said Mr. Davis, resolved to do the thing thoroughly since he had begun. That was dreadful. It would have been bad enough to go to her seat and see the pitying faces of her friends or the satisfied ones of her few enemies, but to face the whole school with that shame fresh upon her seemed impossible, and for a second she felt as if she could only drop down where she stood and break her heart with crying. A bitter sense of wrong and the thought of Jenny Snow helped her to bear it, and taking the ignominious place, she fixed her eyes on the stove funnel above what now seemed a sea of faces, and stood there so motionless and white that the girls found it very hard to study with that pathetic figure before them. During the 15 minutes that followed, the proud and sensitive little girl suffered a shame and pain which she never forgot. To others it might seem a ludicrous or trivial affair, but to her it was a hard experience, for during the 12 years of her life she had been governed by love alone, and a blow of that sort had never touched her before. The smart of her hand and the ache of her heart were forgotten in the sting of the thought, "I shall have to tell at home, and they will be so disappointed in me." The 15 minutes seemed an hour, but they came to an end at last, and the word recess had never seemed so welcome to her before. "You can go, Miss March," said Mr. Davis, looking as he felt uncomfortable. He did not soon forget the reproachful glance Amy gave him as she went without a word to anyone, straight into the anteroom, snatched her things, and left the place forever. As she passionately declared to herself, she was in a sad state when she got home, and when the older girls arrived some time later, an indignation meeting was held. At once Mrs. March did not say much, but looked disturbed and comforted her afflicted little daughter in her tenderest manner. Meg bathed the insulted hand with glycerine and tears bait, felt that even her beloved kittens would fail as a balm for griefs like this. Joe wrathfully proposed that Mr. Davis be arrested without delay, and Hannah shook her fist at the villain and pounded potatoes for dinner as if she had him under her pestle. No notice was taken of Amy's flight, except by her mates, but the sharpie demoiselles discovered that Mr. Davis was quite benignant in the afternoon, also unusually nervous just before school closed. Jo appeared wearing a grim expression as she stalked up to the desk and delivered a letter from her mother, then collected Amy's property and departed, carefully scraping the mud from her boots on the doormat as if she shook the dust of the place off her feet. "Yes, you can have a vacation from school, but I want you to study a little every day with Bate," said Mrs. March that evening. "I don't approve of corporal punishment, especially for girls. I dislike Mr. Davis' manner of teaching, and don't think the girls you associate with are doing you any good, so I shall ask your father's advice before I send you anywhere else." "That's good. I wish all the girls would leave and spoil his old school. It's perfectly maddening to think of those lovely limes," sighed Amy with the air of a martyr. "I am not sorry you lost them, for you broke the rules and deserved some punishment for disobedience," was the severe reply, which rather disappointed the young lady, who expected nothing but sympathy. "Do you mean you are glad I was disgraced before the whole school?" cried Amy. I should not have chosen that way of mending a fault, replied her mother, but I am not sure that it won't do you more good than a milder method. You are getting to be rather conceited, my dear, and it is quite time you set about correcting it. You have a good many little gifts and virtues, but there is no need of parading them, for conceit spoils the finest genius. There is not much danger that real talent or goodness will be overlooked long, even if it is the consciousness of possessing and using it well should satisfy one, and the great charm of all power is modesty. So it is, cried Laurie, who was playing chess in a corner with Joe. I knew a girl once who had a really remarkable talent for music, and she didn't know it, never guessed what sweet little things she composed when she was alone, and wouldn't have believed it if anyone had told her. I wish I'd known that nice girl, maybe she would have helped me. I am so stupid, said Bate, who stood beside him listening eagerly. You do know her, and she helps you better than anyone else could, answered Laurie, looking at her with such mischievous meaning in his merry black eyes that Bate suddenly turned very red, and hid her face in the sofa cushion, quite overcome by such an unexpected discovery. You do know her? Joe let Laurie win the game to pay for that praise of her. Bate, who could not be prevailed upon to play for them after her compliment, so Laurie did his best, and sung delightfully, being in a particularly lively humour, for to the marches he seldom showed the moody side of his character. When he was gone, Amy, who had been pensive all the evening, said suddenly, as if busy over some new idea, Is Laurie an accomplished boy? Yes, he has had an excellent education, and has much talent. He will make a fine man if not spoilt by petting, replied her mother. And he isn't conceited, is he? asked Amy. Not in the least. That is why he is so charming, and we all like him so much. I see it's nice to have accomplishments and be elegant, but not to show off or get perked up, said Amy thoughtfully. These things are always seen and felt in a person's manner and conversation, if modestly used, but it is not necessary to display them, said Mrs. March. Any more than it's proper to wear all your bonnets and gowns and ribbons at once, that folks may know you've got them, added Joe, and the lecture ended in a laugh. Girls, where are you going? Roman 8 Joe meets Apollyon. Girls, where are you going? asked Amy, coming into their room one Saturday afternoon, and finding them getting ready to go out with an air of secrecy which excited her curiosity. Never mind, little girls shouldn't ask questions, returned Joe sharply. Now, if there is anything mortifying to our feelings when we are young, it is to be told that, and to be bidden to run away, dear, is still more trying to us. Amy bridled up at this insult, and determined to find out the secret if she teased for an hour. Turning to Meg, who never refused her anything very long, she said coaxingly, Do tell me. I should think you might let me go too, for Bate is fussing over her piano, and I haven't got anything to do and am so lonely. I can't, dear, because you aren't invited, began Meg, but Joe broke in impatiently. Now, Meg, be quiet, or you will spoil it all. You can't go, Amy, so don't be a baby and whine about it. You are going somewhere with Laurie, I know you are. You were whispering and laughing together on the sofa last night, and you stopped when I came in. Aren't you going with him? Yes, we are. Now do be still and stop bothering. Amy held her tongue but used her eyes, and saw Meg slip a fan into her pocket. I know you're going to the theatre to see the 7 Castles, she cried, adding resolutely, and I shall go, for mother said I might see it, and I've got my rag money, and it was mean not to tell me in time. Just listen to me a minute, and be a good child, said Meg soothingly. Mother doesn't wish you to go this week, because your eyes are not well enough yet to bear the light of this fairy piece. Next week you can go with Bate and Hannah and have a nice time. I don't like that half as well as going with you and Laurie, please. Let me, I've been sick with this cold so long. And shut up, I am dying for some fun. Do, Meg, it'll be ever so good, pleaded Amy, looking as pathetic as she could. Suppose we take her? I don't believe mother would mind if we bundle her up. Well, began Meg. If she goes I shan't, and if I don't Laurie won't like it, and it will be very rude after he invited only us to go and drag in Amy. I should think she'd hate to poke herself where she isn't wanted, said Joe crossly, for she disliked the trouble of overseeing a fidgety child when she wanted to enjoy herself. Her tone and manner angered Amy, who began to put her boots on, saying in her most aggravating way, I shall go. Meg says I may, and if I pay for myself, Laurie hasn't anything to do with it. You can't sit with us, for our seats are reserved, and you mustn't sit alone, so Laurie will give you his place, and that will spoil our pleasure or hell. Get another seat for you, and that isn't proper. When you weren't asked you shan't stir a step, so you may just stay where you are, scolded Joe, crosser than ever, having just pricked her finger in her hurry. sitting on the floor with one boot on Amy, began to cry and Meg to reason with her when Laurie called from below. And the two girls hurried down, leaving their sister wailing for now, and then she forgot her grown-up ways, and acted like a spoilt child, just as the party was setting out. Amy called over the banisters, in a threatening tone, "Y'all be sorry for this, Joe March, see if you ain't." "Fiddlesticks," returned Joe, slamming the door. They had a charming time, for the 7 castles of the Diamond Lake were as brilliant and wonderful as heart could wish, but in spite of the comical red imps, sparkling elves, and gorgeous princes and princesses, Joss' pleasure had a drop of bitterness in it. The Fairy Queen's yellow curls reminded her of Amy, and between the acts, she amused herself with wondering what her sister would do to make her sorry for it. She and Amy had had many lively skirmishes in the course of their lives, for both had quick tempers, and were apt to be violent. When fairly roused, Amy teased Joe, and Joe irritated Amy, and semi-occasional explosions occurred of which both were much ashamed afterward, although the oldest Joe had the least self-control, and had hard times trying to curb the fiery spirit, which was continually getting her into trouble. Her anger never lasted long, and having humbly confessed her fault, she sincerely repented, and tried to do better. Her sisters used to say that they rather liked to get Joe into a fury, because she was such an angel afterward. Poor Joe tried desperately to be good, but her bosom enemy was always ready to flame up and defeat her, and it took years of patient effort to subdue it. When they got home, they found Amy reading in the parlor. She assumed an injured air as they came in, never lifted her eyes from her book, or asked a single question. Perhaps curiosity might have conquered resentment, if Bate had not been there to inquire and receive a glowing description of the play. On going up to put away her best hat, Joss' first look was toward the bureau, for in their last quarrel Amy had soothed her feelings by turning Joss' top drawer upside down. On the floor everything was in its place, however, and after a hasty glance into her various closets, bags and boxes, Joe decided that Amy had forgiven and forgotten her wrongs. There Joe was mistaken, for next day she made a discovery which produced a tempest. Meg, Bate, and Amy were sitting together late in the afternoon, when Joe burst into the room looking excited and demanding breathlessly, "Has anyone taken my book?" Meg and Bate said no at once, and looked surprised. Amy poked the fire, and said nothing. Joe saw her color rise, and was down upon her in a minute. "Amy, you've got it." "No, I haven't." "You know where it is then." "No, I don't." "That's a fib," cried Joe, taking her by the shoulders, and looking fierce enough to frighten a much braver child than Amy. "It isn't. I haven't got it, don't know where it is now, and don't care. You know something about it, and you'd better tell at once, or it'll make you." And Joe gave her a slight shake. "Scold as much as you like, y'all never see your silly old book again," cried Amy, getting excited in her turn. "Why not? I burnt it up. I burnt it up. What my little book one was so fond of and worked over, and meant to finish before father got home. Have you really burnt it?" said Joe, turning very pale while her eyes kindled, and her hands clutched Amy nervously. "Yes, I did. I told you it'd make you pay for being so cross yesterday, and I have so." Amy got no farther, for Joss' hot temper mastered her, and she shook Amy till her teeth chattered in her head, crying in a passion of grief and anger, "You wicked, wicked girl, I never can write it again, and I'll never forgive you as long as I live." Meg flew to rescue Amy and Bate to pacify Joe, but Joe was quite beside herself, and with a parting bark on her sister's ear, she rushed out of the room up to the old sofa in the garret, and finished her fight alone. The storm cleared up below, for Mrs. March came home, and having heard the story soon brought Amy to a sense of the wrong she had done her sister. Joss' book was the pride of her heart, and was regarded by her family as a literary sprout of great promise. It was only half a dozen little fairy tales, but Joe had worked over them, patiently putting her whole heart into her work, hoping to make something good enough to print. She had just copied them with great care, and had destroyed the old manuscript, so that Amy's bonfire had consumed the loving work of several years. It seemed a small loss to others, but to Joe it was a dreadful calamity, and she felt that it never could be made up to her. Bate mourned as for a departed kitten, and Meg refused to defend her pet. Mrs. March looked grave and grieved, and Amy felt that no one would love her till she had asked pardon for the act which she now regretted more than any of them. When the tea bell rung, Joe appeared looking so grim and unapproachable that it took all Amy's courage to say meekly, "Please forgive me, Joe, I am very, very sorry." "I never shall forgive you," was Joss' stern answer, and from that moment she ignored Amy entirely. No one spoke of the great trouble, not even Mrs. Marchforall had learned by experience that when Jo was in that mood words were wasted, and the wisest course was to wait till some little accident or her own generous nature softened Jo's resentment and healed the breach. It was not a happy evening, for though they sewed as usual, while their mother read aloud from Bremer Scott or Edgeworth, something was wanting, and the sweet home peace was disturbed. They felt this most when singing time came for bait, could only play. Jo stood dumb as a stone, and Amy broke down, so Meg and mother sung alone. But in spite of their efforts to be as cheery as larks, the flute-like voices did not seem to chord as well as usual, and all felt out of tune. As Jo received her good-night kiss, Mrs. March whispered gently, "My dear, don't let the sun go down upon your anger. Forgive each other, help each other, and begin again tomorrow." Jo wanted to lay her head down on that motherly bosom and cry her grief and anger all away, but tears were an unmanly weakness, and she felt so deeply injured that she really couldn't quite forgive yet, so she winked hard, shook her head, and said gruffly, because Amy was listening, "It was an abominable thing, and she don't deserve to be forgiven." With that she marched off to bed, and there was no merry or confidential gossip that night. Amy was much offended that her overtures of peace had been repulsed, and began to wish she had not humbled herself to feel more injured than ever, and to plume herself on her superior virtue, in a way which was particularly exasperating. Jo still looked like a thundercloud, and nothing went well all day. It was bitter cold in the morning. She dropped her precious turnover in the gutter. Aunt March had an attack of fidgets. Meg was pensive bait, would look grieved and wistful when she got home, and Amy kept making remarks about people who were always talking about being good, and yet wouldn't try when other people set them a virtuous example. "Everybody is so hateful. I'll ask Laurie to go skating. He is always kind and jolly, and will put me to rights, I know," said Jo to herself, and off she went. Amy heard the clash of skates, and looked out with an impatient exclamation. "There, she promised I should go next time, for this is the last ice we shall have, but it's no use to ask such a crosspatch to take me. Don't say that you were very naughty, and it is hard to forgive the loss of her precious little book. But I think she might do it now, and I guess she will if you try her at the right minute," said Meg. "Go after them, don't say anything till Jo has got good-natured with Laurie, then take a quiet minute, and just kiss her or do some kind thing, and I am sure she'll be friends again with all her heart." "I'll try," said Amy, for the advice suited her, and after a flurry to get ready, she ran after the friends who were just disappearing over the hill. It was not far to the river, but both were ready before Amy reached them. Jo saw her coming, and turned her back. Laurie did not see, for he was carefully skating along the shore, sounding the ice, for a warm spell had preceded the cold snap. "I'll go on to the first bend, and see if it's all right before we begin to race," Amy heard him say as he shot away, looking like a young Russian in his fur-trimmed coat and cap. Jo heard Amy panting after her run, stamping her feet and blowing her fingers as she tried to put her skates on, but Jo never turned and went slowly zigzagging down the river, taking a bitter, unhappy sort of satisfaction in her sister's troubles. She had cherished her anger till it grew strong and took possession of her, as evil thoughts and feelings always do unless cast out at once. As Laurie turned the bend, he shouted back, "Keep near the shore, it isn't safe in the middle." Jo heard, but Amy was just struggling to her feet and did not catch a word. Jo glanced over her shoulder, and the little demon she was harboring said in her ear, "No matter whether she heard or not, let her take care of herself." Laurie had vanished round the bend. Jo was just at the turn, and Amy far behind, striking out toward the smoother ice in the middle of the river. For a minute Jo stood still with a strange feeling at her heart. Then she resolved to go on, but something held and turned her round just in time to see Amy throw up her hands and go down with the sudden crash of rotten ice, the splash of water, and a cry that made Jo's heart stand still with fear. She tried to call Laurie, but her voice was gone. She tried to rush forward, but her feet seemed to have no strength in them, and for a second she could only stand motionless, staring with a terror-stricken face at the little blue hood above the black water. Something rushed swiftly by her, and Laurie's voice cried out, "Bring a rail, quick, quick." How she did it she never knew, but for the next few minutes she worked as if possessed, blindly obeying Laurie, who was quite self-possessed, and lying flat held Amy up by his arm and hockey, till Jo dragged a rail from the fence, and together they got the child out more frightened than hurt. Held Amy up by his arms and hockey. "Now then, we must walk her home as fast as we can, pile our things on her, while I get off these confounded skates," cried Laurie, wrapping his coat round Amy and tugging away at the straps, which never seemed so intricate before. Shivering, dripping, and crying, they got Amy home, and after an exciting time of it, she fell asleep rolled in blankets before a hot fire. During the bustle, Jo had scarcely spoken, but flown about looking pale and wild with her things half off, her dress torn, and her hands cut and bruised by ice and rails and refractory buckles. When Amy was comfortably asleep, the house quiet, and Mrs. March sitting by the bed, she called Jo to her, and began to bind up the hurt hands. "Are you sure she is safe?" whispered Jo, looking remorsefully at the golden head, which might have been swept away from her sight forever under the treacherous ice. "Quite safe, dear. She is not hurt and won't even take cold. I think you were so sensible in covering and getting her home," quickly replied her mother cheerfully. "Laurie did it all. I only let her go, mother. If she should die, it would be my fault." And Jo dropped down beside the bed, in a passion of penitent tears, telling all that had happened, bitterly condemning her hardness of heart, and sobbing out her gratitude for being spared the heavy punishment which might have come upon her. "It's my dreadful temper. I try to cure it, I think I have, and then it breaks out worse than ever. Oh mother, what shall I do? What shall I do?" cried poor Jo in despair. "Watch and pray, dear. Never get tired of trying, and never think it is impossible to conquer your fault," said Mrs. March, drawing the blowsy head to her shoulder, and kissing the wet cheek so tenderly that Jo cried harder than ever. "You don't know, you can't guess how bad it is. It seems as if I could do anything when I am in a passion. I get so savage I could hurt anyone, and enjoy it. I am afraid I shall do something dreadful some day, and spoil my life, and make everybody hate me. Oh mother, help me, do help me." "I will, my child, I will. Don't cry so bitterly, but remember this day, and resolve with all your soul that you will never know another like it. Jo dear, we all have our temptations, some far greater than yours, and it often takes us all our lives to conquer them. You think your temper is the worst in the world, but mine used to be just like it. Yours, mother. Why, you are never angry," and for the moment Jo forgot remorse in surprise. "I've been trying to cure it for 40 years, and have only succeeded in controlling it. I am angry nearly every day of my life, Jo, but I have learned not to show it, and I still hope to learn not to feel it, though it may take me another 40 years to do so." The patience and the humility of the face she loved so well was a better lesson to Jo than the wisest lecture, the sharpest reproof. She felt comforted at once by the sympathy and confidence given her the knowledge that her mother had a fault like hers, and tried to mend it. Made her own easier to bear, and strengthened her resolution to cure it, though 40 years seemed rather a long time to watch and pray to a girl of 15. "Mother, are you angry when you fold your lips tight together, and go out of the room sometimes, when Aunt March scolds, or people worry you?" asked Jo, feeling nearer and dearer to her mother than ever before. "Yes, I've learned to check the hasty words that rise to my lips, and when I feel that they mean to break out against well, I just go away a minute, and give myself a little shake for being so weak and wicked," answered Mrs. March with a sigh and a smile as she smoothed and fastened up Jo's dishevelled hair. "How did you learn to keep still? That is what troubles me, for the sharp words fly out before I know what I'm about, and the more I say the worse I get, till it's a pleasure to hurt people's feelings, and say dreadful things. Tell me how you do it, Marmee dear." "My good mother used to help me." "As you do us," interrupted Jo with a grateful kiss. "But I lost her when I was a little older than you are, and for years had to struggle on alone, for I was too proud to confess my weakness to anyone else. I had a hard time, Jo, and shed a good many bitter tears over my failures, for in spite of my efforts, I never seemed to get on. Then your father came, and I was so happy that I found it easy to be good. But by and by, when I had 4 little daughters round me, and we were poor, then the old trouble began again, for I am not patient by nature, and it tried me very much to see my children wanting anything." "Poor mother, what helped you then?" "Your father, Jo, he never loses patience, never doubts or complaints, but always hopes and works and waits so cheerfully that one is ashamed to do otherwise before him. He helped and comforted me, and showed me that I must try to practice all the virtues I would have my little girls possess, for I was their example. It was easier to try for your sakes than for my own." A startled or surprised look from one of you, when I spoke sharply, rebuked me more than any words could have done. And the love, respect, and confidence of my children was the sweetest reward I could receive for my efforts to be the woman I would have them copy. "Oh mother, if I am ever half as good as you, I shall be satisfied," cried Jo, much touched. "I hope you will be a great deal better, dear, but you must keep watch over your bosom enemy, as father calls it, or it may sadden, if not spoil, your life. You have had a warning, remember it, and try with heart and soul to master this quick temper before it brings you greater sorrow and regret than you have known today." I will try, mother, I truly will, but you must help me, remind me, and keep me from flying out. I used to see father sometimes put his finger on his lips, and look at you with a very kind but sober face, and you always folded your lips tight, or went away. Was he reminding you then? Asked Joe softly. Yes, I asked him to help me so, and he never forgot it, but saved me from many a sharp word by that little gesture and kind look. Joe saw that her mother's eyes filled, and her lips trembled as she spoke, and fearing that she had said too much, she whispered anxiously, was it wrong to watch you? And to speak of it, I didn't mean to be rude, but it's so comfortable to say all I think to you, and feel so safe and happy here. My Joe, you may say anything to your mother, for it is my greatest happiness, and pride to feel that my girls confide in me and know how much I love them. I thought it grieved you. No, dear, but speaking of father reminded me how much I miss him, how much I owe him, and how faithfully I should watch and work to keep his little daughters safe and good for him. Yet you told him to go, mother, and didn't cry when he went, and never complain now or seem as if you needed any help, said Joe, wondering. I gave my best to the country I love, and kept my tears till he was gone. Why should I complain when we both have merely done our duty, and will surely be the happier for it in the end? If I don't seem to need help, it is because I have a better friend, even than father, to comfort and sustain me. My child, the troubles and temptations of your life are beginning, and may be many, but you can overcome and outlive them all if you learn to feel the strength and tenderness of your heavenly Father as you do that of your earthly one. The more you love and trust him, the nearer you will feel to him, and the less you will depend on human power and wisdom. His love and care never tire or change, can never be taken from you, but may become the source of lifelong peace, happiness, and strength. Believe this heartily, and go to God with all your little cares and hopes and sins and sorrows, as freely and confidingly as you come to your mother. Jo's only answer was to hold her mother close, and in the silence which followed the sincerest prayer she had ever prayed left her heart without words, for in that sad yet happy hour she had learned not only the bitterness of remorse and despair, but the sweetness of self-denial and self-control, and led by her mother's hand, she had drawn nearer to the friend who welcomes every child with a love stronger than that of any father, tenderer than that of any mother. Amy stirred and sighed in her sleep, and as if eager to begin at once to mend her fault, Joe looked up with an expression on her face which it had never worn before. I let the sun go down on my anger. I wouldn't forgive her, and today, if it hadn't been for Laurie, it might have been too late. How could I be so wicked, said Joe half aloud as she leaned over her sister, softly stroking the wet hair scattered on the pillow. As if she heard, Amy opened her eyes and held out her arms with a smile that went straight to Jo's heart. Neither said a word, but they hugged one another close in spite of the blankets, and everything was forgiven and forgotten in one hearty kiss. Packing the go abroady trunk. Roman 9. Meg goes to Vanity Fair. I do think it was the most fortunate thing in the world that those children should have the measles just now, said Meg one April day, as she stood packing the go abroady trunk in her room, surrounded by her sisters. And so nice of Annie Moffat not to forget her promise. A whole fortnight of fun will be regularly splendid, replied Joe, looking like a windmill as she folded skirts with her long arms. And such lovely weather. I am so glad of that, added Bate, tidily sorting neck and hair ribbons in her best box lent for the great occasion. I wish I was going to have a fine time and wear all these nice things, said Amy with her mouth full of pins as she artistically replenished her sister's cushion. I wish you were all going, but as you can't, I shall keep my adventures to tell you when I come back, I am sure. It's the least I can do when you have been so kind, lending me things and helping me get ready, said Meg, glancing round the room at the very simple outfit which seemed nearly perfect in their eyes. What did mother give you out of the treasure box? Asked Amy, who had not been present at the opening of a certain cedar chest in which Mrs. March kept a few relics of past splendor as gifts for her girls when the proper time came. A pair of silk stockings, that pretty carved fan, and a lovely blue sash. I wanted the violet silk, but there isn't time to make it over, so I must be contented with my old tarlatan. It will look nicely over my new muslin skirt, and the sash will set it off beautifully. I wish I hadn't smashed my coral bracelet, for you might have had it, said Joe, who loved to give and lend, but whose possessions were usually too dilapidated to be of much use. There is a lovely old-fashioned pearl set in the treasure box, but mother said real flowers were the prettiest ornament for a young girl, and Laurie promised to send me all I want, replied Meg. Now, let me see, there's my new grey walking suit, just curl up the feather in my hat, Beth, than my poplin for Sunday, and the small party, it looks heavy for spring, doesn't it? The violet silk would be so nice. Never mind, you've got the tarlatan for the big party, and you always look like an angel in white, said Amy, brooding over the little store of finery in which her soul delighted. It isn't low-necked, and it doesn't sweep enough, but it will have to do. My blue house dress looks so well turned and freshly trimmed that I feel as if I'd got a new one. My silk sack isn't a bit the fashion, and my bonnet doesn't look like Sally's. I didn't like to say anything, but I was sadly disappointed. In my umbrella I told Mother black with a white handle, but she forgot and bought a green one with a yellowish handle. It's strong and neat, so I ought not to complain. But I know I shall feel ashamed of it beside Annie's silk, one with a gold top, sighed Meg, surveying the little umbrella with great disfavour. Change it, advised Joe. I won't be so silly or hurt Marmie's feelings. When she took so much pains to get my things, it's a nonsensical notion of mine. And I am not going to give up to it. My silk stockings and 2 pairs of new gloves are my comfort. You are a dear to lend me yours, Joe. I feel so rich and sort of elegant with 2 new pairs. And the old ones cleaned up for Carmen, and Meg took a refreshing peep at her glove box. Annie Moffat has blue and pink bows on her nightcaps. Would you put some on mine? She asked as Bate brought up a pile of snowy muslins fresh from Hannah's hands. No, I wouldn't, for the smart caps won't match the plain gowns without any trimming on them. Poor folks shouldn't rig, said Joe decidedly. I wonder if I shall ever be happy enough to have real lace on my clothes and bows on my caps, said Meg impatiently. You said the other day that you'd be perfectly happy if you could only go to Annie Moffat's, observed Bate in her quiet way. So I did. Well, I am happy and I won't fret, but it does seem as if the more one gets the more one wants, doesn't it? There, now the trays are ready and everything in, but my ball dress, which I shall leave for Mother to pack, said Meg, cheering up as she glanced from the haffled trunk to the manatimes pressed and mended white tarlatan which she called her ball dress with an important. The next day was fine, and Meg departed in style for a fortnight of novelty and pleasure. Mrs. March had consented to the visit, rather reluctantly, fearing that Margaret would come back more discontented than she went, but she had begged so hard, and Sally had promised to take good care of her, and a little pleasure seemed so delightful after a winter of irksome work that the mother yielded, and the daughter went to take her first taste of fashionable life. The Moffats were very fashionable, and simple Meg was rather daunted at first by the splendour of the house and the elegance of its occupants, but they were kindly people in spite of the frivolous life they led, and soon put their guest at her ease. Perhaps Meg felt, without understanding why, that they were not particularly cultivated or intelligent people, and that all their gilding could not quite conceal the ordinary material of which they were made. It certainly was agreeable to fare sumptuously, drive in a fine carriage, wear her best frock every day, and do nothing but enjoy herself. It suited her exactly, and soon she began to imitate the manners and conversation of those about her, to put on little airs and graces, use French phrases, crimp her hair, take in her dresses, and talk about the fashions as well as she could. The more she saw of Annie Moffat's pretty things, the more she envied her, and sighed to be rich. Home now looked bare and dismal. As she thought of it, work grew harder than ever, and she felt that she was a very destitute and much injured girl, in spite of the new gloves and silk stockings. She had not much time for repining, however, for the 3 young girls were busily employed in having a good time. They shopped, walked, rode, and called all day, went to theatres and operas, or frolicked at home in the evening, for Annie had many friends, and knew how to entertain them. Her older sisters were very fine young ladies, and one was engaged, which was extremely interesting and romantic. Meg thought Mr. Moffat was a fat, jolly old gentleman who knew her father and Mrs. Moffat. A fat, jolly old lady who took as great a fancy to Meg as her daughter had done. Everyone petted her, and Daisy, as they called her, was in a fair way to have her head turned. When the evening for the small party came, she found that the poplin wouldn't do at all, for the other girls were putting on thin dresses and making themselves very fine indeed, so out came the tarlatan, looking older, limper, and shabbier than ever beside Sally's crisp new one. Meg saw the girls glance at it, and then at one another, and her cheeks began to burn, for with all her gentleness she was very proud. No one said a word about it, but Sally offered to dress her hair and Annie to tie her sash, and Belle, the engaged sister, praised her white arms, but in their kindness Meg saw only pity for her poverty, and her heart felt very heavy as she stood by herself, while the others laughed, chattered, and flew about like gauzy butterflies. The hard, bitter feeling was getting pretty bad when the maid brought in a box of flowers. Before she could speak, Annie had the cover off, and all were exclaiming at the lovely roses, heath, and fern within. "It's for Belle, of course. George always sends her some, but these are altogether ravishing," cried Annie with a great sniff. "They are for Miss March," the man said, "and here's a note," put in the maid, holding it to Meg. What fun, who are they from, didn't know you had a lover, cried the girls, fluttering about Meg in a high state of curiosity and surprise. The note is from Mother, and the flowers from Laurie, said Meg, simply yet much gratified that he had not forgotten her. Oh, indeed, said Annie with a funny look, as Meg slipped the note into her pocket, as a sort of talisman against envy, vanity, and false pride, for the few loving words had done her good, and the flowers cheered her up by their beauty. Feeling almost happy again, she laid by a few ferns and roses for herself, and quickly made up the rest in dainty bouquets for the breasts, hair, or skirts of her friends, offering them so prettily that Clara, the elder sister, told her she was the sweetest little thing she ever saw, and they looked quite charmed with her small attention. Somehow the kind act finished her despondency, and when all the rest went to show themselves to Mrs. Moffat, she saw a happy, bright-eyed face in the mirror as she laid her ferns against her rippling hair, and fastened the roses in the dress that didn't strike her as so very shabby now. She enjoyed herself very much that evening, for she danced to her heart's content. Everyone was very kind, and she had 3 compliments Annie made her sing, and someone said she had a remarkably fine voice. Major Lincoln asked who the fresh little girl with the beautiful eyes was, and Mr. Moffat insisted on dancing with her because she didn't dawdle but had some spring in her, as he gracefully expressed it. So altogether, she had a very nice time, till she overheard a bit of a conversation which disturbed her extremely. She was sitting just inside the conservatory waiting for her partner to bring her an ice, when she heard a voice ask on the other side of the flowery wall, "How old is he?" 16 or 17, I should say, replied another voice. It would be a grand thing for one of those girls, wouldn't it? Sally says they are very intimate now, and the old man quite dotes on them. Mrs. Roman 1000 has made her plans, I dare say, and will play her cards well early. As it is, the girl evidently doesn't think of it yet, said Mrs. Moffat. She told that fib about her mamma as if she did know, and coloured up when the flowers came quite prettily. Poor thing, she'd be so nice if she was only got up in style. Do you think she'd be offended if we offered to lend her a dress for Thursday? Asked another voice. She's proud, but I don't believe she'd mind, for that dowdy tarlatan is all she has got. She may tear it tonight, and that will be a good excuse for offering a decent one. Well, see, I shall ask young Lawrence as a compliment to her, and we'll have fun about it afterward. Meg's partner appeared. Here Meg's partner appeared to find her looking much flushed, and rather agitated. She was proud, and her pride was useful just then, for it helped her hide her mortification, anger, and disgust at what she had just heard, for innocent and unsuspicious as she was, she could not help understanding the gossip of her friends. She tried to forget it, but could not, and kept repeating to herself, Mrs. Roman 1000 has made her plans, that fib about her mamma and dowdy tarlatan, till she was ready to cry and rush home to tell her troubles, and ask for advice. As that was impossible, she did her best to seem gay, and being rather excited, she succeeded so well that no one dreamed what an effort she was making. She was very glad when it was all over, and she was quiet in her bed, where she could think and wonder and fume till her head ached, and her hot cheeks were cooled by a few natural tears. Those foolish, yet well-meant words had opened a new world to Meg, and much disturbed the peace of the old one in which, till now, she had lived as happily as a child. Her innocent friendship with Laurie was spoilt by the silly speeches she had overheard. Her faith in her mother was a little shaken by the worldly plans attributed to her by Mrs. Moffat, who judged others by herself, and the sensible resolution to be contented with the simple wardrobe which suited a poor man's daughter was weakened by the unnecessary pity of girls who thought a shabby dress one of the greatest calamities under heaven. Poor Meg had a restless night, and got up heavy-eyed, unhappy, half resentful toward her friends and half ashamed of herself for not speaking out frankly and setting everything right. Everybody dawdled that morning, and it was noon before the girls found energy enough even to take up their worsted work. Something in the manner of her friends struck Meg at once. They treated her with more respect, she thought, took quite a tender interest in what she said, and looked at her with eyes that plainly betrayed curiosity. All this surprised and flattered her, though she did not understand it, till Miss Bell looked up from her writing and said with a sentimental, "Daisy dear, I've sent an invitation to your friend Mr. Lawrence for Thursday. We should like to know him, and it's only a proper compliment to you." Meg coloured, but a mischievous fancy to tease the girls made her reply demurely, "You are very kind, but I'm afraid he won't come." "Why not, chérie?" asked Miss Bell. "He's too old." "My child, what do you mean? What is his age, I beg to know?" cried Miss Clara. "Nearly 70, I believe," answered Meg, counting stitches to hide the merriment in her eyes. You sly creature, of course, we meant the young man, exclaimed Miss Bell, laughing. There isn't any, Laurie is only a little boy, and Meg laughed also at the queer look which the sisters exchanged as she thus described her supposed lover. About your age, Nan said. Nearer my sister Joss, I am 17 in August, returned Meg, tossing her head. It's very nice of him to send you flowers, isn't it, said Annie, looking wise about nothing. Yes, he often does to all of us, for their house is full, and we are so fond of them. My mother and old Mr. Lawrence are friends, you know, so it is quite natural that we children should play together, and Meg hoped they would say no more. It's evident Daisy isn't out yet, said Miss Clara to Belle with a nod. Quite a pastoral state of innocence, all round, returned Miss Bell with a shrug. I am going out to get some little matters for my girls. Can I do anything for you young ladies? Asked Mrs. Moffat, lumbering in like an elephant in silk and lace. No thank you, Mom, replied Sally. I've got my new pink silk for Thursday, and don't want a thing. Nor I, began Meg, but stopped because it occurred to her that she did want several things, and could not have them. What shall you wear? Asked Sally. My old white one again, if I can mend it fit to be seen. It got sadly torn last night, said Meg, trying to speak quite easily, but feeling very uncomfortable. Why don't you send home for another? Said Sally, who was not an observing young lady. I haven't got any other. It cost Meg an effort to say that, but Sally did not see it, and exclaimed in amiable surprise. Only that how funny. She did not finish her speech, for Belle shook her head at her, and broke in, saying kindly, Not at all. Where is the use of having a lot of dresses when she isn't out? There's no need of sending home Daisy, even if you had a dozen, for I've got a sweet blue silk laid away which I've outgrown, and you shall wear it to please me, won't you, dear? You are very kind, but I don't mind my old dress. If you don't, it does well enough for a little girl like me, said Meg. Now do let me please myself by dressing you up in style. I admire to do it, and you'd be a regular little beauty with a touch here and there. I shan't let anyone see you till you are done. And then well burst upon them like Cinderella and her godmother going to the ball, said Belle in her persuasive tone. Meg couldn't refuse the offer so kindly made, for a desire to see if she would be a little beauty, after touching up, caused her to accept and forget all her former uncomfortable feelings towards the Moffats. On the Thursday evening Belle shut herself up with her maid, and between them they turned Meg into a fine lady. They crimped and curled her hair, they polished her neck and arms with some fragrant powder, touched her lips with coralline salve to make them redder, and Hortense would have added a soupçon of rouge. If Meg had not rebelled, they laced her into a sky-blue dress, which was so tight she could hardly breathe, and so low in the neck that modest Meg blushed at herself in the mirror. A set of silver filigree was added, bracelets, necklace, brooch, and even earrings for Hortense tied them on with a bit of pink silk, which did not show a cluster of taro spuds at the bosom, and a ruche reconciled Meg to the display of her pretty white shoulders, and a pair of high-heeled blue silk boots satisfied the last wish of her heart. A laced handkerchief, a plumy fan, and a bouquet in a silver holder finished her off, and Miss Bell surveyed her with the satisfaction of a little girl with a newly dressed doll. Mademoiselle is charmante, très jolie, is she not? Cried Hortense, clasping her hands in an affected rapture. Come and show yourself, said Miss Bell, leading the way to the room where the others were waiting. As Meg went rustling after with her long skirts trailing, her earrings tinkling, her curls waving, and her heart beating, she felt as if her fun had really begun at last, for the mirror had plainly told her that she was a little beauty. Her friends repeated the pleasing phrase enthusiastically, and for several minutes she stood like the jackdaw in the fable, enjoying her borrowed plumes, while the rest chattered like a party of magpies. While I dress, do you drill her, Nan, in the management of her skirt and those French heels, or she will trip herself up. Take your silver butterfly, and catch up that long curl on the left side of her head, Clara, and don't any of you disturb the charming work of my hands, said Belle, as she hurried away looking well pleased with her success. I'm afraid to go down, I feel so queer and stiff and half-dressed, said Meg to Sally as the bell rang, and Mrs. Moffat sent to ask the young ladies to appear at once. You don't look a bit like yourself, but you are very nice. I am nowhere beside you, for Belle has heaps of taste, and you're quite French, I assure you. Let your flowers hang, don't be so careful of them. And be sure you don't trip, returned Sally, trying not to care that Meg was prettier than herself. Ask to be introduced. Keeping that warning carefully in mind, Margaret got safely downstairs and sailed into the drawing-rooms where the Moffats and a few early guests were assembled. She very soon discovered that there is a charm about fine clothes which attracts a certain class of people and secures their respect, several young ladies who had taken no notice of her before were very affectionate. All of a sudden several young gentlemen who had only stared at her at the other party, now not only stared, but asked to be introduced, and said all manner of foolish but agreeable things to her, and several old ladies, who sat on sofas, and criticized the rest of the party, inquired who she was with an air of interest. She heard Mrs. Moffat reply to one of them, "Daisy Marchfather, a colonel in the army, own of our first families, but reverses of fortune, you know, intimate friends of the Lawrences, sweet creature, I assure you my Ned is quite wild about her." "Dear me," said the old lady, putting up her glass for another observation of Meg, who tried to look as if she had not heard, and been rather shocked at Mrs. Moffat's fibs. The queer feeling did not pass away, but she imagined herself acting the new part of fine lady, and so got on pretty well, though the tight dress gave her a side itch. The train kept getting under her feet, and she was in constant fear lest her earrings should fly off and get lost or broken. She was flirting her fan, and laughing at the feeble jokes of a young gentleman who tried to be witty, when she suddenly stopped laughing and looked confused, for just opposite she saw Laurie. He was staring at her with undisguised surprise and disapproval. Also she thought, for though he bowed and smiled, yet something in his honest eyes made her blush, and wish she had her old dress on to complete her confusion. She saw Belle nudge Annie, and both glance from her to Laurie, who she was happy to see looked unusually boyish and shy. "Silly creatures to put such thoughts into my head. I won't care for it, or let it change me a bit," thought Meg, and rustled across the room to shake hands with her friend. "I'm glad you came, I was afraid you wouldn't," she said with her most grown-up air. "Joe wanted me to come and tell her how you looked, so I did," answered Laurie without turning his eyes upon her, though he half smiled at her maternal tone. "What shall you tell her?" asked Meg, full of curiosity to know his opinion of her, yet feeling ill at ease with him for the first time. "I shall say I didn't know you, for you look so grown up, and unlike yourself. I am quite afraid of you," he said, fumbling at his glover button. "How absurd of you, the girls dressed me up for fun, and I rather like it. Wouldn't Joe stare if she saw me?" said Meg, bent on making him say whether he thought her improved or not. "Yes, I think she would," returned Laurie gravely. "Don't you like me so?" asked Meg. "No, I don't," was the blunt reply. "Why not?" in an anxious tone. He glanced at her frizzled head, bare shoulders, and fantastically trimmed dress, with an expression that abashed her more than his answer, which had not a particle of his usual politeness about it. "I don't like fuss and feathers." That was altogether too much from a lad younger than herself, and Meg walked away saying petulantly, "You are the rudest boy I ever saw." Feeling very much ruffled, she went and stood at a quiet window to cool her cheeks, for the tight dress gave her an uncomfortably brilliant color. As she stood there, Major Lincoln passed by, and a minute after she heard him saying to his mother, "They are making a fool of that little girl. I wanted you to see her, but they have spoilt her entirely. She's nothing but a doll tonight." "Oh dear," sighed Meg, "I wish I'd been sensible and worn my own things, then I should not have disgusted other people, or felt so uncomfortable and ashamed myself." She leaned her forehead on the cool pane, and stood half hidden by the curtains, never minding that her favourite waltz had begun, till someone touched her, and turning she saw Laurie looking penitent, as he said with his very best bow and his hand out, "Please forgive my rudeness and come and dance with me." "I'm afraid it will be too disagreeable to you," said Meg, trying to look offended and failing entirely. "Not a bit of it. I am dying to do it. Come, it'll be good. I don't like your gown, but I do think you are just splendid," and he waved his hands as if words failed to express his admiration. Meg smiled and relented and whispered, as they stood waiting to catch the time, "Take care, my skirt don't trip you up. It's the plague of my life, and I was a goose to wear it." "Pin it round your neck, and then it will be useful," said Laurie, looking down at the little blue boots, which he evidently approved of. Away they went fleetly and gracefully, for having practiced at home, they were well matched, and the blithe young couple were a pleasant sight to see as they twirled merrily round and round, feeling more friendly than ever after their small tiff. "Laurie, I want you to do me a favour, will you?" said Meg, as he stood fanning her, when her breath gave out, which it did very soon, though she would not own why. "Want?" I said Laurie with alacrity. "Please don't tell them at home about my dress tonight. They won't understand the joke, and it will worry Mother." "Then why did you do it?" said Laurie's eyes so plainly that Meg hastily added, "I shall tell them myself all about it, and fess to Mother how silly I've been, but I'd rather do it myself, so you'll not tell, will you?" "I give you my word I won't. Only what shall I say when they ask me?" Just say I looked pretty well and was having a good time. I'll say the first with all my heart, but how about the other? You don't look as if you were having a good time, are you? And Laurie looked at her with an expression which made her answer in a whisper. No, not just now, don't think I'm horrid, I only wanted a little fun, but this sort doesn't pay, I find, and I'm getting tired of it. Here comes Ned Moffat. What does he want? Said Laurie, knitting his black brows, as if he did not regard his young host in the light of a pleasant addition to the party. He put his name down for 3 dances, and I suppose he's coming for them. What a bore, said Meg, assuming a languid air, which amused Laurie immensely. He did not speak to her again till supper time, when he saw her drinking champagne with Ned and his friend Fisher, who were behaving like a pair of fools, as Laurie said to himself, for he felt a brotherly sort of right to watch over the marches and fight their battles whenever a defender was needed. I wouldn't, Meg. You'll have a splitting headache tomorrow. If you drink much of that, I wouldn't, Meg. Your mother doesn't like it, you know, he whispered, leaning over her chair, as Ned turned to refill her glass and Fisher stooped to pick up her fan. I'm not Meg tonight. I am a doll who does all sorts of crazy things tomorrow. I shall put away my fuss and feathers and be desperately good again, she answered with an affected little laugh. Wish tomorrow was here, then, muttered Laurie, walking off, ill-pleased at the change he saw in her. Meg danced and flirted, chattered and giggled as the other girls did after supper. She undertook the German and blundered through it, nearly upsetting her partner with her long skirt, and romping in a way that scandalized Laurie, who looked on and meditated a lecture. But he got no chance to deliver it, for Meg kept away from him till he came to say good night. Remember, she said, trying to smile, for the splitting headache had already begun. Silence à la mort, replied Laurie with a melodramatic flourish as he went away. This little bit of byplay excited Annie's curiosity, but Meg was too tired for gossip, and went to bed feeling as if she had been to a masquerade, and hadn't enjoyed herself as much as she expected. She was sick all the next day, and on Saturday went home quite used up with her fortnight's fun, and feeling that she had sat in the lap of luxury long enough. It does seem pleasant to be quiet, and not have company. Manners on all the time. Home is a nice place, though it isn't splendid, said Meg, looking about her with a restful expression, as she sat with her mother and Joe on the Sunday evening. I'm glad to hear you say so, dear, for I was afraid home would seem dull and poor to you after your fine quarters, replied her mother, who had given her many anxious looks that day, for motherly eyes are quick to see any change in children's faces. Meg had told her adventures gaily, and said over and over what a charming time she had had, but something still seemed to weigh upon her spirits, and when the younger girls were gone to bed, she sat thoughtfully staring at the fire, saying little and looking worried as the clock struck 9, and Joe proposed bed. Meg suddenly left her chair, and taking Bates' stool, leaned her elbows on her mother's knee, saying bravely, Marmee, I want to fess. I thought so. What is it, dear? Shall I go away? Asked Joe discreetly. Of course not. Don't I always tell you everything? I was ashamed to speak of it before the children, but I want you to know all the dreadful things I did at the Moffats. We are prepared, said Mrs. March, smiling but looking a little anxious. I told you they dressed me up, but I didn't tell you that they powdered and squeezed and frizzled and made me look like a fashion plate. Laurie thought I wasn't proper. I know he did, though he didn't say so, and one man called me a doll. I knew it was silly, but they flattered me and said I was a beauty and quantities of nonsense, so I let them make a fool of me. Is that all? Asked Joe, as Mrs. March looked silently at the downcast face of her pretty daughter, and could not find it in her heart to blame her little follies. No, I drank champagne and romped and tried to flirt, and was altogether abominable, said Meg self-reproachfully. There is something more, I think, and Mrs. March smoothed the soft cheek, which suddenly grew rosy as Meg answered slowly. Yes, it's very silly, but I want to tell it, because I hate to have people say and think such things about us and Laurie. Then she told the various bits of gossip she had heard at the Moffats, and as she spoke Joe saw her mother fold her lips tightly, as if ill-pleased that such ideas should be put into Meg's innocent mind. Well, if that isn't the greatest rubbish I ever heard, cried Joe indignantly. Why didn't you pop out and tell them so on the spot? I couldn't. It was so embarrassing for me. I couldn't help hearing at first, and then I was so angry and ashamed, I didn't remember that I ought to go away. Just wait till I see Annie Moffat, and I'll show you how to settle such ridiculous stuff, the idea of having plans, and being kind to Laurie because he's rich and may marry us by, and by won't he shout, when I tell him what those silly things say about us poor children, and Joe laughed as if on second thoughts the thing struck her as a good joke. If you tell Laurie, I'll never forgive you. She mustn't, must she, mother, said Meg, looking distressed. No, never repeat that foolish gossip, and forget it as soon as you can, said Mrs. March gravely. I was very unwise to let you go among people of whom I know so little, kind, I dare say, but worldly, ill-bred, and full of these vulgar ideas about young people. I am more sorry than I can express for the mischief this visit may have done you, Meg. Don't be sorry, I won't let it hurt me. I'll forget all the bad, and remember only the good, for I did enjoy a great deal. And thank you very much for letting me go. I'll not be sentimental or dissatisfied, mother. I know I am a silly little girl, and I'll stay with you till I'm fit to take care of myself. But it is nice to be praised and admired, and I can't help saying I like it, said Meg, looking half ashamed of the confession. That is perfectly natural and quite harmless if the liking does not become a passion, and lead one to do foolish or unmaidenly things. Learn to know and value the praise which is worth having, and to excite the admiration of excellent people, by being modest as well as pretty, Meg. Margaret sat thinking a moment, while Jo stood with her hands behind her, looking both interested and a little perplexed, for it was a new thing to see Meg blushing and talking about admiration, lovers, and things of that sort, and Jo felt as if during that fortnight her sister had grown up amazingly, and was drifting away from her into a world where she could not follow. Mother, do you have plans, as Mrs. Moffat said, asked Meg bashfully. Yes, my dear, I have a great many, all mothers do, but mine differ somewhat from Mrs. Moffat's. I suspect I will tell you some of them, for the time has come when a word may set this romantic little head and heart of yours right on a very serious subject. You are young, Meg, but not too young to understand me, and mother's lips are the fittest to speak of such things to girls like you. Jo, your turn will come in time, perhaps, so listen to my plans, and help me carry them out if they are good. Jo went and sat on one arm of the chair, looking as if she thought they were about to join in some very solemn affair, holding a hand of each, and watching the two young faces wistfully. Mrs. March said in her serious yet cheery way. Holding a hand of each, Mrs. March said, Roman 100, I want my daughters to be beautiful, accomplished, and good, to be admired, loved, and respected, to have a happy youth, to be well and wisely married, and to lead useful, pleasant lives with as little care and sorrow to try them as God sees fit to send. To be loved and chosen by a good man is the best and sweetest thing which can happen to a woman, and I sincerely hope my girls may know this beautiful experience. It is natural to think of it, Meg, right to hope and wait for it, and wise to prepare for it, so that when the happy time comes you may feel ready for the duties, and worthy of the joy. My dear girls, I am ambitious for you, but not to have you make a dash in the world, marry rich men merely because they are rich, or have splendid houses, which are not homes, because love is wanting. Money is a needful and precious thing, and, when well used, a noble thing, but I never want you to think it is the first or only prize to strive for. I'd rather see you poor men's wives, if you were happy, beloved, contented, than queens on thrones, without self-respect and peace. Poor girls don't stand any chance, Belle says, unless they put themselves forward, sighed Meg. Then well be old maids, said Jo stoutly. Right, Jo, better be happy old maids than unhappy wives or unmaidenly girls running about to find husbands, said Mrs. March decidedly. Don't be troubled, Meg, poverty seldom daunts a sincere lover. Some of the best and most honoured women I know were poor girls, but so loveworthy that they were not allowed to be old maids. Leave these things to time. Make this home happy so that you may be fit for homes of your own, if they are offered you, and contented here. If they are not, one thing remember, my girl's mother is always ready to be your confidant, father, to be your friend, and both of us trust and hope that our daughters, whether married or single, will be the pride and comfort of our lives. We will, marmy, we will, cried both with all their hearts, as she bade them good night. Roman 10 the P Roman 100 and P.O. As spring came on, a new set of amusements became the fashion, and the lengthening days gave long afternoons for work and play of all sorts. The garden had to be put in order, and each sister had a quarter of the little plot to do what she liked with. Hannah used to say I'd know which each them gardings belonged to FICM in Chinese, and so she might, for the girls' tastes differed as much as their characters. Meg's had roses and heliotrope myrtle, and a little orangery in it. Joss' bed was never alike 2 seasons, for she was always trying experiments. This year it was to be plantation of sunflowers, the seeds of which cheerful and aspiring plant were to feed Aunt Cockletop, and her family of chicks. Bate had old-fashioned fragrant flowers in her garden, sweet peas, and mignonette, larkspur, pinks, pansies, and southernwood, with chickweed for the bird and catnip for the pussies. Amy had a bower in hers, rather small and earwiggy, but very pretty to look at, with honeysuckles and morning glories hanging their coloured horns and bells in graceful wreaths, all over it tall white lilies, delicate ferns, and as many brilliant picturesque plants as would consent to blossom there. Gardening walks rose on the river and flower hunts employed the fine days, and for rainy ones they had house diversions, some old, some new, more or less original. One of these was the P. Roman 100, for as secret societies were the fashion it was thought proper to have one, and as all of the girls admired Dickens, they called themselves the Pickwick Club. With a few interruptions they had kept this up for a year, and met every Saturday evening in the big garret, on which occasions the ceremonies were as follows. 3 chairs were arranged in a row before a table, on which was a lamp, also 4 white badges, with a big P. Roman 100, in different colours on each, and the weekly newspaper called the Pickwick Portfolio, to which all contributed something, while Joe, who revelled in pens and ink, was the editor. At 7 o'clock, the 4 members ascended to the clubroom, tied their badges round their heads, and took their seats with great solemnity. Meg, as the eldest, was Samuel Pickwick, Joe being of a literary turn Augustus Snodgrass Bate, because she was round and rosy. Tracy Tupman, and Amy, who was always trying to do what she couldn't, was Nathaniel Winkle Pickwick. The president read the paper, which was filled with original tales, poetry, local news, funny advertisements, and hints, in which they good-naturedly reminded each other of their faults and shortcomings. Mr. Pickwick. On one occasion, Mr. Pickwick put on a pair of spectacles without any glasses, rapped upon the table, hemmed, and having stared hard at Mr. Snodgrass, who was tilting back in his chair, till he arranged himself properly, began to read. The Pickwick Portfolio. May 2018. Poets' Corner. Anniversary Ode. Again we meet to celebrate, with badge and solemn rite, our 52nd anniversary. In Pickwick Hall tonight, we all are here in perfect health, none gone from our small band. Again we see each well-known face, and press each friendly hand. Our Pickwick always at his post, with reverence we greet. As spectacles on nose he reads our well-filled weekly sheet. Although he suffers from a cold, we joy to hear him speak, for words of wisdom from him fall, in spite of croak or squeak. Old 6-foot Snodgrass looms on high, with elephantine grace, and beams upon the company, with brown and jovial face. Poetic fire lights up his eye. He struggles gainst his lot. Behold ambition on his brow, and on his nose a blot. Next our peaceful Tupman comes, so rosy, plump and sweet, who chokes with laughter at the puns, and tumbles off his seat. Prim little Winkle too is here, with every hair in place, a model of propriety, though he hates to wash his face. The year is gone, we still unite, to joke and laugh and read, and tread the path of literature, that doth to glory lead. Long may our paper prosper well, our club unbroken be, and coming years their blessings pour on the useful gay P. Roman 100. A Snodgrass, the masked marriage, a tale of Venice. Gondola after gondola swept up to the marble steps, and left its lovely load to swell the brilliant throng that filled the stately halls of Count de Redelin. Knights and ladies, elves and pages, monks and flower girls, all mingled gaily in the dance. Sweet voices and rich melody filled the air, and so with mirth and music the masquerade went on. Has your Highness seen the Lady Viola tonight? Asked a gallant troubadour of the Fairy Queen, who floated down the hall upon his arm. Yes, is she not lovely, though so sad her dress is well chosen too, for in a week she weds Count Antonio, whom she passionately hates. By my faith I envy him yonder, he comes arrayed like a bridegroom, except the black mask. When that is off we shall see how he regards the fair maid whose heart he cannot win though her stern father bestows her hand, returned the troubadour. 'Tis whispered that she loves the young English artist who haunts her steps, and is spurned by the old count, said the lady as they joined the dance. The revel was at its height when a priest appeared, and withdrawing the young pair to an alcove hung with purple velvet, he motioned them to kneel. Instant silence fell upon the gay throng, and not a sound but the dash of fountains, or the rustle of orange groves sleeping in the moonlight, broke the hush as Count de Redelin spoke thus. My lords and ladies, pardon the ruse by which I have gathered you here to witness the marriage of my daughter father. We wait your services. All eyes turned toward the bridal party, and a low murmur of amazement went through the throng, for neither bride nor groom removed their masks. Curiosity and wonder possessed all hearts, but respect restrained all tongues, till the holy rite was over. Then the eager spectators gathered round the count, demanding an explanation. Gladly would I give it if I could, but I only know that it was the whim of my timid Viola, and I yielded to it. Now, my children, let the play end, unmask and receive my blessing. But neither bent the knee, for the young bridegroom replied in a tone that startled all listeners, as the mask fell, disclosing the noble face of Ferdinand, Devereux, the artist lover. And leaning on the breast where now flashed the star of an English earl, was the lovely Viola, radiant with joy and beauty. My lord, you scornfully bade me claim your daughter when I could boast as high a name and vast a fortune as the Count Antonio. I can do more, for even your ambitious soul cannot refuse the Earl of Devereux and De Vere, when he gives his ancient name and boundless wealth in return for the beloved hand of this fair lady, now my wife. The Count stood like one changed to stone, and turning to the bewildered crowd, Ferdinand added with a gay smile of triumph, to you, my gallant friends, I can only wish that your wooing may prosper as mine has done, and that you may all win as fair a bride as I have by this masked marriage. S. Pickwick. Why is the P Roman 100 like the Tower of Babel? It is full of unruly members. The history of a squash. Once upon a time, a farmer planted a little seed in his garden, and after a while it sprouted and became a vine and bore many squashes. One day in October, when they were ripe, he picked one and took it to market. A grocerman bought and put it in his shop. That same morning, a little girl in a brown hat and blue dress, with a round face and snub nose, went and bought it for her mother. She lugged it home, cut it up, and boiled it in the big pot, mashed some of it with salt and butter for dinner, and to the rest she added a pint of milk, 2 eggs, 4 spoons of sugar, nutmeg, and some crackers. Put it in a deep dish, and baked it till it was brown and nice, and next day it was eaten by a family named March. T. Tupman. Mr. Pickwick, sir. I address you upon the subject of sin. The sinner, I mean, is a man named Winkle, who makes trouble in his club by laughing, and sometimes won't write his piece in this fine paper. I hope you will pardon his badness, and let him send a French fable, because he can't write out of his head, as he has so many lessons to do, and no brains in future. I will try to take time by the fetlock, and prepare some work, which will be all comme il faut. That means all right. I am in haste, as it is nearly school time. Yours respectably, N. Winkle. The above is a manly and handsome acknowledgment of past misdemeanors. If our young friend studied punctuation, it would be well. A sad accident. On Friday last we were startled by a violent shock in our basement, followed by cries of distress. On rushing in a body to the cellar, we discovered our beloved president prostrate upon the floor, having tripped and fallen while getting wood for domestic purposes. A perfect scene of ruin met our eyes, for in his fall Mr. Pickwick had plunged his head and shoulders into a tub of water, upset a keg of soft soap upon his manly form, and torn his garments badly. On being removed from this perilous situation, it was discovered that he had suffered no injury but several bruises, and we are happy to add is now doing well. Ed. The public bereavement. It is our painful duty to record the sudden and mysterious disappearance of our cherished friend Mrs. Snowball, Pat. Poor, this lovely and beloved cat was the pet of a large circle of warm and admiring friends, for her beauty attracted all eyes, her graces and virtues endeared her to all hearts, and her loss is deeply felt by the whole community. When last seen she was sitting at the gate watching the butcher's cart, and it is feared that some villain tempted by her charms basely stole her. Weeks have passed, but no trace of her has been discovered, and we relinquish all hope. Tie a black ribbon to her basket, set aside her dish, and weep for her as one lost to us forever. A sympathizing friend sends the following gem. A lament for S.B. Pat poor. We mourn the loss of our little pet, and sigh o'er her hapless fate, for never more by the fire shall sit, nor play by the old green gate. The little grave where her infant sleeps is 'neath the chestnut tree, but o'er her grave we may not weep. We know not where it may be. Her empty bed, her idle bowl, we'll never see her more. No gentle tap, no loving purr is heard at the parlour door. Another cat comes after her mice, a cat with a dirty face. But she does not hunt as our darling did, nor play with her airy grace. Her stealthy paws tread the very hole where Snowball used to play. But she only spits at the dogs our pet so gallantly drove away. She is useful and mild and does her best, but she is not fair to see, and we cannot give her your place, dear, nor worship her as we worship thee. Est. Advertisements. Miss Oranthe Bluggage, the accomplished, strong-minded lecturer, will deliver her famous lecture on woman and her position at Pickwick Hall next Saturday evening after the usual performances. A weekly meeting will be held at Kitchen Place to teach young ladies how to cook. Hannah Brown will preside, and all are invited to attend. The Dustpan Society will meet on Wednesday next and parade in the upper story of the club house, all members to appear in uniform and shoulder their brooms at 9 precisely. Mrs. Bate Bouncer will open her new assortment of dolls' millinery next week. The latest Paris fashions have arrived, and orders are respectfully solicited. A new play will appear at the Barnville Theatre in the course of a few weeks, which will surpass anything ever seen on the American stage. The Greek Slave, or Constantine the Avenger, is the name of this thrilling drama. Hints. If SP didn't use so much soap on his hands, he wouldn't always be late at breakfast. A S is requested not to whistle in the street. TT please. Don't forget Amy's napkin. NW must not fret because his dress has not 9 tucks. Weekly report. Meg good. Joe bad. Bate very good. Amy middling. As the president finished reading the paper, which I beg leave to assure my readers is a bona fide copy of one written by bona fide girls once upon a time, a round of applause followed, and then Mr. Snodgrass rose to make a proposition. Mr. President and gentlemen, he began, assuming a parliamentary attitude and tone. I wish to propose the admission of a new member, who highly deserves the honor, would be deeply grateful for it, and would add immensely to the spirit of the club, the literary value of the paper, and be no end jolly and nice. I propose Mr. Theodore Lawrence as an honorary member of the P. Roman 100. Come now, do have him. Jo's sudden change of tone made the girls laugh, but all looked rather anxious, and no one said a word as Snodgrass took his seat. Well, put it to vote, said the president. All in favor of this motion, please, to manifest it by saying aye. A loud response from Snodgrass, followed to everybody's surprise by a timid one from Bate. Contrary-minded say no. Meg and Amy were contrary-minded, and Mr. Winkle rose to say with great elegance, we don't wish any boys, they only joke and bounce about. This is a ladies' club, and we wish to be private and proper. I'm afraid hell laugh at our paper, and make fun of us afterward, observed Pickwick, pulling the little curl on her forehead, as she always did when doubtful. Up rose Snodgrass, very much in earnest, sir. I give you my word as a gentleman, Laurie won't do anything of the sort. He likes to write and give a tone to our contributions, and keep us from being sentimental. Don't you see, we can do so little for him, and he does so much for us. I think the least we can do is to offer him a place here and make him welcome if he comes. This artful allusion to benefits conferred brought Tupman to his feet, looking as if he had quite made up his mind. Yes, we ought to do it, even if we are afraid. I say, he may come, and his grandpa too, if he likes. This spirited burst from Bate electrified the club, and Jo left her seat to shake hands approvingly. Now, then vote again, everybody, remember it's our Laurie, and say aye, cried Snodgrass excitedly. Aye, 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 replied 3 voices at once. Good bless you now, as there's nothing like taking time by the fetlock, as Winkle characteristically observes. Allow me to present the new member, and to the dismay of the rest of the club, Jo threw open the door of the closet, and displayed Laurie sitting on a ragbag, flushed and twinkling with suppressed laughter. Jo threw open the door of the closet. You rogue, you traitor, Jo, how could you, cried the 3 girls, as Snodgrass led her friend triumphantly forth, and producing both a chair and a badge installed him in a jiffy. The coolness of you 2 rascals is amazing, began Mr. Pickwick, trying to get up an awful frown, and only succeeding in producing an amiable smile. But the new member was equal to the occasion, and rising with a grateful salutation to the chair, said, in the most engaging manner, Mr. President, and ladies, I beg pardon, gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself as Sam Weller, the very humble servant of the club. Good, good, cried Jo, pounding with the handle of the old warming pan on which she leaned. My faithful friend and noble patron, continued Laurie with a wave of the hand, who has so flatteringly presented me, is not to be blamed for the base stratagem of tonight. I planned it, and she only gave in after lots of teasing. Come now, don't lay it all on yourself, you know. I proposed the cupboard broke in Snodgrass, who was enjoying the joke amazingly. Never you mind what she says, I am the wretch that did it, sir, said the new member with a Weller-esque nod to Mr. Pickwick. But on my honour, I never will do so again, and henceforth dote myself to the interest of this immortal. Hear, hear, cried Joe, clashing the lid of the warming pan like a cymbal. Go on, added Winkle and Tupman, while the president bowed benignly. I merely wish to say that as a slight token of my gratitude for the honour done me, and as a means of promoting friendly relations between adjoining nations, I have set up a post office in the hedge in the lower corner of the garden, a fine spacious building with padlocks on the doors, and every convenience for the males, also the females, if I may be allowed the expression. It's the old Martin house, but I've stopped up the door, and made the roof open so it will hold all sorts of things, and save our valuable time. Letters, manuscripts, books and bundles can be passed in there. And as each nation has a key, it will be uncommonly nice, I fancy. Allow me to present the club key, and with many thanks for your favour take my seat. Great applause as Mr. Weller deposited a little key on the table, and subsided. The warming pan clashed and waved wildly, and it was some time before order could be restored. A long discussion followed, and everyone came out surprising, for everyone did her best, so it was an unusually lively meeting, and did not adjourn till a late hour, when it broke up with 3 shrill cheers for the new member. No one ever regretted the admittance of Sam Weller for a more devoted, well-behaved and jovial member. No club could have. He certainly did add spirit to the meetings, and a tone to the paper, for his orations convulsed his hearers, and his contributions were excellent, being patriotic, classical, comical, or dramatic, but never sentimental. Joe regarded them as worthy of Bacon, Milton, or Shakespeare, and remodelled her own works with good effect, she thought. The P.O. was a capital little institution, and flourished wonderfully, for nearly as many queer things passed through it as through the real office tragedies, and cravats, poetry and pickles, garden seeds and long letters, music and gingerbread rubbers, invitations, scoldings and puppies. The old gentleman liked the fun and amused himself by sending odd bundles, mysterious messages, and funny telegrams, and his gardener, who was smitten with Hannah's charms, actually sent a love letter to Joss. Care how they laughed when the secret came out, never dreaming how many love letters that little post office would hold in the years to come. Joe spent the morning on the river. Roman 11 experiments. The 1st of June, the Kings are off to the seashore tomorrow, and I am free 3 months' vacation. How I shall enjoy it, exclaimed Meg, coming home one warm day to find Joe laid upon the sofa in an unusual state of exhaustion, while Bate took off her dusty boots, and Amy made lemonade for the refreshment of the whole party. Aunt March went today, for which oh be joyful, said Joe. I was mortally afraid she'd ask me to go with her. If she had, I should have felt as if I ought to do it, but Plumpfield is about as gay as a churchyard, you know, and I'd rather be excused. We had a flurry getting the old lady off, and I had a fright every time she spoke to me, for I was in such a hurry to be through that I was uncommonly helpful and sweet, and feared she'd find it impossible to part from me. I quaked till she was fairly in the carriage, and had a final fright, for as it drove off, she popped out her head, saying, "Josephine, want you?" I didn't hear any more, for I basely turned and fled. I did actually run, and whisked round the corner where I felt safe. Poor old Joe, she came in looking as if bears were after her, said Bate, as she cuddled her sister's feet with a motherly air. Aunt March is a regular samphire, is she not? Observed Amy, tasting her mixture critically. She means vampire, not seaweed, but it doesn't matter, it's too warm to be particular about one's parts of speech, murmured Joe. What shall you do all your vacation? Asked Amy, changing the subject with tact. I shall lie abed late and do nothing, replied Meg from the depths of the rocking chair. I've been rooted up early all winter, and had to spend my days working for other people, so now I am going to rest and revel to my heart's content. No, said Joe, that dozy way wouldn't suit me. I've laid in a heap of books, and I am going to improve my shining hours reading on my perch in the old apple tree when I am not having L. Don't say larks, implored Amy as a return snub for the samphire correction. I'll say nightingales then, with Laurie, that's proper and appropriate since he's a warbler. Don't let us do any lessons, Bate, for a while, but play all the time and rest as the girls mean to, proposed Amy. Well, I will if mother doesn't mind. I want to learn some new songs, and my children need fitting up for the summer. They are dreadfully out of order, and really suffering for clothes. May we, mother? Asked Meg, turning to Mrs. March, who sat sewing in what they called Marmie's corner. You may try your experiment for a week, and see how you like it. I think by Saturday night you will find that all play and no work is as bad as all work and no play. Oh dear no, it will be delicious, I am sure, said Meg complacently. I now propose a toast as my friend and partner Sari Gamp says fun forever, and no grubbing, cried Joe, rising glass in hand, as the lemonade went round. Amy sat down to draw. They all drank it merrily, and began the experiment by lounging for the rest of the day. Next morning Meg did not appear till 10 o'clock. Her solitary breakfast did not taste nice, and the room seemed lonely and untidy, for Joe had not filled the vases, Bate had not dusted, and Amy's books lay scattered about. Nothing was neat and pleasant but Marmie's corner, which looked as usual, and there Meg sat to rest and read, which meant yawn, and imagine what pretty summer dresses she would get with her salary. Joe spent the morning on the river with Laurie, and the afternoon reading and crying over the wide world up in the apple tree. Bate began by rummaging everything out of the big closet where her family resided, but getting tired before half done, she left her establishment topsy-turvy and went to her music, rejoicing that she had no dishes to wash. Amy arranged her bower, put on her best white frock, smoothed her curls, and sat down to draw under the honeysuckles, hoping someone would see and inquire who the young artist was, as no one appeared but an inquisitive dadalonglegs who examined her work with interest. She went to walk, got caught in a shower, and came home dripping. At tea time they compared notes, and all agreed that it had been a delightful though unusually long day. Meg, who went shopping in the afternoon, and got a sweet blue muslin, had discovered, after she had cut the breadths off, that it wouldn't wash, which mishap made her slightly cross. Joe had burnt the skin off her nose, boating, and got a raging headache by reading too long. Bate was worried by the confusion of her closet, and the difficulty of learning 3 or 4 songs at once, and Amy deeply regretted the damage done. Her frock for Katie Brown's party was to be the next day, and now, like Flora McFlimsy, she had nothing to wear. But these were mere trifles, and they assured their mother that the experiment was working finely. She smiled, said nothing, and with Hannah's help did their neglected work, keeping home pleasant and the domestic machinery running smoothly. It was astonishing what a peculiar and uncomfortable state of things was produced by the resting and reveling process. The days kept getting longer and longer, the weather was unusually variable, and so were tempers. An unsettled feeling possessed everyone, and Satan found plenty of mischief for the idle hands to do. As the height of luxury, Meg put out some of her sewing, and then found time hang so heavily that she fell to snipping and spoiling her clothes in her attempts to furbish them up a la Moffat. Joe read till her eyes gave out, and she was sick of books, got so fidgety that even good-natured Laurie had a quarrel with her, and so reduced in spirits that she desperately wished she had gone with Aunt March. Bate got on pretty well, for she was constantly forgetting that it was to be all play and no work, and fell back into her old ways now and then, but something in the air affected her, and more than once her tranquillity was much disturbed, so much so that on one occasion she actually shook poor dear Joanna, and told her she was a fright. Amy fared worst of all, for her resources were small, and when her sisters left her to amuse and care for herself, she soon found that accomplished and important little self a great burden. She didn't like dolls, fairy tales were childish, and one couldn't draw all the time. Tea parties didn't amount to much, neither did picnics unless very well conducted. If one could have a fine house full of nice girls, or go travelling the summer, would be delightful, but to stay at home with 3 selfish sisters and a grown-up boy was enough to try the patience of a beau, complained Miss Malaprop, after several days devoted to pleasure, fretting, and ennui. No one would own that they were tired of the experiment, but by Friday night each acknowledged to herself that she was glad the week was nearly done. Hoping to impress the lesson more deeply, Mrs. March, who had a good deal of humour, resolved to finish off the trial in an appropriate manner, so she gave Hannah a holiday and let the girls enjoy the full effect of the play system. When they got up on Saturday morning, there was no fire in the kitchen, no breakfast in the dining-room, and no mother anywhere to be seen. "Mercy on us, what has happened?" cried Joe, staring about her in dismay. Meg ran upstairs and soon came back again, looking relieved, but rather bewildered and a little ashamed. "Mother isn't sick, only very tired, and she says she's going to stay quietly in her room all day, and let us do the best we can. It's a very queer thing for her to do. She doesn't act a bit like herself, but she says it has been a hard week for her, so we mustn't grumble but take care of ourselves." "That's easy enough, and I like the idea. I am aching for something to laugh at. Is some new amusement, you know," added Joe quickly. In fact, it was an immense relief to them all to have a little work, and they took hold with a will, but soon realized the truth of Hannah's saying housekeeping ain't no joke. There was plenty of food in the larder. And while Bate and Amy set the table, Meg and Joe got breakfast, wondering, as they did so, why servants ever talked about hard work. I shall take some up to Mother, though she said we were not to think of her, for she'd take care of herself, said Meg, who presided and felt quite matronly behind the teapot. So a tray was fitted out before anyone began, and taken up with the cook's compliments. The boiled tea was very bitter, the omelette scorched, and the biscuits speckled with saleratus, but Mrs. March received her repast with thanks, and laughed heartily over it after Joe was gone. Poor little souls, they will have a hard time, I am afraid, but they won't suffer, and it will do them good, she said, producing the more palatable viands with which she had provided herself, and disposing of the bad breakfast, so that their feelings might not be hurt, a motherly little deception, for which they were grateful. Many were the complaints below, and great the chagrin of the head cook at her failures. Never mind, ill get the dinner, and be servant you be mistress, keep your hands nice, see company, and give orders, said Joe, who knew still less than Meg about culinary affairs. This obliging offer was gladly accepted, and Margaret retired to the parlour, which she hastily put in order by whisking the litter under the sofa, and shutting the blinds to save the trouble of dusting. Joe, with perfect faith in her own powers, and a friendly desire to make up the quarrel, immediately put a note in the office inviting Laurie to dinner. You'd better see what you have got before you think of having company, said Meg, when informed of the hospitable but rash act. Oh, there's corned beef and plenty of potatoes, and I shall get some asparagus and a lobster for a relish, as Hannah says we'll have lettuce, and make a salad. I don't know how, but the book tells I'll have blancmange and strawberries for dessert, and coffee too, if you want to be elegant. Don't try too many messes, Joe, for you can't make anything but gingerbread and molasses, candy fit to eat. I wash my hands of the dinner party, and since you have asked Laurie on your own responsibility, you may just take care of him. I don't want you to do anything but be civil to him and help to the pudding. Yowl, give me your advice if I get in a muddle, won't you? Asked Joe, rather hurt. Yes, but I don't know much except about bread, and a few trifles. You had better ask Mother's leave before you order anything, returned Meg prudently. Of course I shall, I am not a fool, and Joe went off in a huff at the doubts expressed of her powers. Get what you like and don't disturb me, I am going out to dinner, and can't worry about things at home, said Mrs. March, when Joe spoke to her. I never enjoyed housekeeping, and I am going to take a vacation today, and read right go visiting and amuse myself. The unusual spectacle of her busy mother rocking comfortably, and reading early in the morning, made Joe feel as if some natural phenomenon had occurred, for an eclipse, an earthquake, or a volcanic eruption would hardly have seemed stranger. Everything is out of sorts, somehow, she said to herself, going downstairs. There's Bate crying, that's a sure sign that something is wrong with this family. If Amy is bothering, I'll shake her. Feeling very much out of sorts herself, Joe hurried into the parlour to find Bate sobbing over Pip, the canary, who lay dead in the cage with his little claws pathetically extended, as if imploring the food for want of which he had died. It's all my fault, I forgot him, there isn't a seed or a drop left. Oh Pip, how could I be so cruel to you? Cried Bate, taking the poor thing in her hands and trying to restore him. Oh Pip. Joe peeped into his half-open eye, felt his little heart, and finding him stiff and cold, shook her head, and offered her domino bucks for a coffin. Put him in the oven, and maybe he will get warm and revive, said Amy hopefully. He's been starved, and he shan't be baked now he's dead. I'll make him a shroud, and he shall be buried in the garden, and I'll never have another bird. Never my Pip, for I am too bad to own one, murmured Bate, sitting on the floor with her pet folded in her hands. The funeral shall be this afternoon, and we will all go now. Don't cry, Bethy, it's a pity, but nothing goes right this week, and Pip has had the worst of the experiment. Make the shroud, and lay him in my box, and after the dinner party, well, have a nice little funeral, said Joe, beginning to feel as if she had undertaken a good deal. Leaving the others to console Bate, she departed to the kitchen, which was in a most discouraging state of confusion. Putting on a big apron, she fell to work, and got the dishes piled up ready for washing, when she discovered that the fire was out. Here's a sweet prospect, muttered Joe, slamming the stove door open and poking vigorously among the cinders. Having rekindled the fire, she thought she would go to market, while the water heated. The walk revived her spirits, and flattering herself that she had made good bargains, she trudged home again, after buying a very young lobster, some very old asparagus, and 2 boxes of acid strawberries, By the time she got cleared up, the dinner arrived and the stove was red-hot. Hannah had left a pan of bread to rise. Meg had worked it up early, set it on the hearth for a second rising, and forgotten it. Meg was entertaining Sally Gardner in the parlour when the door flew open, and a floury, crocky, flushed and dishevelled figure appeared, demanding tartly, "I say, isn't bread riz enough when it runs over the pans?" Sally began to laugh, but Meg nodded and lifted her eyebrows as high as they would go, which caused the apparition to vanish, and put the sour bread into the oven without further delay. Mrs. March went out after peeping here and there to see how matters went, also saying a word of comfort to Bate, who sat making a winding sheet, while the dear departed lay in state in the domino box. A strange sense of helplessness fell upon the girls as the grey bonnet vanished round the corner, and despair seized them when a few minutes later Miss Crocker appeared and said she'd come to dinner now. This lady was a thin yellow spinster with a sharp nose and inquisitive eyes, who saw everything and gossiped about all she saw. They disliked her, but had been taught to be kind to her simply because she was old and poor and had few friends, so Meg gave her the easy chair and tried to entertain her while she asked questions, criticized everything, and told stories of the people whom she knew. Language cannot describe the anxieties, experiences and exertions which Jo underwent that morning, and the dinner she served up became a standing joke. Fearing to ask any more advice, she did her best alone, and discovered that something more than energy and goodwill is necessary to make a cook. She boiled the asparagus for an hour, and was grieved to find the heads cooked off, and the stalks harder than ever. The bread burnt black, for the salad dressing so aggravated her that she let everything else go till she had convinced herself that she could not make it fit to eat. The lobster was a scarlet mystery to her, but she hammered and poked till it was unshelled, and its meagre proportions concealed in a grove of lettuce leaves. The potatoes had to be hurried not to keep the asparagus waiting, and were not done at last. The blancmange was lumpy, and the strawberries not as ripe as they looked, having been skilfully deaconed. Well, they can eat beef and bread and butter if they are hungry, only it's mortifying to have to spend your whole morning for nothing, thought Jo, as she rang the bell half an hour later than usual and stood hot-tired and dispirited surveying the feast spread for Laurie, accustomed to all sorts of elegance, and Miss Crocker, whose curious eyes would mark all failures and whose tattling tongue would report them far and wide. Miss Crocker made a wry face. Poor Jo would gladly have gone under the table as one thing after another was tasted and left, while Amy giggled. Meg looked distressed. Miss Crocker pursed up her lips, and Laurie talked and laughed with all his might to give a cheerful tone to the festive scene. Joss' one strong point was the fruit, for she had sugared it well, and had a pitcher of rich cream to eat with it. Her hot cheeks cooled a trifle, and she drew a long breath as the pretty glass plates went round, and everyone looked graciously at the little rosy islands floating in a sea of cream. Miss Crocker tasted first, made a wry face, and drank some water hastily. Jo, who had refused, thinking there might not be enough, for they dwindled sadly after the picking over, glanced at Laurie. But he was eating away manfully, though there was a slight pucker about his mouth, and he kept his eye fixed on his plate. Amy, who was fond of delicate fare, took a heaping spoonful, choked, hid her face in her napkin, and left the table precipitately. "Oh, what is it?" exclaimed Jo, trembling. "Salt instead of sugar, and the cream is sour," replied Meg with a tragic gesture. Jo uttered a groan and fell back in her chair, remembering that she had given a last hasty powdering to the berries out of one of the 2 boxes on the kitchen table, and had neglected to put the milk in the refrigerator. She turned scarlet and was on the verge of crying when she met Laurie's eyes, which would look merry in spite of his heroic efforts. The comical side of the affair suddenly struck her, and she laughed till the tears ran down her cheeks. So did everyone else, even Croker, as the girls called the old lady, and the unfortunate dinner ended gaily with bread and butter, olives and fun. "I haven't strength of mind enough to clear up now, so we will sober ourselves with a funeral," said Jo, as they rose and Miss Crocker made ready to go, being eager to tell the new story at another friend's dinner table. They did sober themselves for Bates' sake. Laurie dug a grave under the ferns in the grove. Little Pip was laid in with many tears by his tender-hearted mistress, and covered with moss, while a wreath of violets and chickweed was hung on the stone, which bore his epitaph, composed by Jo while she struggled with the dinner. "Here lies Pip March, who died the 7th of June, loved and lamented sore, and not forgotten soon." At the conclusion of the ceremonies, Bate retired to her room, overcome with emotion and lobster, but there was no place of repose, for the beds were not made, and she found her grief much assuaged by beating up pillows and putting things in order. Meg helped Jo clear away the remains of the feast, which took half the afternoon, and left them so tired that they agreed to be contented with tea and toast for supper. Laurie took Amy to drive, which was a deed of charity, for the sour cream seemed to have had a bad effect upon her temper. Mrs. March came home to find the 3 older girls hard at work in the middle of the afternoon, and a glance at the closet gave her an idea of the success of one part of the experiment. Before the housewives could rest, several people called, and there was a scramble to get ready to see them. Then tea must be got, errands done, and 1 or 2 necessary bits of sewing neglected till the last minute as twilight fell dewy, and still one by one they gathered in the porch where the June roses were budding beautifully, and each groaned or sighed as she sat down, as if tired or troubled. "What a dreadful day this has been," begun Joe, usually the first to speak. "It has seemed shorter than usual, but so uncomfortable," said Meg. "Not a bit like home," added Amy. "It can't seem so without Marmee and little Pip," sighed Bate, glancing with full eyes at the empty cage above her head. "Here's Mother dear, and you shall have another bird tomorrow if you want it." As she spoke, Mrs. March came and took her place among them, looking as if her holiday had not been much pleasanter than theirs. "Are you satisfied with your experiment, girls, or do you want another week of it?" she asked as Bate nestled up to her, and the rest turned toward her with brightening faces as flowers turn toward the sun. "I don't," cried Joe decidedly. "Nor I," echoed the others. "You think then that it is better to have a few duties and live a little for others, do you?" "Lounging and larking doesn't pay," observed Joe, shaking her head. "I'm tired of it, and mean to go to work at something right off." "Suppose you learn plain cooking, that's a useful accomplishment, which no woman should be without," said Mrs. March, laughing inaudibly at the recollection of Joss' dinner party, for she had met Miss Crocker and heard her account of it. "Mother, did you go away and let everything be just to see how we'd get on?" cried Meg, who had suspicions all day. "Yes, I wanted you to see how the comfort of all depends on each doing her share faithfully. While Hannah and I did your work, you got on pretty well, though I don't think you were very happy or amiable. So I thought as a little lesson I would show you what happens when everyone thinks only of herself. Don't you feel that it is pleasanter to help one another, to have daily duties, which make leisure sweet when it comes, and to bear and forbear that home may be comfortable and lovely to us all?" "We do, Mother, we do," cried the girls. "Then let me advise you to take up your little burdens again, for though they seem heavy sometimes, they are good for us and lighten as we learn to carry them. Work is wholesome, and there is plenty for everyone. It keeps us from ennui and mischief, is good for health and spirits, and gives us a sense of power and independence better than money or fashion. Well, work like bees and love it too. See, if we don't," said Joe, "I'll learn plain cooking for my holiday task, and the next dinner party I have shall be a success. I'll make the set of shirts for Father, instead of letting you do it, Marmee. I can, and I will, though I am not fond of sewing. That will be better than fussing over my own things, which are plenty nice enough as they are," said Meg. "I'll do my lessons every day, and not spend so much time with my music and dolls. I'm a stupid thing, and ought to be studying, not playing," was Bates' resolution, while Amy followed their example by heroically declaring, "I shall learn to make buttonholes and attend to my parts of speech." "Very good then, I am quite satisfied with the experiment and fancy that we shall not have to repeat it. Only don't go to the other extreme and delve like slaves. Have regular hours for work and play. Make each day both useful and pleasant, and prove that you understand the worth of time by employing it well. Then youth will be delightful, old age will bring few regrets, and life become a beautiful success, in spite of poverty. Well, remember, Mother, and they Roman 999 well, work like bees. Roman 12 Camp Lawrence. Bate was postmistress. Bate was postmistress for being most at home. She could attend to it regularly, and dearly liked the daily task of unlocking the little door and distributing the mail. One July day, she came in with her hands full and went about the house leaving letters and parcels like the penny post. "Here's your posy, Mother." Laurie never forgets that, she said, putting the fresh nosegay in the vase that stood in Marmee's corner and was kept supplied by the affectionate boy. "Miss Meg March, one letter and a glove," continued Bate, delivering the articles to her sister, who sat near her mother stitching wristbands. "Why, I left a pair over there, and here is only one," said Meg, looking at the grey cotton glove. "Didn't you drop the other in the garden?" "No, I am sure I didn't, for there was only one in the office. I hate to have odd gloves. Never mind, the other may be found. My letter is only a translation of the German song. I wanted, I think Mr. Brooke did it for this. Isn't Laurie's writing?" Mrs. March glanced at Meg, who was looking very pretty in her gingham morning gown with the little curls blowing about her forehead, and very womanly, as she sat sewing at her little worktable full of tidy white rolls, so unconscious of the thought in her mother's mind, as she sewed and sung, while her fingers flew, and her thoughts were busied with girlish fancies as innocent and fresh as the pansies in her belt, that Mrs. March smiled, and was satisfied. 2 letters for Dr. Joe, a book, and a funny old hat, which covered the whole post office, stuck outside, said Bate, laughing as she went into the study where Joe sat writing. What a sly fellow Laurie is, I said. I wished bigger hats were the fashion, because I burn my face every hot day. He said, why mind the fashion, wear a big hat, and be comfortable. I said I would if I had one. And he has sent me this to try me. I'll wear it for fun and show him I don't care for the fashion. And hanging the antique broadbrim on a bust of Plato, Joe read her letters. One from her mother made her cheeks glow, and her eyes fill, for it said to her, My dear, I write a little word to tell you with how much satisfaction I watch your efforts to control your temper. You say nothing about your trials, failures, or successes, and think perhaps that no one sees them, but the friend whose help you daily ask. If I may trust the well-worn cover of your guidebook, I too have seen them all, and heartily believe in the sincerity of your resolution. Since it begins to bear fruit, go on, dear, patiently and bravely, and always believe that no one sympathizes more tenderly with you than your loving mother. That does me good. That's worth millions of money and pecks of praise. Oh, Marmee, I do try. I will keep on trying and not get tired, since I have you to help me. Laying her head on her arms, Joe wet her little romance with a few happy tears, for she had thought that no one saw and appreciated her efforts to be good, and this assurance was doubly precious, doubly encouraging, because unexpected, and from the person whose commendation she most valued. Feeling stronger than ever to meet and subdue her Apollyon, she pinned the note inside her frock as a shield, and a reminder lest she be taken unaware, and proceeded to open her other letter, quite ready for either good or bad news. In a big dashing hand Laurie wrote, Dear Joe, what ho! Some English girls and boys are coming to see me tomorrow, and I want to have a jolly time. If it's fine, I am going to pitch my tent in Longmeadow, and row up the whole crew to lunch and crock with Ava fire, make messes gypsy fashion, and all sorts of larks. They are nice people, and, like such things, Brooke will go to keep us boys steady, and Kate Vaughan will play propriety for the girls. I want you all to come. Can't let Bate off at any price, and nobody shall worry her. Don't bother about rations, I'll see to that, and everything else. Only do come, there's a good fellow. In a tearing hurry. Yours ever, Laurie. Here's richness, cried Joe, flying in to tell the news to Meg. Of course we can go, Mother. It will be such a help to Laurie, for I can row and Meg see to the lunch, and the children be useful in some way. I hope the Vaughans are not fine grown-up people. Do you know anything about them? Joe asked Meg. Only that there are 4 of them. Kate is older than you, Fred and Frank, twins about my age, and a little girl, Grace, who is 9 or 10. Laurie knew them abroad, and liked the boys. I fancied from the way he primed up his mouth in speaking of her that he didn't admire Kate much. I am so glad my French print is clean. It's just the thing, and so becoming, observed Meg complacently. Have you anything decent, Joe? Scarlet and grey boating suit good enough for me. I shall row and tramp about, so I don't want any starch to think of. You'll come, Bethy. If you want, let any of the boys talk to me. Not a boy. I like to please Laurie, and I'm not afraid of Mr. Brooke. He is so kind, but I don't want to play or sing or say anything ill. Work hard, and not trouble anyone, and you'll take care of me, Joe, so I'll go. That's my good girl. You do try to fight off your shyness, and I love you for it. Fighting faults isn't easy, as I know, and a cheery word kind of gives a lift. Thank you, Mother. And Joe gave the thin cheek a grateful kiss, more precious to Mrs. March than if it had given back the rosy roundness of her youth. I had a box of chocolate drops, and the picture I wanted to copy, said Amy, showing her mail. And I got a note from Mr. Lawrence asking me to come over and play to him tonight, before the lamps are lighted, and I shall go, added Bate, whose friendship with the old gentleman prospered finely. Now let's fly round and do double duty today so that we can play tomorrow with free minds, said Joe, preparing to replace her pen with a broom. When the sun peeped into the girls' room early next morning to promise them a fine day, he saw a comical sight. Each had made such preparation for the fete as seemed necessary and proper. Meg had an extra row of little curl papers across her forehead. Joe had copiously anointed her afflicted face with cold cream. Bate had taken Joanna to bed with her, to atone for the approaching separation, and Amy had capped the climax by putting a clothespin on her nose to uplift the offending feature. It was one of the kind artists use to hold the paper on their drawing boards, therefore quite appropriate and effective for the purpose to which it was now put. This funny spectacle appeared to amuse the son, for he burst out with such radiance that Jo woke up, and roused all her sisters by a hearty laugh at Amy's ornament. Amy capped the climax by putting a clothespin on her nose. Sunshine and laughter were good omens for a pleasure party, and soon a lively bustle began in both houses. Bate, who was ready first, kept reporting what went on next door and enlivened her sisters' toilets by frequent telegrams from the window. "There goes the man with the tent. I see Mrs. Barker doing up the lunch in a hamper and a great basket now. Mr. Lawrence is looking up at the sky. And the weathercock, I wish he would go too. There's Laurie looking like a sailorness boy. Oh mercy me, here's a carriage full of people, a tall lady, a little girl, and two dreadful boys. One is lame, poor thing, he's got a crutch. Laurie didn't tell us that. Be quick, girls, it's getting late. Why, there is Ned Moffat, I do declare. Look, Meg, isn't that the man who bowed to you one day when we were shopping? So it is. How queer that he should come. I thought he was at the mountains. There is Sally, I'm glad she got back in time. Am I all right, Jo? Cried Meg in a flutter. A regular daisy. Hold up your dress and put your hat straight, it looks sentimental tipped that way, and will fly off at the first puff. Now then, come on. Oh Jo, you are not going to wear that awful hat, it's too absurd. You shall not make a guy of yourself, remonstrated Meg, as Jo tied down with a red ribbon the broad-brimmed old-fashioned leghorn Laurie had sent for a joke. I just will though, for its capital so shady light and big it will make fun, and I don't mind being a guy if I am comfortable with that. Jo marched straight away, and the rest followed, a bright little band of sisters, all looking their best in summer suits, with happy faces under the jaunty hat brims. Laurie ran to meet and present them to his friends in the most cordial manner. The lawn was the reception room, and for several minutes a lively scene was enacted. There Meg was grateful to see that Miss Kate, though 20, was dressed with a simplicity which American girls would do well to imitate, and she was much flattered by Mr. Ned's assurances that he came especially to see her. Jo understood why Laurie primmed up his mouth when speaking of Kate, for that young lady had a stand-off, don't-touch air, which contrasted strongly with the free and easy demeanour of the other girls. Bate took an observation of the new boys, and decided that the lame one was not dreadful but gentle and feeble, and she would be kind to him on that account. Amy found Grace a well-mannered, merry little person, and after staring dumbly at one another for a few minutes, they suddenly became very good friends. Tents, lunch and croquet utensils having been sent on beforehand, the party was soon embarked, and the two boats pushed off together, leaving Mr. Lawrence waving his hat on the shore. Laurie and Jo rowed one boat, Mr. Brooke and Ned the other, while Fred Vaughan, the riotous twin, did his best to upset both by paddling about in a wherry like a disturbed waterbug. Jo's funny hat deserved a vote of thanks, for it was of general utility. It broke the ice in the beginning by producing a laugh it created quite refreshing breeze flapping to and fro as she rowed, and would make an excellent umbrella for the whole party if a shower came up. She said Kate looked rather amazed at Jo's proceedings, especially as she exclaimed Christopher Columbus when she lost her oar, and Laurie said, my dear fellow, did I hurt you when he tripped over her feet in taking his place? But after putting up her glass to examine the queer girl several times, Miss Kate decided that she was odd, but rather clever, and smiled upon her from afar. Mr. Lawrence waving his hat. Meg in the other boat was delightfully situated face to face with the rowers, who both admired the prospect, and feathered their oars with uncommon skill and dexterity. Mr. Brooke was a grave, silent young man with handsome brown eyes and a pleasant voice. Meg liked his quiet manners, and considered him a walking encyclopedia of useful knowledge. He never talked to her much, but he looked at her a good deal, and she felt sure that he did not regard her with aversion. Ned, being in college, of course, put on all the airs which freshmen think it their bounden duty to assume. He was not very wise, but very good-natured, and altogether an excellent person to carry on a picnic. Sally Gardner was absorbed in keeping her white pique dress clean, and chattering with the ubiquitous Fred, who kept Bate in constant terror by his pranks. It was not far to Longmeadow, but the tent was pitched, and the wickets down by the time they arrived. A pleasant green field with 3 wide-spreading oaks in the middle, and a smooth strip of turf for croquet. Welcome to camp, Lawrence said the young host as they landed with exclamations of delight. Brooke is commander-in-chief, I am commissar general, the other fellows are staff officers, and you ladies are company. The tent is for your especial benefit, and that oak is your drawing room. This is the mess room, And the third is the camp kitchen. Now let's have a game before it gets hot, and then we'll see about dinner. Frank, Bate, Amy and Grace sat down to watch the game played by the other 8. Mr. Brooke chose Meg Kate, and Fred Laurie took Sally Joe, and Ned the Englishers played well, but the Americans played better and contested every inch of the ground, as strongly as if the spirit of '76 inspired them. Joe and Fred had several skirmishes, and once narrowly escaped high words. Joe was through the last wicket, and had missed the stroke, which failure ruffled her a good deal. Fred was close behind her, and his turn came before hers. He gave a stroke, his ball hit the wicket, and stopped an inch on the wrong side. No one was very near, and running up to examine, he gave it a sly nudge with his toe, which put it just an inch on the right side. "I am through now, Miss Joe, I'll settle you, and get in first," cried the young gentleman, swinging his mallet for another blow. "Now, Miss Joe, I'll settle you." "You pushed it, I saw you, it's my turn now," said Joe sharply. "Upon my word, I didn't move it, it rolled a bit perhaps, but that is allowed, so stand off please, and let me have a go at the stake." "We don't cheat in America, but you can if you choose," said Joe angrily. "Yankees are a deal the most tricky, everybody knows." "There you go," returned Fred, crocking her ball far away. Joe opened her lips to say something rude, but checked herself in time, coloured up to her forehead, and stood a minute hammering down a wicket with all her might, while Fred hit the stake and declared himself out with much exultation. She went off to get her ball and was a long time finding it among the bushes, but she came back looking cool and quiet, and waited her turn patiently. It took several strokes to regain the place she had lost, and when she got there the other side had nearly won, for Kate's ball was the last but one and lay near the stake. "By George, it's all up with us. Good be Kate, Miss Joe owes me one. So you are finished," cried Fred excitedly, as they all drew near to see the finish. "Yankees have a trick of being generous to their enemies," said Joe, with a look that made the lad redden, especially when they beat them. She added, as leaving Kate's ball untouched, she won the game by a clever stroke. Laurie threw up his hat, then remembered that it wouldn't do to exult over the defeat of his guests, and stopped in the middle of a cheer to whisper to his friend. "Good for you, Joe, he did cheat, I saw him, we can't tell him so, but he won't do it again, take my word for it." Meg drew her aside under pretence of pinning up a loose braid, and said approvingly, "It was dreadfully provoking, but you kept your temper and I am so glad, Joe. Don't praise me, Meg, for I could box his ears this minute. I should certainly have boiled over if I hadn't stayed among the nettles, till I got my rage under enough to hold my tongue. It's simmering now, so I hope hell keep out of my way," returned Joe, biting her lips, as she glowered at Fred from under her big hat. "Time for lunch," said Mr. Brooke, looking at his watch. "Commissar General, will you make the fire and get water while Miss March, Miss Sally, and I spread the table who can make good coffee?" "Joe can," said Meg, glad to recommend her sister. So Joe, feeling that her late lessons in cookery were to do her honour, went to preside over the coffee pot, while the children collected dry sticks, and the boys made a fire and got water from a spring near by. Miss Kate sketched, and Frank talked to Bate, who was making little mats of braided rushes to serve as plates. The Commander-in-Chief and his aides soon spread the tablecloth with an inviting array of eatables and drinkables prettily decorated with green leaves. Joe announced that the coffee was ready, and everyone settled themselves to a hearty meal. For youth is seldom dyspeptic, and exercise develops wholesome appetites. A very merry lunch it was, for everything seemed fresh and funny, and frequent peals of laughter startled a venerable horse who fed near by. There was a pleasing inequality in the table, which produced many mishaps to cups and plates. Acorns dropped into the milk, little black ants partook of the refreshments without being invited, and fuzzy caterpillars swung down from the tree to see what was going on. 3 white-headed children peeped over the fence, and an objectionable dog barked at them from the other side of the river with all his might and main. A very merry lunch it was. A very merry lunch it was. Page 156. "There's salt here if you prefer it," said Laurie, as he handed Joe a saucer of berries. "Thank you, I prefer spiders," she replied, fishing up 2 unwary little ones who had gone to a creamy death. "How dare you remind me of that horrid dinner party, when yours is so nice in every way," added Joe, as they both laughed and ate out of one plate, the china having run short. "I had an uncommonly good time that day and haven't got over it, yet this is no credit to me, you know. I don't do anything, it's you and Meg and Brooke who make it go, and I am no end obliged to you. What shall we do when we can't eat any more?" asked Laurie, feeling that his trump card had been played when lunch was over. "Have games till it's cooler. I brought authors, and I dare say Miss Kate knows something new and nice. Go and ask her, she's company, and you ought to stay with her more." Aren't you company too? I thought shed suit Brooke. But he keeps talking to Meg and Kate just stares at them through that ridiculous glass of hers. I am going, so you needn't try to preach propriety for you can't do it, Joe. Miss Kate did know several new games, and as the girls would not and the boys could not eat any more, they all adjourned to the drawing room to play rigmarole. One person begins a story any nonsense you like, and tells as long as he pleases, only taking care to stop short at some exciting point, when the next takes it up, and does the same. It's very funny when well done, and makes a perfect jumble of tragical comical stuff, to laugh over. Please start it, Mr. Brooke, said Kate with a commanding air, which surprised Meg, who treated the tutor with as much respect as any other gentleman. Lying on the grass at the feet of the two young ladies, Mr. Brooke obediently began the story, with the handsome brown eyes steadily fixed upon the sunshiny river. He went prancing down a quiet street. Once on a time a knight went out into the world to seek his fortune, for he had nothing but his sword and his shield. He travelled a long while, nearly 28 years, and had a hard time of it, till he came to the palace of a good old king, who had offered a reward to anyone who would tame and train a fine but unbroken colt, of which he was very fond. The knight agreed to try and got on slowly, but surely, for the colt was a gallant fellow, and soon learned to love his new master, though he was freakish and wild every day. When he gave his lessons to this pet of the king's, the knight rode him through the city, and as he rode he looked everywhere for a certain beautiful face which he had seen many times in his dreams, but never found. One day, as he went prancing down a quiet street, he saw at the window of a ruinous castle the lovely face. He was delighted, inquired who lived in this old castle, and was told that several captive princesses were kept there by a spell, and spun all day to lay up money to buy their liberty. The knight wished intensely that he could free them, but he was poor and could only go by each day watching for the sweet face, and longing to see it out in the sunshine. At last, he resolved to get into the castle and ask how he could help them. He went and knocked. The great door flew open, and he beheld a ravishingly lovely lady, who exclaimed with a cry of rapture, at last, continued Kate, who had read French novels, and admired the style. Tease, she cried, Count Gustave, and fell at her feet in an ecstasy of joy. Oh, rise, she said, extending a hand of marble fairness. Never, till you tell me how I may rescue you, swore the knight, still kneeling. Alas, my cruel fate condemns me to remain here till my tyrant is destroyed. Where is the villain in the mauve salon? Go, brave heart, and save me from despair. I obey, and return victorious or dead. With these thrilling words he rushed away, and flinging open the door of the mauve salon, was about to enter when he received, "Oh, rise," she said, "a stunning blow from the big Greek lexicon." "A stunning blow from the big Greek lexicon, which an old fellow in a black gown fired at him," said Ned instantly. So what's-his-name recovered himself, pitched the tyrant out of the window, and turned to join the lady victorious, but with a bump on his brow, found the door locked, tore up the curtains, made a rope ladder, got halfway down when the ladder broke, and he went head first into the moat 60 feet below, could swim like a duck, paddled round the castle till he came to a little door guarded by two stout fellows, knocked their heads together till they cracked like a couple of nuts. Then, by a trifling exertion of his prodigious strength, he smashed in the door, went up a pair of stone steps covered with dust, a foot thick, toads as big as your fist, and spiders that would frighten you into hysterics. Miss March, at the top of these steps, he came plump upon a sight that took his breath away and chilled his blood. A tall figure, all in white, with a veil over its face, and a lamp in its wasted hand, went on. Meg, it beckoned, gliding noiselessly before him down a corridor as dark and cold as any tomb. Shadowy effigies in armour stood on either side. A dead silence reigned. The lamp burned blue, and the ghostly figure ever and anon turned its face toward him, showing the glitter of awful eyes through its white veil. They reached a curtained door behind which sounded lovely music. He sprang forward to enter, but the spectre plucked him back and waved threateningly before him. He sneezed. Snuff-box, said Joe in a sepulchral tone, which convulsed the audience. Thanky, said the knight politely, as he took a pinch, and sneezed 7 times so violently that his head fell off. Ha ha, laughed the ghost, and having peeped through the keyhole at the princesses spinning away for dear life, the evil spirit picked up her victim and put him in a large tin box where there were 11 other knights packed together, without their heads, like sardines, who all rose and began to dance. A hornpipe cut in Fred as Joe paused for breath, and as they danced the rubbishy old castle turned to a man-of-war in full sail, up with the jib reef, the topsail halyards, helm hard a lee, and man the guns, roared the captain, as a Portuguese pirate hove in sight, with a flag black as ink flying from her foremast. Go in and win, my hearties, says the captain, and a tremendous fight begun. Of course the British beat, they always do. No, they don't, cried Joe aside. The Portuguese walked the plank. Having taken the pirate captain prisoner, sailed slap over the schooner, whose decks were piled with dead, and whose lee scuppers ran blood, for the order had been cutlasses, and die-hard boatswain's mate take a bite of the flying jib sheet, and start this villain if he don't confess his sins double quick, said the British captain. The Portuguese held his tongue like a brick, and walked the plank while the jolly tars cheered like mad, but the sly dog dived, came up under the man-of-war, scuttled her, and down she went with all sails set to the bottom of the sea, where— "Oh gracious, what shall I say?" cried Sally as Fred ended his rigmarole, in which he had jumbled together pell-mell nautical phrases and facts out of one of his favourite books. Well, they went to the bottom, and a nice mermaid welcomed them, but was much grieved on finding the barks of headless knights, and kindly pickled them in brine, hoping to discover the mystery about them, for being a woman, she was curious. By and by a diver came down, and the mermaid said, "I'll give you this box of pearls if you can take it up," for she wanted to restore the poor things to life, and couldn't raise the heavy load herself, so the diver hoisted it up, and was much disappointed on opening it to find no pearls. He left it in a great lonely field, where it was found by little goose girl, who kept 100 fat geese in the field, said Amy, when Sally's invention gave out. The little girl was sorry for them, and asked an old woman what she should do to help them. "Your geese will tell you, they know everything," said the old woman. So she asked what she should use for new heads, since the old ones were lost, and all the geese opened their 100 mouths and screamed, "Will you give me a rose?" "Cabbages," continued Laurie promptly. "Just the thing," said the girl, and ran to get 12 fine ones from her garden. She put them on. The knights, revived at once, thanked her, and went on their way, rejoicing, never knowing the difference, for there were so many other heads like them in the world that no one thought anything of it. The knight in whom I am interested went back to find the pretty face, and learned that the princesses had spun themselves free and all gone to be married. But one, he was in a great state of mind at that, and mounting the colt who stood by him, through thick and thin, rushed to the castle to see which was left. Peeping over the hedge, he saw the queen of his affections picking flowers in her garden. "Will you give me a rose?" said he. "You must come and get it." "I can't come to you, it isn't proper," said she. "As sweet as honey." He tried to climb over the hedge, but it seemed to grow higher and higher. Then he tried to push through, but it grew thicker and thicker, and he was in despair, so he patiently broke twig after twig, till he had made a little hole through which he peeped, saying imploringly, let me in, let me in." But the pretty princess did not seem to understand, for she picked her roses quietly, and left him to fight his way, and whether he did or not Frank will tell you. "I can't, I'm not playing, I never do," said Frank, dismayed at the sentimental predicament out of which he was to rescue the absurd couple. Bate had disappeared behind Joe, and Grace was asleep. "So the poor knight is to be left sticking in the hedge, is he?" asked Mr. Brooke, still watching the river, and playing with the wild rose in his buttonhole. "I guess the princess gave him a posy, and opened the gate after a while," said Laurie, smiling to himself, as he threw acorns at his tutor. "What a piece of nonsense we have made! With practice, we might do something quite clever. Do you know truth?" asked Sally, after they had laughed over their story. "I hope so," said Meg soberly. "The game, I mean." "What is it?" said Fred. "Why, you pile up your hands, choose a number, and draw out in turn, and the person who draws at the number has to answer truly any questions put by the rest. It's great fun." "Let's try it," said Joe, who liked new experiments. Miss Kate and Mr. Brooke, Meg and Ned declined, but Fred, Sally, Joe and Laurie piled and drew, and the lot fell to Laurie. "Who are your heroes?" asked Joe. "Grandfather and Napoleon's." "Which lady here do you think prettiest?" said Sally. "Margaret." "Which do you like best?" from Fred. "Joe, of course." "What silly questions you ask," and Joe gave a disdainful shrug, as the rest laughed at Laurie's matter-of-fact tone. "Try again, truth isn't a bad game," said Fred. "It's a very good one for you," retorted Joe in a low voice. Her turn came next. "What is your greatest fault?" asked Fred, by way of testing in her the virtue he lacked himself. "A quick temper." "What do you most wish for?" said Laurie. "A pair of bootlacings," returned Joe, guessing and defeating his purpose. "Not a true answer, you must say what you really do want most." "Genius, don't you wish you could give it to me, Laurie?" and she slyly smiled in his disappointed face. "What virtues do you most admire in a man?" asked Sally. "Courage and honesty." "Now my turn," said Fred, as his hand came last. "Let's give it to him," whispered Laurie to Joe, who nodded and asked at once, "Didn't you cheat at croquet?" Well, yes, a little bit. Good, didn't you take your story out of the Sea Lion, said Laurie. Rather. Don't you think the English nation perfect in every respect, asked Sally. I should be ashamed of myself if I didn't. He's a true John Bull now, Miss Sally. You shall have a chance without waiting to draw ill harrow up your feelings, first by asking if you don't think you are something of a flirt, said Laurie, as Joe nodded to Fred as a sign that peace was declared. You impertinent boy, of course I am not, exclaimed Sally with an air that proved the contrary. What do you hate most, asked Fred. Spiders and rice pudding. What do you like best, asked Joe. Dancing and French gloves. Well, I think truth is a very silly play. Let's have a sensible game of authors to refresh our minds, proposed Joe. Ned, Frank and the little girls joined in this, and while it went on the three elders sat apart talking, Miss Kate took out her sketch again, and Margaret watched her while Mr. Brooke lay on the grass with a book which he did not read. How beautifully you do it, I wish I could draw, said Meg, with mingled admiration and regret in her voice. Why don't you learn? I should think you had taste and talent for it, replied Miss Kate graciously. I haven't time. Your mamma prefers other accomplishments, I fancy, so did mine, but I proved to her that I had talent by taking a few lessons privately, and then she was quite willing I should go on. Can't you do the same with your governess? I have none. I forgot young ladies in America go to school more than with us very fine schools. They are too. Papa says you go to a private one, I suppose. I don't go at all. I am a governess myself. Oh, indeed, said Miss Kate, but she might as well have said dear me. How dreadful, for her tone implied it, and something in her face made Meg colour and wish she had not been so frank. Mr. Brooke looked up and said quickly, young ladies in America love independence as much as their ancestors did, and are admired and respected for supporting themselves. Oh yes, of course it's very nice and proper in them to do so. We have many most respectable and worthy young women who do the same, and are employed by the nobility, because being the daughters of gentlemen, they are both well-bred and accomplished, you know, said Miss Kate in a patronizing tone that hurt Meg's pride, and made her work seem not only more distasteful, but degrading. Did the German song suit Miss March? Inquired Mr. Brooke, breaking an awkward pause. Oh yes, it was very sweet, and I am much obliged to whoever translated it for me, and Meg's downcast face brightened as she spoke. Don't you read German? Asked Miss Kate with a look of surprise. Not very well, my father who taught me is away, and I don't get on very fast alone, for I've no one to correct my pronunciation. Try a little now. Here is Schiller's Mary Stuart, and a tutor who loves to teach, and Mr. Brooke laid his book on her lap with an inviting smile. It's so hard, I'm afraid, to try, said Meg, grateful, but bashful in the presence of the accomplished young lady beside her. I'll read a bit to encourage you, and Miss Kate read one of the most beautiful passages in a perfectly correct, but perfectly expressionless manner. Mr. Brooke made no comment as she returned the book to Meg, who said innocently, I thought it was poetry. Some of it is. Try this passage. There was a queer smile about Mr. Brooke's mouth as he opened at poor Mary's lament. Meg obediently following the long grass blade, which her new tutor used to point with, read slowly, and timidly, unconsciously making poetry of the hard words. By the soft intonation of her musical voice down the page went the green guide, and presently forgetting her listener in the beauty of the sad scene, Meg read as if alone, giving a little touch of tragedy to the words of the unhappy queen. If she had seen the brown eyes, then she would have stopped short, but she never looked up, and the lesson was not spoiled for her. Very well indeed, said Mr. Brooke, as she paused, quite ignoring her many mistakes, and looking as if he did indeed love to teach. Miss Kate put up her glass, and having taken a survey of the little tableau before her, shut her sketchbook, saying with condescension, Miss Kate put up her glass. You've a nice accent, and in time will be a clever reader. I advise you to learn, for German is a valuable accomplishment to teachers. I must look after Grace. She is romping. And Miss Kate strolled away, adding to herself with a shrug, I didn't come to chaperone a governess, though she is young and pretty. What odd people these Yankees are. I am afraid Laurie will be quite spoilt among them. I forgot that English people rather turn up their noses at governesses, and don't treat them as we do, said Meg, looking after the retreating figure with an annoyed expression. Tutors also have rather a hard time of it there, as I know to my sorrow. There's no place like America for us workers. Miss Margaret and Mr. Brooke looked so contented and cheerful that Meg was ashamed to lament her hard lot. I'm glad I live in it, then I don't like my work, but I get a good deal of satisfaction out of it, after all, so I won't complain. I only wish I liked teaching as you do. I think you would if you had Laurie for a pupil. I shall be very sorry to lose him next year, said Mr. Brooke busily, punching holes in the turf. Going to college, I suppose. Meg's lips asked that question, but her eyes added, and what becomes of you? Yes, it's high time he went, for he is ready, and as soon as he is off I shall turn soldier. I am needed. I am glad of that, exclaimed Meg. I should think every young man would want to go, though it is hard for the mothers and sisters who stay at home, she added sorrowfully. I have neither, and very few friends to care whether I live or die, said Mr. Brooke, rather bitterly, as he absently put the dead rose in the hole he had made, and covered it up like a little grave. Laurie and his grandfather would care a great deal, and we should all be very sorry to have any harm happen to you, said Meg heartily. Thank you, that sounds pleasant, began Mr. Brooke, looking cheerful again, but before he could finish his speech, Ned, mounted on the old horse, came lumbering up to display his equestrian skill before the young ladies, and there was no more quiet that day. Don't you love to ride? asked Grace of Amy, as they stood resting after a race round the field, with the others led by Ned. I dote upon it. My sister Meg used to ride when Papa was rich, but we don't keep any horses now, except Ellen Tree, added Amy, laughing. Tell me about Ellen Tree. Is it a donkey? asked Grace curiously. Ellen Tree? Why, you see, Joe is crazy about horses, and so am I, but we've only got an old side saddle, and no horse out in our garden is an apple tree that has a nice low branch, so Joe put the saddle on it, fixed some reins on the part that turns up, and we bounce away on Ellen Tree whenever we like. How funny, laughed Grace. I have a pony at home, and ride nearly every day in the park with Fred, and Kate. It's very nice, for my friends go too, and the row is full of ladies and gentlemen. Dear, how charming. I hope I shall go abroad some day, but I'd rather go to Rome than the row, said Amy, who had not the remotest idea what the row was, and wouldn't have asked for the world. Frank, sitting just behind the little girls, heard what they were saying, and pushed his crutch away from him with an impatient gesture, as he watched the active lads, going through all sorts of comical gymnastics. Bate, who was collecting the scattered author cards, looked up, and said in her shy yet friendly way, I'm afraid you are tired. Can I do anything for you? Talk to me, please. It's dull sitting by myself, answered Frank, who had evidently been used to being made much of at home. If he had asked her to deliver a Latin oration, it would not have seemed a more impossible task to bashful Bate, but there was no place to run to, no Joe to hide behind now, and the poor boy looked so wistfully at her that she bravely resolved to try. What do you like to talk about? She asked, fumbling over the cards and dropping half as she tried to tie them up. Well, I like to hear about cricket and boating and hunting, said Frank, who had not yet learned to suit his amusements to his strength. My heart, what shall I do? I don't know anything about them, thought Bate, and forgetting the boy's misfortune in her flurry, she said, hoping to make him talk. I never saw any hunting, but I suppose you know all about it. I did once, but I can never hunt again, for I got hurt leaping a confounded 5-barred gate, so there are no more horses and hounds for me, said Frank, with a sigh that made Bate hate herself for her innocent blunder. Your deer are much prettier than our ugly buffaloes, she said, turning to the prairies for help, and feeling glad that she had read one of the boys' books in which Joe delighted. Buffaloes proved soothing and satisfactory, and in her eagerness to amuse another, Bate forgot herself, and was quite unconscious of her sister's surprise and delight at the unusual spectacle of Bate talking away to one of the dreadful boys against whom she had begged protection. Bless her heart, she pities him, so she is good to him, said Joe, beaming at her from the croquet ground. I always said she was a little saint, added Meg, as if there could be no further doubt of it. I haven't heard Frank laugh so much for ever so long, said Grace to Amy, as they sat discussing dolls and making teasets out of the acorn cups. My sister Bate is a very fastidious girl when she likes to be, said Amy, well pleased at Bate's success. She meant fascinating, but as Grace didn't know the exact meaning of either word, fastidious sounded well and made a good impression. An impromptu circus, fox and geese, and an amicable game of croquet finished the afternoon. At sunset the tent was struck, hampers packed, wickets pulled up, boats loaded, and the whole party floated down the river singing at the tops of their voices. Ned, getting sentimental, warbled a serenade with the pensive refrain, Alone, alone, ah woe alones. And at the lines, We each are young, we each have a heart. Oh, why should we stand thus coldly apart? He looked at Meg with such a lackadaisical expression that she laughed outright and spoilt his song. "How can you be so cruel to me?" he whispered under cover of a lively chorus. "You've kept close to that starched-up Englishwoman all day, and now you snub me." "I didn't mean to, but you looked so funny, I really couldn't help it," replied Meg, passing over the first part of his reproach, for it was quite true that she had shunned him, remembering the Moffat party and the talk after it. Ned was offended and turned to Sally for consolation, saying to her, rather pettishly, "There isn't a bit of flirt in that girl, is there?" "Not a particle, but she's a dear," returned Sally, defending her friend, even while confessing her shortcomings. "She's not a stricken dear anyway," said Ned, trying to be witty and succeeding, as well as very young gentlemen usually do. On the lawn where it had gathered, the little party separated with cordial goodnights and goodbyes, for the Vaughans were going to Canada. As the four sisters went home through the garden, Miss Kate looked after them, saying without the patronizing tone in her voice, in spite of their demonstrative manners, "American girls are very nice when one knows them." "I quite agree with you," said Mr. Brooke. Tail pieces. Swinging to and fro in his hammock. Roman 13 castles in the air. Laurie lay luxuriously swinging to and fro in his hammock one warm September afternoon, wondering what his neighbors were about but too lazy to go and find out. He was in one of his moods for the day, had been both unprofitable and unsatisfactory, and he was wishing he could live it over again. The hot weather made him indolent, and he had shirked his studies, tried Mr. Brooke's patience to the utmost, displeased his grandfather by practicing half the afternoon, frightened the maidservants half out of their wits by mischievously hinting that one of his dogs was going mad, and after high words with the stableman about some fancied neglect of his horse, he had flung himself into his hammock to fume over the stupidity of the world in general, till the peace of the lovely day quieted him in spite of himself. Staring up into the green gloom of the horse-chestnut trees above him, he dreamed dreams of all sorts, and was just imagining himself tossing on the ocean in a voyage round the world, when the sound of voices brought him ashore in a flash. Peeping through the meshes of the hammock, he saw the Marches coming out, as if bound on some expedition. "What in the world are those girls about now?" thought Laurie, opening his sleepy eyes to take a good look, for there was something rather peculiar in the appearance of his neighbors. Each wore a large flapping hat, a brown linen pouch slung over one shoulder, and carried a long staff. Meg had a cushion, Joe a book, Bait a basket, and Amy a portfolio. All walked quietly through the garden out at the little back gate, and began to climb the hill that lay between the house and river. "Well, that's cool," said Laurie to himself, "to have a picnic, and never ask me. They can't be going in the boat, for they haven't got the key. Perhaps they forgot it. I'll take it to them and see what's going on." Though possessed of half a dozen hats, it took him some time to find one. Then there was a hunt for the key, which was at last discovered in his pocket, so that the girls were quite out of sight when he leaped the fence and ran after them, taking the shortest way to the boathouse. He waited for them to appear, but no one came, and he went up the hill to take an observation. A grove of pines covered one part of it, and from the heart of this green spot came a clearer sound than the soft sigh of the pines or the drowsy chirp of the crickets. "Here's a landscape," thought Laurie, peeping through the bushes and looking wide awake and good-natured already. It was rather a pretty little picture, for the sisters sat together in the shady nook with sun and shadow flickering over them, the aromatic wind lifting their hair and cooling their hot cheeks, and all the little wood people going on with their affairs as if these were no strangers but old friends. Meg sat upon her cushion, sewing daintily with her white hands, and looking as fresh and sweet as a rose in her pink dress among the green bait, was sorting the cones that lay thick under the hemlock nearby, for she made pretty things of them. Amy was sketching a group of ferns, and Joe was knitting. As she read aloud, a shadow passed over the boy's face as he watched them, feeling that he ought to go away, because uninvited yet lingering, because home seemed very lonely, and this quiet party in the woods most attractive to his restless spirit. He stood so still that a squirrel busy with its harvesting ran down a pine close beside him, saw him suddenly, and skipped back, scolding so shrilly that Bate looked up, espied the wistful face behind the birches, and beckoned with a reassuring smile. It was rather a pretty little picture. "May I come in, please, or shall I be a bother?" he asked, advancing slowly. Meg lifted her eyebrows, but Joe scowled at her defiantly, and said at once, "Of course you may. We should have asked you before, only we thought you wouldn't care for such a girl's game as this." "I always liked your games, but if Meg doesn't want me, I'll go away." "I've no objection if you do something. It's against the rules to be idle here," replied Meg gravely but graciously. Much obliged, I'll do anything, if y'all let me stop a bit, for it's as dull as the desert of Sahara down there. Shall I so read cone draw, or do all at once bring on your bears? I am ready. And Laurie sat down, with a submissive expression delightful to behold. Finish this story while I set my heel, said Joe, handing him the book. Yes'm, was the meek answer, as he began doing his best to prove his gratitude for the favor of an admission into the Busy Bee Society. The story was not a long one, and when it was finished, he ventured to ask a few questions as a reward of merit. Please, Mom, could I inquire if this highly instructive and charming institution is a new one? Would you tell him? Asked Meg of her sisters. Hell laugh, said Amy warningly. Who cares, said Joe. I guess hell like it, added Bate. Of course I shall. I give you my word I won't laugh. Tell away, Joe, and don't be afraid. The idea of being afraid of you, well, you see, we used to play Pilgrim's Progress, and we have been going on with it in earnest all winter and summer. Yes, I know, said Laurie, nodding wisely. Who told you? Demanded Joe. Spirits. No, I did. I wanted to amuse him one night when you were all away, and he was rather dismal. He did like it, so don't scold, Joe, said Bate meekly. You can't keep a secret. Never mind, it saves trouble now. Go on, please, said Laurie, as Joe became absorbed in her work, looking a trifle displeased. Oh, didn't she tell you about this new plan of ours? Well, we have tried not to waste our holiday, but each has had a task and worked at it with a will. The vacation is nearly over, the stints are all done, and we are ever so glad that we didn't dawdle. Yes, I should think so, and Laurie thought regretfully of his own idle days. Mother likes to have us out of doors as much as possible, so we bring our work here and have nice times for the fun of it. We bring our things in these bags, where the old hats use poles to climb the hill and play pilgrims, as we used to do years ago. We call this hill the Delectable Mountain, for we can look far away and see the country where we hope to live some time. Joe pointed, and Laurie sat up to examine, for through an opening in the wood one could look across the wide blue river, the meadows on the other side, far over the outskirts of the great city, to the green hills that rose to meet the sky. The sun was low, and the heavens glowed with the splendor of an autumn sunset. Gold and purple clouds lay on the hilltops, and rising high into the ruddy light were silvery white peaks that shone like the airy spires of some celestial city. How beautiful that is, said Laurie softly, for he was quick to see and feel beauty of any kind. It's often so, and we like to watch it, for it is never the same, but always splendid, replied Amy, wishing she could paint it. Joe talks about the country where we hope to live some time. With real country, she means with pigs and chickens, and haymaking. It would be nice, but I wish the beautiful country up there was real, and we could ever go to it, said Bate musingly. There is a lovelier country, even than that, where we shall go by, and by when we are good enough, answered Meg with her sweet voice. It seems so long to wait, so hard to do. I want to fly away at once, as those swallows fly, and go in at that splendid gate. Y'all get there, Bate, sooner or later, no fear of that, said Joe. I am the one that will have to fight and work and climb and wait, and maybe never get in after all. Y'all have me for company, if that's any comfort. I shall have to do a deal of traveling before I come in sight of your celestial city. If I arrive late, y'all say a good word for me, won't you, Bate? Something in the boy's face troubled his little friend, but she said cheerfully, with her quiet eyes on the changing clouds, if people really want to go and really try all their lives, I think they will get in, for I don't believe there are any locks on that door or any guards at the gate. I always imagine it is as it is in the picture, where the shining ones stretch out their hands to welcome poor Christian as he comes up from the river. Wouldn't it be fun if all the castles in the air which we make could come true, and we could live in them, said Joe after a little pause. I've made such quantities it would be hard to choose which I'd have, said Laurie, lying flat and throwing cones at the squirrel who had betrayed him. You'd have to take your favorite one. What is it? Asked Meg. If I tell mine, will you tell yours? Yes, if the girls will too. We will now, Laurie. After I'd seen as much of the world as I want to, I'd like to settle in Germany and have just as much music as I choose. I am to be a famous musician myself, and all creation is to rush to hear me, and I am never to be bothered about money or business, but just enjoy myself and live for what I like. That's my favorite castle. What's yours, Meg? Margaret seemed to find it a little hard to tell hers, and waved a break before her face as if to disperse imaginary gnats, while she said slowly, I should like a lovely house full of all sorts of luxurious thingsness, food, pretty clothes, handsome furniture, pleasant people, and heaps of money. I am to be mistress of it, and manage it as I like with plenty of servants, so I never need work a bit how I should enjoy it, for I wouldn't be idle, but do good and make every one love me dearly. Waved a break before her face. Wouldn't you have a master for your castle in the air? Asked Laurie slyly. I said pleasant people, you know, and Meg carefully tied up her shoe as she spoke so that no one saw her face. Why don't you say you'd have a splendid, wise, good husband, and some angelic little children? You know your castle wouldn't be perfect without, said blunt Joe, who had no tender fancies yet, and rather scorned romance except in books. You'd have nothing but horses, inkstands, and novels in yours, answered Meg petulantly. Wouldn't I though? I'd have a stable full of Arabian steeds, rooms piled with books, and I'd write out of a magic inkstand, so that my works should be as famous as Laurie's music. I want to do something splendid before I go into my castle, something heroic or wonderful that won't be forgotten after I am dead. I don't know what, but I am on the watch for it, and mean to astonish you all some day. I think I shall write books and get rich and famous that would suit me so. That is my favorite dream. Mine is to stay at home safe with father and mother and help take care of the family, said Bate contentedly. Don't you wish for anything else? Asked Laurie. Since I had my little piano I am perfectly satisfied. I only wish we may all keep well and be together, nothing else. I have ever so many wishes, but the pet one is to be an artist and go to Rome and do fine pictures, and be the best artist in the whole world was Amy's modest desire. We're an ambitious set, aren't we, every one of us, but Bate wants to be rich and famous and gorgeous in every respect. I do wonder if any of us will ever get our wishes, said Laurie, chewing grass like a meditative calf. I've got the key to my castle in the air, but whether I can unlock the door remains to be seen, observed Joe mysteriously. I've got the key to mine, but I'm not allowed to try at Hang College, muttered Laurie with an impatient sigh. Here's mine, and Amy waved her pencil. I haven't got any, said Meg forlornly. Yes, you have, said Laurie at once. Where? In your face. Nonsense, that's of no use. Wait and see if it doesn't bring you something worth having, replied the boy, laughing at the thought of a charming little secret, which he fancied he knew. Meg coloured behind the break, but asked no questions, and looked across the river with the same expectant expression which Mr. Brooke had worn when he told the story of the night. If we are all alive 10 years hence, let's meet, and see how many of us have got our wishes, or how much nearer we are then than now, said Joe, always ready with a plan. Bless me, how old I shall be, 27, exclaimed Meg, who felt grown up already, having just reached 17. You and I shall be 26, Teddy Bate 24, and Amy 22. What a venerable party, said Joe. I hope I shall have done something to be proud of by that time, but I'm such a lazy dog I am afraid I shall dawdle, Joe. You need a motive, mother says, and when you get it she is sure you'll work splendidly. Is she? By Jupiter, I will if I only get the chance, cried Laurie, sitting up with sudden energy. I ought to be satisfied to please grandfather, and I do try, but it's working against the grain, you see, and comes hard. He wants me to be an India merchant as he was, and I'd rather be shot. I hate tea and silk and spices, and every sort of rubbish his old ships bring, and I don't care how soon they go to the bottom. When I own them, going to college ought to satisfy him, for if I give him 4 years he ought to let me off from the business. But he's set, and I've got to do just as he did, unless I break away and please myself, as my father, Roman 999. If there was anyone left to stay with the old gentleman, I'd do it tomorrow. Laurie spoke excitedly, and looked ready to carry his threat into execution on the slightest provocation, for he was growing up very fast, and in spite of his indolent ways, had a young man's hatred of subjection, a young man's restless longing to try the world for himself. I advise you to sail away in one of your ships, and never come home again till you have tried your own way, said Joe, whose imagination was fired by the thought of such a daring exploit, and whose sympathy was excited by what she called Teddy's wrongs. That's not right, Joe, you mustn't talk in that way, and Laurie mustn't take your bad advice. You should do just what your grandfather wishes, my dear boy, said Meg, in her most maternal tone. Do your best at college, and when he sees that you try to please him I am sure he won't be hard or unjust to you. As you say, there is no one else to stay with and love him, and you'd never forgive yourself if you left him without his permission. Don't be dismal or fret, but do your duty, and you'll get your reward, as good Mr. Brooke has, by being respected and loved. What do you know about him? Asked Laurie, grateful for the good advice, but objecting to the lecture, and glad to turn the conversation from himself after his unusual outbreak. Only what your grandpa told us about him, how He took good care of his own mother till she died and wouldn't go abroad as tutor to some nice person because he wouldn't leave her, and how he provides now for an old woman who nursed his mother and never tells anyone, but is just as generous and patient and good as he can be. So he is, dear old fellow, said Laurie heartily, as Meg paused, looking flushed and earnest with her story. It's like Grandpa to find out all about him without letting him know, and to tell all his goodness to others, so that they might like him. Brooke couldn't understand why. Your mother was so kind to him, asking him over with me, and treating him in her beautiful, friendly way. He thought she was just perfect and talked about it for days and days, and went on about you all in flaming style. If ever I do get my wish, you see what it'll do for Brooke. Begin to do something now, by not plaguing his life out, said Meg sharply. How do you know I do, miss? I can always tell by his face when he goes away. If you have been good, he looks satisfied, and walks briskly. If you have plagued him, he's sober and walks slowly, as if he wanted to go back and do his work better. I see him bow and smile. Well, I like that, so you keep an account of my good and bad marks in Brooke's face, do you? I see him bow and smile as he passes your window, but I didn't know you'd got up a telegraph. We haven't, don't be angry, and oh, don't tell him I said anything. It was only to show that I cared how you get on, and what is said here is said in confidence, you know, cried Meg, much alarmed at the thought of what might follow from her careless speech. I don't tell tales, replied Laurie with his high and mighty air, as Joe called a certain expression, which he occasionally wore only if Brooke is going to be a thermometer. I must mind and have fair weather for him to report. Please don't be offended. I didn't mean to preach or tell tales or be silly. I only thought Joe was encouraging you in a feeling which you'd be sorry for. By and by, you are so kind to us. We feel as if you were our brother, and say just what we think. Forgive me, I meant it kindly, and Meg offered her hand with a gesture both affectionate and timid. Ashamed of his momentary pique, Laurie squeezed the kind little hand, and said frankly, I am the one to be forgiven. I am cross, and have been out of sorts all day. I like to have you tell me my faults, and be sisterly, so don't mind if I am grumpy sometimes. I thank you all the same. Bent on showing that he was not offended, he made himself as agreeable as possible. Wound cotton, for Meg recited poetry to please Joe, shook down cones for bait, and helped Amy with her ferns, proving himself a fit person to belong to the busy bee society. In the midst of an animated discussion on the domestic habits of turtles, one of those amiable creatures having strolled up from the river, the faint sound of a bell warned them that Hannah had put the tea to draw, and they would just have time to get home to supper. May I come again? Asked Laurie. Yes, if you are good and love your book, as the boys in the primer are told to do, said Meg, smiling. I'll try. Then you may come, and I'll teach you to knit as the Scotchmen do. There's a demand for socks just now, added Joe, waving hers like a big blue worsted banner as they parted at the gate. That night when Bate played to Mr. Lawrence in the twilight, Laurie, standing in the shadow of the curtain, listened to the little David, whose simple music always quieted his moody spirit, and watched the old man who sat with his grey head on his hand, thinking tender thoughts of the dead child he had loved so much. Remembering the conversation of the afternoon, the boy said to himself with the resolve to make the sacrifice cheerfully, I'll let my castle go and stay with the dear old gentleman, while he needs me, for I am all he has. Tale pieces. Joe was very busy. Roman 14 Secrets. Joe was very busy in the garret, for the October days began to grow chilly, and the afternoons were short for 2 or 3 hours. The sun lay warmly in the high window, showing Joe, seated on the old sofa, writing busily, with her papers spread out upon a trunk before her, while Scrabble the pet rat promenaded the beams overhead, accompanied by his oldest son, a fine young fellow, who was evidently very proud of his whiskers. Quite absorbed in her work, Joe scribbled away, till the last page was filled, when she signed her name with a flourish, and threw down her pen, exclaiming, There, I've done my best. If this won't suit, I shall have to wait till I can do better. Lying back on the sofa, she read the manuscript carefully through, making dashes here and there, and putting in many exclamation points which looked like little balloons. Then she tied it up with a smart red ribbon, and sat a minute looking at it with a sober, wistful expression, which plainly showed how earnest her work had been. Jo's desk up here was an old tin kitchen which hung against the wall. In it she kept her papers, and a few books safely shut away from Scrabble, who, being likewise of a literary turn, was fond of making a circulating library of such books as were left in his way. By eating the leaves from this tin receptacle, Joe produced another manuscript, and putting both in her pocket, crept quietly downstairs, leaving her friends to nibble her pens and taste her ink. She put on her hat and jacket as noiselessly as possible, and going to the back entry window got out upon the roof of a low porch, swung herself down to the grassy bank, and took a roundabout way to the road. Once there she composed herself, hailed a passing omnibus, and rolled away to town looking very merry and mysterious. If anyone had been watching her, he would have thought her movements decidedly peculiar, for on alighting, she went off at a great pace, till she reached a certain number in a certain busy street. Having found the place with some difficulty, she went into the doorway, looked up the dirty stairs, and after standing stock still a minute suddenly dived into the street and walked away as rapidly as she came. This manoeuvre she repeated several times, to the great amusement of a black-eyed young gentleman lounging in the window of a building opposite. On returning for the third time, Jo gave herself a shake, pulled her hat over her eyes, and walked up the stairs looking as if she were going to have all her teeth out. There was a dentist's sign among others which adorned the entrance, and after staring a moment at the pair of artificial jaws, which slowly opened and shut to draw attention to a fine set of teeth, the young gentleman put on his coat, took his hat, and went down to post himself in the opposite doorway, saying with a smile and a shiver, "It's like her to come alone, but if she has a bad time she'll need someone to help her home." In 10 minutes Jo came running downstairs with a very red face and the general appearance of a person who had just passed through a trying ordeal of some sort. When she saw the young gentleman she looked anything but pleased and passed him with a nod, but he followed, asking with an air of sympathy, "Did you have a bad time?" "Not very." "You got through quickly?" "Yes, thank goodness." "Why did you go alone?" "Didn't want anyone to know." "You're the oddest fellow I ever saw. How many did you have out?" Jo looked at her friend as if she did not understand him, then began to laugh as if mightily amused at something. "There are 2 which I want to have come out, but I must wait a week." "What are you laughing at? You are up to some mischief," Jo said, Laurie looking mystified. "So are you. What were you doing, sir, up in that billiard saloon?" "Begging your pardon, Mom, it wasn't a billiard saloon, but a gymnasium, and I was taking a lesson in fencing." "I am glad of that." "Why?" "You can teach me, and then when we play Hamlet you can be Laertes, and well make a fine thing of the fencing scene." Laurie burst out with a hearty boy's laugh, which made several passers-by smile in spite of themselves. "I'll teach you whether we play Hamlet or not. It's grand fun, and will straighten you up capitally. But I don't believe that was your only reason for saying I'm glad in that decided way, was it now?" "No, I was glad that you were not in the saloon, because I hope you never go to such places, do you?" "Not often." "I wish you wouldn't." "It's no harm, Jo, I have billiards at home, but it's no fun unless you have good players, so as I'm fond of it I come sometimes, and have a game with Ned Moffat or some of the other fellows." "Oh dear, I'm so sorry for y'all. Get to liking it better and better, and will waste time and money and grow like those dreadful boys. I did hope you'd stay respectable, and be a satisfaction to your friends," said Jo, shaking her head. "Can't a fellow take a little innocent amusement now, and then without losing his respectability?" asked Laurie, looking nettled. "That depends upon how and where he takes it. I don't like Ned and his set, and wish you'd keep out of it. Mother won't let us have him at our house, though he wants to come, and if you grow like him, she won't be willing to have us frolic together as we do now." "Won't she?" asked Laurie anxiously. "No, she can't bear fashionable young men, and she'd shut us all up in bandboxes rather than have us associate with them." "Well, she needn't get out her bandboxes, yet I'm not a fashionable party, and don't mean to be, but I do like harmless larks now and then, don't you?" "Yes, nobody minds them, so lark away, but don't get wild, will you, or there will be an end of all our good times." "I'll be a double-distilled saint." "I can't bear saints. Just be a simple, honest, respectable boy, and well never desert you. I don't know what I should do if you acted like Mr. King's son. He had plenty of money, but didn't know how to spend it and got tipsy and gambled and ran away, and forged his father's name, I believe, and was altogether horrid. You think I'm likely to do the same? Much obliged." "No, I don't, oh dear, no, but I hear people talking about money being such a temptation, and I sometimes wish you were poor. I shouldn't worry then." "Do you worry about me, Jo?" "A little when you look moody or discontented, as you sometimes do, for you've got such a strong will. If you once get started wrong, I'm afraid it would be hard to stop you." Laurie walked in silence a few minutes, and Jo watched him, wishing she had held her tongue, for his eyes looked angry though his lips still smiled as if at her warnings. Are you going to deliver lectures all the way home? He asked presently. Of course not. Why? Because if you are ill, take a bus. If you are not, I'd like to walk with you and tell you something very interesting. I won't preach any more, and I'd like to hear the news immensely. Very well then, come on, it's a secret, and if I tell you, you must tell me yours. I haven't got any, began Joe, but stopped suddenly, remembering that she had. You know you have, you can't hide anything, so up and fess, or I won't tell, cried Laurie. Is your secret a nice one? Oh, isn't it all about people you know, and such fun, you ought to hear it, and I've been aching to tell it, this long time. Come, you begin. You'll not say anything about it at home, will you? Not a word. And you won't tease me in private? I never tease. Yes, you do. You get everything you want out of people. I don't know how you do it, but you are a born wheedler. Thank you, fire away. Well, I've left 2 stories with a newspaper man, and he's to give his answer next week, whispered Joe in her confidant's ear. Hurrah for Miss March. Hurrah for Miss March, the celebrated American authoress, cried Laurie, throwing up his hat, and catching it again, to the great delight of 2 ducks, 4 cats, 5 hens and half a dozen Irish children, for they were out of the city now. Hush, it won't come to anything, I dare say, but I couldn't rest till I had tried, and I said nothing about it, because I didn't want anyone else to be disappointed. It won't fail. Why, Joe, your stories are works of Shakespeare compared to half the rubbish that is published every day. Won't it be fun to see them in print, and shan't we feel proud of our authoress? Jo's eyes sparkled, for it is always pleasant to be believed in, and a friend's praise is always sweeter than a dozen newspaper puffs. Where's your secret? Play fair, Teddy, or I'll never believe you again, she said, trying to extinguish the brilliant hopes that blazed up at a word of encouragement. I may get into a scrape for telling, but I didn't promise not to, so I will, for I never feel easy in my mind till I've told you any plummy bit of news I know where Meg's glove is. Is that all? Said Joe, looking disappointed as Laurie nodded and twinkled, with a face full of mysterious intelligence. It's quite enough for the present, as you'll agree when I tell you where it is. Tell then. Laurie bent and whispered 3 words in Jo's ear, which produced a comical change. She stood and stared at him for a minute, looking both surprised and displeased, then walked on, saying sharply, How do you know? Saw it. Where? Park it. All this time? Yes, isn't that romantic? No, it's horrid. Don't you like it? Of course I don't. It's ridiculous. It won't be allowed. My patience, what would Meg say? You are not to tell anyone, mind that. I didn't promise. That was understood, and I trusted you. Well, I won't for the present anyway, but I'm disgusted and wish you hadn't told me. I thought you'd be pleased. At the idea of anybody coming to take Meg away, no thank you. You'll feel better about it when somebody comes to take you away. I'd like to see anyone try it, cried Joe fiercely. So should I, and Laurie chuckled at the idea. I don't think secrets agree with me. I feel rumpled up in my mind since you told me that, said Joe rather ungratefully. Race down this hill with me and you'll be all right, suggested Laurie. Joe darted away. No one was in sight. The smooth road sloped invitingly before her, and finding the temptation irresistible, Joe darted away, soon leaving hat and comb behind her, and scattering hairpins. As she ran, Laurie reached the goal first, and was quite satisfied with the success of his treatment for his Atalanta, came panting up with flying hair, bright eyes, ruddy cheeks, and no signs of dissatisfaction in her face. I wish I was a horse, then I could run for miles in this splendid air, and not lose my breath. It was capital, but see what a guy it's made me go pick up my things like a cherub, as you are, said Joe, dropping down under a maple tree, which was carpeting the bank with crimson leaves. Laurie leisurely departed to recover the lost property, and Joe bundled up her braids, hoping no one would pass by till she was tidy again, but someone did pass, and who should it be but Meg, looking particularly ladylike in her state and festival suit, for she had been making calls. What in the world are you doing here? She asked, regarding her dishevelled sister with well-bred surprise. Getting leaves, meekly answered Joe, sorting the rosy handful she had just swept up. And hairpins, added Laurie, throwing half a dozen into Jo's lap. They grow on this road, Meg, so do combs and brown straw hats. You have been running, Joe. How could you? When will you stop such romping ways? Said Meg, reprovingly, as she settled her cuffs and smoothed her hair, with which the wind had taken liberties. Never till I'm stiff and old, and have to use a crutch. Don't try to make me grow up before my time, Meg. It's hard enough to have you change all of a sudden. Let me be a little girl as long as I can." As she spoke, Jo bent over the leaves to hide the trembling of her lips, for lately she had felt that Margaret was fast getting to be a woman, and Laurie's secret made her dread the separation, which must surely come some time, and now seemed very near. He saw the trouble in her face, and drew Meg's attention from it by asking quickly, "Where have you been calling all so fine?" "At the gardener's, and Sally has been telling me all about Belle Moffat's wedding. It was very splendid, and they have gone to spend the winter in Paris. Just think how delightful that must be." "Do you envy her, Meg?" said Laurie. "I am afraid I do." "I am glad of it," muttered Jo, tying on her hat with a jerk. "Why?" asked Meg, looking surprised. "Because if you care much about riches, you will never go and marry a poor man," said Jo, frowning at Laurie, who was mutely warning her to mind what she said. "I shall never go and marry anyone," observed Meg, walking on with great dignity, while the others followed, laughing, whispering, skipping stones, and behaving like children, as Meg said to herself, though she might have been tempted to join them if she had not had her best dress on. For a week or two Jo behaved so queerly that her sisters were quite bewildered. She rushed to the door when the postman rang, was rude to Mr. Brooke. Whenever they met, would sit looking at Meg with a woebegone face, occasionally jumping up to shake, and then to kiss her in a very mysterious manner, Laurie, and she were always making signs to one another, and talking about spread eagles, till the girls declared they had both lost their wits on the second Saturday, after Jo got out of the window. Meg, as she sat sewing at her window, was scandalized by the sight of Laurie chasing Jo all over the garden, and finally capturing her in Amy's bower. What went on there Meg could not see, but shrieks of laughter were heard, followed by the murmur of voices, and a great flapping of newspapers. "What shall we do with that girl? She never will behave like a young lady," sighed Meg, as she watched the race with a disapproving face. "I hope she won't. She is so funny and dear as she is," said Bate, who had never betrayed that she was a little hurt at Joss having secrets with anyone but her. "It's very trying, but we never can make her calm. La Faux," added Amy, who sat making some new frills for herself with her curls, tied up in a very becoming waitwo agreeable things, which made her feel unusually elegant and ladylike. In a few minutes Jo bounced in, laid herself on the sofa, and affected to read. "Have you anything interesting there?" asked Meg with condescension. "Nothing, but a story won't amount to much, I guess," returned Jo, carefully keeping the name of the paper out of sight. "You'd better read it aloud. That will amuse us, and keep you out of mischief," said Amy in her most grown-up tone. "What's the name?" asked Bate, wondering why Jo kept her face behind the sheet. "The Rival Painters." "That sounds well. Read it," said Meg. With a loud hem and a long breath, Jo began to read very fast. The girls listened with interest, for the tale was romantic and somewhat pathetic, as most of the characters died in the end. "I like that about the splendid picture," was Amy's approving remark as Jo paused. "I prefer the lovering part. Viola and Angelo are two of our favourite names." "Isn't that queer?" said Meg, wiping her eyes, for the lovering part was tragical. "Who wrote it?" asked Bate, who had caught a glimpse of Joss' face. The reader suddenly sat up, cast away the paper, displaying a flushed countenance, and with a funny mixture of solemnity and excitement, replied in a loud voice, "Your sister." "You?" cried Meg, dropping her work. "It's very good," said Amy critically. I knew it. "Oh my Jo, I am so proud," and Bate ran to hug her sister and exult over this splendid success. Dear me, how delighted they all were, to be sure. How Meg wouldn't believe it, till she saw the words "Miss Josephine March" actually printed in the paper. How graciously Amy criticized the artistic parts of the story, and offered hints for a sequel which unfortunately couldn't be carried out, as the hero and heroine were dead. How Bate got excited and skipped and sung with joy. How Hannah came in to exclaim, "Sakes alive, well, I never," in great astonishment at that Joss doings. How proud Mrs. March was when she knew it. How Jo laughed with tears in her eyes, as she declared she might as well be a peacock, and done with it, and how the spread eagle might be said to flap his wings triumphantly over the house of March, as the paper passed from hand to hand. "Tell us all about it. When did it come? How much did you get for it? What will father say? Won't Laurie laugh?" cried the family all in one breath as they clustered about Jo, for these foolish, affectionate people made a jubilee of every little household joy. "Stop jabbering, girls, and I'll tell you everything," said Jo, wondering if Miss Burney felt any grander over her Evelina, than she did over her rival painters, having told how she disposed of her tales. Joe added. And when I went to get my answer, the man said he liked them both, but didn't pay beginners, only let them print in his paper, and noticed the stories. It was good practice, he said, and when the beginners improved anyone would pay, so I let him have the 2 stories, and today this was sent to me and Laurie caught me with it, and insisted on seeing it, so I let him, and he said it was good, and I shall write more, and he's going to get the next paid for, and I am so happy, for in time I may be able to support myself and help the girls. Joss' breath gave out here, and wrapping her head in the paper, she bedewed her little story with a few natural tears, for to be independent and earn the praise of those she loved were the dearest wishes of her heart, and this seemed to be the first step toward that happy end. Roman 15, a telegram. November is the most disagreeable month in the year. November is the most disagreeable month in the whole year, said Margaret, standing at the window one dull afternoon, looking out at the frostbitten garden. That's the reason I was born in it, observed Joe pensively, quite unconscious of the blot on her nose. If something very pleasant should happen now, we should think it a delightful month, said Bate, who took a hopeful view of everything, even November. I dare say, but nothing pleasant ever does happen in this family, said Meg, who was out of sorts. We go grubbing along day after day, without a bit of change and very little fun. We might as well be in a treadmill. My patience, how blue we are, cried Joe. I don't much wonder, poor dear, for you see other girls having splendid times, while you grind year in and year out. Oh, don't I wish I could manage things for you, as I do for my heroines. You're pretty enough and good enough already, so it'd have some rich relation leave you a fortune unexpectedly. Then you dash out as an heiress, scorn everyone who has slighted you, go abroad, and come home, my lady, something in a blaze of splendour and elegance. People don't have fortunes left them in that style nowadays. Men have to work, and women to marry for money. It's a dreadfully unjust world, said Meg bitterly. Joe and I are going to make fortunes for you all. Just wait 10 years, and see if we don't, said Amy, who sat in a corner making mud pies, as Hannah called her little clay models of birds, fruit and faces. Can't wait, and I'm afraid I haven't much faith in ink and dirt, though I'm grateful for your good intentions. Meg sighed and turned to the frostbitten garden again. Joe groaned and leaned both elbows on the table in a despondent attitude, but Amy spatted away energetically, and Bate, who sat at the other window, said smiling, 2 pleasant things are going to happen right away. Marmee is coming down the street, and Laurie is tramping through the garden as if he had something nice to tell. In they both came Mrs. March with her usual question, any letter from father, girls, and Laurie to say in his persuasive way, want some of you come for a drive? I've been working away at mathematics till my head is in a muddle, and I'm going to freshen my wits by a brisk turn. It's a dull day, but the air isn't bad, and I'm going to take Brooke home, so it will be gay inside if it isn't out. Come, Joe, you and Bate will go, won't you? Of course we will. Much obliged, but I am busy, and Meg whisked out her work-basket, for she had agreed with her mother that it was best for her at least not to drive often with the young gentleman. We 3 will be ready in a minute, cried Amy, running away to wash her hands. Can I do anything for you, Madam Mother? asked Laurie, leaning over Mrs. March's chair with the affectionate look and tone he always gave her. No, thank you, except call at the office if y'all be so kind, dear. It's our day for a letter, and the postman hasn't been. Father is as regular as the sun, but there's some delay on the way perhaps. A sharp ring interrupted her, and a minute after Hannah came in with a letter. It's one of them horrid telegraph things, Mum, she said, handing it as if she was afraid it would explode and do some damage. One of them horrid telegraph things. At the word telegraph, Mrs. March snatched it, read the 2 lines it contained, and dropped back into her chair, as white as if the little paper had sent a bullet to her heart. Laurie dashed downstairs for water, while Meg and Hannah supported her, and Joe read aloud in a frightened voice. Mrs. March, your husband is very Roman 99, come at once. S. Hale. Blank Hospital, Washington. How still the room was as they listened breathlessly, how strangely the day darkened outside, and how suddenly the whole world seemed to change as the girls gathered about their mother, feeling as if all the happiness and support of their lives was about to be taken from them. Mrs. March was herself again, directly read the message over, and stretched out her arms to her daughters, saying in a tone they never forgot, I shall go at once, but it may be too late. Oh, children, children, help me to bear it. For several minutes there was nothing but the sound of sobbing in the room, mingled with broken words of comfort, tender assurances of help, and hopeful whispers that died away in tears. Poor Hannah was the first to recover, and with unconscious wisdom, she set all the rest a good example, for with her work was the panacea for most afflictions. "The Lord keep the dear man, I won't waste no time a-cryin', but git your things ready right away, mum," she said heartily, as she wiped her face on her apron, gave her mistress a warm shake of the hand with her own hard one, and went away to work like 3 women in one. "She's right, there's no time for tears now, be calm, girls, and let me think." They tried to be calm, poor things, as their mother sat up looking pale, but steady, and put away her grief to think and plan for them. "Where's Laurie?" she asked presently, when she had collected her thoughts, and decided on the first duties to be done. "Here, Mom, oh let me do something," cried the boy, hurrying from the next room whither he had withdrawn, feeling that their first sorrow was too sacred for even his friendly eyes to see. "Send a telegram saying I will come at once, the next train goes early in the morning, I'll take that." "What else? The horses are ready, I can go anywhere, do anything," he said, looking ready to fly to the ends of the earth. "Leave a note at Aunt March's, Joe, give me that pen and paper." Tearing off the blank side of one of her newly copied pages, Joe drew the table before her mother, well knowing that money for the long sad journey must be borrowed, and feeling as if she could do anything to add a little to the sum for her father. "Now go, dear, but don't kill yourself driving at a desperate pace, there is no need of that." Mrs. March's warning was evidently thrown away, for 5 minutes later Laurie tore by the window on his own fleet horse, riding, as if for his life. "Joe, run to the rooms and tell Mrs. King that I can't come on the way, get these things, ill put them down, they'll be needed. And I must go prepared for nursing, hospital stores are not always good bait, go, and ask Mr. Lawrence for a couple of bottles of old wine. I am not too proud to beg for father, he shall have the best of everything. Amy, tell Hannah to get down the black trunk, and Meg, come and help me find my things, for I am half bewildered." Writing, thinking and directing all at once might well bewilder the poor lady, and Meg begged her to sit quietly in her room for a little while, and let them work, every one scattered like leaves before a gust of wind, and the quiet happy household was broken up, as suddenly as if the paper had been an evil spell. Mr. Lawrence came hurrying back with bait, bringing every comfort the kind old gentleman could think of, for the invalid and friendliest promises of protection for the girls during the mother's absence, which comforted her very much. There was nothing he didn't offer, from his own dressing gown to himself as escort, but that last was impossible. Mrs. March would not hear of the old gentleman's undertaking the long journey, yet an expression of relief was visible when he spoke of it, for anxiety ill fits one for travelling. He saw the look knit his heavy eyebrows, rubbed his hands, and marched abruptly away, saying he'd be back directly. No one had time to think of him again, till as Meg ran through the entry with a pair of rubbers in one hand and a cup of tea in the other, she came suddenly upon Mr. Brooke. "I am very sorry to hear of this, Miss March," he said in the kind quiet tone, which sounded very pleasantly to her perturbed spirit. "I came to offer myself as escort to your mother. Mr. Lawrence has commissions for me in Washington, and it will give me real satisfaction to be of service to her there." Down dropped the rubbers, and the tea was very near following, as Meg put out her hand with a face so full of gratitude that Mr. Brooke would have felt repaid for a much greater sacrifice than the trifling one of time and comfort which he was about to make. "How kind you all are, mother will accept, I am sure, and it will be such a relief to know that she has someone to take care of her. Thank you very, very much." Meg spoke earnestly and forgot herself entirely, till something in the brown eyes looking down at her made her remember the cooling tea and lead the way into the parlour, saying she would call her mother. Everything was arranged by the time Laurie returned with a note from Aunt March, enclosing the desired sum, and a few lines repeating what she had often said before, that she had always told them. It was absurd for March to go into the army, always predicted that no good would come of it, and she hoped they would take her advice next time. Mrs. March put the note in the fire, the money in her purse, and went on with her preparations with her lips folded tightly, in a way which Joe would have understood if she had been there. The short afternoon wore away, all the other errands were done, and Meg and her mother busy at some necessary needlework, while Bate and Amy got tea, and Hannah finished her ironing with what she called a slap and a bang. But still Joe did not come. They began to get anxious, and Laurie went off to find her, for no one ever knew what freak Joe might take into her head. He missed her, however, and she came walking in with a very queer expression of countenance, for there was a mixture of fun and fierce satisfaction and regret in it, which puzzled the family as much as did the roll of bills she laid before her mother, saying with a little choke in her voice, "That's my contribution towards making father comfortable and bringing him home." My dear, where did you get it? $25. Joe, I hope you haven't done anything rash. No, it's mine, honestly, I didn't beg, borrow, or steal it, I earned it, and I don't think y'all blame me, for I only sold what was my own. As she spoke, Jo took off her bonnet, and a general outcry arose, for all her abundant hair was cut short. Your hair, your beautiful hair, oh Jo, how could you? You're one beauty, my dear girl. There was no need of this, she doesn't look like my Jo anymore, but I love her dearly for it. As everyone exclaimed, and Bate hugged the cropped head tenderly, Jo assumed an indifferent air, which did not deceive anyone a particle, and said, rumpling up the brown bush, and trying to look as if she liked it, it doesn't affect the fate of the nation, so don't wail, Bate, it will be good for my vanity. I was getting too proud of my wig. It will do my brains good to have that mop taken off my head, feels deliciously light and cool. And the barber said I could soon have a curly crop, which will be boyish becoming, and easy to keep in order. I am satisfied, so please take the money and let's have supper. Tell me all about it, Jo. I am not quite satisfied, but I can't blame you, for I know how willingly you sacrificed your vanity, as you call it, to your love. But my dear, it was not necessary, and I am afraid you will regret it one of these days, said Mrs. March. No, I won't, returned Jo stoutly, feeling much relieved that her prank was not entirely condemned. What made you do it? asked Amy, who would as soon have thought of cutting off her head as her pretty hair. Well, I was wild to do something for father, replied Jo, as they gathered about the table, for healthy young people can eat even in the midst of trouble. I hate to borrow as much as mother does. And I knew Aunt March would croak, she always does if you ask for a ninepence. Meg gave all her quarterly salary toward the rent, and I only got some clothes with mine, so I felt wicked, and was bound to have some money if I sold the nose off my face to get it. You needn't feel wicked, my child, you had no winter things, and got the simplest with your own hard earnings, said Mrs. March, with a look that warmed Jo's heart. I hadn't the least idea of selling my hair at first, but as I went along I kept thinking what I could do, and feeling as if I'd like to dive into some of the rich stores and help myself. In a barber's window I saw tails of hair with the prices marked, and one black tail, not so thick as mine, was $40. It came over me all of a sudden that I had one thing to make money out of, and without stopping to think I walked in, asked if they bought hair, and what they would give for mine. I don't see how you dared to do it, said Bate in a tone of awe. Oh, he was a little man who looked as if he merely lived to oil his hair. He rather stared at first, as if he wasn't used to having girls bounce into his shop and ask him to buy their hair. He said he didn't care about mine, it wasn't the fashionable color, and he never paid much for it in the first place. The work put into it made it dear, and so on. It was getting late, and I was afraid if it wasn't done right away that I shouldn't have it done at all, and you know when I start to do a thing I hate to give it up. So I begged him to take it, and told him why I was in such a hurry. It was silly, I dare say, but it changed his mind, for I got rather excited, and told the story in my topsy-turvy way, and his wife heard, and said so kindly, "Take it, Thomas, and oblige the young lady. I'd do as much for our Jimmy any day, if I had a spire of hair worth selling." Who was Jimmy? asked Amy, who liked to have things explained as they went along. Her son, she said, who was in the army. How friendly such things make strangers feel, don't they? She talked away all the time. The man clipped and diverted my mind nicely. The man clipped? Didn't you feel dreadfully when the first cut came? asked Meg with a shiver. I took a last look at my hair while the man got his things, and that was the end of it. I never snivel over trifles like that, I will confess, though I felt queer when I saw the dear old hair laid out on the table, and felt only the short rough ends on my head. It almost seemed as if it an arm or a leg off. The woman saw me look at it, and picked out a long lock for me to keep. I'll give it to you, marmy, just to remember past glories by, for a crop is so comfortable, I don't think I shall ever have a mane again. Mrs. March folded the wavy chestnut lock, and laid it away with a short grey one in her desk. She only said thank you, dearie, but something in her face made the girls change the subject, and talk as cheerfully as they could about Mr. Brooks' kindness, the prospect of a fine day tomorrow, and the happy times they would have when father came home to be nursed. No one wanted to go to bed when at 10 o'clock Mrs. March put by the last finished job, and said, "Come, girls." Bate went to the piano, and played the father's favourite hymn. All began bravely, but broke down one by one, till Bate was left alone singing with all her heart, for to her music was always a sweet consoler. "Go to bed and don't talk, for we must be up early, and shall need all the sleep we can get. Good night, my darlings," said Mrs. March, as the hymn ended, for no one cared to try another. They kissed her quietly and went to bed as silently as if the dear invalid lay in the next room. Bate and Amy soon fell asleep in spite of the great trouble, but Meg lay awake, thinking the most serious thoughts she had ever known in her short life. Jo lay motionless, and her sister fancied that she was asleep, till a stifled sob made her exclaim as she touched a wet cheek. "Jo dear, what is it? Are you crying about father?" "No, not now." "What then?" Mimey hair burst out poor Jo, trying vainly to smother her emotion in the pillow. It did not sound at all comical to Meg, who kissed and caressed the afflicted heroine in the tenderest manner. "I'm not sorry," protested Jo with a choke. "I'd do it again tomorrow. If I could. It's only the vain, selfish part of me that goes and cries in this silly way. Don't tell anyone, it's all over now. I thought you were asleep, so I just made a little private moan for my one beauty. How came you to be awake?" "I can't sleep, I am so anxious," said Meg. "Think about something pleasant, and you'll soon drop off." "I tried it but felt wider awake than ever." "What did you think of?" "Handsome faces," eyes particularly, answered Meg, smiling to herself in the dark. "What color do you like best?" "Brown, that is sometimes blue, are lovely." Jo laughed, and Meg sharply ordered her not to talk, then amiably promised to make her hair curl, and fell asleep to dream of living in her castle in the air. The clocks were striking midnight, and the rooms were very still as a figure glided quietly from bed to bed, smoothing a coverlid here, settling a pillow there, and pausing to look long and tenderly at each unconscious face, to kiss each with lips that mutely blessed, and to pray the fervent prayers which only mothers utter. As she lifted the curtain to look out into the dreary night, the moon broke suddenly from behind the clouds, and shone upon her like a bright benignant face, which seemed to whisper in the silence, "Be comforted, dear soul, there is always light behind the clouds." Tale pieces. Letters. Romans 16 letters. In the cold grey dawn the sisters lit their lamp, and read their chapter with an earnestness never felt before, for now the shadow of a real trouble had come. The little books were full of help and comfort, and as they dressed they agreed to say goodbye cheerfully and hopefully, and send their mother on her anxious journey unsaddened by tears or complaints from them. Everything seemed very strange when they went down, so dim, and still outside so full of light and bustle within. Breakfast at that early hour seemed odd, and even Hannah's familiar face looked unnatural, as she flew about her kitchen with her nightcap on the big trunk, stood ready in the hall. Mother's cloak and bonnet lay on the sofa, and Mother herself sat trying to eat, but looking so pale and worn with sleeplessness and anxiety that the girls found it very hard to keep their resolution. Meg's eyes kept filling in spite of herself. Jo was obliged to hide her face in the kitchen roller more than once, and the little girls wore a grave, troubled expression, as if sorrow was a new experience to them. Nobody talked much, but as the time drew very near and they sat waiting for the carriage, Mrs. March said to the girls, who were all busied about her, one folding her shawl, another smoothing out the strings of her bonnet, a third putting on her overshoes, and a fourth fastening up her travelling bag, "Children, I leave you to Hannah's care, and Mr. Lawrence's protection. Hannah is faithfulness itself, and our good neighbour will guard you as if you were his own. I have no fears for you, yet I am anxious that you should take this trouble rightly. Don't grieve and fret when I am gone, or think that you can comfort yourselves by being idle, and trying to forget. Go on with your work as usual, for work is a blessed solace. Hope, and keep busy, and whatever happens, remember that you never can be fatherless." "Yes, Mother." "Meg dear, be prudent, watch over your sisters, consult Hannah, and in any perplexity go to Mr. Lawrence. Be patient, Jo, don't get despondent or do rash things. Write to me often, and be my brave girl, ready to help and cheer us all. Bate, comfort yourself with your music, and be faithful to the little home duties, and you, Amy, help all you can. Be obedient and keep happy, safe at home." "We will, Mother, we wills." The rattle of an approaching carriage made them all start and listen. That was the hard minute, but the girls stood it well. No one cried, no one ran away, or uttered a lamentation, though their hearts were very heavy as they sent loving messages to father, remembering, as they spoke, that it might be too late to deliver them. They kissed their mother, quietly clung about her tenderly, and tried to wave their hands cheerfully when she drove away. Laurie and his grandfather came over to see her off, and Mr. Brooke looked so strong and sensible and kind that the girls christened him Mr. Greatheart on the spot. "Good be my darlings, God bless and keep us all," whispered Mrs. March, as she kissed one dear little face after the other and hurried into the carriage. As she rolled away the sun came out, and looking back, she saw it shining on the group at the gate like a good omen. They saw it also and smiled and waved their hands, and the last thing she beheld as she turned the corner was the 4 bright faces, and behind them like a bodyguard old Mr. Lawrence, faithful Hannah, and devoted Laurie. She rolled away. How kind everyone is to us, she said, turning to find fresh proof of it in the respectful sympathy of the young man's face. I don't see how they can help it, returned Mr. Brooke, laughing so infectiously that Mrs. March could not help smiling. And so the long journey began with the good omens of sunshine, smiles, and cheerful words. I feel as if there had been an earthquake, said Joe, as their neighbours went home to breakfast, leaving them to rest and refresh themselves. It seems as if half the house was gone, added Meg forlornly. Bate opened her lips to say something, but could only point to the pile of nice-limonded hose, which lay on Mother's table, showing that even in her last hurried moments she had thought and worked for them. It was a little thing, but it went straight to their hearts, and in spite of their brave resolutions, they all broke down and cried bitterly. Hannah wisely allowed them to relieve their feelings, and when the shower showed signs of clearing up, she came to the rescue armed with a coffee pot. Now, my dear young ladies, remember what your ma said, and don't fret, come and have a cup of coffee all round, and then let's fall to work and be a credit to the family. Coffee was a treat, and Hannah showed great tact in making it that morning. No one could resist her persuasive nods, or the fragrant invitation issuing from the nose of the coffee pot. They drew up to the table, exchanged their handkerchiefs for napkins, and in 10 minutes were all right again. Hope and keep busy, that's the motto for us, so let's see who will remember it best. I shall go to Aunt March, as usual. Oh, won't she lecture though, said Jo, as she sipped with returning spirit. I shall go to my King's, though I'd much rather stay at home, and attend to things here, said Meg, wishing she hadn't made her eyes so red. No need of that, Bate, and I can keep house perfectly well, put in Amy with an important air. Hannah will tell us what to do, and we'll have everything nice when you come home, added Bate, getting out her mop and dishtub without delay. I think anxiety is very interesting, observed Amy, eating sugar pensively. The girls couldn't help laughing and felt better for it, though Meg shook her head at the young lady who could find consolation in a sugar bowl. The sight of the turnovers made Jo sober again, and when the two went out to their daily tasks, they looked sorrowfully back at the window where they were accustomed to see their mother's face. It was gone, but Bate had remembered the little household ceremony, and there she was nodding away at them like a rosy-faced mandarin. That's so like my Bate, said Jo, waving her hat with a grateful face. Good be Meggie. I hope the Kings won't train today. Don't fret about father, dear, she added as they parted. And I hope Aunt March won't croak. Your hair is becoming, and it looks very boyish and nice, returned Meg, trying not to smile at the curly head, which looked comically small on her tall sister's shoulders. That's my only comfort, and touching her hat a la Laurie, away went Jo, feeling like a shorn sheep on a wintry day. News from their father comforted the girls very much, for though dangerously ill, the presence of the best and tenderest of nurses had already done him good. Mr. Brooke sent a bulletin every day, and as the head of the family, Meg insisted on reading the dispatches, which grew more and more cheering as the week passed. At first everyone was eager to write, and plump envelopes were carefully poked into the letterbox by one or other of the sisters, who felt rather important with their Washington correspondence. As one of these packets contained characteristic notes from the party, we will rob an imaginary mail and read them. My dearest mother, it is impossible to tell you how happy your last letter made us, for the news was so good, we couldn't help laughing and crying over it. How very kind Mr. Brooke is, and how fortunate that Mr. Lawrence's business detains him near you so long, since he is so useful to you. And father, the girls are all as good as gold. Jo helps me with the sewing and insists on doing all sorts of hard jobs. I should be afraid she might overdo if I didn't know that her moral fit wouldn't last long. Bate is as regular about her tasks as a clock, and never forgets what you told her. She grieves about father and looks sober, except when she is at her little piano. Amy minds me nicely, and I take great care of her. She does her own hair, and I am teaching her to make buttonholes and mend her stockings. She tries very hard, and I know you will be pleased with her improvement when you come. Mr. Lawrence watches over us like a motherly old hen, as Jo says, and Laurie is very kind and neighbourly. He and Jo keep us merry, for we get pretty blue sometimes and feel like orphans with you so far away. Hannah is a perfect saint. She does not scold at all, and always calls me Miss Margaret, which is quite proper, you know, and treats me with respect. We are all well and busy, but we long day and night to have you back. Give my dearest love to father, and believe me ever your own, Meg. This note, prettily written on scented paper, was a great contrast to the next, which was scribbled on a big sheet of thin foreign paper, ornamented with blots, and all manner of flourishes and curly-tailed letters. My precious Marmee, 3 cheers for dear Father Brooke was a trump to telegraph right off, and let us know the minute he was better. I rushed up garret when the letter came, and tried to thank God for being so good to us. But I could only cry and say I'm glad. Didn't that do as well as a regular prayer? For I felt a great many in my heart. We have such funny times, and now I can enjoy them, for everyone is so desperately good. It's like living in a nest of turtle doves. You'd laugh to see Meg head the table and try to be motherish. She gets prettier every day. And I'm in love with her sometimes. The children are regular archangels. And well, I'm Joe, and never shall be anything else. Oh, I must tell you that I came near having a quarrel with Laurie. I freed my mind about a silly little thing, and he was offended I was right but didn't speak as I ought. And he marched home saying he wouldn't come again, till I begged pardon. I declared I wouldn't and got mad. It lasted all day. I felt bad, and wanted you very much, Laurie. And I are both so proud it's hard to beg pardon, but I thought he'd come to it, for I was in the right. He didn't come. And just at night, I remembered what you said when Amy fell into the river. I read my little book, felt better, resolved not to let the sun set on my anger, and ran over to tell Laurie I was sorry. I met him at the gate, coming for the same thing. We both laughed, begged each other's pardon, and felt all good and comfortable again. I made a poem yesterday when I was helping Hannah wash, and as Father likes my silly little things, I put it in to amuse him. Give him the lovingest hug that ever was, and kiss yourself a dozen times for your topsy-turvy Joe. A song from the suds. Queen of my tub I merrily sing, while the white foam rises high, and sturdily wash and rinse and wring, and fasten the clothes to dry. Then out in the free fresh air they swing, under the sunny sky. I wish we could wash from our hearts and souls the stains of the week away, and let water and air by their magic make ourselves as pure as they. Then on the earth there would be indeed a glorious washing day. Along the path of a useful life will heartsease ever bloom. The busy mind has no time to think of sorrow or care or gloom, and anxious thoughts may be swept away as we bravely wield a broom. I am glad a task to me is given, to labor at day by day, for it brings me health and strength and hope, and I cheerfully learn to say, head you may think, heart you may feel, but hand you shall work alway. I wind the clock. Dear mother, there is only room for me to send my love and some pressed pansies from the root I have been keeping safe in the house for Father to see. I read every morning, try to be good all day, and sing myself to sleep with Father's tune. I can't sing Land of the Leal now, it makes me cry. Everyone is very kind, and we are as happy as we can be without you. Amy wants the rest of the page, so I must stop. I didn't forget to cover the holders, and I wind the clock and air the rooms every day. Kiss dear Father on the cheek, he calls mine. Oh, do come soon to your loving little bait. Ma cheer mama. We're all well. I do my lessons always, and never corroborate the girls. Meg says I mean contradict, so I put in both words, and you can take the properest. Meg is a great comfort to me, and lets me have jelly every night at tea. It's so good for me, Joe says, because it keeps me sweet-tempered. Laurie is not as respectful as he ought to be now. I am almost in my teens. He calls me chick, and hurts my feelings by talking French to me very fast when I say merci or bonjour as Hattie King does. The sleeves of my blue dress were all worn out, and Meg put in new ones, but the full front came wrong, and they are more blue than the dress. I felt bad, but did not fret. I bear my troubles well. But I do wish Hannah would put more starch in my aprons, and have buckwheats every day. Can't she? Didn't I make that interrogation point nice? Meg says my punctuation and spelling are disgraceful, and I am mortified, but dear me, I have so many things to do I can't stop a do. I send heaps of love to Papa. Your affectionate daughter, Amy Curtis March. Yours respectful, Hannah Mullet. Dear Mies March. I just drop a line to say, we get on fust rate. The girls is clever, and fly round right smart. Miss Meg is going to make a proper good housekeeper. He's the liking for it, and gets the hang of things so prissin quick. Joe does beat all for goin' ahead, but she don't stop to calculate fust, and you never know where she's like to bring up. She done out a tub of clothes on Monday, but she starched them afore they was wrenched and blued a pink calico dress, till I thought I should a died. A laughin' bait is the best of little creeters, and a sight of help to me. Bane's so forehanded and dependable. She tries to learn everything, and really goes to market beyond her years. Likewise keeps accounts with my help, quite wonderful. We have got on very economical so far. I don't let the girls have coffee only once a week according to your wish, and keep 'em on plain wholesome victuals. Amy does well about frettin', wearin' her best clothes and eatin' sweet stuff. Mr. Laurie is as full of didos as usual and turns the house upside down frequent, but he heartens up the girls, and so I let him have full swing. The old gentleman sends heaps of things, and is rather wearin', but means wal, and it ain't my place to say nothin'. My bread is riz, so no more at this time. I send my duty to Mr. March, and hope he's seen the last of his pneumonia. Yours respectful, Hannah Mullet, head nurse of Ward No. 2. All serene on the Rappahannock troops in fine condition. Commissary Department, well conducted. The Home Guard under Colonel Teddy, always on duty. Commander-in-Chief General Lawrence reviews the Army daily. Quartermaster Mullet keeps order in camp, and Major Lyon does picket duty at night. A salute of 24 guns was fired on receipt of good news from Washington, and a dress parade took place at headquarters. Commander-in-Chief sends best wishes, in which he is heartily joined by Colonel Teddy. Dear Madam, the little girls are all well bait, and my boy report daily. Hannah is a model servant, and guards pretty Meg like a dragon. Glad the fine weather holds. Pray make Brooke useful, and draw on me for funds if expenses exceed your estimate. Don't let your husband want anything. Thank God he is mending. Your sincere friend and servant, James Lawrence. Tailpieces. Roman little faithful. For a week the amount of virtue in the old house would have supplied the neighborhood. It was really amazing, for everyone seemed in a heavenly frame of mind and self-denial. Was all the fashion relieved of their first anxiety about their father? The girls insensibly relaxed their praiseworthy efforts a little, and began to fall back into the old ways. They did not forget their motto, but hoping and keeping busy seemed to grow easier. And after such tremendous exertions, they felt that endeavor deserved a holiday, and gave it a good many. Jo caught a bad cold through neglect to cover the shorn head enough, and was ordered to stay at home till she was better, for Aunt March didn't like to hear people read with colds in their heads. Jo liked this, and after an energetic rummage from garret to cellar, subsided on the sofa to nurse her cold with arsenicum and books. Amy found that housework and art did not go well together, and returned to her mud pies. Meg went daily to her pupils, and sewed, or thought she did, at home, but much time was spent in writing long letters to her mother, or reading the Washington dispatches over and over. Bate kept on with only slight relapses into idleness or grieving. All the little duties were faithfully done each day, and many of her sisters also, for they were forgetful, and the house seemed like a clock whose pendulum was gone a-visiting. When her heart got heavy with longings for mother, or fears for father, she went away into a certain closet, hid her face in the folds of a certain dear old gown, and made her little moan, and prayed her little prayer quietly by herself. Nobody knew what cheered her up after a sober fit, but every one felt how sweet and helpful Bate was, and fell into a way of going to her for comfort or advice in their small affairs. All were unconscious that this experience was a test of character, and when the first excitement was over felt that they had done well and deserved praise. So they did, but their mistake was in ceasing to do well, and they learned this lesson through much anxiety and regret. Meg, I wish you'd go and see the Hummels. You know Mother told us not to forget them, said Bate 10 days after Mrs. March's departure. I am too tired to go this afternoon, replied Meg, rocking comfortably as she sewed. Can't you, Jo? Asked Bate. Too stormy for me with my cold. I thought it was almost well. It's well enough for me to go out with Laurie, but not well enough to go to the Hummels, said Jo, laughing, but looking a little ashamed of her inconsistency. Why don't you go yourself? Asked Meg. I have been every day, but the baby is sick and I don't know what to do for it. Mrs. Hummel goes away to work and Lottchen takes care of it, but it gets sicker and sicker, and I think you or Hannah ought to go. Bate spoke earnestly, and Meg promised she would go tomorrow. Ask Hannah for some nice little mess, and take it round. Bate, the air will do you good, said Jo, adding apologetically, I'd go, but I want to finish my writing. My head aches and I am tired, so I thought maybe some of you would go, said Bate. Amy will be in presently, and she will run down for us, suggested Meg. Well, I'll rest a little and wait for her. So Bate lay down on the sofa, the others returned to their work, and the Hummels were forgotten. An hour passed. Amy did not come. Meg went to her room to try on a new dress. Jo was absorbed in her story, and Hannah was sound asleep before the kitchen fire, when Bate quietly put on her hood, filled her basket with odds and ends for the poor children, and went out into the chilly air with a heavy head and a grieved look in her patient eyes. It was late when she came back, and no one saw her creep upstairs, and shut herself into her mother's room half an hour after Joe went to mother's closet for something, and there found Bate sitting on the medicine chest, looking very grave with red eyes and a camphor bottle in her hand. "Christopher Columbus, what's the matter?" cried Joe, as Bate put out her hand as if to warn her off, and asked quickly, "You've had the scarlet fever, haven't you?" "Years ago when Meg Roman 999, why?" "Then I'll tell you, oh Joe, the baby's dead." "What baby?" "Mrs. Hummel's, it died in my lap before she got home," cried Bate with a sob. "My poor dear, how dreadful for you. I ought to have gone," said Joe, taking her sister in her arms, as she sat down in her mother's big chair with a remorseful face. "It wasn't dreadful, Joe, only so sad. I saw in a minute that it was sicker, but Lottchen said her mother had gone for a doctor, so I took baby and let Lottie rest. It seemed asleep. But all of a sudden it gave a little cry and trembled, and then lay very still. I tried to warm its feet, and Lottie gave it some milk, but it didn't stir, and I knew it was dead. It didn't stir, and I knew it was dead." "Don't cry, dear, what did you do?" "I just sat and held it softly till Mrs. Hummel came with the doctor. He said it was dead, and looked at Heinrich and Minna, who have got sore throats, scarlet fever. Mom ought to have called me before," he said crossly. Mrs. Hummel told him she was poor and had tried to cure baby herself, but now it was too late and she could only ask him to help the others and trust to charity for his pay. He smiled then, and was kinder, but it was very sad, and I cried with them, till he turned round all of a sudden, and told me to go home and take belladonna right away or I'd have the fever. "No, you won't," cried Joe, hugging her close with a frightened look. "Oh, Bate, if you should be sick, I never could forgive myself. What shall we do?" "Don't be frightened. I guess I shan't have it badly. I looked in Mother's book, and saw that it begins with headache, sore throat, and queer feelings like mine, so I did take some belladonna, and I feel better," said Bate, laying her cold hands on her hot forehead, and trying to look well. "If Mother was only at home," exclaimed Joe, seizing the book, and feeling that Washington was an immense way off, she read a page, looked at Bate, felt her head peeped into her throat, and then said gravely, "You've been over the baby every day for more than a week, and among the others who are going to have it, so I am afraid you are going to have it, Bate. I'll call Hannah. She knows all about sickness. Don't let Amy come, she never had it, and I should hate to give it to her." "Can't you and Meg have it over again?" asked Bate anxiously. "I guess not. Don't care if I do. Serve me right, selfish pig, to let you go and stay writing rubbish myself," muttered Joe, as she went to consult Hannah. The good soul was wide awake in a minute, and took the lead at once, assuring Joe that there was no need to worry. Everyone had scarlet fever, and if rightly treated nobody did, all of which Joe believed, and felt much relieved as they went up to call Meg. "Now I'll tell you what we'll do," said Hannah, when she had examined and questioned Bate. "We will have Dr. Bangs just to take a look at you, dear, and see that we start right. Then we'll send Amy off to Aunt March's for a spell to keep her out of harm's way, and one of you girls can stay at home and amuse Bate for a day or two." "I shall stay, of course. I am oldest," began Meg, looking anxious and self-reproach. "I shall, because it's my fault she is sick. I told Mother I'd do the errands, and I haven't," said Joe decidedly. "Which will you have, Bate? There ain't no need of but one," said Hannah. "Joe, please," and Bate leaned her head against her sister with a contented look, which effectually settled that point. "I'll go and tell Amy," said Meg, feeling a little hurt, yet rather relieved on the whole, for she did not like nursing, and Joe Roman 999. Amy rebelled outright, and passionately declared that she had rather have the fever than go to Aunt March. Meg reasoned, pleaded, and commanded, all in vain. Amy protested that she would not go, and Meg left her in despair to ask Hannah what should be done. Before she came back, Laurie walked into the parlor to find Amy sobbing with her head in the sofa cushions. She told her story, expecting to be consoled, but Laurie only put his hands in his pockets and walked about the room whistling softly as he knit his brows in deep thought. Presently, he sat down beside her and said in his most wheedlesome tone, "Now be a sensible little woman, and do as they say. No, don't cry. But hear what a jolly plan I've got. You go to Aunt March's, and I'll come and take you out every day driving or walking, and we'll have capital times. Won't that be better than moping here?" He sat down beside her. "I don't wish to be sent off as if I was in the way," began Amy in an injured voice. "Bless your heart, child, it's to keep you well. You don't want to be sick, do you?" "No, I am sure I don't, but I dare say I shall be, for I've been with Bate all the time." "That's the very reason you ought to go away at once, so that you may escape it. Change of air and care will keep you well, I dare say. Or if it does not entirely, you will have the fever more lightly. I advise you to be off as soon as you can, for scarlet fever is no joke, miss. But it's dull at Aunt March's, and she is so cross, said Amy, looking rather frightened. It won't be dull with me popping in every day to tell you how Bate is, and take you out gallivanting. The old lady likes me, and I'll be as sweet as possible to her, so she won't peck at us whatever we do. Will you take me out in the trotting wagon with Puck? On my honour as a gentleman. And come every single day. See if I don't. And bring me back the minute Bate is well. The identical minute. And go to the theatre truly. 12 theatres if we may. Well, I guess I will, said Amy slowly. Good girl, call Meg, and tell her you'll give in, said Laurie with an approving pat, which annoyed Amy more than the giving in. Meg and Joe came running down to behold the miracle which had been wrought, and Amy, feeling very precious and self-sacrificing, promised to go, if the doctor said Bate was going to be Roman 99. How is the little dear, asked Laurie, for Bate was his especial pet, and he felt more anxious about her than he liked to show. She is lying down on mother's bed, and feels better. The baby's death troubled her, but I dare say she has only got cold. Hannah says she thinks so, but she looks worried, and that makes me fidgety, answered me. What a trying world it is, said Joe, rumpling up her hair in a fretful sort of way. No sooner do we get out of one trouble than down comes another. There doesn't seem to be anything to hold on to when mother's gone, so I'm all at sea. Well, don't make a porcupine of yourself, it isn't becoming. Settle your wig, Joe, and tell me if I shall telegraph to your mother, or do anything, asked Laurie, who never had been reconciled to the loss of his friend's one beauty. That is what troubles me, said Meg. I think we ought to tell her if Bate is really ill, but Hannah says we mustn't, for mother can't leave father, and it will only make them anxious. Bate won't be sick long, and Hannah knows just what to do, and mother said we were to mind her, so I suppose we must, but it doesn't seem quite right to me. Well, I can't say. Suppose you ask grandfather after the doctor has been. We will, Joe, go and get Dr. Bangs at once, commanded Meg. We can't decide anything till he has been. Stay where you are, Joe, I am errand boy to this establishment, said Laurie, taking up his cap. I'm afraid you are busy, began Meg. No, I've done my lessons for the day. Do you study in vacation time, asked Joe. I follow the good example my neighbours set me, was Laurie's answer, as he swung himself out of the room. I have great hopes of my boy, observed Joe, watching him fly over the fence with an approving smile. He does very well for a boy, was Meg's somewhat ungracious answer, for the subject did not interest her. Dr. Bangs came, said Bate had symptoms of the fever, but thought she would have it lightly, though he looked sober over the Hummel story. Amy was ordered off at once, and provided with something to ward off danger, she departed in great state with Joe and Laurie as escort. Aunt March received them with her usual hospitality. What do you want now, she asked, looking sharply over her spectacles, while the parrot sitting on the back of her chair called out. What do you want now? Go away, no boys allowed here. Laurie retired to the window, and Joe told her story. No more than I expected. If you're allowed to go poking about among poor folks, Amy can stay and make herself useful if she isn't sick, which I've no doubt she will be. Looks like it. Now don't cry, child, it worries me to hear people sniff. Amy was on the point of crying, but Laurie slyly pulled the parrot's tail, which caused Polly to utter an astonished croak and call out, "Bless my boots," in such a funny way that she laughed instead. What do you hear from your mother? Asked the old lady gruffly. Father is much better, replied Joe, trying to keep sober. Oh, is he well? That won't last long, I fancy. March never had any stamina, was the cheerful reply. Ha ha, never say die, take a pinch of snuff. Goodbye, squalled Polly, dancing on her perch, and clawing at the old lady's cap, as Laurie tweaked him in the rear. Hold your tongue, you disrespectful old bird, and Joe, you'd better go at once. It isn't proper to be gadding about so late with a rattle-pated boy like. Hold your tongue, you disrespectful old bird, cried Polly, tumbling off the chair with a bounce, and running to peck the rattle-pated boy, who was shaking with laughter at the last speech. I don't think I can bear it, but ill try, thought Amy as she was left alone with Aunt March. Get along, you fright, screamed Polly, and at that rude speech Amy could not restrain a sniff. Roman 18 dark days. Bate did have the fever. Bate did have the fever and was much sicker than anyone, but Hannah and the doctor suspected the girls knew nothing about illness, and Mr. Lawrence was not allowed to see her, so Hannah had everything all her own way, and busy Dr. Bangs did his best, but left a good deal to the excellent nurse. Meg stayed at home, lest she should infect the Kings, and kept house, feeling very anxious and a little guilty when she wrote letters in which no mention was made of Bates' illness. She could not think it right to deceive her mother, but she had been bidden to mind Hannah, and Hannah wouldn't hear of Mrs. Marchbane told, and worried just for such a trifle. Jo devoted herself to Bate day and night. Not a hard task, for Bate was very patient and bore her pain uncomplainingly as long as she could control herself. But there came a time when during the fever fits she began to talk in a hoarse, broken voice, to play on the coverlet as if on her beloved little piano, and try to sing with a throat so swollen that there was no music left. A time when she did not know the familiar faces round her but addressed them by wrong names, and called imploringly for her mother. Then Jo grew frightened. Meg begged to be allowed to write the truth, and even Hannah said she would think of it, though there was no danger. Yet a letter from Washington added to their trouble, for Mr. March had had a relapse, and could not think of coming home for a long while. How dark the days seemed now, how sad and lonely the house, and how heavy were the hearts of the sisters as they worked and waited, while the shadow of death hovered over the once happy home. Then it was that Margaret, sitting alone with tears dropping often on her work, felt how rich she had been in things more precious than any luxuries money could buy, in love, protection, peace and health, the real blessings of life. Then it was that Jo, living in the darkened room with that suffering little sister always before her eyes, and that pathetic voice sounding in her ears, learned to see the beauty and the sweetness of Bates' nature, to feel how deep and tender a place she filled in all hearts, and to acknowledge the worth of Bates' unselfish ambition to live for others, and make home happy by the exercise of those simple virtues which all may possess, and which all should love and value more than talent, wealth or beauty. And Amy, in her exile, longed eagerly to be at home, that she might work for Bate, feeling now that no service would be hard or irksome, and remembering with regretful grief how many neglected tasks those willing hands had done for her. Laurie haunted the house like a restless ghost, and Mr. Lawrence locked the grand piano because he could not bear to be reminded of the young neighbor who used to make the twilight pleasant for him. Everyone missed Bate, the milkman, baker, grocer, and butcher inquired how she did. Poor Mrs. Hummel came to beg pardon for her thoughtlessness, and to get a shroud for Minna. The neighbors sent all sorts of comforts and good wishes, and even those who knew her best were surprised to find how many friends shy little Bate had made. Meanwhile she lay on her bed with old Joanna at her side, for even in her wanderings she did not forget her forlorn protégé. She longed for her cats, but would not have them brought lest they should get sick, and in her quiet hours she was full of anxiety about Jo. She sent loving messages to Amy, bade them tell her mother that she would write soon, and often begged for pencil and paper to try to say word that father might not think she had neglected him. But soon even these intervals of consciousness ended, and she lay hour after hour tossing to and fro with incoherent words on her lips, or sank into a heavy sleep which brought her no refreshment. Dr. Bangs came twice a day. Hannah sat up at night. Meg kept a telegram in her desk all ready to send off at any minute, and Jo never stirred from Bates' side. The 1st of December was a wintry day indeed to them, for a bitter wind blew, snow fell fast, and the year seemed getting ready for its death. When Dr. Bangs came that morning, he looked long at Bate, held the hot hand in both his own a minute, and laid it gently down, saying in a low tone to Hannah, "If Mrs. March can leave her husband, she'd better be sent for." Hannah nodded without speaking, for her lips twitched nervously. Meg dropped down into a chair as the strength seemed to go out of her limbs at the sound of those words, and Jo, after standing with a pale face for a minute, ran to the parlor, snatched up the telegram, and throwing on her things, rushed out into the storm. She was soon back, and while noiselessly taking off her cloak, Laurie came in with a letter saying that Mr. March was mending again. Jo read it thankfully, but the heavy weight did not seem lifted off her heart, and her face was so full of misery that Laurie asked quickly, "What is it? Is Bate worse?" "I've sent for mother," said Jo, tugging at her rubber boots with a tragical expression. "Good for you, Jo. Did you do it on your own responsibility?" asked Laurie, as he seated her in the hall chair, and took off the rebellious boots, seeing how her hands shook. "No, the doctor told us to." "Oh, Jo, it's not so bad as that," cried Laurie with a startled face. "Yes, it is. She doesn't know us. She doesn't even talk about the flocks of green doves, as she calls the vine leaves on the wall. She doesn't look like my Bate. And there's nobody to help us bear it. Mother and father both gone, and God seems so far away. I can't find him." As the tears streamed fast down poor Jo's cheeks, she stretched out her hand in a helpless sort of way, as if groping in the dark, and Laurie took it in his whispering, as well as he could with a lump in his throat. "I am here. Hold on to me, Jo dear," gently stroking her head as her mother used to do. She could not speak, but she did hold on, and the warm grasp of the friendly human hand comforted her sore heart, and seemed to lead her nearer to the divine arm, which alone could uphold her in her trouble. Laurie longed to say something tender and comfortable, but no fitting words came to him, so he stood silent, gently stroking her bent head as her mother used to do. It was the best thing he could have done, far more soothing than the most eloquent words, for Jo felt the unspoken sympathy, and in the silence learned the sweet solace which affection administers to sorrow. Soon she dried the tears which had relieved her, and looked up with a grateful face. "Thank you, Teddy, I am better now. I don't feel so forlorn, and will try to bear it if it comes. Keep hoping for the best, that will help you, Jo. Soon your mother will be here, and then everything will be right. I am so glad father is better now. She won't feel so bad about leaving him. Oh me, it does seem as if all the troubles came in a heap, and I got the heaviest part on my shoulders," sighed Jo, spreading her wet handkerchief over her knees to dry. "Doesn't Meg pull fair?" asked Laurie, looking indignant. "Oh yes, she tries to, but she can't love Bethy as I do, and she won't miss her as I shall. Bait is my conscience, and I can't give her up. I can't." Down went Jo's face into the wet handkerchief, and she cried despairingly, for she had kept up bravely till now and never shed a tear. Laurie drew his hand across his eyes, but could not speak till he had subdued the choky feeling in his throat, and steadied his lips. It might be unmanly, but he couldn't help it, and I am glad of it. Presently, as Jo's sobs quieted, he said hopefully, "I don't think she will die. She's so good, and we all love her so much. I don't believe God will take her away yet." "The good and dear people always do die," groaned Jo, but she stopped crying, for her friend's words cheered her up in spite of her own doubts and fears. "Poor girl, you're worn out. It isn't like you to be forlorn. Stop a bit, it'll hearten you up in a jiffy." Laurie went off 2 stairs at a time, and Jo laid her wearied head down on Bates' little brown hood, which no one had thought of moving from the table where she left it. It must have possessed some magic, for the submissive spirit of its gentle owner seemed to enter into Jo, and when Laurie came running down with a glass of wine, she took it with a smile, and said bravely, "I drink health to my Bate. You are a good doctor, Teddy, and such a comfortable friend. How can I ever pay you?" she added, as the wine refreshed her body, as the kind words had done her troubled mind. "I'll send in my bill by and by, and tonight I'll give you something that will warm the cockles of your heart, better than quarts of wine," said Laurie, beaming at her, with a face of suppressed satisfaction at something. "What is it?" cried Jo, forgetting her woes for a minute in her wonder. "I telegraphed to your mother yesterday, and Brooke answered she'd come at once, and shall be here tonight, and everything will be all right. Aren't you glad I did it?" Laurie spoke very fast and turned red and excited all in a minute, for he had kept his plot a secret for fear of disappointing the girls or harming Bate. Jo grew quite white, flew out of her chair, and the moment he stopped speaking she electrified him by throwing her arms round his neck, and crying out with a joyful cry, "Oh Laurie, oh mother, I am so glad." She did not weep again, but laughed hysterically and trembled and clung to her friend, as if she was a little bewildered by the news. Laurie, though decidedly amazed, behaved with great presence of mind. He patted her back soothingly, and finding that she was recovering, followed it up by a bashful kiss or two, which brought Jo round at once, holding on to the banisters. She put him gently away, saying breathlessly, "Oh don't, I didn't mean to. It was dreadful of me, but you were such a dear to go and do it in spite of Hannah that I couldn't help flying at you. Tell me all about it, and don't give me wine again, it makes me act so." "I don't mind," laughed Laurie as he settled his tie. "Why, you see I got fidgety, and so did Grandpa. We thought Hannah was overdoing the authority business, and your mother ought to know she'd never forgive us if Bethwell, if anything happened, you know, so I got Grandpa to say it was high time we did something, and off I pelted to the office yesterday, for the doctor looked sober and Hannah most took my head off when I proposed a telegram. I never can bear to be lorded over, so that settled my mind, and I did it. Your mother will come, I know, and the late train is in at 2 Roman 1000. I shall go for her, and you've only got to bottle up your rapture and keep Bate quiet till that blessed lady gets here." "Laurie, you're an angel. How shall I ever thank you?" "Fly at me again, I rather like it," said Laurie, looking mischievous, a thing he had not done for a fortnight. "No thank you, I'll do it by proxy when your Grandpa comes. Don't tease, but go home and rest, for you'll be up half the night. Bless you, Teddy, bless you." Jo had backed into a corner, and as she finished her speech, she vanished precipitately into the kitchen, where she sat down upon a dresser, and told the assembled cats that she was happy, oh so happy, while Laurie departed feeling that he had made rather a neat thing of it. "That's the interferingest chap I ever see, but I forgive him, and do hope Mrs. March is coming on right away," said Hannah with an air of relief, when Joe told the good news. Meg had a quiet rapture, and then brooded over the letter while Joe set the sick room in order, and Hannah knocked up a couple of pies in case of company. Unexpected, a breath of fresh air seemed to blow through the house, and something better than sunshine brightened the quiet rooms. Everything appeared to feel the hopeful change. Bates' bird began to chirp again, and a half-blown rose was discovered on Amy's bush in the window. The fire seemed to burn with unusual cheeriness, and every time the girls met, their pale faces broke into smiles as they hugged one another, whispering encouragingly, "Mothers coming, dear mothers coming." Everyone rejoiced, but Bates, she lay in that heavy stupor, alike unconscious of hope and joy, doubt and danger. It was a piteous sight, once rosy face so changed and vacant, the once busy hands so weak and wasted, the once smiling lips quite dumb, and the once pretty well-kept hair scattered rough and tangled on the pillow all day. She lay so, only rousing now and then to mutter water with lips so parched they could hardly shape the word. All day Joe and Meg hovered over her, watching, waiting, hoping and trusting in God and Mother. And all day the snow fell, the bitter wind raged, and the hours dragged slowly by, but night came at last, and every time the clock struck, the sisters, still sitting on either side the bed, looked at each other with brightening eyes, for each hour brought help nearer. The doctor had been in to say that some change, for better or worse, would probably take place about midnight, at which time he would return. Hannah, quite worn out, lay down on the sofa at the bed's foot and fell fast asleep. Mr. Lawrence marched to and fro in the parlour, feeling that he would rather face a rebel battery than Mrs. March's anxious countenance. As she entered, Laurie lay on the rug pretending to rest, but staring into the fire with the thoughtful look which made his black eyes beautifully soft and clear. The girls never forgot that night, for no sleep came to them as they kept their watch with that dreadful sense of powerlessness which comes to us in hours like those. "If God spares Bate, I never will complain again," whispered Meg earnestly. "If God spares Bate, I'll try to love and serve him all my life," answered Joe with equal fervour. "I wish I had no heart, it aches so," sighed Meg after a pause. "If life is often as hard as this, I don't see how we ever shall get through it," added her sister despondently. Here the clock struck 12, and both forgot themselves in watching Bate, for they fancied a change passed over her wan face. The house was still as death, and nothing but the wailing of the wind broke the deep hush. Weary Hannah slept on, and no one but the sisters saw the pale shade which seemed to fall upon the little bed. An hour went by, and nothing happened, except Laurie's quiet departure for the station. Another hour still, no one came, and anxious fears of delay in the storm or accidents by the way, or worst of all, a great grief at Washington, haunted the poor girls. It was past 2 when Joe, who stood at the window thinking how dreary the world looked in its winding sheet of snow, heard a movement by the bed, and turning quickly saw Meg kneeling before their mother's easy-chair with her face hidden. A dreadful fear passed coldly over Joe as she thought, "Bate is dead, and Meg is afraid to tell me." She was back at her post in an instant, and to her excited eyes a great change seemed to have taken place. The fever flush and the look of pain were gone, and the beloved little face looked so pale and peaceful in its utter repose that Joe felt no desire to weep or to lament. Leaning low over this dearest of her sisters, she kissed the damp forehead with her heart on her lips, and softly whispered, "Goodby, my Bate, goodby." As if waked by the stir, Hannah started out of her sleep, hurried to the bed, looked at Bate, felt her hands, listened at her lips, and then, throwing her apron over her head, sat down to rock to and fro, exclaiming under her breath, "The fever's turned, she's sleepin' natural, her skin's damp, and she breathes easy, praise be given, oh my goodness me." Before the girls could believe the happy truth, the doctor came to confirm it. He was a homely man, but they thought his face quite heavenly when he smiled, and said with a fatherly look at them, "Yes, my dears, I think the little girl will pull through this time. Keep the house quiet, let her sleep, and when she wakes give her." What they were to give neither heard, for both crept into the dark hall, and sitting on the stairs held each other close, rejoicing with hearts too full for words. When they went back to be kissed and cuddled by faithful Hannah, they found Bate lying, as she used to do, with her cheek pillowed on her hand, the dreadful pallor gone, and breathing quietly as if just fallen asleep. "If Mother would only come now," said Joe, as the winter night began to wane. "See," said Meg, coming up with a white half-opened rose, "I thought this would hardly be ready to lay in Bate's hand tomorrow if she went away from us, but it has blossomed in the night, and now I mean to put it in my vase here, so that when the darling wakes the first thing she sees will be the little rose and Mother's face." Never had the sun risen so beautifully, and never had the world seemed so lovely as it did to the heavy eyes of Meg and Joe as they looked out in the early morning, when their long, sad vigil was done. "It looks like a fairy world," said Meg, smiling to herself, as she stood behind the curtain watching the dazzling sight. "Hark!" cried Jo, starting to her feet. Yes, there was a sound of bells at the door below, a cry from Hannah, and then Laurie's voice saying in a joyful whisper, "Girls, she's come, she's come. Amy's will. Roman 19, Amy's will." While these things were happening at home, Amy was having hard times at Aunt March's. She felt her exile deeply, and for the first time in her life realized how much she was beloved and petted at home. Aunt March never petted anyone she did not approve of it, but she meant to be kind, for the well-behaved little girl pleased her very much, and Aunt March had a soft place in her old heart for her nephew's children. Though she didn't think proper to confess it, she really did her best to make Amy happy, but dear me, what mistakes she made. Some old people keep young at heart, in spite of wrinkles and grey hairs, can sympathize with children's little cares and joys, make them feel at home, and can hide wise lessons under pleasant plays, giving and receiving friendship in the sweetest way. But Aunt March had not this gift, and she worried Amy very much with her rules and orders, her prim ways and long prosy talks, finding the child more docile and amiable than her sister. The old lady felt it her duty to try and counteract as far as possible the bad effects of home freedom and indulgence, so she took Amy in hand and taught her as she herself had been taught 60 years ago, a process which carried dismay to Amy's soul and made her feel like a fly in the web of a very strict spider. Polish up the spoons and the fat silver teapot. She had to wash the cups every morning and polish up the old-fashioned spoons, the fat silver teapot, and the glasses till they shone. Then she must dust the room, and what a trying job that was! Not a speck escaped Aunt March's eye, and all the furniture had claw legs, and much carving, which was never dusted to suit. Then Polly must be fed the lapdog, combed, and a dozen trips upstairs and down to get things or deliver orders, for the old lady was very lame, and seldom left her big chair after these tiresome labours. She must do her lessons, which was a daily trial of every virtue she possessed. Then she was allowed 1 hour for exercise or play, and didn't she enjoy it! Laurie came every day and wheedled Aunt March till Amy was allowed to go out with him when they walked and rode, and had capital times after dinner. She had to read aloud and sit still, while the old lady slept, which she usually did for an hour, as she dropped off over the first page. Then patchwork or towels appeared, and Amy sewed with outward meekness and inward rebellion till dusk, when she was allowed to amuse herself as she liked. Till tea time the evenings were the worst of all, for Aunt March fell to telling long stories about her youth, which were so unutterably dull that Amy was always ready to go to bed, intending to cry over her hard fate, but usually going to sleep before she had squeezed out more than a tear or two. If it had not been for Laurie and old Esther, the maid, she felt that she never could have got through that dreadful time. The parrot alone was enough to drive her distracted, for he soon felt that she did not admire him, and revenged himself by being as mischievous as possible. He pulled her hair whenever she came near him, upset his bread and milk to plague her. When she had newly cleaned his cage, made Mop bark by pecking at him, while Madame dozed, called her names before company, and behaved in all respects like a reprehensible old bird. Then she could not endure the doga, fat cross beast, who snarled and yelped at her when she made his toilet, and who lay on his back with all his legs in the air, and a most idiotic expression of countenance when he wanted something to eat, which was about 12 times a day. The cook was bad-tempered, the old coachman deaf, and Esther the only one who ever took any notice of the young lady. On his back with all his legs in the air. Esther was a Frenchwoman who had lived with Madame, as she called her mistress, for many years, and who rather tyrannized over the old lady, who could not get along without her. Her real name was Estelle, but Aunt March ordered her to change it, and she obeyed on condition that she was never asked to change her religion. She took a fancy to Mademoiselle, and amused her very much with odd stories of her life in France when Amy sat with her while she got up Madame's laces. She also allowed her to roam about the great house and examine the curious and pretty things stored away in the big wardrobes, and the ancient chests, for Aunt March hoarded like a magpie. Amy's chief delight was an Indian cabinet full of queer drawers, little pigeonholes, and secret places in which were kept all sorts of ornaments, some precious, some merely curious, all more or less antique. To examine and arrange these things gave Amy great satisfaction, especially the jewel cases in which, on velvet cushions, reposed the ornaments which had adorned a belle 40 years ago. There was the garnet set which Aunt March wore when she came out, the pearls her father gave her on her wedding day, her lovers, diamonds, the jet mourning rings and pins, the queer lockets with portraits of dead friends and weeping willows made of hair inside the baby, bracelets her one little daughter had worn, Uncle March's big watch with the red seal so many childish hands had played with, and in a box all by itself lay Aunt March's wedding ring, too small now for her fat finger, but put carefully away like the most precious jewel of them all. "I should choose this." "Which would Mademoiselle choose, if she had her will?" asked Esther, who always sat near to watch over and lock up the valuables. "I like the diamonds best, but there is no necklace among them, and I am fond of necklaces, they are so becoming. I should choose this, if I might," replied Amy, looking with great admiration at a string of gold and ebony beads, from which hung a heavy cross of the same. "I too covet that, but not as a necklace. Ah, no, to me it is a rosary, and as such I should use it like a good Catholic," said Esther, eyeing the handsome thing wistfully. "Is it meant to use as you use the string of good-smelling wooden beads hanging over your glass?" asked Amy. "Truly yes, to pray with it would be pleasing to the saints if one used so fine a rosary as this instead of wearing it as a vain bijou. You seem to take a great deal of comfort in your prayers, Esther, and always come down looking quiet and satisfied. I wish I could. If Mademoiselle was a Catholic she would find true comfort, but as that is not to be, it would be well if you went apart each day to meditate and pray, as did the good mistress whom I served before Madame. She had a little chapel, and in it found solacement for much trouble." "Would it be right for me to do so too?" asked Amy, who in her loneliness felt the need of help of some sort, and found that she was apt to forget her little book now that Bate was not there to remind her of it. "It would be excellent and charming, and I shall gladly arrange the little dressing-room for you if you like it. Say nothing to Madame, but when she sleeps go you and sit alone a while to think good thoughts, and pray the dear God to preserve your sister." Esther was truly pious and quite sincere in her advice, for she had an affectionate heart, and felt much for the sisters in their anxiety. Amy liked the idea, and gave her leave to arrange the light closet next her room, hoping it would do her good. "I wish I knew where all these pretty things would go when Aunt March dies," she said, as she slowly replaced the shining rosary, and shut the jewel cases one by one. "To you and your sisters. I know it. Madame confides in me. I witnessed her will, and it is to be so," whispered Esther, smiling. "How nice, but I wish shed. Let us have them now. Procrastination is not agreeable," observed Amy, taking a last look at the diamonds. "It is too soon yet for the young ladies to wear these things. The first one who is affianced will have the pearls. Madame has said it, and I have a fancy that the little turquoise ring will be given to you when you go, for Madame approves your good behavior and charming manners." "Do you think so? Oh, ill be a lamb, if I can only have that lovely ring. It's ever so much prettier than Kitty Bryant's. I do like Aunt March after all," and Amy tried on the blue ring with a delighted face and a firm resolve to earn it. From that day she was a model of obedience, and the old lady complacently admired the success of her training. Esther fitted up the closet with a little table, placed a footstool before it, and over it a picture taken from one of the shoot-up rooms. She thought it was of no great value, but being appropriate she borrowed it, well knowing that Madame would never know it nor care if she Roman 999. It was however a very valuable copy of one of the famous pictures of the world, and Amy's beauty-loving eyes were never tired of looking up at the sweet face of the Divine Mother. While tender thoughts of her own were busy at her heart, on the table she laid her little testament, and hymn-book, kept a vase always full of the best flowers Laurie brought her, and came every day to sit alone thinking good thoughts, and praying the dear God to preserve her sister. Esther had given her a rosary of black beads with a silver cross, but Amy hung it up, and did not use it, feeling doubtful as to its fitness for Protestant prayers. The little girl was very sincere in all this, for being left alone outside the safe hominess, she felt the need of some kind hand to hold by so sorely, that she instinctively turned to the strong and tender friend, whose fatherly love most closely surrounds his little children. She missed her mother's help to understand and rule herself, but having been taught where to look, she did her best to find the way and walk in it confidingly. But Amy was a young pilgrim, and just now her burden seemed very heavy. She tried to forget herself, to keep cheerful, and be satisfied with doing right, though no one saw or praised her for it. In her first effort at being very, very good, she decided to make her will, as Aunt March had done so, that if she did fall ill and die, her possessions might be justly and generously divided. It cost her a pang, even to think of giving up the little treasures which in her eyes were as precious as the old lady's jewels. During one of her play-hours, she wrote out the important document, as well as she could with some help from Esther as to certain legal terms, and when the good-natured Frenchwoman had signed her name, Amy felt relieved, and laid it by to show Laurie, whom she wanted as a second witness. As it was a rainy day, she went upstairs to amuse herself in one of the large chambers, and took Polly with her for company in this room, There was a wardrobe full of old-fashioned costumes with which Esther allowed her to play, and it was her favorite amusement to array herself in the faded brocades, and parade up and down before the long mirror making stately courtesies and sweeping her train about with a rustle which delighted her ears, so busy was she on this day that she did not hear Laurie's ring nor see his face peeping in at her, as she gravely promenaded to and fro, flirting her fan, and tossing her head on which she wore a great pink turban contrasting oddly with her blue brocade dress and yellow quilted petticoat. She was obliged to walk carefully, for she had on high-heeled shoes, and as Laurie told Joe afterward, it was a comical sight to see her mince along in her gay suit with Polly sidling and bridling, just behind her imitating her, as well as he could, and occasionally stopping to laugh or exclaim, "Ain't we fine, get along you fright, hold your tongue, kiss me dear, ha ha." Gravely promenaded to and fro, having with difficulty restrained an explosion of merriment, lest it should offend Her Majesty. Laurie tapped, and was graciously received. "Sit down and rest while I put these things away then. I want to consult you about a very serious matter," said Amy, when she had shown her splendor, and driven Polly into a corner. "That bird is the trial of my life," she continued, removing the pink mountain from her head, while Laurie seated himself astride of a chair. "Yesterday, when Aunt was asleep, and I was trying to be as still as a mouse, Polly began to squall and flap about in his cage, so I went to let him out and found a big spider there. I poked it out, and it ran under the bookcase. Polly marched straight after it, stooped down and peeped under the bookcase, saying in his funny way with a cock of his eye, 'Come out and take a walk, my dear.' I couldn't help laughing, which made Paul swear, and Aunt woke up and scolded us both." "Did the spider accept the old fellow's invitation?" asked Laurie, yawning. "Yes, out it came, and away ran Polly, frightened to death, and scrambled up on Aunt's chair, calling out, 'Catch her, catch her, catch her,' as I chased the spider." "That's a lie, oh Lor," cried the parrot, pecking at Laurie's toes. "I'd wring your neck if you were mine, you old torment," cried Laurie, shaking his fist at the bird, who put his head on one side, and gravely croaked, "Alalia, bless your buttons, dear." "Now I am ready," said Amy, shutting the wardrobe, and taking a paper out of her pocket. "I want you to read that, please, and tell me if it is legal and right. I felt that I ought to do it, for life is uncertain, and I don't want any ill feeling over my tomb." "Amy's will." Laurie bit his lips, and turning a little from the pensive speaker, read the following document with praiseworthy gravity, considering the spelling. "My last will and testament. I, Amy Curtis March, being in my sane mind, do give and bequeath all my earthly properties to Whitnamly. To my father my best pictures, sketches, maps, and works of art, including frames, also my 100 to do what he likes with. To my mother all my clothes, except the blue apron with pockets, also my likeness and my medal, with much love. To my dear sister Margaret I give my turquoise ring, if I get it, also my green box with the doves on it, also my piece of real lace for her neck, and my sketch of her, as a memorial of her little girl. To Joe I leave my breastpin, the one mended with sealing wax, also my bronze inkstand, lost the cover, and my most precious plaster rabbit, because I am sorry I burnt up her story. To Bate, if she lives after me, I give my dolls and the little bureau, my fan, my linen collars, and my new slippers, if she can wear them, being thin, when she gets well, and I herewith also leave her my regret that I ever made fun of old Joanna. To my friend and neighbour Theodore Lawrence I bequeath my papier-mâché portfolio, my clay model of a horse, though he did say it hadn't any neck, also in return for his great kindness in the hour of affliction. Any one of my artistic works he likes, Notre Dame is the best. To our venerable benefactor, Mr. Lawrence, I leave my purple box with a looking-glass in the cover, which will be nice for his pens, and remind him of the departed girl, who thanks him for his favours to her family, specially Bate. I wish my favourite playmate Kitty Bryant to have the blue silk apron, and my gold bead ring with a kiss. To Hannah I give the bandbox she wanted, and all the patchwork I leave, hoping she will remember me when it you see. And now, having disposed of my most valuable property, I hope all will be satisfied, and not blame the dead. I forgive every one, and trust we may all meet, when the trump shall sound, Amen. To this will and testament, I set my hand and seal on this 20th day of Nov Anni Domino, 1861. Amy Curtis March. Witnesses Estelle Valner, Theodore Lawrence. The last name was written in pencil, and Amy explained that he was to rewrite it in ink and seal it up for her properly. "What put it into your head? Did anyone tell you about Bates giving away her things?" asked Laurie soberly, as Amy laid a bit of red tape with sealing wax, a taper, and a standish before him. She explained and then asked anxiously, "What about Bate?" "I am sorry I spoke, but as I did ill tell you, she felt so ill one day that she told Joe. She wanted to give her piano to Meg, her cats to you, and the poor old doll to Joe, who would love it for her sake. She was sorry she had so little to give and left locks of hair to the rest of us, and her best love to Grandpa. She never thought of a will." Laurie was signing and sealing as he spoke, and did not look up till a great tear dropped on the paper. Amy's face was full of trouble, but she only said, "Don't people put sort of postscripts to their wills sometimes?" "Yes, codicils they call them. Put one in mine then that I wish all my curls cut off, and given round to my friends. I forgot it, but I want it done though it will spoil my looks." Laurie added it, smiling at Amy's last and greatest sacrifice. Then he amused her for an hour, and was much interested in all her trials. But when he came to go, Amy held him back to whisper with trembling lips, "Is there really any danger about Bate?" "I'm afraid there is, but we must hope for the best, so don't cry, dear." And Laurie put his arm about her with a brotherly gesture, which was very comforting. When he had gone, she went to her little chapel, and sitting in the twilight prayed for Bate with streaming tears, and an aching heart, feeling that 1,000,000 turquoise rings would not console her for the loss of her gentle little sister. Tail pieces. Mrs. March would not leave Bate's side. Roman 20 confidential. I don't think I have any words in which to tell the meeting of the mother and daughters. Such hours are beautiful to live but very hard to describe, so I will leave it to the imagination of my readers, merely saying that the house was full of genuine happiness, and that Meg's tender hope was realized, for when Bate woke from that long healing sleep, the first objects on which her eyes fell were the little Rose, and Mother's face too weak to wonder at anything. She only smiled and nestled close into the loving arms about her, feeling that the hungry longing was satisfied at last. Then she slept again, and the girls waited upon their mother, for she would not unclasp the thin hand which clung to hers even in sleep. Hannah had dished up an astonishing breakfast, for the traveller, finding it impossible to vent her excitement in any other way, and Meg and Joe fed their mother like dutiful young storks while they listened to her whispered account of Father's state. Mr. Brooks promised to stay and nurse him the delays which the storm occasioned on the homeward journey, and the unspeakable comfort Laurie's hopeful face had given her when she arrived worn out with fatigue, anxiety, and cold. What a strange yet pleasant day that was so brilliant and gay without, for all the world seemed abroad to welcome the first snow, so quiet and reposeful within, for every one slept spent with watching, and a Sabbath stillness reigned through the house, while nodding Hannah mounted guard at the door with blissful sense of burdens lifted off Meg, and Joe closed their weary eyes and lay at rest like storm-beaten boats safe at anchor in a quiet harbour. Mrs. March would not leave Bate's side, but rested in the big chair, waking often to look at, touch, and brood over her child like a miser over some recovered treasure. Laurie meanwhile posted off to comfort Amy, and told his story so well that Aunt March actually sniffed herself, and never once said "I told you so." Amy came out so strong on this occasion that I think the good thoughts in the little chapel really began to bear fruit. She dried her tears, quickly restrained her impatience to see her mother, and never even thought of the turquoise ring when the old lady heartily agreed in Laurie's opinion that she behaved like a capital little woman. Even Polly seemed impressed, for he called her good girl, blessed her buttons, and begged her to come and take a walk, dear, in his most affable tone. She would very gladly have gone out to enjoy the bright wintry weather, but discovering that Laurie was dropping with sleep in spite of manful efforts to conceal the fact, she persuaded him to rest on the sofa while she wrote a note to her mother. She was a long time about it, and when she returned, he was stretched out with both arms under his head, sound asleep, while Aunt March had pulled down the curtains and sat doing nothing in an unusual fit of benignity. After a while they began to think he was not going to wake till night, and I am not sure that he would had he not been effectually roused by Amy's cry of joy at sight of her mother. There probably were a good many happy little girls in and about the city that day, but it is my private opinion that Amy was the happiest of all when she sat in her mother's lap and told her trials, receiving consolation and compensation in the shape of approving smiles and fond caresses. They were alone together in the chapel, to which her mother did not object when its purpose was explained to her. On the contrary, I like it very much, dear, looking from the dusty rosary to the well-worn little book, and the lovely picture with its garland of evergreen. It is an excellent plan to have some place where we can go to be quiet when things vex or grieve us. There are a good many hard times in this life of ours, but we can always bear them if we ask help in the right way. I think my little girl is learning this. Yes, mother, and when I go home, I mean to have a corner in the big closet to put my books, and the copy of that picture, which I've tried to make the woman's face, is not good. It's too beautiful for me to draw, but the baby is done better. And I love it very much. I like to think he was a little child once, for then I don't seem so far away, and that helps me. As Amy pointed to the smiling Christchild on his mother's knee, Mrs. March saw something on the lifted hand that made her smile. She said nothing, but Amy understood the look, and after a minute's pause she added gravely, I wanted to speak to you about this, but I forgot it. Aunt gave me the ring today. She called me to her, and kissed me, and put it on my finger, and said I was a credit to her, and she'd like to keep me always. She gave that funny guard to keep the turquoise on, as it's too big. I'd like to wear them, mother, can I? They are very pretty, but I think you're rather too young for such ornaments, Amy, said Mrs. March, looking at the plump little hand, with the band of sky-blue stones on the forefinger, and the quaint guard formed of two tiny golden hands clasped together. I'll try not to be vain, said Amy. I don't think I like it only because it's so pretty, but I want to wear it as the girl in the story wore her bracelet to remind me of something. Do you mean, Aunt March? Asked her mother, laughing. No, to remind me not to be selfish. Amy looked so earnest and sincere about it that her mother stopped laughing and listened respectfully to the little plan. I've thought a great deal lately about my bundle of naughties, and being selfish is the largest one in it, so I'm going to try hard to cure it if I can. Beth isn't selfish, and that's the reason everyone loves her, and feels so bad at the thoughts of losing her. People wouldn't feel half so bad about me if I was sick, and I don't deserve to have them, but I'd like to be loved and missed by a great many friends, so I'm going to try and be like Beth all I can. I'm apt to forget my resolutions, but if I had something always about me to remind me, I guess I should do better. May I try this way? Yes, but I have more faith in the corner of the big closet where your ring, dear, and do your best. I think you will prosper, for the sincere wish to be good is half the battle. Now I must go back to Beth. Keep up your heart, little daughter, and we will soon have you home again. That evening, while Meg was writing to her father to report the traveller's safe arrival, Jo slipped upstairs into Beth's room, and finding her mother in her usual place, stood a minute twisting her fingers in her hair with a worried gesture and an undecided look. What is it, dearie? Asked Mrs. March, holding out her hand with a face which invited confidence. I want to tell you something, mother. About Meg. How quickly you guessed. Yes, it's about her, and though it's a little thing it fidgets me. Beth is asleep. Speak low, and tell me all about it. That Moffat hasn't been here, I hope? Asked Mrs. March rather sharply. No, I should have shut the door in his face if he had said, Jo, settling herself on the floor at her mother's feet. Last summer Meg left a pair of gloves over at the Lawrences, and only one was returned. We forgot all about it, till Teddy told me that Mr. Brooke had it. He kept it in his waistcoat pocket, and once it fell out and Teddy joked him about it, and Mr. Brooke owned that he liked Meg, but didn't dare say so. She was so young, and he so poor now. Isn't it a dreadful state of things? Do you think Meg cares for him? Asked Mrs. March with an anxious look. Mercy me, I don't know anything about love and such nonsense, cried Jo with a funny mixture of interest and contempt. In novels the girls show it by starting and blushing, fainting away, growing thin, and acting like fools. Now Meg does not do anything of the sort. She eats and drinks and sleeps like a sensible creature. She looks straight in my face when I talk about that man, and only blushes a little bit when Teddy jokes about lovers. I forbid him to do it, but he doesn't mind me as he ought. Then you fancy that Meg is not interested in John? Who? Cried Jo, staring. Mr. Brooke, I call him John now. We fell into the way of doing so at the hospital, and he likes it. Oh dear, I know y'all take his part. He's been good to father, and you won't send him away, but let Meg marry him if she wants to. Mean thing to go petting papa and helping you just to wheedle you into liking him. And Jo pulled her hair again with a wrathful tweak. My dear, don't get angry about it, and I will tell you how it happened. John went with me at Mr. Lawrence's request, and was so devoted to poor father that we couldn't help getting fond of him. He was perfectly open and honourable about Meg, for he told us he loved her but would earn a comfortable home before he asked her to marry him. He only wanted our leave to love her and work for her, and the right to make her love him if he could. He is a truly excellent young man, and we could not refuse to listen to him, but I will not consent to Meg's engaging herself so young. Of course not, it would be idiotic. I knew there was mischief brewing, I felt it, and now it's worse than I imagined. I just wish I could marry Meg myself and keep her safe in the family. This odd arrangement made Mrs. March smile, but she said gravely, Jo, I confide in you, and don't wish you to say anything to Meg yet. When John comes back, and I see them together, I can judge better of her feelings toward him. Shall see his in those handsome eyes that she talks about, and then it will be all up with her. She's got such a soft heart, it will melt like butter in the sun if anyone looks sentimentally at her. She read the short reports he sent more than she did your letters, and pinched me when I spoke of it, and likes brown eyes, and doesn't think John an ugly name, and shall go and fall in love, and there's an end of peace and fun and cozy times together. I see it all. They'll go lovering around the house, and we shall have to dodge. Meg will be absorbed, and no good to me any more. Brooke will scratch up a fortune, somehow carry her off and make a hole in the family, and I shall break my heart, and everything will be abominably uncomfortable. Oh dear me, why weren't we all boys then? There wouldn't be any bother. Jo leaned her chin on her knees in a disconsolate attitude, and shook her fist at the reprehensible John. Mrs. March sighed, and Jo looked up with an air of relief. You don't like it, mother? I'm glad of it. Let's send him about his business, and not tell Meg a word of it, but all be happy together as we always have been. I did wrong to sigh, Jo. It is natural and right you should all go to homes of your own in time, but I do want to keep my girls as long as I can, and I am sorry that this happened so soon, for Meg is only 17, and it will be some years before John can make a home for her. Your father and I have agreed that she shall not bind herself in any way nor be married before 20. If she and John love one another, they can wait and test the love. By doing so she is conscientious, and I have no fear of her treating him unkindly. My pretty tender-hearted girl, I hope things will go happily with her. Hadn't you rather have her marry a rich man? Asked Jo, as her mother's voice faltered a little over the last words. Money is a good and useful thing, Jo, and I hope my girls will never feel the need of it too bitterly, nor be tempted by too much. I should like to know that John was firmly established in some good business, which gave him an income large enough to keep free from debt, and make Meg comfortable. I am not ambitious for a splendid fortune, a fashionable position, or a great name for my girls. If rank and money come with love and virtue also, I should accept them gratefully, and enjoy your good fortune, but I know by experience how much genuine happiness can be had in a plain little house where the daily bread is earned, and some privations give sweetness to the few pleasures. I am content to see Meg begin humbly, for if I am not mistaken she will be rich in the possession of a good man's heart, and that is better than a fortune. I understand, mother, and quite agree, but I am disappointed about Meg, for I'd planned to have her marry Teddy by and by, and sit in the lap of luxury all her days. Wouldn't it be nice? Asked Jo, looking up with a brighter face. He is younger than she, you know, began Mrs. March, but Jo broke in. Only a little. He's old for his age and tall, and can be quite grown up in his manners if he likes. Then he's rich and generous and good, and loves us all, and I say it's a pity my plan is spoilt. I'm afraid Laurie is hardly grown up enough for Meg, and altogether too much of a weathercock just now for anyone to depend on. Don't make plans, Jo, but let time and their own hearts make your friends. We can't meddle safely in such matters, and had better not get romantic rubbish, as you call it, into our heads, lest it spoil our friendship. Well, I want, but I hate to see things going all crisscross and getting snarled up. When a pull here and a snip there would straighten it out. I wish wearing flat irons on our heads would keep us from growing up, but buds will be roses and kittens cats, more's the pity. What's that about flat irons and cats? Asked Meg, as she crept into the room with the finished letter in her hand. Only one of my stupid speeches. I am going to bed. Come, Peggy, said Jo, unfolding herself like an animated puzzle. Quite right, and beautifully written. Please add that I send my love to John, said Mrs. March, as she glanced over the letter and gave it back. Do you call him John? Asked Meg, smiling with her innocent eyes, looking down into her mother's. Yes, he has been like a son to us, and we are very fond of him, replied Mrs. March, returning the look with a keen one. I'm glad of that. He is so lonely. Good night, mother dear. It is so inexpressibly comfortable to have you here, was Meg's quiet answer. The kiss her mother gave her was a very tender one, and as she went away Mrs. March said with a mixture of satisfaction and regret, she does not love John yet, but will soon learn to. Tale pieces. Letters. Roman 21. Laurie makes mischief and Jo makes peace. Jo's face was a study next day, for the secret rather weighed upon her, and she found it hard not to look mysterious and important. Meg observed it, but did not trouble herself to make inquiries, for she had learned that the best way to manage Jo was by the law of contraries, so she felt sure of being told everything if she did not ask. She was rather surprised, therefore, when the silence remained unbroken, and Jo assumed a patronizing air which decidedly aggravated Meg, who in her turn assumed an air of dignified reserve, and devoted herself to her mother. This left Jo to her own devices, for Mrs. March had taken her place as nurse, and bade her rest exercise, and amuse herself after her long confinement. Amy being gone, Laurie was her only refuge, and much as she enjoyed his society, she rather dreaded him just then, for he was an incorrigible tease, and she feared he would coax her secret from her. She was quite right, for the mischief-loving lad no sooner suspected a mystery than he set himself to find it out, and led Jo a trying life of it. He wheedled, bribed, ridiculed, threatened, and scolded, affected indifference, that he might surprise the truth from her, declared he knew then that he didn't care, and at last, by dint of perseverance, he satisfied himself that it concerned Meg and Mr. Brooke. Feeling indignant that he was not taken into his tutor's confidence, he set his wits to work to devise some proper retaliation for the slight. Meg meanwhile had apparently forgotten the matter, and was absorbed in preparations for her father's return, but all of a sudden a change seemed to come over her, and for a day or two she was quite unlike herself. She started when spoken to, blushed when looked at, was very quiet, and sat over her sewing with a timid, troubled look on her face. To her mother's inquiries, she answered that she was quite well, and Joss she silenced by begging to be let alone. She feels it in the air, love, I mean, and she's going very fast. She's got most of the symptoms is twittery, and cross, doesn't eat, lies awake, and mopes in corners. I caught her singing that song he gave her, and once she said, John, as you do, and then turned as red as a poppy. Whatever shall we do, said Jo, looking ready for any measures, however violent. Nothing but wait, let her alone, be kind and patient, and father's coming will settle everything, replied her mother. Here's a note to you, Meg, all sealed up. How odd, Teddy never seals mine, said Jo next day, as she distributed the contents of the little post office. Mrs. March and Jo were deep in their own affairs, when a sound from Meg made them look up to see her staring at her note with a frightened face. My child, what is it? cried her mother, running to her, while Jo tried to take the paper which had done the mischief. It's all a mistake, didn't send it. Oh, Jo, how could you do it? And Meg hid her face in her hands, crying as if her heart was quite broken. Me, I've done nothing. What's she talking about? cried Jo, bewildered. Meg's mild eyes kindled with anger as she pulled a crumpled note from her pocket and threw it at Jo, saying reproachfully, You wrote it, and that bad boy helped you. How could you be so rude, so mean, and cruel to us both? Jo hardly heard her, for she and her mother were reading the note, which was written in a peculiar hand. Jo and her mother were reading the note. My dearest Margaret, I can no longer restrain my passion, and must know my fate before I return. I dare not tell your parents yet, but I think they would consent if they knew that we adored one another. Mr. Lawrence will help me to some good place, and then, my sweet girl, you will make me happy. I implore you to say nothing to your family yet, but to send one word of hope through Laurie to your devoted John. Oh, the little villain, that's the way he meant to pay me for keeping my word to mother. Ill, give him a hearty scolding, and bring him over to beg pardon, cried Jo, burning to execute immediate justice, but her mother held her back, saying with a look she seldom wore, Stop, Jo, you must clear yourself first. You have played so many pranks that I am afraid you have had a hand in this. On my word, mother, I haven't. I never saw that note before, and don't know anything about it, as true as I live, said Jo so earnestly that they believed her. If I had taken a part in it, I'd have done it better than this, and have written a sensible note. I should think you'd have known Mr. Brooke wouldn't write such stuff as that, she added scornfully, tossing down the paper. It's like his writing, faltered Meg, comparing it with the note in her hand. Oh, Meg, you didn't answer it, cried Mrs. March quickly. Yes, I did, and Meg hid her face again, overcome with shame. Here's a scrape. Do let me bring that wicked boy over to explain and be lectured. I can't rest till I get hold of him, and Jo made for the door again. Hush, let me manage this, for it is worse than I thought. Margaret, tell me the whole story, commanded Mrs. March, sitting down by Meg, yet keeping hold of Jo, lest she should fly off. I received the first letter from Laurie, who didn't look as if he knew anything about it, began Meg, without looking up. I was worried at first, and meant to tell you then. I remembered how you liked Mr. Brooke, so I thought you wouldn't mind if I kept my little secret for a few days. I am so silly that I like to think no one knew, and while I was deciding what to say, I felt like the girls in books who have such things to do. Forgive me, mother, I am paid for my silliness now. I never can look him in the face again. What did you say to him? asked Mrs. March. I only said I was too young to do anything about it, yet that I didn't wish to have secrets from you, and he must speak to father. I was very grateful for his kindness, and would be his friend, but nothing more for a long while. Mrs. March smiled as if well pleased, and Jo clapped her hands, exclaiming with a laugh, You are almost equal to Caroline Percy, who was a pattern of prudence. Tell on Meg, what did he say to that? He writes in a different way, entirely telling me that he never sent any love letter at all, and is very sorry that my roguish sister Jo should take such liberties with our names. It's very kind and respectful, but think how dreadful for me. Meg leaned against her mother, looking the image of despair, and Jo tramped about the room calling Laurie names. All of a sudden, she stopped, caught up the 2 notes, and after looking at them closely said decidedly, I don't believe Brooke ever saw either of these letters. Teddy wrote both, and keeps yours to crow over me with, because I wouldn't tell him my secret. Don't have any secrets, Jo. Tell it to mother, and keep out of trouble, as I should have done, said Meg warningly. Bless you, child, mother told me. That will do, Jo. Ill comfort Meg. While you go and get Laurie, I shall sift the matter to the bottom, and put a stop to such pranks at once. Away ran Jo, and Mrs. March gently told Meg Mr. Brooke's real feelings. Now, dear, what are your own? Do you love him enough to wait till he can make a home for you, or will you keep yourself quite free for the present? I've been so scared and worried. I don't want to have anything to do with lovers for a long while, perhaps, never answered Meg petulantly. If John doesn't know anything about this nonsense, don't tell him, and make Jo and Laurie hold their tongues. I won't be deceived and plagued, and made a fool off. It's a shame. Seeing that Meg's usually gentle temper was roused, and her pride hurt by this mischievous joke, Mrs. March soothed her by promises of entire silence and great discretion for the future. The instant Laurie's step was heard in the hall, Meg fled into the study, and Mrs. March received the culprit alone. Jo had not told him why he was wanted, fearing he wouldn't come, but he knew the minute he saw Mrs. March's face, and stood twirling his hat with a guilty air, which convicted him at once. Jo was dismissed, but chose to march up and down the hall like a sentinel, having some fear that the prisoner might bolt. The sound of voices in the parlour rose and fell for half an hour, but what happened during that interview the girls never knew. When they were called in, Laurie was standing by their mother with such a penitent face that Jo forgave him on the spot, but did not think it wise to betray the fact. Meg received his humble apology, and was much comforted by the assurance that Brooke knew nothing of the joke. I'll never tell him to my dying day. Wild horses shan't drag it out of me, so y'all forgive me, Meg, and I'll do anything to show how out sorry I am, he added, looking very much ashamed of himself. I'll try, but it was a very ungentlemanly thing to do. I didn't think you could be so sly and malicious, Laurie replied, Meg trying to hide her maidenly confusion under a gravely reproachful. It was altogether abominable, and I don't deserve to be spoken to for a month, but you will though want you. And Laurie folded his hands together with such an imploring gesture, as he spoke in his irresistibly persuasive tone, that it was impossible to frown upon him. In spite of his scandalous behaviour, Meg pardoned him, and Mrs. March's grave face relaxed in spite of her efforts to keep sober, when she heard him declare that he would atone for his sins by all sorts of penances, and abase himself like a worm before the injured damsel. Jo stood aloof meanwhile, trying to harden her heart against him, and succeeding only in primming up her face into an expression of entire disapprobation. Laurie looked at her once or twice, but as she showed no sign of relenting, he felt injured and turned his back on her till the others were done with him, when he made her a low bow and walked off without a word. As soon as he had gone, she wished she had been more forgiving, and when Meg and her mother went upstairs, she felt lonely and longed for Teddy. After resisting for some time, she yielded to the impulse, and armed with a book to return, went over to the big house. Is Mr. Lawrence in? Asked Jo of a housemaid, who was coming downstairs. Yes, miss, but I don't believe he's seeable just yet. Why not? Is he ill? La, no, miss, but he's had a scene with Mr. Laurie, who is in one of his tantrums about something which vexes the old gentleman, so I dursn't go nigh him. Where is Laurie? Shut up in his room, and he won't answer though I've been at-tapping. I don't know what's to become of the dinner, for it's ready, and there's no one to eat it. I'll go and see what the matter is. I am not afraid of either of them. Up went Jo and knocked smartly on the door of Laurie's little study. Stop that, or I'll open the door and make you, called out the young gentleman in a threatening tone. Jo immediately knocked again. The door flew open, and in she bounced before Laurie could recover from his surprise. Seeing that he really was out of temper, Jo, who knew how to manage him, assumed a contrite expression, and going artistically down upon her knees, said meekly, Please forgive me for being so cross. I came to make it up, and can't go away till I have. It's all right, get up, and don't be a goose, Jo, was the cavalier reply to her petition. Get up and don't be a goose. Thank you, I will. Could I ask what's the matter? You don't look exactly easy in your mind. I've been shaken and I won't bear it, growled Laurie indignantly. Who did it? Demanded Joe. Grandfather. If it had been anyone else it'd have, and the injured youth finished his sentence by an energetic gesture of the right arm. That's nothing, I often shake you, and you don't mind, said Joe soothingly. Pooh, you're a girl and it's fun, but I'll allow no man to shake me. I don't think anyone would care to try it. If you looked as much like a thundercloud as you do now, why were you treated so? Just because I wouldn't say what your mother wanted me for. I'd promised not to tell, and of course I wasn't going to break my word. Couldn't you satisfy your grandpa in any other way? No, he would have the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I'd have told my part of the scrape, if I could, without bringing Meg in. As I couldn't, I held my tongue and bore the scolding till the old gentleman collared me. Then I got angry and bolted for fear I should forget myself. It wasn't nice, but he's sorry, I know, so go down and make up. I'll help you. Hanged if I do. I'm not going to be lectured and pummeled by everyone just for a bit of a frolic. I was sorry about Meg and begged pardon like a man, but I won't do it again when I wasn't in the wrong. He didn't know that. He ought to trust me and not act as if I was a baby. It's no use, Joe. He's got to learn that I am able to take care of myself and don't need anyone's apron string to hold on by. What pepper pots you are, sighed Joe. How do you mean to settle this affair? Well, he ought to beg pardon and believe me when I say I can't tell him what the fuss about. Bless you, he won't do that. I won't go down till he does. Now Teddy, be sensible, let it pass, and I'll explain what I can. You can't stay here, so what's the use of being melodramatic? I don't intend to stay here long anyway. I'll slip off and take a journey somewhere, and when Grandpa misses me, hell come round fast enough. I dare say, but you ought not to go and worry him. Don't preach. I'll go to Washington and see Brooke. It's gay there, and I'll enjoy myself after the troubles. What fun you'd have. I wish I could run off too, said Joe, forgetting her part of mentor in lively visions of martial life at the Capitol. Come on then, why not you go and surprise your father, and I'll stir up old Brooke. It would be a glorious joke. Let's do it, Joe. Well, leave a letter saying we are all right and trot off at once. I've got money enough. It will do you good and be no harm as you go to your father. For a moment Joe looked as if she would agree, for wild as the plan was, it just suited her. She was tired of care and confinement, longed for change, and thoughts of her father blended temptingly with the novel charms of camps and hospitals, liberty and fun. Her eyes kindled as they turned wistfully toward the window, but they fell on the old house opposite, and she shook her head with sorrowful decision. If I was a boy, we'd run away together and have a capital time, but as I am a miserable girl, I must be proper and stop at home. Don't tempt me, Teddy, it's a crazy plan. That's the fun of it, began Laurie, who had got a willful fit on him and was possessed to break out of bounds in some way. Hold your tongue, cried Joe, covering her ears. Prunes and prisms are my doom, and I may as well make up my mind to it. I came here to moralize, not to hear about things that make me skip to think of. Hold your tongue, cried Joe, covering her ears. I know Meg would wet blanket such a proposal, but I thought you had more spirit, began Laurie insinuatingly. Bad boy, be quiet, sit down, and think of your own sins. Don't go making me add to mine. If I get your grandpa to apologize for the shaking, will you give up running away? Asked Joe seriously. Yes, but you won't do it, answered Laurie, who wished to make up, but felt that his outraged dignity must be appeased first. If I can manage the young one, I can the old one, muttered Joe, as she walked away, leaving Laurie bent over a railroad map with his head propped up on both hands. Come in, and Mr. Lawrence's gruff voice sounded gruffer than ever as Joe tapped at his door. It's only me, sir, come to return a book, she said blandly as she entered. Want any more? Asked the old gentleman, looking grim and vexed, but trying not to show it. Yes, please, I like old Sam so well, I think I'll try the second volume, returned Joe, hoping to propitiate him by accepting a second dose of Boswell's Johnson, as he had recommended that lively work. The shaggy eyebrows unbent a little as he rolled the steps toward the shelf where the Johnsonian literature was placed. Joe skipped up and, sitting on the top step, affected to be searching for her book, but was really wondering how best to introduce the dangerous object of her visit. Mr. Lawrence seemed to suspect that something was brewing in her mind, for, after taking several brisk turns about the room, he faced round on her, speaking so abruptly that Racella's tumbled face downward on the floor. What has that boy been about? Don't try to shield him. I know he has been in mischief, By the way he acted when he came home, I can't get a word from him. And when I threatened to shake the truth out of him, he bolted upstairs and locked himself into his room. He did do wrong, but we forgave him, and all promised not to say a word to anyone, began Joe reluctantly. That won't do. He shall not shelter himself behind a promise from you soft-hearted girls. If he's done anything amiss, he shall confess, beg pardon, and be punished out with it. Joe, I won't be kept in the dark. Mr. Lawrence looked so alarming and spoke so sharply that Joe would have gladly run away if she could, but she was perched aloft on the steps, and he stood at the foot, a lion in the path, so she had to stay and brave it out. He stood at the foot like a lion in the paths. Indeed, sir, I cannot tell mother for bad it. Laurie has confessed, asked pardon, and been punished quite enough. We don't keep silence to shield him, but someone else, and it will make more trouble if you interfere. Please don't. It was partly my fault, but it's all right now, so let's forget it, and talk about the Rambler or something pleasant. Hang the Rambler, come down, and give me your word that this harum-scarum boy of mine hasn't done anything ungrateful or impertinent. If he has, after all your kindness to him, I'll thrash him with my own hands. The threat sounded awful, but did not alarm Joe, for she knew the irascible old gentleman would never lift a finger against his grandson. Whatever he might say to the contrary, she obediently descended, and made as light of the prank as she could without betraying Meg or forgetting the truth. Humhole, if the boy held his tongue because he promised, and not from obstinacy, I'll forgive him. He's a stubborn fellow, and hard to manage, said Mr. Lawrence, rubbing up his hair till it looked as if he had been out in a gale, and smoothing the frown from his brow with an air of relief. So am I, but a kind word will govern me when all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't, said Joe, trying to say a kind word for her friend, who seemed to get out of one scrape, only to fall into another. You think I'm not kind to him, hey? Was the sharp answer. Oh dear no, sir, you are rather too kind sometimes, and then just a trifle hasty when he tries your patience, don't you think you are? Joe was determined to have it out now, and tried to look quite placid, though she quaked a little after her bold speech, to her great relief, and surprised the old gentleman only threw his spectacles on to the table with a rattle and exclaimed frankly, "You're a right girl, I am. I love the boy, but he tries my patience past bearing, and I don't know how it will end if we go on so. I'll tell you, hell run away." Joe was sorry for that speech the minute it was made. She meant to warn him that Laurie would not bear much restraint, and hoped he would be more forbearing with the lad. Mr. Lawrence's ruddy face changed suddenly, and he sat down with a troubled glance at the picture of a handsome man, which hung over his table. It was Laurie's father, who had run away in his youth, and married against the imperious old man's. Well, Joe fancied he remembered and regretted the past, and she wished she had held her tongue. He won't do it unless he is very much worried, and only threatens it sometimes when he gets tired of studying. I often think I should like to, especially since my hair was cut so. If you ever miss us, you may advertise for 2 boys, and look among the ships bound for India. She laughed as she spoke, and Mr. Lawrence looked relieved, evidently taking the whole as a joke. You hussy, how dare you talk in that way? Where's your respect for me and your proper bringing up? Bless the boys and girls, what torments they are, yet we can't do without them, he said, pinching her cheeks good-humouredly. Go and bring that boy down to his dinner. Tell him it's all right, and advise him not to put on tragedy airs with his grandfather. I won't bear it. He won't come, sir. He feels badly, because you didn't believe him when he said he couldn't tell. I think the shaking hurt his feelings very much. Joe tried to look pathetic, but must have failed, for Mr. Lawrence began to laugh, and she knew the day was won. I'm sorry for that, and ought to thank him for not shaking me. I suppose what the dickens does the fellow expect? And the old gentleman looked a trifle ashamed of his own testiness. If I were you, I'd write him an apology, sir. He says he won't come down till he has one, and talks about Washington, and goes on in an absurd way. A formal apology will make him see how foolish he is, and bring him down quite amiable. Try it, he likes fun, and this way is better than talking ill. Carry it up, and teach him his duty. Mr. Lawrence gave her a sharp look, and put on his spectacles, saying slowly, "You're a sly puss, but I don't mind being managed by you and Bate. Here, give me a bit of paper, and let us have done with this nonsense." The note was written in the terms which one gentleman would use to another. After offering some deep insult, Joe dropped a kiss on the top of Mr. Lawrence's bald head, and ran up to slip the apology under Laurie's door, advising him through the keyhole to be submissive, decorous, and a few other agreeable impossibilities. Finding the door locked again, she left the note to do its work, and was going quietly away when the young gentleman slid down the banisters and waited for her at the bottom, saying with his most virtuous expression of countenance, "What a good fellow you are, Joe, did you get blown up?" he added, laughing. "No, he was pretty mild on the whole. I got it all round, even you cast me off over there, and I felt just ready to go to the deuce," he began apologetically. "Don't talk in that way, turn over a new leaf, and begin again, Teddy, my son. I keep turning over new leaves, and spoiling them as I used to spoil my copybooks, and I make so many beginnings there never will be an end," he said dolefully. "Go and eat your dinner, you'll feel better after it. Men always croak when they are hungry," and Joe whisked out at the front door after that. "That's a label on my sect," answered Laurie, quoting Amy, as he went to partake of humble pie, dutifully, with his grandfather, who was quite saintly in temper, and overwhelmingly respectful in manner, all the rest of the day. Everyone thought the matter ended, and the little cloud blown over, but the mischief was done, for though others forgot it, Meg remembered. She never alluded to a certain person, but she thought of him a good deal, dreamed dreams more than ever, and once Joe, rummaging her sister's desk for stamps, found a bit of paper scribbled over with the words Mrs. John Brooke, whereat she groaned tragically, and cast it into the fire, feeling that Laurie's prank had hastened the evil day for her. Bate was soon able to lie on the study sofa all day. Roman 22 Pleasant Meadows. Like sunshine after storm, were the peaceful weeks which followed. The invalids improved rapidly, and Mr. March began to talk of returning early in the new year. Bate was soon able to lie on the study sofa all day, amusing herself with the well-beloved cats at first, and in time with dolls' sewing, which had fallen sadly behindhand. Her once active limbs were so stiff and feeble that Joe took her a daily airing about the house in her strong arms. Meg cheerfully blackened and burnt her white hands, cooking delicate messes for the dear, while Amy, a loyal slave of the ring, celebrated her return by giving away as many of her treasures as she could prevail on her sisters to accept. As Christmas approached, the usual mysteries began to haunt the house, and Joe frequently convulsed the family by proposing utterly impossible or magnificently absurd ceremonies in honor of this unusually merry Christmas. Laurie was equally impracticable, and would have had bonfires, skyrockets, and triumphal arches if he had had his own way. After many skirmishes and snubbings, the ambitious pair were considered effectually quenched, and went about with forlorn faces, which were rather belied by explosions of laughter when the two got together. Several days of unusually mild weather fitly ushered in a splendid Christmas day. Hannah felt in her bones that it was going to be an unusually fine day, and she proved herself a true prophetess for everybody, and everything seemed bound to produce a grand success. To begin with, Mr. March wrote that he should soon be with them. Then Bate felt uncommonly well that morning, and being dressed in her mother's gift, a soft crimson merino wrapper, was borne in triumph to the window to behold the offering of Joe and Laurie. The Unquenchables had done their best to be worthy of the name, for like elves they had worked by night, and conjured up a comical surprise. Out in the garden stood a stately snow maiden crowned, with Holly bearing a basket of fruit and flowers in one hand, a great roll of new music, in the other a perfect rainbow of an Afghan round her chilly shoulders, and a Christmas carol issuing from her lips on a pink paper streamer. The Jungfrau to Bate. God bless you, dear Queen Bess. May nothing you dismay, but health and peace and happiness be yours this Christmas day. Here's fruit to feed our busy bee, and flowers for her nose. Here's music for her peony, an Afghan for her toes. A portrait of Joanna C. by Raphael No. 2, who laboured with great industry to make it fair and true. Except a ribbon red, I beg, for Madame Perra's tail, and ice cream made by lovely Peg, a Mont Blanc in a pail. Their dearest love my makers laid within my breast of snow. Accept it and the Alpine maid, from Laurie and from Joe. How Bate laughed when she saw it, how Laurie ran up and down to bring in the gifts, and what ridiculous speeches Joe made as she presented them. I am so full of happiness that if father was only here I couldn't hold one drop more, said Bate, quite sighing with contentment, as Joe carried her off to the study to rest after the excitement, and to refresh herself with some of the delicious grapes the Jungfrau had sent her. So am I, added Joe, slapping the pocket wherein reposed the long-desired Undine and Sintram. I am sure I am, echoed Amy, poring over the engraved copy of the Madonna and Child which her mother had given her in a pretty frame. Of course I am, cried Meg, smoothing the silvery folds of her first silk dress for Mr. Lawrence had insisted on giving it. "How can I be otherwise?" said Mrs. March gratefully, as her eyes went from her husband's letter to Bates' smiling face, and her hand caressed the brooch made of grey and golden chestnut and dark brown hair which the girls had just fastened on her breast. Now and then in this workaday world things do happen in the delightful storybook fashion, and what a comfort that is half an hour after everyone had said they were so happy, they could only hold one drop more. The drop came. Laurie opened the parlour door and popped his head in very quietly. He might just as well have turned a somersault and uttered an Indian war whoop, for his face was so full of suppressed excitement, and his voice so treacherously joyful, that everyone jumped up, though he only said in a queer breathless voice, "Here's another Christmas present for the March family." Before the words were well out of his mouth, he was whisked away somehow, and in his place appeared a tall man muffled up to the eyes, leaning on the arm of another tall man who tried to say something, and couldn't. Of course, there was a general stampede, and for several minutes everybody seemed to lose their wits, for the strangest things were done, and no one said a word. Mr. March became invisible in the embrace of 4 pairs of loving arms. Jo disgraced herself by nearly fainting away, and had to be doctored by Laurie in the china closet. Mr. Brooke kissed Meg entirely by mistake, as he somewhat incoherently explained, and Amy the dignified tumbled over a stool, and never stopping to get up hugged and cried over her father's boots in the most touching manner. Mrs. March was the first to recover herself, and held up her hand with a warning "Hush, remember Bate." But it was too late. The study door flew open, the little red wrapper appeared on the threshold. Joy put strength into the feeble limbs, and Bate ran straight into her father's arms. Never mind what happened just after that, for the full hearts overflowed, washing away the bitterness of the past, and leaving only the sweetness of the present. It was not at all romantic, but a hearty laugh set everybody straight again, for Hannah was discovered behind the door sobbing over the fat turkey, which she had forgotten to put down when she rushed up from the kitchen. As the laugh subsided, Mrs. March began to thank Mr. Brooke for his faithful care of her husband, at which Mr. Brooke suddenly remembered that Mr. March needed rest, and seizing Laurie, he precipitately retired. Then the 2 invalids were ordered to repose, which they did by both sitting in one big chair and talking hard. Mr. March told how he had longed to surprise them, and how when the fine weather came he had been allowed by his doctor to take advantage of it, how devoted Brooke had been, and how he was altogether a most estimable and upright young man. Why, Mr. March paused a minute just there, and after a glance at Meg, who was violently poking the fire, looked at his wife with an inquiring lift of the eyebrows. I leave you to imagine also why Mrs. March gently nodded her head, and asked rather abruptly if he wouldn't have something to eat. Jo saw and understood the look, and she stalked grimly away to get wine and beef tea, muttering to herself, as she slammed the door, "I hate estimable young men with brown eyes." There never was such a Christmas dinner as they had that day. The fat turkey was a sight to behold, when Hannah sent him up stuffed browned, and decorated so was the plum pudding, which quite melted in one's mouth, likewise the jellies, in which Amy revelled like a fly in a honey pot. Everything turned out well, which was a mercy. Hannah said, for my mind was that flustered mum, that it's a miracle I didn't roast the pudding and stuff the turkey with raisins, let alone billin' of it in a cloth. Mr. Lawrence and his grandson dined with them, also Mr. Brooke, whom Jo glowered darkly. To Laurie's infinite amusement, 2 easy-chairs stood side by side at the head of the table, in which sat Bate and her father feasting modestly on chicken and a little fruit they drank. Healths, told stories, sung songs, reminisced, as the old folks say, and had a thoroughly good time. A sleigh ride had been planned, but the girls would not leave their father, so the guests departed early, and as twilight gathered the happy family sat together round the fire. Just a year ago we were groaning over the dismal Christmas we expected to have. "Do you remember?" asked Jo, breaking a short pause which had followed a long conversation about many things. "Rather a pleasant year on the whole," said Meg, smiling at the fire, and congratulating herself on having treated Mr. Brooke with dignity. "I think it's been a pretty hard one," observed Amy, watching the light shine on her ring with thoughtful eyes. "I am glad it's over, because we've got you back," whispered Bate, who sat on her father's knee. "Rather a rough road for you to travel, my little pilgrims, especially the latter part of it, but you have got on bravely, and I think the burdens are in a fair way to tumble off very soon," said Mr. March, looking with fatherly satisfaction at the 4 young faces gathered round him. "How do you know? Did mother tell you?" asked Jo. "Not much. Straws show which way the wind blows, and I've made several discoveries today." "Oh, tell us what they are," cried Meg, who sat beside him. "Here is one," and taking up the hand which lay on the arm of his chair, He pointed to the roughened forefinger, a burn on the back, and 2 or 3 little hard spots on the palm. I remember a time when this hand was white and smooth. And your first care was to keep it so it was very pretty then. But to me, it is much prettier no for in these seeming blemishes. I read a little history. A burnt offering has been made of vanity. This hardened palm has earned something better than blisters, and I am sure the sewing done by these pricked fingers will last a long time. So much goodwill went into the stitches, Meg, my dear. I value the womanly skill, which keeps home happy more than white hands or fashionable accomplishments. I am proud to shake this good industrious little hand, and hope I shall not soon be asked to give it away. If Meg had wanted a reward for hours of patient labor, she received it in the hearty pressure of her father's hand, and the approving smile he gave her. What about Jo? Please say something nice, for she has tried so hard, and been so very, very good to me, said Bet in her father's ear. He laughed and looked across at the tall girl who sat opposite, with an unusually mild expression in her brown face. In spite of the curly crop, I don't see the son Jo whom I left a year ago, said Mr. March. I see a young lady who pins her collar straight, laces her boots neatly, and neither whistles, talks slang nor lies on the rug, as she used to do. Her face is rather thin and pale just now with watching and anxiety, but I like to look at it for it has grown gentler, and her voice is lower. She doesn't bounce but moves quietly and takes care of a certain little person in a motherly way, which delights me. I rather miss my wild girl, but if I get a strong, helpful, tender-hearted woman in her place, I shall feel quite satisfied. I don't know whether the shearing sobered our black sheep, but I do know that in all Washington I couldn't find anything beautiful enough to be bought with the $25 which my good girl sent me. Jo's keen eyes were rather dim for a minute, and her thin face grew rosy in the firelight as she received her father's praise, feeling that she did deserve a portion of it. Now, Bet, said Amy, longing for her turn, but ready to wait. There's so little of her I am afraid to say much for fear she will slip away altogether, though she is not so shy as she used to be, began their father cheerfully, but recollecting how nearly he had lost her, he held her close, saying tenderly with her cheek against his own, I've got you safe, my Bet, and ill keep you, so please God. After a minute's silence, he looked down at Amy, who sat on the cricket at his feet, and said with a caress of the shining hair, I observed that Amy took drumsticks at dinner, ran errands for her mother, all the afternoon, gave Meg her place tonight, and has waited on everyone with patience and good humor. I also observe that she does not fret much nor look in the glass, and has not even mentioned a very pretty ring which she wears, so I conclude that she has learned to think of other people more and of herself less, and has decided to try and mold her character as carefully as she molds her little clay figures. I am glad of this, for though I should be very proud of a graceful statue made by her, I shall be infinitely prouder of a lovable daughter, with a talent for making life beautiful to herself and others. What are you thinking of, Bet? Asked Jo when Amy had thanked her father and told about her ring. I read in Pilgrim's Progress today how after many troubles Christian and Hopeful came to a pleasant green meadow where lilies bloomed all the year round, and there they rested happily as we do now, before they went on to their journey's end, answered Bet, adding, as she slipped out of her father's arms, and went slowly to the instrument, it's singing time now. And I want to be in my old place, I'll try to sing the song of the shepherd boy, which the pilgrims heard. I made the music for father, because he likes the verses. So sitting at the dear little piano, Bet softly touched the keys, and in the sweet voice they had never thought to hear again, sung to her own accompaniment, the quaint hymn which was a singularly fitting song for her. He that is down need fear no fall. He that is low no pride. He that is humble ever shall have God to be his guide. I am content with what I have, little be it or much, and Lord, contentment still I crave, because thou savest such. Fullness to them a burden is, that go on pilgrimage. Here little and hereafter bliss is best from age to age. He sat in the big chair. He sat in the big chair by Bet's sofa with the other 3 close, by page 277. Roman 23, Aunt March settles the question, popping in her head now and then. Like bees swarming after their queen, mother and daughters hovered about Mr. March the next day, neglecting everything to look at, wait upon, and listen to the new invalid, who was in a fair way to be killed by kindness, as he sat propped up in a big chair by Bet's sofa with the other 3 close by, and Hannah popping in her head now and then to peek at the dear man. Nothing seemed needed to complete their happiness, but something was needed, and the elder ones felt it though none confessed the fact. Mr. and Mrs. March looked at one another with an anxious expression as their eyes followed Meg. Jo had sudden fits of sobriety, and was seen to shake her fist at Mr. Brooke's umbrella, which had been left in the hall. Meg was absent-minded shy, and silence started when the bell rang, and coloured when John's name was mentioned. Amy said, everyone seemed waiting for something, and couldn't settle down, which was queer since father was safe at home, and Bate innocently wondered why their neighbours didn't run over as usual. Laurie went by in the afternoon, and seeing Meg at the window seemed suddenly possessed with a melodramatic fit, for he fell down upon one knee in the snow, beat his breast, tore his hair, and clasped his hands imploringly as if begging some boon, and when Meg told him to behave himself and go away, he wrung imaginary tears out of his handkerchief and staggered round the corner as if in utter despair. "What does the goose mean?" said Meg, laughing and trying to look unconscious. "He's showing you how your John will go on by and by touching isn't it," answered Jo scornfully. "Don't say my John, it isn't proper or true," but Meg's voice lingered over the words, as if they sounded pleasant to her. "Please don't plague me, Jo. I've told you I don't care much about him, and there isn't to be anything said, but we are all to be friendly and go on as before." "We can't, for something has been said, and Laurie's mischief has spoilt you for me. I see it, and so does mother. You are not like your old self a bit, and seem ever so far away from me. I don't mean to plague you, and will bear it like a man, but I do wish it was all settled. I hate to wait, so if you mean ever to do it, make haste, and have it over quickly," said Jo pettishly. "I can't say or do anything till he speaks, and he won't because father said I was too young," began Meg, bending over her work with a queer little smile, which suggested that she did not quite agree with her father on that point. "If he did speak, you wouldn't know what to say, but would cry or blush, or let him have his own way, instead of giving a good decided no. I'm not so silly and weak as you think. I know just what I should say, for I've planned it all, so I needn't be taken unawares. There's no knowing what may happen, and I wish to be prepared." Jo couldn't help smiling at the important air which Meg had unconsciously assumed, and which was as becoming as the pretty colour varying in her cheeks. "Would you mind telling me what you'd say?" asked Jo more respectfully. "Not at all. You are 16 now, quite old enough to be my confidant, and my experience will be useful to you by and by, perhaps in your own affairs of this sort. Don't mean to have any. It's fun to watch other people philander, but I should feel like a fool doing it myself," said Jo, looking alarmed at the thought. "I think not, if you liked anyone very much, and he liked you." Meg spoke as if to herself, and glanced out at the lane where she had often seen lovers walking together in the summer twilight. "I thought you were going to tell your speech to that man," said Jo, rudely shortening her sister's little reverie. "Oh, I should merely say quite calmly and decidedly, 'Thank you, Mr. Brooke, you are very kind, but I agree with father that I am too young to enter into any engagement at present, so please say no more, but let us be friends as we were.' That's stiff and cool enough. I don't believe Yow'll ever say it, and I know he won't be satisfied if you do. If he goes on like the rejected lovers in books, Yow'll give in rather than hurt his feelings." "No, I won't. I shall tell him I've made up my mind, and shall walk out of the room with dignity." Meg rose as she spoke, and was just going to rehearse the dignified exit, when a step in the hall made her fly into her seat, and begin to sew as if her life depended on finishing that particular seam in a given time. Jo smothered a laugh at the sudden change, and when someone gave a modest tap, opened the door with a grim aspect, which was anything but hospitable. "Good afternoon. I came to get my umbrella. That is to see how your father finds himself today," said Mr. Brooke, getting a trifle confused as his eye went from one telltale face to the other. "It's very well. He's in the rack. I'll get him and tell it you are here," and having jumbled her father and the umbrella well together in her reply, Jo slipped out of the room to give Meg a chance to make her speech and air her dignity, but the instant she vanished Meg began to sidle towards the door, murmuring, "Mother will like to see you. Pray sit down. I'll call her." "Don't go. Are you afraid of me, Margaret?" And Mr. Brooke looked so hurt that Meg thought she must have done something very rude. She blushed up to the little curls on her forehead, for he had never called her Margaret before, and she was surprised to find how natural and sweet it seemed to hear him say it, anxious to appear friendly, and at her ease she put out her hand with a confiding gesture and said gratefully, "How can I be afraid when you have been so kind to father? I only wish I could thank you for it." Shall I tell you how?" asked Mr. Brooke, holding the small hand fast in both his own, and looking down at Meg with so much love in the brown eyes that her heart began to flutter, and she both longed to run away and to stop and listen. "Oh no, please don't, I'd rather not," she said, trying to withdraw her hand, and looking frightened in spite of her denial. "I won't trouble you, I only want to know if you care for me a little, Meg. I love you so much, dear," added Mr. Brooke tenderly. This was the moment for the calm, proper speech, but Meg didn't make it. She forgot every word of it, hung her head, and answered "I don't know" so softly that John had to stoop down to catch the foolish little reply. He seemed to think it was worth the trouble, for he smiled to himself, as if quite satisfied, pressed the plump hand gratefully, and said in his most persuasive tone, "Will you try and find out? I want to know so much, for I can't go to work with any heart until I learn whether I am to have my reward in the end or not." "I am too young," faltered Meg, wondering why she was so fluttered, yet rather enjoying it. "I'll wait, and in the meantime you could be learning to like me. Would it be a very hard lesson, dear?" "Not if I chose to learn it, but—" "Please choose to learn, Meg. I love to teach. And this is easier than German," broke in John, getting possession of the other hand, so that she had no way of hiding her face as he bent to look into it. His tone was properly beseeching, but stealing a shy look at him, Meg saw that his eyes were merry as well as tender, and that he wore the satisfied smile of one who had no doubt of his success. This nettled her. Annie Moffat's foolish lessons in coquetry came into her mind, and the love of power which sleeps in the bosoms of the best of little women woke up all of a sudden and took possession of her. She felt excited and strange, and not knowing what else to do followed a capricious impulse, and withdrawing her hand said petulantly, "I don't choose, please go away, and let me be." Poor Mr. Brooke looked as if his lovely castle in the air was tumbling about his ears, for he had never seen Meg in such a mood before, and it rather bewildered him. "Do you really mean that?" he asked, anxiously following her as she walked away. "Yes, I do. I don't want to be worried about such things. Father says I needn't. It's too soon, and I'd rather not. Mayn't I hope y'all change your mind by and by? I'll wait, and say nothing till you have had more time. Don't play with me, Meg. I didn't think that of you." "Don't think of me at all, Id. Rather you wouldn't," said Meg, taking a naughty satisfaction in trying her lover's patience and her own power. He was grave and pale now, and looked decidedly more like the novel heroes, whom she admired, but he neither slapped his forehead nor tramped about the room as they did. He just stood looking at her so wistfully, so tenderly, that she found her heart relenting in spite of her. What would have happened next I cannot say, if Aunt March had not come hobbling in at this interesting minute. The old lady couldn't resist her longing to see her nephew, for she had met Laurie as she took her airing, and hearing of Mr. March's arrival drove straight out to see him. The family were all busy in the back part of the house, and she had made her way quietly in hoping to surprise them. She did surprise two of them so much that Meg started, as if she had seen a ghost, and Mr. Brooke vanished into the study. "Bless me, what's all this? Bless me, what's all this?" cried the old lady with a rap of her cane, as she glanced from the pale young gentleman to the scarlet young lady. "It's father's friend. I am so surprised to see you," stammered Meg, feeling that she was in for a lecture now. "That's evident," returned Aunt March, sitting down. "But what is father's friend saying to make you look like a peony? There's mischief going on, and I insist upon knowing what it is," with another rap. "We were merely talking. Mr. Brooke came for his umbrella," began Meg, wishing that Mr. Brooke and the umbrella were safely out of the house. "Brooke, that boy's tutor? I understand now. I know all about it. Joe blundered into a wrong message in one of your father's letters, and I made her tell me you haven't gone and accepted him." "Child," cried Aunt March, looking scandalized. "Hush, hell, here shan't I call mother," said Meg, much troubled. "Not yet. I've something to say to you, and I must free my mind at once. Tell me, do you mean to marry this cook? If you do not, 1 penny of my money ever goes to you. Remember that, and be a sensible girl," said the old lady impressively. Now Aunt March possessed in perfection the art of rousing the spirit of opposition in the gentlest people, and enjoyed doing it. The best of us have a spice of perversity in us, especially when we are young and in love. If Aunt March had begged Meg to accept John Brooke, she would probably have declared she couldn't think of it, but as she was peremptorily ordered not to like him, she immediately made up her mind that she would. Inclination as well as perversity made the decision easy, and being already much excited, Meg opposed the old lady with unusual spirit. "I shall marry whom I please, Aunt March, and you can leave your money to anyone you like," she said, nodding her head with a resolute air. "Highty-tighty, is that the way you take my advice, Miss? You'll be sorry for it by and by when you've tried love in a cottage and found it a failure." "It can't be a worse one than some people find in big houses," retorted Meg. Aunt March put on her glasses and took a look at the girl, for she did not know her in this new mood. Meg hardly knew herself. She felt so brave and independent, so glad to defend John and assert her right to love him if she liked. Aunt March saw that she had begun wrong, and after a little pause made a fresh start, saying as mildly as she could now, "Meg, my dear, be reasonable, and take my advice. I mean it kindly, and don't want you to spoil your whole life by making a mistake at the beginning. You ought to marry well, and help your family. It's your duty to make a rich match, and it ought to be impressed upon you. Father and mother don't think so. They like John though he is poor. Your parents, my dear, have no more worldly wisdom than two babies." "I am glad of it," cried Meg stoutly. Aunt March took no notice, but went on with her lecture. "This rook is poor, and hasn't got any rich relations, has he?" "No, but he has many warm friends." "You can't live on friends. Try it, and see how cool they'll grow. He hasn't any business, has he?" "Not yet. Mr. Lawrence is going to help him." "That won't last long. James Lawrence is a crotchety old fellow, and not to be depended on. So you intend to marry a man without money, position, or business, and go on working harder than you do now, when you might be comfortable all your days by minding me, and doing better. I thought you had more sense, Meg." "I couldn't do better if I waited half my life. John is good and wise. He's got heaps of talent. He's willing to work and sure to get on. He's so energetic and brave. Everyone likes and respects him, and I am proud to think he cares for me, though I am so poor and young and silly," said Meg, looking prettier than ever in her earnestness. "He knows you have got rich relations, child. That's the secret of his liking, I suspect." "Aunt March, how dare you say such a thing? John is above such meanness, and I won't listen to you a minute if you talk so," cried Meg, indignantly, forgetting everything but the injustice of the old lady's suspicions. "My John wouldn't marry for money any more than I would. We are willing to work, and we mean to wait. I'm not afraid of being poor, for I've been happy so far, and I know I shall be with him, because he loves me and I—" Meg stopped there, remembering all of a sudden that she hadn't made up her mind that she had told her John to go away, and that he might be overhearing her inconsistent remarks. Aunt March was very angry, for she had set her heart on having her pretty niece make a fine match, and something in the girl's happy young face made the lonely old woman feel both sad and sour. "Well, I wash my hands of the whole affair. You are a willful child, and you've lost more than you know by this piece of folly. No, I won't stop. I'm disappointed in you, and haven't spirits to see your father now. Don't expect anything from me. When you are married, your Mr. Brooks' friends must take care of you. I am done with you forever." And slamming the door in Meg's face, Aunt March drove off in high dudgeon. She seemed to take all the girls' courage with her, for when left alone, Meg stood a moment, undecided whether to laugh or cry. Before she could make up her mind, she was taken possession of by Mr. Brooke, who said all in one breath, "I couldn't help hearing, Meg. Thank you for defending me, and Aunt March for proving that you do care for me a little bit." "I didn't know how much till she abused you," began Meg. "And I needn't go away, but may stay and be happy, may I, dear?" Here was another fine chance to make the crushing speech and the stately exit, but Meg never thought of doing either, and disgraced herself forever in Joss' eyes by meekly whispering, "Yes, John," and hiding her face on Mr. Brooks' waistcoat. 15 minutes after Aunt March's departure, Jo came softly downstairs, paused an instant at the parlor door, and hearing no sound within, nodded and smiled with a satisfied expression, saying to herself, "She has sent him away as we planned, and that affair is settled. I'll go and hear the fun and have a good laugh over it." But poor Jo never got her laugh, for she was transfixed upon the threshold by a spectacle which held her there, staring with her mouth nearly as wide open as her eyes, going in to exult over a fallen enemy, and to praise a strong-minded sister for the banishment of an objectionable lover. It certainly was a shock to behold the aforesaid enemy serenely sitting on the sofa, with the strong-minded sister enthroned upon his knee, and wearing an expression of the most abject submission. Jo gave a sort of gasp, as if a cold shower bath had suddenly fallen upon her, for such an unexpected turning of the tables actually took her breath away. At the odd sound the lovers turned, and saw her. Meg jumped up, looking both proud and shy, but that man, as Jo called him, actually laughed, and said coolly, as he kissed the astonished newcomer, "Sister Jo, congratulate us." That was adding insult to injury. It was altogether too much, and, making some wild demonstration with her hands, Jo vanished without a word. Rushing upstairs, she startled the invalids by exclaiming tragically, as she burst into the room, "Oh, do somebody go down quick. John Brooke is acting dreadfully, and Meg likes it." Mr. and Mrs. March left the room with speed, and casting herself upon the bed, Jo cried and scolded tempestuously as she told the awful news to Bate and Amy. The little girls, however, considered it a most agreeable and interesting event, and Jo got little comfort from them, so she went up to her refuge in the garret, and confided her troubles to the rats. Nobody ever knew what went on in the parlour that afternoon, but a great deal of talking was done, and quiet Mr. Brooke astonished his friends by the eloquence and spirit with which he pleaded his suit, told his plans, and persuaded them to arrange everything just as he wanted it. The tea-bell rang before he had finished describing the paradise which he meant to earn for Meg, and he proudly took her in to supper, both looking so happy that Joe hadn't the heart to be jealous, or dismal Amy was very much impressed by John's devotion, and Meg's dignity beamed at them from a distance, while Mr. and Mrs. March surveyed the young couple with such tender satisfaction that it was perfectly evident Aunt March was right in calling them as unworldly as a pair of babies no one ate much. But everyone looked very happy, and the old room seemed to brighten up amazingly when the first romance of the family began there. "You can't say nothing pleasant ever happens now, can you, Meg?" said Amy, trying to decide how she would group the lovers in the sketch she was planning to take. "No, I am sure I can't. How much has happened since I said that? It seems a year ago," answered Meg, who was in a blissful dream, lifted far above such common things as bread and butter. "The joys come close upon the sorrows this time, and I rather think the changes have begun," said Mrs. March. "In most families there comes now and then a year full of events. This has been such an one, but it ends well after all." "Hope the next will end better," muttered Joe, who found it very hard to see Meg absorbed in a stranger before her face, for Joe loved a few persons very dearly, and dreaded to have their affection lost or lessened in any way. "I hope the third year from this will end better. I mean it shall, if I live to work out my plans," said Mr. Brooke, smiling at Meg, as if everything had become possible to him now. "Doesn't it seem very long to wait?" asked Amy, who was in a hurry for the wedding. "I've got so much to learn before I shall be ready. It seems a short time to me," answered Meg, with a sweet gravity in her face never seen there before. "You have only to wait. I am to do the work," said John, beginning his labours by picking up Meg's napkin with an expression which caused Joe to shake her head, and then say to herself with an air of relief, as the front door banged, "Here comes Laurie now, we shall have a little sensible conversation." For Mrs. John Brooke. But Joe was mistaken, for Laurie came prancing in, overflowing with spirits, bearing a great bridal-looking bouquet for Mrs. John Brooke, and evidently labouring under the delusion that the whole affair had been brought about by his excellent management. "I knew Brooke would have it all his own way. He always does, for when he makes up his mind to accomplish anything, it's done, though the sky falls," said Laurie, when he had presented his offering and his congratulations. "Much obliged for that recommendation. I take it as a good omen for the future, and invite you to my wedding on the spot," answered Mr. Brooke, who felt at peace with all mankind, even his mischievous pupil. "I'll come if I am at the ends of the earth, for the sight of Joss' face alone on that occasion would be worth a long journey. You don't look festive, Mom. What's the matter?" asked Laurie, following her into a corner of the parlour, whither all had adjourned to greet Mr. Lawrence. "I don't approve of the match, but I've made up my mind to bear it, and shall not say a word against it," said Joe solemnly. "You can't know how hard it is for me to give up Meg," she continued with a little quiver in her voice. "You don't give her up, you only go halves," said Laurie consolingly. "It never can be the same again. I've lost my dearest friend," sighed Joe. "You've got me anyhow. I am not good for much, I know, but I'll stand by you, Joe, all the days of my life, upon my word. I will." And Laurie meant what he said. "I know you will, and I am ever so much obliged. You are always a great comfort to me, Teddy," returned Joe, gratefully shaking hands. "Well, now don't be dismal, there's a good fellow. It's all right, you see. Meg is happy. Brooke will fly round and get settled immediately. Grandpa will attend to him, and it will be very jolly to see Meg in her own little house. We'll have capital times after she is gone, for I shall be through college before long, and then we'll go abroad or some nice trip or other. Wouldn't that console you?" "I rather think it would, but there's no knowing what may happen in 3 years, said Joe thoughtfully. "That's true. Don't you wish you could take a look forward and see where we shall all be then?" "I do," returned Laurie. "I think not, for I might see something sad, and everyone looks so happy now, I don't believe they could be much improved," and Joss' eyes went slowly round the room, brightening as they looked, for the prospect was a pleasant one. Father and mother sat together, quietly reliving the first chapter of the romance, which for them began some 20 years ago. Amy was drawing the lovers who sat apart in a beautiful world of their own, the light of which touched their faces with a grace the little artist could not copy. Bate lay on her sofa, talking cheerily with her old friend, who held her little hand as if he felt that it possessed the power to lead him along the peaceful way She walked. Jo lounged in her favourite low seat with the grave, quiet look, which best became her, and Laurie, leaning on the back of her chair, his chin on a level with her curly head, smiled with his friendliest aspect, and nodded at her in the long glass which reflected them both. So grouped, the curtain falls upon Meg, Jo Bate, and Amy. Whether it ever rises again depends upon the reception given to the first act of the domestic drama called Little Women. Home of the Little Women's. The second part. The Dovecote. The Dovecote. Roman 24 gossip. In order that we may start afresh and go to Meg's wedding with free minds, it will be well to begin with a little gossip about the Marches, and here let me premise that if any of the elders think there is too much lovering in the story, as I fear they may, I am not afraid the young folks will make that objection. I can only say with Mrs. March, what can you expect when I have 4 gay girls in the house, and a dashing young neighbour over the way? The 3 years that have passed have brought but few changes to the quiet family. The war is over, and Mr. March safely at home busy with his books, and the small parish which found in him, a minister by nature, as by grace a quiet studious man, rich in the wisdom that is better than learning, the charity which calls all mankind brother, the piety that blossoms into character, making it august and lovely. These attributes, in spite of poverty and the strict integrity which shut him out from the more worldly successes, attracted to him many admirable persons, as naturally as sweet herbs draw bees. And as naturally he gave them the honey into which 50 years of hard experience had distilled no bitter drop. Earnest young men found the grey-headed scholar as young at heart as they thoughtful or troubled. Women instinctively brought their doubts and sorrows to him, sure of finding the gentlest sympathy. The wisest counsel. Sinners told their sins to the pure-hearted old man, and were both rebuked and saved. Gifted men found a companion in him. Ambitious men caught glimpses of nobler ambitions than their own, and even worldlings confessed that his beliefs were beautiful and true, although they wouldn't pay. To outsiders, the 5 energetic women seemed to rule the house, and so they did in many things, but the quiet scholar sitting among his books was still the head of the family, the household conscience, anchor and comforter, for to him the busy, anxious women always turned in troublous times, finding him in the truest sense of those sacred words, husband and father. The girls gave their hearts into their mothers, keeping their souls into their fathers, and to both parents who lived and laboured so faithfully for them, they gave a love that grew with their growth, and bound them tenderly together by the sweetest tie, which blesses life and outlives death. Mrs. March is as brisk and cheery, though rather greyer than when we saw her last, and just now so absorbed in Meg's affairs that the hospitals and homes, still full of wounded boys and soldiers' widows, decidedly missed the motherly missionaries' visits. John Brooke did his duty manfully for a year, got wounded, was sent home, and not allowed to return. He received no stars or bars, but he deserved them, for he cheerfully risked all he had, and life and love are very precious when both are in full bloom. Perfectly resigned to his discharge, he devoted himself to getting well, preparing for business, and earning a home for Meg. With the good sense and sturdy independence that characterized him, he refused Mr. Lawrence's more generous offers, and accepted the place of bookkeeper, feeling better satisfied to begin with an honestly earned salary than by running any risks with borrowed money. Meg had spent the time in working as well as waiting, growing womanly in character, wise in housewifely arts, and prettier than ever, for love is a great beautifier. She had her girlish ambitions and hopes, and felt some disappointment at the humble way in which the new life must begin. Ned Moffat had just married Sally Gardner, and Meg couldn't help contrasting their fine house and carriage, many gifts and splendid outfit, with her own, and secretly wishing she could have the same. But somehow envy and discontent soon vanished when she thought of all the patient love and labour John had put into the little home awaiting her, and when they sat together in the twilight talking over their small plans, the future always grew so beautiful and bright that she forgot Sally's splendour and felt herself the richest, happiest girl in Christendom. Jo never went back to Aunt March, for the old lady took such a fancy to Amy that she bribed her with the offer of drawing lessons from one of the best teachers going, and for the sake of this advantage Amy would have served a far harder mistress, so she gave her mornings to duty, her afternoons to pleasure, and prospered finely. Jo meantime devoted herself to literature, and Bate, who remained delicate long after the fever, was a thing of the past, not an invalid exactly, but never again the rosy, healthy creature she had been, yet always hopeful, happy and serene, busy with the quiet duties. She loved everyone's friend, and an angel in the house, long before those who loved her most had learned to know it. As long as the Spread Eagle paid her $1 a column for her rubbish, as she called it, Jo felt herself a woman of means, and spun her little romances diligently, but great plans fermented in her busy brain and ambitious mind. And the old tin kitchen in the garret held a slowly increasing pile of blotted manuscript, which was one day to place the name of March upon the roll of fame. Laurie, having dutifully gone to college to please his grandfather, was now getting through it in the easiest possible manner, to please himself, a universal favourite thanks to money, manners, much talent, and the kindest heart that ever got its owner into scrapes, by trying to get other people out of them. He stood in great danger of being spoilt, and probably would have been like many another promising boy if he had not possessed a talisman against evil, in the memory of the kind old man who was bound up in his success, the motherly friend who watched over him as if he were her son, and last, but not least by any means, the knowledge that 4 innocent girls loved, admired, and believed in him with all their hearts. Being only a glorious human boy, of course, he frolicked and flirted, grew dandified, aquatic, sentimental, or gymnastic, as college fashions ordained, hazed, and was hazed, talked slang, and more than once came perilously near suspension and expulsion. But as high spirits and the love of fun were the causes of these pranks, he always managed to save himself by frank confession, honourable atonement, or the irresistible power of persuasion, which he possessed in perfection. In fact, he rather prided himself on his narrow escapes, and liked to thrill the girls with graphic accounts of his triumphs over wrathful tutors, dignified professors, and vanquished enemies. The men of my class were heroes in the eyes of the girls, who never wearied of the exploits of our fellows, and were frequently allowed to bask in the smiles of these great creatures when Laurie brought them home with him. Amy especially enjoyed this high honour, and became quite a belle among them, for her ladyship early felt and learned to use the gift of fascination with which she was endowed. Meg was too much absorbed in her private and particular John to care for any other lords of creation, and Bate too shy to do more than peep at them and wonder how Amy dared to order them about so. But Jo felt quite in her element and found it very difficult to refrain from imitating the gentlemanly attitudes, phrases, and feats which seemed more natural to her than the decorums prescribed for young ladies. They all liked Jo immensely, but never fell in love with her, though very few escaped without paying the tribute of a sentimental sigh or two at Amy's shrine. And speaking of sentiment, brings us very naturally to the Dovecote. That was the name of the little brown house, which Mr. Brooke had prepared for Meg's first home. Laurie had christened it, saying it was highly appropriate to the gentle lovers, who went on together like a pair of turtle doves, with first a bill, and then a coo. It was a tiny house with a little garden behind, and a lawn about as big as a pocket handkerchief in front. Here Meg meant to have a fountain, shrubbery, and a profusion of lovely flowers, though just at present the fountain was represented by a weather-beaten urn, very like a dilapidated slop bowl. The shrubbery consisted of several young larches undecided whether to live or die, and the profusion of flowers was merely hinted by regiments of sticks to show where seeds were planted. But inside it was altogether charming, and the happy bride saw no fault from garret to cellar. To be sure, the hall was so narrow it was fortunate that they had no piano, for one never could have been got in whole. The dining room was so small that 6 people were a tight fit, and the kitchen stairs seemed built for the express purpose of precipitating both servants and china pell-mell into the coal bin. But once get used to these slight blemishes, and nothing could be more complete, for good sense and good taste had presided over the furnishing, and the result was highly satisfactory. There were no marble-top tables, long mirrors, or lace curtains in the little parlour, but simple furniture, plenty of books, a fine picture or two, a stand of flowers in the bay window, and scattered all about the pretty gifts which came from friendly hands, and were the fairer for the loving messages they brought. I don't think the Parian Psyche Laurie gave lost any of its beauty, because John put up the bracket it stood upon that any upholsterer could have draped the plain muslin curtains more gracefully than Amy's artistic hand, or that any storeroom was ever better provided with good wishes, merry words, and happy hopes than that in which Jo and her mother put away Meg's few boxes, barrels, and bundles. And I am morally certain that the Spandau kitchen never could have looked so cosy and neat if Hannah had not arranged every pot and pan a dozen times over, and laid the fire all ready for lighting the minute Mies Brooke came home. I also doubt if any young matron ever began life with so rich a supply of dusters, holders, and piece-bags, for Bate made enough to last till the silver wedding came round, and invented 3 different kinds of dishcloths for the express service of the bridal china. People who hire all these things done for them never know what they lose, for the homeliest tasks get beautified if loving hands do them, and Meg found so many proofs of this that everything in her small nest, from the kitchen roller to the silver vase on her parlour table, was eloquent of home love and tender forethought. What happy times they had planning together, what solemn shopping excursions, what funny mistakes they made, and what shouts of laughter arose over Laurie's ridiculous bargains in his love of jokes. This young gentleman, though nearly through college, was as much of a boy as ever. His last whim had been to bring with him on his weekly visits some new useful and ingenious article for the young housekeeper, now a bag of remarkable clothespins, next a wonderful nutmeg grater which fell to pieces at the first trial, a knife cleaner that spoilt all the knives, or a sweeper that picked the nap neatly off the carpet and left the dirt, labor-saving soap that took the skin off one's hands, infallible cements which stuck firmly to nothing but the fingers of the deluded buyer, and every kind of tinware from a toy savings bank for odd pennies to a wonderful boiler which would wash articles in its own steam with every prospect of exploding in the process. In vain Meg begged him to stop. John laughed at him, and Joe called him Mr. Toodles. He was possessed with a mania for patronizing Yankee ingenuity, and seeing his friends fitly furnished forth so each week, beheld some fresh absurdity. Everything was done at last, even to Amy's arranging different coloured soaps to match the different coloured rooms, and Bates setting the table for the first meal. "Are you satisfied? Does it seem like home, and do you feel as if you should be happy here?" asked Mrs. March, as she and her daughter went through the new kingdom arm in arm, for just then they seemed to cling together more tenderly than ever. "Yes, mother, perfectly satisfied, thanks to you all, and so happy that I can't talk about it," answered Meg with a look that was better than words. "If she only had a servant or two, it would be all right," said Amy, coming out of the parlour, where she had been trying to decide whether the bronze Mercury looked best on the whatnot or the mantelpiece. "Mother and I have talked that over, and I have made up my mind to try her way first. There will be so little to do that with Lottie to run my errands and help me here and there. I shall only have enough work to keep me from getting lazy or homesick," answered Meg tranquilly. "Sally Moffat has 4, began Amy. "If Meg had 4, the house wouldn't hold them, and Master and Mrs. would have to camp in the garden," broke in Joe, who, enveloped in a big blue pinafore, was giving the last polish to the door handles. "Sally isn't a poor man's wife, and many maids are in keeping with her fine establishment," Meg and John began humbly, "but I have a feeling that there will be quite as much happiness in the little house as in the big one. It's a great mistake for young girls like Meg to leave themselves nothing to do but dress, give orders, and gossip. When I was first married, I used to long for my new clothes to wear out or get torn, so that I might have the pleasure of mending them, for I got heartily sick of doing fancy work and tending my pocket handkerchief. Why didn't you go into the kitchen and make messes, as Sally says she does, to amuse herself, though they never turn out well, and the servants laugh at her?" said Meg. "I did after a while, not to mess, but to learn of Hannah how things should be done, that my servants need not laugh at me. It was play then, but there came a time when I was truly grateful that I not only possessed the will but the power to cook wholesome food for my little girls and help myself when I could no longer afford to hire help. You begin at the other end, Meg dear, but the lessons you learn now will be of use to you by and by when John is a richer man, for the mistress of a house, however splendid, should know how work ought to be done if she wishes to be well and honestly served." "Yes, mother, I am sure of that," said Meg, listening respectfully to the little lecture for the best of women will hold forth upon the all-absorbing subject of housekeeping. "Do you know, I like this room most of all in my baby house," added Meg a minute after as they went upstairs, and she looked into her well-stirred linen closet. Bate was there, laying the snowy piles smoothly on the shelves, and exulting over the goodly array. All three laughed as Meg spoke, for that linen closet was a joke, you see. Having said that if Meg married that Brooke she shouldn't have a cent of her money, Aunt March was rather in a quandary when time had appeased her wrath and made her repent her vow. She never broke her word, and was much exercised in her mind how to get round it, and at last devised a plan whereby she could satisfy herself. Mrs. Carroll, Florence's mamma, was ordered to buy have made and marked a generous supply of house and table linen, and send it as her present, all of which was faithfully done. But the secret leaked out, and was greatly enjoyed by the family, for Aunt March tried to look utterly unconscious, and insisted that she could give nothing but the old-fashioned pearls long promised to the first bride. "That's a housewifely taste, which I am glad to see. I had a young friend who set up housekeeping with 6 sheets, but she had finger bowls for company, and that satisfied her," said Mrs. March, patting the damask tablecloths with a truly feminine appreciation of their fineness. "I haven't a single finger bowl, but this is a set-out that will last me all my days, Hannah says," and Meg looked quite contented, as well she might. "Toodles is coming," cried Joe from below, and they all went down to meet Laurie, whose weekly visit was an important event in their quiet lives. A tall, broad-shouldered young fellow with a cropped head, a felt basin of a hat, and a flyaway coat came tramping down the road at a great pace, walked over the low fence, without stopping to open the gate straight up to Mrs. March with both hands out and a hearty, "Here I am, mother, yes, it's all right." The last words were in answer to the look. The elder lady gave him a kindly questioning look, which the handsome eyes met so frankly that the little ceremony closed as usual with a motherly kiss. For Mrs. John Brooke, with the maker's congratulations and compliments, "Bless you, Bate, what a refreshing spectacle you are, Joe, Amy, you are getting altogether too handsome for a single lady." As Laurie spoke, he delivered a brown paper parcel to Meg. Pulled Bates' hair-ribbon, stared at Joss' big pinafore, and fell into an attitude of mock rapture before Amy then shook hands all round, and everyone began to talk. "Where is John?" asked Meg anxiously. "Stop to get the license for tomorrow, Mom." "Which side won the last match, Teddy?" inquired Joe, who persisted in feeling an interest in manly sports, despite her 19 years. "Ours, of course. Wish you'd been there to see." "How is the lovely Miss Randall?" asked Amy, with a significant smile. "More cruel than ever, don't you see how I am pining away?" And Laurie gave his broad chest a sounding slap, and heaved a melodramatic sigh. "What's the last joke? Undo the bundle and see, Meg," said Bate, eyeing the knobby parcel with curiosity. "It's a useful thing to have in the house in case of fire or thieves," observed Laurie, as a watchman's rattle appeared amid the laughter of the girls. "A small watchman's rattle? Any time when John is away and you get frightened, Mrs. Meg, just swing that out of the front window, and it will rouse the neighborhood in a jiffy. Nice thing, isn't it?" And Laurie gave them a sample of its powers that made them cover up their ears. "There's gratitude for you, and speaking of gratitude, reminds me to mention that you may thank Hannah for saving your wedding cake from destruction. I saw it going into your house as I came by, and if she hadn't defended it manfully, I'd have had a pick at it, for it looked like a remarkably plummy one." "I wonder if you will ever grow up, Laurie," said Meg, in a matronly tone. "I am doing my best, Mom, but can't get much higher, I'm afraid, as 6 feet is about all men can do in these degenerate days," responded the young gentleman, whose head was about level with the little chandelier. "I suppose it would be profanation to eat anything in this spick and span new bower, so as I'm tremendously hungry, I propose an adjournment," he added presently. "Mother and I are going to wait for John. There are some last things to settle," said Meg, bustling away. "Bate and I are going over to Kitty Bryant's to get more flowers for tomorrow," added Amy, tying a picturesque hat over her picturesque curls, and enjoying the effect as much as anybody. "Come, Joe, don't desert a fellow. I am in such a state of exhaustion, I can't get home without help. Don't take off your apron, whatever you do, it's peculiarly becoming," said Laurie, as Joe bestowed his especial aversion in her capacious pocket, and offered him her arm to support his feeble steps. "Now, Teddy, I want to talk seriously to you about tomorrow," began Joe, as they strolled away together. "You must promise to behave well and not cut up any pranks and spoil our plans." "Not a prank." "And don't say funny things when we ought to be sober." "I never do. You are the one for that. And I implore you not to look at me during the ceremony. I shall certainly laugh if you do. You won't see me. You'll be crying so hard that the thick fog round you will obscure the prospect. I never cry unless for some great affliction, such as fellows going to college." "Hey," cut in Laurie with a suggestive laugh. "Don't be a peacock. I only moaned a trifle to keep the girls company." "Exactly. I say, Joe, how is Grandpa this week?" "Pretty amiable." "Very. Why have you got into a scrape, and want to know how hell take it?" asked Joe rather sharply. "Now, Joe, do you think I'd look your mother in the face and say all right if it wasn't?" And Laurie stopped short with an injured air. "No, I don't." "Then don't go and be suspicious. I only want some money," said Laurie, walking on again, appeased by her hearty tone. "You spend a great deal, Teddy." "Bless you, I don't spend it. It spends itself somehow, and is gone before I know it. You're so generous and kind-hearted that you let people borrow and can't say no to anyone. We heard about Henshaw, and all you did for him. If you always spent money in that way, no one would blame you," said Joe warmly. "Oh, he made a mountain out of a molehill. You wouldn't have me let that fine fellow work himself to death, just for the want of a little help, when he is worth a dozen of us lazy chaps, would you?" "Of course not, but I don't see the use of your having 17 waistcoats, endless neckties, and a new hat every time you come home. I thought you'd got over the dandy period." But every now and then it breaks out in a new spot. Just now it's the fashion to be hideausto, make your head look like a scrubbing brush, wear a straitjacket, orange gloves, and clumping square-toed boots. If it was cheap ugliness I'd say nothing, but it costs as much as the other, and I don't get any satisfaction out of it. Laurie threw back his head and laughed so heartily at this attack that the felt basin fell off, and Joe walked on it, which insult only afforded him an opportunity for expatiating on the advantages of a rough-and-ready costume, as he folded up the maltreated hat and stuffed it into his pocket. Don't lecture any more, there's a good soul, I have enough all through the week, and like to enjoy myself when I come home. I'll get myself up regardless of expense tomorrow, and be a satisfaction to my friends. I'll leave you in peace if y'all only let your hair grow. I am not aristocratic, but I do object to being seen with a person who looks like a young prizefighter, observed Joe severely. This unassuming style promotes study, that's why we adopt it, returned Laurie, who certainly could not be accused of vanity, having voluntarily sacrificed a handsome, curly crop to the demand for quarter-off-an-inch-long stubble. By the way, Joe, I think that little Parker is really getting desperate about Amy. He talks of her constantly, writes poetry and moons about, in a most suspicious manner. He'd better nip his little passion in the bud, hadn't he? Added Laurie in a confidential, elder-brotherly tone, after a minute's silence. Of course we don't want any more marrying in this family, for years to come, mercy on us. What are the children thinking of? And Joe looked as much scandalized as if Amy and little Parker were not yet in their teens. It's a fast age, and I don't know what we are coming to, Mom. You are a mere infant, but y'all go next, Joe, and well be left lamenting, said Laurie, shaking his head over the degeneracy of the times. Don't be alarmed, I am not one of the agreeable sort. Nobody will want me, and it's a mercy, for there should always be one old maid in a family. You won't give anyone a chance, said Laurie with a sidelong glance, and a little more colour than before in his sunburnt face. You won't show the soft side of your character, and if a fellow gets a peep at it by accident, and can't help showing that he likes it, you treat him as Mrs. Gummidge did her sweetheart, throw cold water over him and get so thorny no one dares touch or look at you. I don't like that sort of thing. I'm too busy to be worried with nonsense, and I think it's dreadful to break up families, so now don't say any more about it. Meg's wedding has turned all our heads, and we talk of nothing but lovers and such absurdities. I don't wish to get cross, so let's change the subject. And Joe looked quite ready to fling cold water on the slightest provocation. Whatever his feelings might have been, Laurie found a vent for them in a long, low whistle, and the fearful prediction as they parted at the gate, mark my words, Joe, y'all go next. Tail pieces. The first wedding. Roman 25, the first wedding. The June roses over the porch were awake bright and early on that morning, rejoicing with all their hearts in the cloudless sunshine, like friendly little neighbours, as they were quite flushed with excitement, were their ruddy faces as they swung in the wind, whispering to one another what they had seen, for some peeped in at the dining-room windows where the feast was spread, some climbed up to nod and smile at the sisters. As they dressed the bride, others waved a welcome to those who came and went on various errands in garden, porch and hall, and all from the rosiest full-blown flower to the palest baby-bud, offered their tribute of beauty and fragrance to the gentle mistress who had loved and tended them so long. Meg looked very like a rose herself, for all that was best and sweetest in heart and soul seemed to bloom into her face that day, making it fair and tender with a charm more beautiful than beauty. Neither silk lace nor orange flowers would she have. I don't want to look strange or fixed up today, she said. I don't want a fashionable wedding, but only those about me whom I love, and to them I wish to look and be my familiar self. So she made her wedding gown herself, sewing into it the tender hopes and innocent romances of a girlish heart. Her sisters braided up her pretty hair, and the only ornaments she wore were the lilies of the valley, which her John liked best of all the flowers that grew. You do look just like our own dear Meg, only so very sweet and lovely, that I should hug you if it wouldn't crumple your dress, cried Amy, surveying her with delight when all was done. Then I am satisfied, but please hug and kiss me, everyone, and don't mind my dress. I want a great many crumples of this sort put into it today. And Meg opened her arms to her sisters, who clung about her with April faces for a minute, feeling that the new love had not changed the old. Now I am going to tie John's cravat for him, and then to stay a few minutes with father quietly in the study, and Meg ran down to perform these little ceremonies, and then to follow her mother wherever she went, conscious that in spite of the smiles on the motherly face, there was a secret sorrow hid in the motherly heart at the flight of the first bird from the nest. As the younger girls stand together giving the last touches to their simple toilet, it may be a good time to tell of a few changes, which 3 years have wrought in their appearance, for all are looking their best just now. Joss' angles are much softened, she has learned to carry herself with ease if not grace. The curly crop has lengthened into a thick coil, more becoming to the small head atop of the tall figure. There is a fresh colour in her brown cheeks, a soft shine in her eyes, and only gentle words fall from her sharp tongue today. Beth has grown slender, pale, and more quiet than ever. The beautiful kind eyes are larger, and in them lies an expression that saddens one, although it is not sad itself. It is the shadow of pain which touches the young face with such pathetic patience, but Beth seldom complains, and always speaks hopefully of being better soon. Amy is with truth considered the flower of the family, for at 16 she has the air and bearing of a full-grown woman, not beautiful, but possessed of that indescribable charm called grace. One saw it in the lines of her figure, the make and motion of her hands, the flow of her dress, the droop of her hair, unconscious yet harmonious, and as attractive to many as beauty itself. Amy's nose still afflicted her, for it never would grow Grecian, so did her mouth, being too wide, and having a decided chin. These offending features gave character to her whole face, but she never could see it, and consoled herself with her wonderfully fair complexion, keen blue eyes, and curls more golden and abundant than ever. All 3 wore suits of thin silver grey, their best gowns for the summer, with blush roses in hair and bosom, and all 3 looked just what they were, fresh-faced, happy-hearted girls, pausing a moment in their busy lives to read with wistful eyes the sweetest chapter in the romance of womanhood. There were to be no ceremonious performances, everything was to be as natural and homelike as possible, so when Aunt March arrived, she was scandalized to see the bride come running to welcome and lead her in, to find the bridegroom fastening up a garland that had fallen down, and to catch a glimpse of the paternal minister marching upstairs with a grave countenance and a wine bottle under each arm. "Upon my word, here's a state of things," cried the old lady, taking the seat of honour prepared for her, and settling the folds of her lavender moire with a great rustle. "You oughtn't to be seen till the last minute, child. I'm not a show auntie, and no one is coming to stare at me to criticize my dress, or count the cost of my luncheon. I am too happy to care what anyone says or thinks, and I am going to have my little wedding just as I like it. John dear, here's your hammer," and away went Meg to help that man in his highly improper employment. Mr. Brooke didn't even say thank you, but as he stooped for the unromantic tool, he kissed his little bride behind the folding door with a look that made Aunt March whisk out her pocket-handkerchief with a sudden dew in her sharp old eyes. A crash, a cry, and a laugh from Laurie, accompanied by the indecorous exclamation, "Jupiter!" Am and Joss upset the cake again, caused a momentary flurry, which was hardly over when a flock of cousins arrived, and the party came in as Beth used to say when a child. "Don't let that young giant come near me. He worries me worse than mosquitoes," whispered the old lady to Amy as the rooms filled, and Laurie's black head towered above the rest. "He has promised to be very good today, and he can be perfectly elegant if he likes," returned Amy, gliding away to warn Hercules to beware of the dragon, which warning caused him to haunt the old lady with a devotion that nearly distracted her. There was no bridal procession, but a sudden silence fell upon the room as Mr. March and the young pair took their places under the green arch. Mother and sisters gathered close as if loath to give Meg up. The fatherly voice broke more than once, which only seemed to make the service more beautiful and solemn. The bridegroom's hand trembled visibly, and no one heard his replies, but Meg looked straight up in her husband's eyes, and said "I will" with such tender trust in her own face and voice that her mother's heart rejoiced, and Aunt March sniffed audibly. Jo did not cry, though she was very near it once, and was only saved from a demonstration by the consciousness that Laurie was staring fixedly at her, with a comical mixture of merriment and emotion in his wicked black eyes. Beth kept her face hidden on her mother's shoulder, but Amy stood like a graceful statue, with a most becoming ray of sunshine touching her white forehead and the flower in her hair. "It wasn't at all the thing, I am afraid," but the minute she was fairly married, Meg cried the first kiss for Marmee, and turning, gave it with her heart on her lips. During the next 15 minutes, she looked more like a rose than ever, for everyone availed themselves of their privileges to the fullest extent, from Mr. Lawrence to old Hannah, who, adorned with a headdress fearfully and wonderfully made, fell upon her in the hall crying with a sob and a chuckle, "Bless you, dearie, 100 times the cake ain't hurt a mite, and everything looks lovely." Everybody cleared up after that, and said something brilliant or tried to, which did just as well, for laughter is ready when hearts are light. There was no display of gifts, for they were already in the little house, nor was there an elaborate breakfast, but a plentiful lunch of cake and fruit, dressed with flowers. Mr. Lawrence and Aunt March shrugged and smiled at one another, when water, lemonade, and coffee were found to be the only sorts of nectar which the three Hebes carried round. No one said anything, however, till Laurie, who insisted on serving the bride, appeared before her with a loaded salver in his hand and a puzzled expression on his face. "Has Joe smashed all the bottles by accident?" he whispered, "or am I merely laboring under a delusion that I saw some lying about loose this morning?" "No, your grandfather kindly offered us his best, and Aunt March actually sent some, but father put away a little for bait and dispatched the rest to the soldiers' home. You know he thinks that wine should be used only in illness, and mother says that neither she nor her daughters will ever offer it to any young man under her roof." Meg spoke seriously and expected to see Laurie frown or laugh, but he did neither, for after a quick look at her, he said in his impetuous way, "I like that, for I've seen enough harm done to wish other women would think as you do. You are not made wise by experience, I hope," and there was an anxious accent in Meg's voice. "No, I give you my word for it. Don't think too well of me either. This is not one of my temptations, being brought up where wine is as common as water, and almost as harmless. I don't care for it, but when a pretty girl offers it, one doesn't like to refuse, you see. But you will for the sake of others, if not for your own. Come, Laurie, promise, and give me one more reason to call this the happiest day of my life." A demand so sudden and so serious made the young man hesitate a moment, for ridicule is often harder to bear than self-denial. Meg knew that if he gave the promise he would keep it at all costs, and feeling her power used it as a woman may for her friend's good. She did not speak, but she looked up at him with a face made very eloquent by happiness, and a smile which said, "No one can refuse me anything today." Laurie certainly could not, and with an answering smile he gave her his hand, saying heartily, "I promise, Mrs. Brooke." "I thank you very, very much." "And I drink long life to your resolution," Teddy cried, Joe baptizing him with a splash of lemonade, as she waved her glass and beamed approvingly upon him. So the toast was drunk, the pledge made, and loyally kept in spite of many temptations, for with instinctive wisdom the girls had seized a happy moment to do their friend a service for which he thanked them all his life. After lunch people strolled about by twos and threes through house and garden, enjoying the sunshine without and within. Meg and John happened to be standing together in the middle of the grass plot, when Laurie was seized with an inspiration which put the finishing touch to this unfashionable wedding. "All the married people take hands and dance round the new-made husband and wife as the Germans do, while we bachelors and spinsters prance in couples outside," cried Laurie, promenading down the path with Amy, with such infectious spirit and skill that everyone else followed their example without a murmur. Mr. and Mrs. March, Aunt and Uncle Carol began it, others rapidly joined in, even Sally Moffat, after moment's hesitation, threw her train over her arm and whisked Ned into the ring. But the crowning joke was Mr. Lawrence and Aunt March, for when the stately old gentleman chassied solemnly up to the old lady, she just tucked her cane under her arm and hopped briskly away to join hands with the rest and dance about the bridal pair, while the young folks pervaded the garden like butterflies on a midsummer day. Want of breath brought the impromptu ball to a close, and then people began to go. "I wish you well, my dear, I heartily wish you well, but I think you'll be sorry for it," said Aunt March to Meg, adding to the bridegroom, as he led her to the carriage, "You've got a treasure, young man, see that you deserve it." "That is the prettiest wedding I've been to for an age, Ned, and I don't see why, for there wasn't a bit of style about it," observed Mrs. Moffat to her husband as they drove away. "Laurie, my lad, if you ever want to indulge in this sort of thing, get one of those little girls to help you, and I shall be perfectly satisfied," said Mr. Lawrence, settling himself in his easy-chair to rest after the excitement of the morning. "I'll do my best to gratify you, sir," was Laurie's unusually dutiful reply, as he carefully unpinned the posy Joe had put in his buttonhole. The little house was not far away, and the only bridal journey Meg had was the quiet walk with John from the old home to the new, when she came down looking like a pretty quackeress in her dove-coloured suit and straw bonnet tied with white. They all gathered about her to say goodbye as tenderly as if she had been going to make the grand. "Don't feel that I am separated from you, Marmee dear, or that I love you any the less for loving John so much," she said, clinging to her mother with full eyes for a moment. "I shall come every day, father, and expect to keep my old place in all your hearts, though I am married. Bate is going to be with me a great deal, and the other girls will drop in now and then to laugh at my housekeeping struggles. Thank you all for my happy wedding day. Goodbye." They stood watching her with faces full of love and hope and tender pride as she walked away, leaning on her husband's arm with her hands full of flowers. and the June sunshine brightening her happy face, and so Meg's married life began. Artistic attempts. Roman 26 Artistic attempts. It takes people a long time to learn the difference between talent and genius, especially ambitious young men and women. Amy was learning this distinction through much tribulation for mistaking enthusiasm for inspiration. She attempted every branch of art with youthful audacity. For a long time there was a lull in the mud pie business, and she devoted herself to the finest pen and ink drawing, in which she showed such taste and skill that her graceful handiwork proved both pleasant and profitable. But overstrained eyes soon caused pen and ink to be laid aside for a bold attempt at poker sketching. While this attack lasted, the family lived in constant fear of a conflagration, for the odor of burning wood pervaded the house at all hours. Smoke issued from attic and shed with alarming frequency. Red-hot pokers lay about promiscuously, and Hannah never went to bed without a pail of water and the dinner bell at her door in case of fire. Raphael's face was found boldly executed on the underside of the moulding board, and Bacchus on the head of a beer barrel. A chanting cherub adorned the cover of the sugar bucket, and attempts to portray Romeo and Juliet supplied kindlings for some time. From fire to oil was a natural transition for burnt fingers, and Amy fell to painting with undiminished ardor. An artist friend fitted her out with his cast-off palettes, brushes, and colors, and she daubed away, producing pastoral and marine views such as were never seen on land or sea. Her monstrosities in the way of cattle would have taken prizes at an agricultural fair, and the perilous pitching of her vessels would have produced seasickness in the most nautical observer if the utter disregard to all known rules of shipbuilding and rigging had not convulsed him with laughter at the first glance. Swarthy boys and dark-eyed Madonnas staring at you from one corner of the studio suggested Murillo. Oiler brown shadows of faces with a lurid streak in the wrong place meant Rembrandt. Buxom ladies and dropsical infants, Rubens and Turner, appeared in tempests of blue thunder, orange lightning, brown rain, and purple clouds, with a tomato-colored splash in the middle which might be the sun or a buoy, a sailor's shirt, or a king's robe, as the spectator pleased. Her foot held fast in a panful of plaster. Charcoal portraits came next, and the entire family hung in a row, looking as wild and crocky as if just evoked from a coal bin, softened into crayon sketches. They did better, for the likenesses were good, and Amy's hair, Joss' nose, Meg's mouth, and Laurie's eyes were pronounced wonderfully fine. A return to clay and plaster followed, and ghostly casts of her acquaintances haunted corners of the house, or tumbled off closet shelves onto people's heads. Children were enticed in as models, till their incoherent accounts of her mysterious doings caused Miss Amy to be regarded in the light of a young ogress. Her efforts in this line, however, were brought to an abrupt close by an untoward accident, which quenched her ardor. Other models failing her for a time, she undertook to cast her own pretty foot, and the family were one day alarmed by an unearthly bumping and screaming, and running to the rescue, found the young enthusiast hopping wildly about the shed with her foot held fast in a panful of plaster, which had hardened with unexpected rapidity. With much difficulty and some danger she was dug out, for Jo was so overcome with laughter, while she excavated, that her knife went too far, cut the poor foot, and left a lasting memorial of one artistic attempt at least. After this Amy subsided, till a mania for sketching from nature set her to haunting river, field, and wood for picturesque studies, and sighing for ruins to copy. She caught endless colds sitting on damp grass to book a delicious bit composed of a stone, a stump, one mushroom, and a broken mullein stalk, or a heavenly mass of clouds that looked like a choice display of feather beds. When done, she sacrificed her complexion, floating on the river in the midsummer sun, to study light and shade, and got a wrinkle over her nose trying after points of sight, or whatever the squintanstring performance is called. If genius is eternal patience, as Michelangelo affirms, Amy certainly had some claim to the divine attribute, for she persevered in spite of all obstacles, failures, and discouragements, firmly believing that in time she should do something worthy to be called high art. She was learning, doing, and enjoying other things meanwhile, for she had resolved to be an attractive and accomplished woman. Even if she never became a great artist here, she succeeded better, for she was one of those happily created beings who please without effort, make friends everywhere, and take life so gracefully and easily that less fortunate souls are tempted to believe that such are born under a lucky star. Everybody liked her, for among her good gifts was tact. She had an instinctive sense of what was pleasing and proper, always said the right thing to the right person, did just what suited the time and place, and was so self-possessed that her sisters used to say if Amy went to court without any rehearsal beforehand, she'd know exactly what to do. One of her weaknesses was a desire to move in our best society, without being quite sure what the best really was. Money, position, fashionable accomplishments and elegant manners were most desirable things in her eyes, and she liked to associate with those who possessed them, oft mistaking the false for the true, and admiring what was not admirable, never forgetting that by birth she was a gentlewoman. She cultivated her aristocratic tastes and feelings, so that when the opportunity came, she might be ready to take the place from which poverty now excluded her. My lady, as her friends called her, sincerely desired to be a genuine lady, and was so at heart, but had yet to learn that money cannot buy refinement of nature, that rank does not always confer nobility, and that true breeding makes itself felt in spite of external drawbacks. "I want to ask a favor of you, Mamma," Amy said, coming in with an important air one day. "Well, little girl, what is it?" replied her mother, in whose eyes the stately young lady still remained the baby. "Our drawing class breaks up next week, and before the girls separate for the summer I want to ask them out here for a day. They are wild to see the river, sketch the broken bridge, and copy some of the things they admire in my book. They have been very kind to me in many ways, and I am grateful, for they are all rich, and know I am poor, yet they never made any difference." Why should they? And Mrs. March put the question with what the girls called her Maria Theresa air. "You know as well as I that it does make a difference with nearly everyone, so don't ruffle up like a dear motherly hen. When your chickens get pecked by smarter birds, the ugly duckling turned out a swan, you know." And Amy smiled without bitterness, for she possessed a happy temper and hopeful spirit. Mrs. March laughed and smoothed down her maternal pride as she asked, "Well, my swan, what is your plan?" "I should like to ask the girls out to lunch next week, to take them a drive to the places they want to see, a row on the river perhaps, and make a little artistic fete for them." "That looks feasible. What do you want for lunch?" "Cake, sandwiches, fruit and coffee will be all that is necessary, I suppose." "Oh dear no, we must have cold tongue and chicken, French chocolate, and ice cream. Besides, the girls are used to such things, and I want my lunch to be proper and elegant, though I do work for my living." "How many young ladies are there?" asked her mother, beginning to look sober. 12 or 14 in the class, but I dare say they won't all come." "Bless me, child, you will have to charter an omnibus to carry them about." "Why, mother, how can you think of such a thing? Not more than 6 or 8 will probably come, so I shall hire a beach wagon and borrow Mr. Lawrence's Cherrybounce, Hannah's pronunciation of Sherribank." "All this will be expensive, Amy." "Not very. I've calculated the cost, and I'll pay for it myself. Don't you think, dear, that as these girls are used to such things, and the best we can do will be nothing new, that some simpler plan would be pleasanter to them as a change, if nothing more, and much better for us than buying or borrowing what we don't need, and attempting a style not in keeping with our circumstances? If I can't have it as I like, I don't care to have it at all. I know that I can carry it out perfectly well if you and the girls will help a little, and I don't see why I can't, if I'm willing to pay for it," said Amy, with the decision which opposition was apt to change into obstinacy. Mrs. March knew that experience was an excellent teacher, and when it was possible, she left her children to learn alone the lessons which she would gladly have made easier if they had not objected to taking advice as much as they did salts and senna. "Very well, Amy, if your heart is set upon it, and you see your way through without too great an outlay of money, time, and temper, I'll say no more. Talk it over with the girls, and whichever way you decide, I'll do my best to help you." "Thanks, mother, you are always so kind," and away went Amy to lay her plan before her sisters. Meg agreed at once, and promised her aid gladly, offering anything she possessed from her little house itself to her very best saltspoons, but Joe frowned upon the whole project, and would have nothing to do with it at first. "Why in the world should you spend your money, worry your family, and turn the house upside down for a parcel of girls who don't care a sixpence for you? I thought you had too much pride and sense to truckle to any mortal woman just because she wears French boots and rides in a coupe," said Joe, who, being called from the tragical climax of her novel, was not in the best mood for social enterprises. "I don't truckle, and I hate being patronized as much as you do," returned Amy indignantly, for the two still jangled. "When such questions arose, the girls do care for me and I for them, and there's a great deal of kindness and sense and talent among them, in spite of what you call fashionable nonsense. You don't care to make people like you to go into good society and cultivate your manners and tastes. I do, and I mean to make the most of every chance that comes. You can go through the world with your elbows out and your nose in the air, and call it independence if you like. That's not my way." When Amy wetted her tongue and freed her mind, she usually got the best of it, for she seldom failed to have common sense on her side, while Jo carried her love of liberty and hate of conventionalities to such an unlimited extent that she naturally found herself worsted in an argument. Amy's definition of Jo's idea of independence was such a good hit that both burst out laughing, and the discussion took a more amiable turn much against her, while Jo at length consented to sacrifice a day to Mrs. Grundy and help her sister through what she regarded as a nonsensical business. As the invitations were sent, nearly all accepted, and the following Monday was set apart for the grand event. Hannah was out of humour because her week's work was deranged, and prophesied that if the washin' and ironin' warn't done reglar, nothin' would go well anywheres. This hitch in the mainspring of the domestic machinery had a bad effect upon the whole concern, but Amy's motto was nil disparandum, and having made up her mind what to do, she proceeded to do it, in spite of all obstacles. To begin with, Hannah's cooking didn't turn out well. The chicken was tough, the tongue too salt, and the chocolate wouldn't froth properly. Then the cake and ice cost more than Amy expected, so did the wagon, and various other expenses, which seemed trifling at the outset, counted up rather alarmingly afterward. Bate got cold and took to her bed. Meg had an unusual number of callers to keep her at home, and Jo was in such a divided state of mind that her breakages, accidents and mistakes were uncommonly numerous, serious and trying. If it hadn't been for Mother, I never should have got through, as Amy declared afterward, and gratefully remembered, when the best joke of the season was entirely forgotten by everybody else. If it was not fair on Monday, the young ladies were to come on Tuesday, an arrangement which aggravated Jo and Hannah to the last degree. On Monday morning, the weather was in that undecided state which is more exasperating than a steady pour. It drizzled a little, shone a little, blew a little, and didn't make up its mind till it was too late for anyone else to make up theirs. Amy was up at dawn hustling people out of their beds and through their breakfasts that the house might be got in order. The parlour struck her as looking uncommonly shabby, but without stopping to sigh for what she had not, she skilfully made the best of what she had, arranging chairs over the worn places in the carpet, covering stains on the walls with pictures framed in ivy, and filling up empty corners with homemade statuary, which gave an artistic air to the room, as did the lovely vases of flowers Jo scattered about. The lunch looked charmingly, and as she surveyed it, she sincerely hoped it would taste well, and that the borrowed glass china and silver would get safely home again. The carriages were promised. Meg and Mother were all ready to do the honours. Bate was able to help Hannah behind the scenes. Jo had engaged to be as lively and amiable as an absent mind, an aching head, and a very decided disapproval of everybody and everything would allow. And as she wearily dressed, Amy cheered herself with anticipations of the happy moment when, lunch safely over, she should drive away with her friends for an afternoon of artistic delights, for the cherry bounce and the broken bridge were her strong points. Then came 2 hours of suspense, during which she vibrated from parlour to porch, while public opinion varied like the weathercock. A smart shower at 11 had evidently quenched the enthusiasm of the young ladies who were to arrive at 12, for nobody came, and at 2 the exhausted family sat down in a blaze of sunshine to consume the perishable portions of the feast, that nothing might be lost. "No doubt about the weather today, they will certainly come, so we must fly round and be ready for them," said Amy. As the sun woke her next morning, she spoke briskly, but in her secret soul she wished she had said nothing about Tuesday, for her interest, like her cake, was getting a little stale. "I can't get any lobsters, so you will have to do without salad today," said Mr. March, coming in half an hour later with an expression of placid despair. "Use the chicken, then the toughness won't matter in a salad," advised his wife. Hannah left it on the kitchen table a minute, and the kittens got at it. "I am very sorry," Amy added. Bate, who was still a patroness of cats. "Then I must have a lobster, for tongue alone won't do," said Amy decidedly. "Shall I rush into town and demand one?" asked Jo with the magnanimity of a martyr. "You'd come bringing it home under your arm without any paper, just to try me. "I'll go myself," answered Amy, whose temper was beginning to fail. Shrouded in a thick veil, and armed with a genteel travelling basket, she departed feeling that a cool drive would soothe her ruffled spirit and fit her for the labours of the day. After some delay, the object of her desire was procured, likewise a bottle of dressing to prevent further loss of time at home, and off she drove again, well pleased with her own forethought. As the omnibus contained only one other passenger, a sleepy old lady, Amy pocketed her veil and beguiled the tedium of the way by trying to find out where all her money had gone to. So busy was she with her card full of refractory figures that she did not observe a newcomer who entered without stopping the vehicle. till a masculine voice said, "Good morning, Miss March," and looking up, she beheld one of Laurie's most elegant college friends, fervently hoping that he would get out. Before she did, Amy utterly ignored the basket at her feet, and congratulating herself that she had on her new travelling dress, returned the young man's greeting with her usual suavity and spirit. They got on excellently, for Amy's chief care was soon set at rest by learning that the gentleman would leave first, and she was chatting away in a peculiarly lofty strain when the old lady got out in stumbling to the door. She upset the basket and O'Horoth lobster in all its vulgar size, and brilliancy was revealed to the high-born eyes of a tutor. "By Jove, she's forgotten her dinner," cried the unconscious youth, poking the scarlet monster into its place with his cane, and preparing to hand out the basket after the old lady. "Please don't, it's mine," murmured Amy with a face nearly as red as her fish. "Please don't, it's mine." "Oh really, I beg pardon, it's an uncommonly fine one, isn't it?" said Tudor with great presence of mind, and an air of sober interest that did credit to his breeding. Amy recovered herself in a breath, set her basket boldly on the seat, and said, laughing, "Don't you wish you were to have some of the salad he's to make, and to see the charming young ladies who are to eat it?" Now that was tact, for two of the ruling foibles of the masculine mind were touched. The lobster was instantly surrounded by a halo of pleasing reminiscences, and curiosity about the charming young ladies diverted his mind from the comical mishap. "I suppose he'll laugh and joke over it with Laurie, but I shan't see them, that's a comfort," thought Amy as Tudor bowed and departed. She did not mention this meeting at home, though she discovered that, thanks to the upset, her new dress was much damaged by the rivulets of dressing that meandered down the skirt, but went through with the preparations, which now seemed more irksome than before, and at 12 o'clock all was ready again. Feeling that the neighbours were interested in her movements, she wished to efface the memory of yesterday's failure by a grand success today, so she ordered the charabounce and drove away in state to meet and escort her guests to the banquet. "There's the rumble, they're coming. I'll go into the porch to meet them. It looks hospitable, and I want the poor child to have a good time after all her trouble," said Mrs. March, suiting the action to the word. But after one glance she retired with an indescribable expression, for looking quite lost in the big carriage sat Amy and one young lady. "Run, Bate, and help Hannah clear half the things off the table. It will be too absurd to put a luncheon for 12 before a single girl," cried Joe, hurrying away to the lower regions, too excited to stop even for a laugh. In came Amy, quite calm and delightfully cordial to the one guest who had kept her promise. The rest of the family, being of a dramatic turn, played their parts equally well, and Miss Elliot found them a most hilarious set, for it was impossible to entirely control the merriment which possessed them, the remodelled lunch being gaily partaken of, the studio and garden visited, and art discussed with enthusiasm. Amy ordered a buggy, alas, for the elegant charabounce, and drove her friend quietly about the neighbourhood till sunset, when the party went out. As she came walking and looking very tired, but as composed as ever, she observed that every vestige of the unfortunate fate had disappeared, except a suspicious pucker about the corners of Joss' mouth. "You've had a lovely afternoon for your drive, dear," said her mother as respectfully as if the whole 12 had come. "Miss Elliot is a very sweet girl, and seemed to enjoy herself, I thought," observed Bate with unusual warmth. "Could you spare me some of your cake? I really need some. I have so much company, and I can't make such delicious stuff as yours," asked Meg soberly. "Take it all, I am the only one here who likes sweet things, and it will mould before I can dispose of it," answered Amy, thinking with a sigh of the generous store she had laid in for such an end as this. "It's a pity Laurie isn't here to help us," began Joe, as they sat down to ice cream and salad for the second time in 2 days. A warning look from her mother checked any further remarks, and the whole family ate in heroic silence, till Mr. March mildly observed salad was one of the favourite dishes of the ancients, and Evelyn, her a general explosion of laughter, cut short the history of salads, to the great surprise of the learned gentleman. "Bundle everything into a basket, and send it to the Hummels. Germans like messes. I am sick of the sight of this, and there's no reason you should all die of a surfeit, because I've been a fool," cried Amy, wiping her eyes. "I thought I should have died when I saw you two girls rattling about in the Alcott like two little colonels, in a very big nutshell, and mother waiting in state to receive the throng," sighed Joe, quite spent with laughter. "I am very sorry you were disappointed, dear, but we all did our best to satisfy you," said Mrs. March in a tone full of motherly regret. "I am satisfied I've done what I undertook, and it's not my fault that it failed. I comfort myself with that," said Amy, with a little quiver in her voice. "I thank you all very much for helping me, and I'll thank you still more if you want to allude to it for a month at least." No one did for several months, but the word fate always produced a general smile, and Laurie's birthday gift to Amy was a tiny coral lobster in the shape of a charm for her watchguard. Tale pieces. Literary lessons. Roman 27 Literary lessons. Fortune suddenly smiled upon Jo, and dropped a good luck penny in her path. Not a golden penny, exactly, but I doubt if 500,000 would have given more real happiness than did the little sum that came to her in this wise. Every few weeks she would shut herself up in her room, put on her scribbling suit, and fall into a vortex, as she expressed it, writing away at her novel with all her heart and soul, for till that was finished, she could find no peace. Her scribbling suit consisted of a black wool pinafore on which she could wipe her pen at will, and a cap of the same material adorned with a cheerful red bow into which she bundled her hair when the decks were cleared for action. This cap was a beacon to the inquiring eyes of her family, who during these periods kept their distance, merely popping in their heads semi-occasionally to ask with interest, "Does genius burn?" Jo they did not always venture even to ask this question, but took an observation of the cap, and judged accordingly. If this expressive article of dress was drawn low upon the forehead, it was a sign that hard work was going on. In exciting moments, it was pushed rakishly askew, and when despair seized the author it was plucked wholly off, and cast upon the floor. At such times the intruder silently withdrew, and not until the red bow was seen gaily erect upon the gifted brow did any one dare address Jo. She did not think herself a genius by any means, but when the writing fit came on, she gave herself up to it with entire abandon, and led a blissful life unconscious of want, care, or bad weather, while she sat safe and happy in an imaginary world full of friends, almost as real and dear to her as any in the flesh. Sleep forsook her eyes, meals stood untasted, day and night were all too short to enjoy the happiness which blessed her only at such times, and made these hours worth living even if they bore no other fruit. The divine afflatus usually lasted a week or two, and then she emerged from her vortex hungry, sleepy, cross, or despondent. She was just recovering from one of these attacks when she was prevailed upon to escort Miss Crocker to a lecture, and in return for her virtue was rewarded with a new idea. It was a people's course, the lecture on the pyramids, and Jo rather wondered at the choice of such a subject for such an audience, but took it for granted that some great social evil would be remedied, or some great want supplied, by unfolding the glories of the pharaohs to an audience whose thoughts were busy with the price of coal and flour, and whose lives were spent in trying to solve harder riddles than that of the Sphinx. They were early, and while Miss Crocker set the heel of her stocking, Jo amused herself by examining the faces of the people who occupied the seat with them. On her left were two matrons with massive foreheads and bonnets to match, discussing woman's rights, and making tatting beyond sat a pair of humble lovers artlessly holding each other by the hand, a sombre spinster eating peppermints out of a paper bag, and an old gentleman taking his preparatory nap behind a yellow bandana on her right. Her only neighbour was a studious-looking lad absorbed in a newspaper. It was a pictorial sheet, and Jo examined the work of art nearest her, idly wondering what unfortuitous concatenation of circumstances needed the melodramatic illustration of an Indian in full war costume tumbling over a precipice with a wolf at his throat, while two infuriated young gentlemen with unnaturally small feet and big eyes were stabbing each other close by, and a dishevelled female was flying away in the background, with her mouth wide open, pausing to turn a page. The lad saw her looking, and with boyish good-nature offered half his paper, saying bluntly, "Want to read it? That's a first-rate story." Jo accepted it with a smile, for she had never outgrown her liking for lads, and soon found herself involved in the usual labyrinth of love, mystery, and murder, for the story belonged to that class of light literature in which the passions have a holiday, and when the author's invention fails, a grand catastrophe clears the stage of one half the dramatis person, leaving the other half to exult over their downfall. "Prime, isn't it?" asked the boy as her eye went down the last paragraph of her portion. "I think you and I could do as well as that if we tried," returned Jo, amused at his admiration of the trash. "I should think I was a pretty lucky chap if I could. She makes a good living out of such stories, they say," and he pointed to the name of Mrs. S. Roman 50 A.N.G. Northberry under the title of the tale. "Do you know her?" asked Jo with sudden interest. "No, but I read all her pieces, and I know a fellow who works in the office where this paper is printed." "Do you say she makes a good living out of stories like this?" And Jo looked more respectfully at the agitated group, and thickly sprinkled exclamation points that adorned the page. Guess she knows just what folks like and gets paid well for writing it. Here the lecture began, but Joe heard very little of it, for while Prof. Sands was prosing away about Belzoni Cheops scarabaei and hieroglyphics, she was covertly taking down the address of the paper and boldly resolving to try for the $100 prize offered in its columns for sensational story. By the time the lecture ended and the audience awoke, she had built up a splendid fortune for herself, not the first founded upon paper, and was already deep in the concoction of her story, being unable to decide whether the duel should come before the elopement or after the murder. She said nothing of her plan at home, but fell to work next day, much to the disquiet of her mother, who always looked a little anxious when genius took to burning. Jo had never tried this style before, contenting herself with very mild romances. For the Spread Eagle, her theatrical experience and miscellaneous reading were of service now, for they gave her some idea of dramatic effect and supplied plot, language, and costumes. Her story was as full of desperation and despair as her limited acquaintance with those uncomfortable emotions enabled her to make it, and having located it in Lisbon, she wound up with an earthquake as a striking and appropriate denouement. The manuscript was privately dispatched, accompanied by a note modestly saying that if the tale didn't get the prize, which the writer hardly dared expect, she would be very glad to receive any sum it might be considered worth. A check for $100. 6 weeks is a long time to wait, and a still longer time for a girl to keep a secret, but Jo did both, and was just beginning to give up all hope of ever seeing her manuscript again, when a letter arrived which almost took her breath away, for on opening it, a check for $100 fell into her lap. For a minute she stared at it as if it had been a snake, then she read her letter and began to cry. If the amiable gentleman who wrote that kindly note could have known what intense happiness he was giving a fellow creature, I think he would devote his leisure hours, if he has any, to that amusement. For Jo valued the letter more than the money, because it was encouraging, and after years of effort it was so pleasant to find that she had learned to do something, though it was only to write a sensation story. A prouder young woman was seldom seen than she when, having composed herself, she electrified the family by appearing before them with the letter in one hand, the check in the other, announcing that she had won the prize. Of course there was a great jubilee, and when the story came every one read and praised it, though after her father had told her that the language was good, the romance fresh and hearty, and the tragedy quite thrilling, he shook his head and said in his unworldly, "You can do better than this, Jo. Aim at the highest, and never mind the money." "I think the money is the best part of it. What will you do with such a fortune?" asked Amy, regarding the magic slip of paper with a reverential eye. "Send Bate and Mother to the seaside for a month or 2, answered Jo promptly. "Oh, how splendid!" "No, I can't do it, dear. It would be so selfish," cried Bate, who had clapped her thin hands and taken a long breath, as if pining for fresh ocean breezes, then stopped herself and motioned away the check which her sister waved before her. "Ah, but you shall go. I've set my heart on it. That's what I tried for, and that's why I succeeded. I never get on when I think of myself alone, so it will help me to work for you, don't you see? Besides, Marmee needs the change, and she won't leave you, so you must go. Won't it be fun to see you come home plump and rosy again?" Hurrah for Dr. Jo, who always cures her patients. To the seaside they went after much discussion, and though Bate didn't come home as plump and rosy as could be desired, she was much better, while Mrs. March declared she felt 10 years younger, so Jo was satisfied with the investment of her prize money, and fell to work with a cheery spirit bent on earning more of those delightful checks. She did earn several that year, and began to feel herself a power in the house, for by the magic of a pen her rubbish turned into comforts for them. All the Duke's daughter paid the butcher's bill, a phantom hand put down a new carpet, and the curse of the Coventrys proved the blessing of the Marches in the way of groceries and gowns. Wealth is certainly a most desirable thing, but poverty has its sunny side, and one of the sweet uses of adversity is the genuine satisfaction which comes from hearty work of head or hand, and to the inspiration of necessity we owe half the wise, beautiful, and useful blessings of the world. Jo enjoyed a taste of this satisfaction, and ceased to envy richer girls, taking great comfort in the knowledge that she could supply her own wants and need ask no one for a penny. Little notice was taken of her stories, but they found a market, and encouraged by this fact, she resolved to make a bold stroke for fame and fortune. Having copied her novel for the 4th time, read it to all her confidential friends, and submitted it with fear and trembling to 3 publishers, she at last disposed of it on condition that she would cut it down 1/3 and omit all the parts which she particularly admired. Now I must either bundle it back into my tinkitchen to mould pay for printing it myself, or chop it up to suit purchasers, and get what I can for it. Fame is a very good thing to have in the house, but cash is more convenient, so I wish to take the sense of the meeting on this important subject, said Joe, calling a family council. Don't spoil your book, my girl, for there is more in it than you know, and the idea is well worked out. Let it wait and ripen was her father's advice, and he practiced as he preached, having waited patiently 30 years for fruit of his own to ripen, and being in no haste to gather it even now when it was sweet. And it seems to me that Joe will profit more by making the trial than by waiting, said Mrs. March. Criticism is the best test of such work, for it will show her both unsuspected merits and faults, and help her to do better next time we are too partial, but the praise and blame of outsiders will prove useful, even if she gets but little money. Yes, said Joe, knitting her brows, that's just it. I've been fussing over the thing so long, I really don't know whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. It will be a great help to have cool, impartial persons take a look at it, and tell me what they think of it. I wouldn't leave out a word of it. You'll spoil it if you do, for the interest of the story is more in the minds than in the actions of the people, and it will be all a muddle if you don't explain as you go on, said Meg, who firmly believed that this book was the most remarkable novel ever written. But Mr. Allen says leave out the explanations, make it brief and dramatic, and let the characters tell the story, interrupted Joe, turning to the publisher's note. Do as he tells you. He knows what will sell, and we don't make a good popular book and get as much money as you can buy, and buy when you've got a name you can afford to digress and have philosophical and metaphysical people in your novels, said Amy, who took a strictly practical view of the subject. Well, said Joe, laughing, if my people are philosophical and metaphysical, it isn't my fault, for I know nothing about such things, except what I hear father say sometimes. If I've got some of his wise ideas jumbled up with my romance, so much the better for me. Now, Bate, what do you say? I should so like to see it printed soon, was all Bate said, and smiled in saying it, but there was an unconscious emphasis on the last word, and a wistful look in the eyes that never lost their childlike candor, which chilled Jo's heart for a minute with a foreboding fear, and decided her to make her little venture soon. So with Spartan firmness the young authoress laid her firstborn on her table, and chopped it up as ruthlessly as any ogre, in the hope of pleasing everyone. She took everyone's advice, and like the old man and his donkey in the fable, suited nobody. Her father liked the metaphysical streak, which had unconsciously got into it, so that was allowed to remain, though she had her doubts about it. Her mother thought that there was a trifle too much description out there, for it nearly all came, and with it many necessary links in the story. Meg admired the tragedy, so Joe piled up the agony to suit her, while Amy objected to the fun, and with the best intentions in life, Joe quenched the sprightly scenes, which relieved the somber character of the story. Then, to complete the ruin, she cut it down 1/3, and confidingly sent the poor little romance like a picked robin out into the big busy world to try its fate. Well, it was printed, and she got $300 for it, likewise plenty of praise and blame, both so much greater than she expected that she was thrown into a state of bewilderment, from which it took her some time to recover. You said, Mother, that criticism would help me, but how can it when it's so contradictory that I don't know whether I've written a promising book, or broken all the 10 commandments, cried poor Joe, turning over a heap of notices, the perusal of which filled her with pride and joy 1 minute, wrath and dire dismay the next. This man says an exquisite book full of truth, beauty, and earnestness, all is sweet, pure, and healthy, continued the perplexed authoress. The next, the theory of the book is bad, full of morbid fancies, spiritualistic ideas, and unnatural characters. Now, as I had no theory of any kind, don't believe in spiritualism, and copied my characters from life, I don't see how this critic can be right. Another says it's one of the best American novels which has appeared for years. I know better than that. And the next asserts that though it is original and written with great force and feeling, it is a dangerous book. 'Tisn't. Some make fun of it, some overpraise, and nearly all insist that I had a deep theory to expound, when I only wrote it for the pleasure and the money. I wish I'd printed it whole or not at all, for I do hate to be so misjudged. Her family and friends administered comfort and commendation liberally, yet it was a hard time for sensitive, high-spirited Joe, who meant so well, and had apparently done so. Roman 99. But it did her good, for those whose opinion had real value gave her the criticism, which is an author's best education, and when the first soreness was over, she could laugh at her poor little book, yet believe in it still, and feel herself the wiser and stronger for the buffeting she had received. Not being a genius like Keats, it won't kill me, she said stoutly, and I've got the joke on my side after all, for the parts that were taken straight out of real life are denounced as impossible and absurd, and the scenes that I made up out of my own silly head are pronounced charmingly natural, tender and true, so I'll comfort myself with that, and when I'm ready I'll up again and take another. Tale pieces. Domestic experiences. Roman 28 Domestic experiences. Like most other young matrons, Meg began her married life with the determination to be a model housekeeper. John should find home a paradise, he should always see a smiling face, should fare sumptuously every day, and never know the loss of a button. She brought so much love, energy, and cheerfulness to the work that she could not but succeed in spite of some obstacles. Her paradise was not a tranquil one, for the little woman fussed, was over-anxious to please, and bustled about like a true Martha, cumbered with many cares. She was too tired sometimes even to smile. John grew dyspeptic after a course of dainty dishes, and ungratefully demanded plain fare. As for buttons, she soon learned to wonder where they went, to shake her head over the carelessness of men, and to threaten to make him sew them on himself, and then see if his work would stand impatient tugs and clumsy fingers any better than hers. They were very happy even after they discovered that they couldn't live on love alone. John did not find Meg's beauty diminished, though she beamed at him from behind the familiar coffee pot, nor did Meg miss any of the romance from the daily parting when her husband followed up his kiss with the tender inquiry, "Shall I send home veal or mutton for dinner, darling?" The little house ceased to be a glorified bower, but it became a home, and the young couple soon felt that it was a change for the better. At first they played keefouse and frolicked over it like children. Then John took steadily to business, feeling the cares of the head of a family upon his shoulders, and Meg laid by her cambric wrappers, put on a big apron, and fell to work as before said with more energy than discretion. While the cooking mania lasted, she went through Mrs. Cornelius' receipt book as if it were a mathematical exercise, working out the problems with patience and care. Sometimes her family were invited in to help eat up a too bounteous feast of successes, or Lottie would be privately dispatched with a batch of failures, which were to be concealed from all eyes in the convenient stomachs of the little Hummels. An evening with John over the account books usually produced a temporary lull in the culinary enthusiasm, and a frugal fit would ensue, during which the poor man was put through a course of bread pudding, hash, and warmed-over coffee, which tried his soul, although he bore it with praiseworthy fortitude before the golden mean was found. However, Meg added to her domestic possessions what young couples seldom get on long without: a family jar. Fired with a housewifely wish to see her storeroom stocked with home-made preserves, she undertook to put up her own currant jelly. John was requested to order home a dozen or so of little pots, and an extra quantity of sugar, for their own currants were ripe, and were to be attended to at once, as John firmly believed that my wife was equal to anything and took a natural pride in her skill. He resolved that she should be gratified, and their only crop of fruit laid by in a most pleasing form for winter use. Home came 4 dozen delightful little pots, half a barrel of sugar, and a small boy to pick the currants for her, with her pretty hair tucked into a cap, arms bared to the elbow, and a checked apron which had a coquettish look, in spite of the bib. The young housewife fell to work, feeling no doubts about her success, for hadn't she seen Hannah do it hundreds of times? The array of pots rather amazed her at first, but John was so fond of jelly, and the nice little jars would look so well on the top shelf, that Meg resolved to fill them all, and spent a long day picking, boiling, straining, and fussing over her jelly. She did her best. She asked advice of Mrs. Cornelius. She racked her brain to remember what Hannah did that she had left undone. She reboiled, resugared, and restrained, but that dreadful stuff wouldn't gel. She longed to run home, bib and all, and ask Mother to lend a hand, but John and she had agreed that they would never annoy anyone with their private worries, experiments, or quarrels. They had laughed over that last word, as if the idea it suggested was a most preposterous one, but they had held to their resolve, and whenever they could get on without help they did so, and no one interfered, for Mrs. March had advised the plan. So Meg wrestled alone with the refractory sweetmeats all that hot summer day, and at 5 o'clock sat down in her topsy-turvy kitchen, wrung her bedaubed hands, lifted up her voice, and wept. Now, in the first flush of the new life, she had often said, "My husband shall always feel free to bring a friend home whenever he likes. I shall always be prepared. There shall be no flurry, no scolding, no discomfort, but a neat house, a cheerful wife, and a good dinner. John dear, never stop to ask my leave. Invite whom you please, and be sure of a welcome from me." How charming that was, to be sure. John quite glowed with pride to hear her say it, and felt what a blessed thing it was to have a superior wife. But although they had had company from time to time, it never happened to be unexpected, and Meg had never had an opportunity to distinguish herself, till now it always happens so in this vale of tears. There is an inevitability about such things which we can only wonder at, deplore and bear as we best can. If John had not forgotten all about the jelly, it really would have been unpardonable in him to choose that day of all the days in the year, to bring a friend home to dinner unexpectedly, congratulating himself that a handsome repast had been ordered that morning, feeling sure that it would be ready to the minute, and indulging in pleasant anticipations of the charming effect it would produce. When his pretty wife came running out to meet him, he escorted his friend to his mansion with the irrepressible satisfaction of a young host and husband. It is a world of disappointments, as John discovered when he reached the Dovecote. The front door usually stood hospitably open. Now it was not only shut, but locked, and yesterday's mud still adorned the steps. The parlour windows were closed and curtained, no picture of the pretty wife sewing on the piazza in white with a distracting little bow in her hair, or a bright-eyed hostess smiling a shy welcome as she greeted her guest. Nothing of the sort, for not a soul appeared but a sanguinary-looking boy asleep under the currant bushes. "I am afraid something has happened. Step into the garden, Scott, while I look up Mrs. Brooke," said John, alarmed at the silence and solitude. Round the house he hurried, led by a pungent smell of burnt sugar, and Mr. Scott strolled after him with a queer look on his face. He paused discreetly at a distance when Brooke disappeared, but he could both see and hear, and being a bachelor enjoyed the prospect mightily. In the kitchen reigned confusion and despair. One edition of jelly was trickled from pot to pot, another lay upon the floor, and a third was burning gaily on the stove. Lottie, with Teutonic phlegm, was calmly eating bread, and currant wine, for the jelly was still in a hopelessly liquid state, while Mrs. Brooke, with her apron over her head, sat sobbing dismally. "My dearest girl, what is the matter?" cried John, rushing in with awful visions of scalded hands, sudden news of affliction, and secret consternation at the thought of the guest in the garden. "Oh, John, I am so tired and hot and cross and worried. I've been at it till I'm all worn out. Do come and help me, or I shall die." And the exhausted housewife cast herself upon his breast, giving him a sweet welcome in every sense of the word, for her pinafore had been baptized at the same time as the floor. "What worries you, dear? Has anything dreadful happened?" asked the anxious John, tenderly kissing the crown of the little cap, which was all askew. "Yes," sobbed Meg despairingly. "Tell me quick, then don't cry. I can bear anything better than that. Out with it, love. Theth jelly want gel, and I don't know what to do." John Brooke laughed then as he never dared to laugh afterward, and the derisive Scot smiled involuntarily as he heard the hearty peal which put the finishing stroke to poor Meg's woe. "Is that all? Fling it out of window, and don't bother any more about it. I'll buy you quarts if you want it, but for heaven's sake, don't have hysterics, for I've brought Jack Scott home to dinner, and—" John got no further, for Meg cast him off and clasped her hands with a tragic gesture, as she fell into a chair, exclaiming in a tone of mingled indignation, reproach, and dismay, "A man to dinner and everything in a mess! John Brooke, how could you do such a thing?" "Hush, he's in the garden. I forgot the confounded jelly. But it can't be helped now," said John, surveying the prospect with an anxious eye. "You ought to have sent word or told me this morning, and you ought to have remembered how busy I was," continued Meg petulantly, "for even turtle doves will peck when ruffled. I didn't know it this morning, and there was no time to send word, for I met him on the way out. I never thought of asking leave when you have always told me to do as I liked. I never tried it before, and hang me if I ever do again," added John with an aggrieved air. "I should hope not. Take him away at once. I can't see him, and there isn't any dinner." "Well, I like that. Where's the beef and vegetables I sent home, and the pudding you promised?" cried John, rushing to the larder. "I hadn't time to cook anything. I meant to dine at Mother's. I am sorry, but I was so busy," and Meg's tears began again. John was a mild man, but he was human, and after a long day's work to come home tired, hungry, and hopeful, to find a chaotic house, an empty table, and a cross wife was not exactly conducive to repose of mind or manner. He restrained himself, however, and the little squall would have blown over but for one unlucky word. "It's a scrape, I acknowledge, but if you will lend a hand, we'll pull through and have a good time yet. Don't cry, dear, but just exert yourself a bit and knock us up something to eat. We're both as hungry as hunters, so we shan't mind what it is. Give us the cold meat and bread and cheese. We won't ask for jelly." He meant it for a good-natured joke, but that one word sealed his fate. Meg thought it was too cruel to hint about her sad failure, and the last atom of patience vanished as he spoke. "You must get yourself out of the scrape, As you can, I'm too used up to exert myself for anyone. It's like a man to propose a bone and vulgar bread and cheese for company. I won't have anything of the sort in my house. Take that Scott up to mother's, and tell him I am away sick, dead anything. I won't see him, and you too can laugh at me, and my jelly as much as you like. You won't have anything else here. And having delivered her defiance all in one breath, Meg cast away her pinafore, and precipitately left the field to bemoan herself in her own room. What those two creatures did in her absence she never knew, but Mr. Scott was not taken up to mother's, and when Meg descended after they had strolled away together, she found traces of a promiscuous lunch which filled her with horror. Lottie reported that they had eaten a much and greatly laughed, and the master bid her throw away all the sweet stuff and hide the pots. Meg longed to go and tell mother, but a sense of shame at her own shortcomings of loyalty to John, who might be cruel but nobody should know it, restrained her, and after a summary clearing up, she dressed herself prettily and sat down to wait for John to come and be forgiven. Unfortunately, John didn't come. Not seeing the matter in that light, he had carried it off as a good joke with Scott, excused his little wife as well as he could, and played the host so hospitably that his friend enjoyed the impromptu dinner and promised to come again. But John was angry, though he did not show it. He felt that Meg had got him into a scrape, and then deserted him in his hour of need. It wasn't fair to tell a man to bring folks home any time with perfect freedom, and when he took you at your word to flame up and blame him and leave him in the lurch to be laughed at or pitied. No, by George, it wasn't, and Meg must know it. He had fumed inwardly during the feast, but when the flurry was over, and he strolled home after seeing Scott off, a milder mood came over him. Poor little thing, it was hard upon her when she tried so heartily to please me. She was wrong, of course, but then she was young. I must be patient and teach her. He hoped she had not gone home, hated gossip and interference for a minute. He was ruffled again at the mere thought of it, and then the fear that Meg would cry herself sick softened his heart and sent him on at a quicker pace, resolving to be calm and kind, but firm, quite firm, and show her where she had failed in her duty to her spouse. Meg likewise resolved to be calm and kind, but firm, and show him his duty. She longed to run to meet him and beg pardon, and be kissed and comforted, as she was sure of being, but of course she did nothing of the sort, and when she saw John coming began to hum quite naturally, as she rocked and sewed like a lady of leisure in her best parlour. John was a little disappointed not to find a tender Niobe, but feeling that his dignity demanded the first apology, he made none, only came leisurely in, and laid himself upon the sofa with the singularly relevant remark, "We are going to have a new moon, my dear." "I've no objection," was Meg's equally soothing remark. A few other topics of general interest were introduced by Mr. Brooke, and wet-blanketed by Mrs. Brooke, and conversation languished. John went to one window, unfolded his paper, and wrapped himself in it. Figuratively speaking, Meg went to the other window, and sewed as if new rosettes for her slippers were among the necessaries of life. Neither spoke, both looked quite calm and firm, and both felt desperately uncomfortable. Oh dear, thought Meg, married life is very trying, and does need infinite patience as well as love. As mother says, the word mother suggested other maternal counsels given long ago, and received with unbelieving protests. John is a good man, but he has his faults, and you must learn to see and bear with them, remembering your own. He is very decided, but never will be obstinate if you reason kindly, not oppose impatiently. He is very accurate and particular about the truth, a good trait, though you call him fussy. Never deceive him by look or word, Meg, and he will give you the confidence you deserve, the support you need. He has a temper not like our own flash, and then all over, but the white still anger that is seldom stirred, but once kindled is hard to quench. Be careful, very careful, not to wake this anger against yourself, for peace and happiness depend on keeping his respect. Watch yourself. Be the first to ask pardon if you both err, and guard against the little piques, misunderstandings, and hasty words that often pave the way for bitter sorrow and regret. These words came back to Meg as she sat sewing in the sunset, especially the last. This was the first serious disagreement. Her own hasty speeches sounded both silly and unkind. As she recalled them, her own anger looked childish now, and thoughts of poor John coming home to such a scene quite melted her heart. She glanced at him with tears in her eyes, but he did not see them. She put down her work, and got up thinking, I will be the first to say forgive me, but he did not seem to hear her. She went very slowly across the room, for pride was hard to swallow, and stood by him, but he did not turn his head for a minute. She felt as if she really couldn't do it. Then came the thought, this is the beginning. I'll do my part, and have nothing to reproach myself with, and stooping down, she softly kissed her husband on the forehead. Of course that settled it. The penitent kiss was better than a world of words. and John had her on his knee in a minute, saying tenderly, "It was too bad to laugh at the poor little jellypots. Forgive me, dear, I never will again." But he did, oh bless you, yes, hundreds of times, and so did Meg, both declaring that it was the sweetest jelly they ever made, for family peace was preserved in that little family jar. After this, Meg had Mr. Scott to dinner by special invitation, and served him up a pleasant feast without a cooked wife for the first course, on which occasion she was so gay and gracious, and made everything go off so charmingly, that Mr. Scott told John he was a happy fellow, and shook his head over the hardships of bachelorhood all the way home. In the autumn, new trials and experiences came to Meg. Sally Moffat renewed her friendship, was always running out for a dish of gossip at the little house, or inviting that poor dear to come in and spend the day at the big house. It was pleasant, for in dull weather, Meg often felt lonely. All were busy at home, John absent till night, and nothing to do but sew or read or potter about. So it naturally fell out that Meg got into the way of gadding and gossiping with her friend. Seeing Sally's pretty things made her long for such and pity herself, because she had not got them. Sally was very kind, and often offered her the coveted trifles, but Meg declined them, knowing that John wouldn't like it. And then this foolish little woman went and did what John disliked, infinitely worse. She knew her husband's income, and she loved to feel that he trusted her not only with his happiness, but what some men seem to value more, his money. She knew where it was free to take what she liked, and all he asked was that she should keep account of every penny, pay bills once a month, and remember that she was a poor man's wife. Till now she had done well, been prudent and exact, kept her little account books neatly, and showed them to him monthly without fear. But that autumn the serpent got into Meg's paradise and tempted her like many a modern Eve, not with apples, but with dress. Meg didn't like to be pitied and made to feel poor. It irritated her, but she was ashamed to confess it, and then she tried to console herself by buying something pretty so that Sally needn't think she had to economize. She always felt wicked after it, for the pretty things were seldom necessaries, but then they cost so little it wasn't worth worrying about, so the trifles increased unconsciously, and in the shopping excursions she was no longer a passive looker-in. But the trifles cost more than one would imagine, and when she cast up her accounts at the end of the month, the sum total rather scared her. John was busy that month, and left the bills to her. The next month he was absent, but the third he had a grand quarterly settling up, and Meg never forgot it. A few days before she had done a dreadful thing, and it weighed upon her conscience. Sally had been buying silks, and Meg longed for a new one, just a handsome light one for parties. Her black silk was so common, and thin things for evening wear were only proper for girls. Aunt March usually gave the sisters a present of $25 apiece at New Year. That was only a month to wait, and here was a lovely violet silk going at a bargain, and she had the money if she only dared to take it. John always said what was his was hers, but would he think it right to spend not only the prospective 25, but another 25 out of the household fund? That was the question. Sally had urged her to do it, had offered to loan the money, and with the best intentions in life had tempted Meg beyond her strength. In an evil moment, the shopman held up the lovely shimmering folds, and said, "A bargain, I assure you, Mom." She answered, "I'll take it," and it was cut off and paid for, and Sally had exulted, and she had laughed as if it were a thing of no consequence, and driven away feeling as if she had stolen something and the police were after her. "A bargain, I assure you, Mom." When she got home she tried to assuage the pangs of remorse by spreading forth the lovely silk, but it looked less silvery now, didn't become her after all, and the words $50 seemed stamped like a pattern down each breadth. She put it away, but it haunted her not delightfully as a new dress should, but dreadfully like the ghost of a folly that was not easily laid. When John got out his books that night Meg's heart sank, and, for the first time in her married life, she was afraid of her husband. The kind brown eyes looked as if they could be stern, and though he was unusually merry she fancied he had found her out, but didn't mean to let her know it. The house bills were all paid, the books all in order. John had praised her, and was undoing the old pocket book, which they called the bank, when Meg, knowing that it was quite empty, stopped his hand, saying nervously, "You haven't seen my private expense book yet." John never asked to see it, but she always insisted on his doing so, and used to enjoy his masculine amazement at the queer things women wanted, and made him guess what piping was, demand fiercely the meaning of a hugmatite, or wonder how a little thing composed of 3 rosebuds, a bit of velvet, and a pair of strings could possibly be a bonnet, and cost $5 or $6. That night he looked as if he would like the fun of quizzing her figures, and pretending to be horrified at her extravagance, as he often did, being particularly proud of his prudent wife. The little book was brought slowly out and laid down before him. Meg got behind his chair under pretense of smoothing the wrinkles out of his tired forehead, and standing there she said with her panic increasing with every word, "John dear, I'm ashamed to show you my book, for I've really been dreadfully extravagant lately. I go about so much I must have things, you know, and Sally advised my getting it, so I did, and my New Year's money will partly pay for it. But I was sorry after I'd done it, for I knew you'd think it wrong in me." John laughed and drew her round beside him, saying good-humouredly, "Don't go and hide, I won't beat you. If you have got a pair of killing boots, I am rather proud of my wife's feet, and don't mind if she does pay $8 or $9 for her boots if they are good ones." That had been one of her last trifles, and John's eye had fallen on it. As he spoke, "Oh, what will he say when he comes to that awful $50, thought Meg with a shiver. "It's worse than boots, it's a silk dress," she said with the calmness of desperation, for she wanted the worst over. "Well dear, what is the demmed total, as Mr. Mantalini says?" That didn't sound like John, and she knew he was looking up at her with the straightforward look that she had always been ready to meet and answer with one as frank. Till now, she turned the page and her head at the same time, pointing to the sum which would have been bad enough without the 50, but which was appalling to her, with that added for a minute. The room was very still then. John said slowly, but she could feel it cost him an effort to express no displeasure, "Well, I don't know that 50 is much for a dress, with all the furbelows and notions you have to finish it off these days." "It isn't made or trimmed," sighed Meg, faintly, for a sudden recollection of the cost still to be incurred quite overwhelmed her. 25 yards of silk seems a good deal to cover one small woman, but I've no doubt my wife will look as fine as Ned Moffat's when she gets it on," said John dryly. "I know you are angry, John, but I can't help it. I don't mean to waste your money, and I didn't think those little things would count up, so I can't resist them when I see Sally buying all she wants and pitying me, because I try to be contented, but it is hard, and I am tired of being poor." The last words were spoken so low she thought he did not hear them, but he did, and they wounded him deeply, for he had denied himself many pleasures for Meg's sake. She could have bitten her tongue out the minute she had said it, for John pushed the books away, and got up saying with a little quiver in his voice, "I was afraid of this. I do my best, Meg." If he had scolded her, or even shaken her, it would not have broken her heart like those few words. She ran to him, and held him close, crying with repentant tears, "Oh, John, my dear, kind, hardworking boy, I didn't mean it. It was so wicked, so untrue and ungrateful. How could I say it? Oh, how could I say it?" He was very kind, forgave her readily, and did not utter one reproach, but Meg knew that she had done, and said a thing which would not be forgotten soon, although he might never allude to it again. She had promised to love him for better, for worse, and then she, his wife, had reproached him with his poverty, after spending his earnings recklessly. It was dreadful, and the worst of it was John went on so quietly afterward, just as if nothing had happened, except that he stayed in town later, and worked at night, when she had gone to cry herself to sleep. A week of remorse nearly made Meg sick, and the discovery that John had countermanded the order for his new greatcoat reduced her to a state of despair, which was pathetic to behold. He had simply said in answer to her surprised inquiries, "As to the change, I can't afford it, might." Meg said no more, but a few minutes after he found her in the hall with her face buried in the old greatcoat, crying as if her heart would break. They had a long talk that night, and Meg learned to love her husband better for his poverty, because it seemed to have made a man of him, given him the strength and courage to fight his own way, and taught him a tender patience with which to bear and comfort the natural longings and failures of those he loved. Next day she put her pride in her pocket, went to Sally, told the truth, and asked her to buy the silk as a favour. The good-natured Mrs. Moffat willingly did so, and had the delicacy not to make her a present of it immediately afterward. Then Meg ordered home the greatcoat, and when John arrived she put it on and asked him how he liked her new silk gown. One can imagine what answer he made, how he received his present, and what a blissful state of things ensued. John came home early, Meg gadded no more, and that greatcoat was put on in the morning by a very happy husband, and taken off at night by a most devoted little wife. So the year rolled round, and at midsummer there came to Meg a new experience, the deepest and tenderest of a woman's life. Laurie came sneaking into the kitchen of the Dovecote one Saturday with an excited face, and was received with the clash of cymbals, for Hannah clapped her hands with a saucepan in one and the cover in the other. "How's the little mama? Where is everybody? Why didn't you tell me before I came home?" began Laurie in a loud whisper. "Happy as a queen, the dear. Every soul of 'em is upstairs a worshippin'. We didn't want no hurricanes round. Now you go into the parlour, and I'll send 'em down to you," with which somewhat involved reply Hannah vanished, chuckling ecstatically. Presently Joe appeared proudly bearing a flannel bundle laid forth upon a large pillow. Jo's face was very sober, but her eyes twinkled, and there was an odd sound in her voice of repressed emotion of some sort. "Shut your eyes and hold out your arms," she said invitingly. Laurie backed precipitately into a corner, and put his hands behind him with an imploring gesture. "No thank you, Id, rather not. I shall drop it, or smash it as sure as fate." "Then you shan't see your nevy," said Joe decidedly, turning as if to go. I will, only you must be responsible for damages," and obeying orders Laurie heroically shut his eyes. While something was put into his arms, a peal of laughter from Joe, Amy, Mrs. March, Hannah, and John caused him to open them the next minute, to find himself invested with 2 babies instead of 1. Laurie heroically shut his eyes while something was put into his arms. No wonder they laughed, for the expression of his face was droll enough to convulse a Quaker, as he stood and stared wildly from the unconscious innocents to the hilarious spectators, with such dismay that Joe sat down on the floor and screamed. "Twins, by Jupiter," was all he said for a minute. Then turning to the women with an appealing look that was comically piteous, he added, "Take 'em quick, somebody, I am going to laugh, and I shall drop 'em." John rescued his babies and marched up and down with one on each arm, as if already initiated into the mysteries of baby-tending, while Laurie laughed till the tears ran down his cheeks. "It's the best joke of the season, isn't it? I wouldn't have you told, for I set my heart on surprising you, and I flatter myself I've done it," said Joe, when she got her breath. "I never was more staggered in my life. Isn't it fun? Are they boys? What are you going to name them? Let's have another look. Hold me up, Joe, for upon my life, it's one too many for me," returned Laurie, regarding the infants with the air of a big, benevolent Newfoundland, looking at a pair of infantile kittens. "Boy and girl, aren't they beauties?" said the proud papa, beaming upon the little red squirmers, as if they were unfledged angels. "Most remarkable children I ever saw. Which is which?" and Laurie bent like a well sweep to examine the prodigies. Amy put a blue ribbon on the boy and a pink on the girl, French fashion, so you can always tell. Besides, one has blue eyes and one brown. "Kiss them, Uncle Teddy," said wicked Joe. "I'm afraid they mightn't like it," began Laurie with unusual timidity in such matters. "Of course they will, they are used to it. Now do it this minute, sir," commanded Joe, fearing he might propose a proxy. Laurie screwed up his face and obeyed with a gingerly peck at each little cheek that produced another laugh and made the babies squeal. "There, I knew they didn't like it. That's the boy, see him kick. He hits out with his fists like a good one now. Then young Brooke, pitch into a man of your own size. Will you?" cried Laurie, delighted with a poke in the face from a tiny fist flapping aimlessly about. "He's to be named John Lawrence, and the girl Margaret, after mother and grandmother. We shall call her Daisy so as not to have 2 Megs. And I suppose the Manny will be Jack, unless we find a better name," said Amy with ant-like interest. "Name him Demi-John, and call him Demi for short," said Laurie. "Daisy and Demijust, the thing, I knew Teddy would do it," cried Joe, clapping her hands. Teddy certainly had done it that time, for the babies were Daisy and Demi to the end of the chapter. Roman 29 calls. "Come, Joe, it's time." "For what?" "You don't mean to say you have forgotten that you promised to make 6 calls with me today?" "I've done a good many rash and foolish things in my life, but I don't think I ever was mad enough to say I'd make 6 calls in one day when a single one upsets me for a week." "Yes, you did. It was a bargain between us. I was to finish the crayon of bait for you, and you were to go properly with me and return our neighbours' visits. If it was fair, that was in the bond, and I stand to the letter of my bond. Shylock, there is a pile of clouds in the east. It's not fair, and I don't go. Now that's shirking. It's a lovely day, no prospect of rain, and you pride yourself on keeping promises, so be honourable, come and do your duty, and then be at peace for another 6 months." At that minute Joe was particularly absorbed in dressmaking, for she was mantua-maker general to the family, and took a special credit to herself, because she could use a needle as well as a pen. It was very provoking to be arrested in the act of a first tringan, and ordered out to make calls in her best array on a warm July day. She hated calls of the formal sort, and never made any till Amy compelled her with a bargain, bribe, or promise. In the present instance, there was no escape, and having clashed her scissors rebelliously, while protesting that she smelt thunder, she gave in, put away her work, and taking up her hat and gloves with an air of resignation, told Amy the victim was ready. "Joe March, you are perverse enough to provoke a saint. You don't intend to make calls in that state, I hope?" cried Amy, surveying her with amazement. Why not? I'm neat and cool and comfortable, quite proper for a dusty walk on a warm day. If people care more for my clothes than they do for me, I don't wish to see them. You can dress for both and be as elegant as you please. It pays for you to be fine, it doesn't for me, and furbelows only worry me. Oh dear, sighed Amy, now she's in a contrary fit, and will drive me distracted before I can get her properly ready. I am sure it's no pleasure to me to go today, but it's a debt we owe society, and there's no one to pay it but you and me. I'll do anything for you, Joe, if you'll only dress yourself nicely and come and help me do the Roman 153. You can talk so well, look so aristocratic in your best things, and behave so beautifully. If you try that, I am proud of you. I am afraid to go alone. Do come and take care of me. You're an artful little puss to flatter and wheedle your cross old sister in that way. The idea of my being aristocratic and well-bred, and you're being afraid to go anywhere alone. I don't know which is the most absurd. Well, I'll go if I must, and do my best. You shall be commander of the expedition, and I'll obey blindly. Will that satisfy you? Said Joe, with a sudden change from perversity to lamb-like submission. You're a perfect cherub. Now put on all your best things, and I'll tell you how to behave at each place, so that you will make a good impression. I want people to like you, and they would, if you'd only try to be a little more agreeable. Do your hair the pretty way, and put the pink rose in your bonnet. It's becoming, and you look too sober in your plain suit. Take your light gloves and the embroidered handkerchief. Well, stop at Meg's and borrow her white sunshade, and then you can have my dove-coloured one. While Amy dressed, she issued her orders, and Joe obeyed them, not without entering her protest, however, for she sighed, as she rustled into her new organdy, frowned darkly at herself, as she tied her bonnet strings in an irreproachable bow, wrestled viciously with pins, as she put on her collar, wrinkled up her features, generally as she shook out the handkerchief whose embroidery was as irritating to her nose as the present mission was to her feelings, and when she had squeezed her hands into tight gloves with 3 buttons and a tassel, as the last touch of elegance, she turned to Amy, with an imbecile expression of countenance, saying meekly, I am perfectly miserable, but if you consider me presentable, I die happy. You are highly satisfactory. Turned slowly round, and let me get a careful view. Joe revolved, and Amy gave a touch here and there, then fell back with her head on one side, observing graciously, yes, y'all do your head, is all I could ask for. That white bonnet with the rose is quite ravishing. Hold back your shoulders, and carry your hands easily, no matter if your gloves do pinch. There's one thing you can do well, Joe, that is wear a shawl. I can't, but it's very nice to see you, and I am so glad Aunt March gave you that lovely one. It's simple but handsome, and those folds over the arm are really artistic. Is the point of my mantle in the middle, and have I looped my dress evenly? I like to show my boots, for my feet are pretty though my nose isn't. You are a thing of beauty and a joy forever, said Joe, looking through her hand with the air of a connoisseur at the blue feather against the gold hair. Am I to drag my best dress through the dust, or loop it up, please, Mom? Hold it up when you walk, but drop it in the house. The sweeping style suits you best, and you must learn to trail your skirts gracefully. You haven't half-buttoned one cuff. Do it at once. You'll never look finished if you're not careful about the little details, for they make up the pleasing whole. Joe sighed, and proceeded to burst the buttons off her glove in doing up her cuff, but at last both were ready, and sailed away looking as pretty as pictures, Hannah said, as she hung out of the upper window to watch them. Now, Joe dear, the Chesters consider themselves very elegant people, so I want you to put on your best deportment. Don't make any of your abrupt remarks, or do anything odd. Will you just be calm, cool, and quiet? That's safe and ladylike. And you can easily do it for 15 minutes, said Amy, as they approached the first place, having borrowed the white parasol, and been inspected by Meg with a baby on each arm. Let me see. Calm, cool, and quiet eyes. I think I can promise that I've played the part of a prim young lady on the stage, and I'll try it off. My powers are great, as you shall see, so be easy in your mind, my child. Amy looked relieved, but naughty Joe took her at her word, for during the first call she sat with every limb gracefully composed, every fold correctly draped, calm as a summer sea, cool as a snowbank, and as silent as a sphinx. In vain Mrs. Chester alluded to her charming novel, and the Mrs. Chester introduced parties, picnics, the opera, and the fashions each, and all were answered by a smile, a bow, and a demure yes or no with the chill on. In vain Amy telegraphed the word talk, tried to draw her out, and administered covert pokes with her foot. Joe sat as if blandly unconscious of it, all with deportment like Maud's face, icily regular, splendidly. What a haughty, uninteresting creature that oldest Miss March is, was the unfortunately audible remark of one of the ladies, as the door closed upon their guests. Joe laughed noiselessly all through the hall, but Amy looked disgusted at the failure of her instructions, and very naturally laid the blame upon Joe. "How could you mistake me so? I merely meant you to be properly dignified and composed, and you made yourself a perfect stock and stone try to be sociable at the Lamb's gossip, as other girls do, and be interested in dress and flirtations, and whatever nonsense comes up they move in the best society, are valuable persons for us to know, and I wouldn't fail to make a good impression there for anything. I'll be agreeable, I'll gossip and giggle, and have horrors and raptures over any trifle you like. I rather enjoy this, and now I'll imitate what is called a charming girl. I can do it, for I have May Chester as a model, and I'll improve upon her. See if the Lambs don't say what a lively nice creature that Joe March is." Amy felt anxious, as well she might, for when Joe turned freakish, there was no knowing where she would stop. Amy's face was a study when she saw her sister skim into the next drawing-room, kiss all the young ladies with effusion, beam graciously upon the young gentlemen, and join in the chat with a spirit which amazed the beholder. Amy was taken possession of by Mrs. Lamb, with whom she was a favourite, and forced to hear a long account of Lucretia's last attack, while 3 delightful young gentlemen hovered near, waiting for a pause when they might rush in and rescue her. So situated, she was powerless to check Joe, who seemed possessed by a spirit of mischief, and talked away as volubly as the old lady. A knot of heads gathered about her, and Amy strained her ears to hear what was going on, for broken sentences filled her with alarm. Round eyes and uplifted hands tormented her with curiosity, and frequent peals of laughter made her wild to share the fun. One may imagine her suffering on overhearing fragments of this sort of conversation. "She rides splendidly. Who taught her?" "No one. She used to practice mounting, holding the reins and sitting straight on an old saddle in a tree. Now she rides anything, for she doesn't know what fear is, and the stableman lets her have horses cheap, because she trains them to carry ladies so well. She has such a passion for it. I often tell her if everything else fails she can be a horsebreaker and get her living so." At this awful speech Amy contained herself with difficulty, for the impression was being given that she was rather a fast young lady, which was her especial aversion. But what could she do, for the old lady was in the middle of her story, and long before it was done Joe was off again, making more droll revelations and committing still more fearful blunders. Yes, Amy was in despair that day, for all the good beasts were gone, and of 3 left, 1 was lame, 1 blind, and the other so balky that you had to put dirt in his mouth before he would start. "Nice animal for a pleasure party, wasn't it?" "Which did she choose?" asked one of the laughing gentlemen who enjoyed the subject. "None of them. She heard of a young horse at the farmhouse over the river, and though a lady had never ridden him, she resolved to try because he was handsome and spirited. Her struggles were really pathetic. There was no one to bring the horse to the saddle, so she took the saddle to the horse. My dear creature, she actually rode it over the river, put it on her head, and marched up to the barn, to the utter amazement of the old man. She took the saddle to the horse." "Did she ride the horse?" "Of course she did, and had a capital time. I expected to see her brought home in fragments, but she managed him perfectly, and was the life of the party." "Well, I call that plucky." And young Mr. Lamb turned an approving glance upon Amy, wondering what his mother could be saying to make the girl look so red and uncomfortable. She was still redder and more uncomfortable a moment after, when a sudden turn in the conversation introduced the subject of dress. One of the young ladies asked Joe where she got the pretty drab hat she wore to the picnic, and stupid Joe, instead of mentioning the place where it was bought 2 years ago, must needs answer with unnecessary frankness, "Oh, Amy painted it. You can't buy those soft shades, so we paint ours any color we like. It's a great comfort to have an artistic sister." "Isn't that an original idea?" cried Miss Lamb, who found Joe great fun. "That's nothing compared to some of her brilliant performances. There's nothing the child can't do. Why, she wanted a pair of blue boots for Sally's party, so she just painted her soiled white ones the loveliest shade of sky blue you ever saw, and they looked exactly like satin," added Joe with an air of pride in her sister's accomplishments that exasperated Amy, till she felt that it would be a relief to throw her card case at her. "We read a story of yours the other day, and enjoyed it very much," observed the elder Miss Lamb, wishing to compliment the literary lady, who did not look the character just then, it must be confessed. Any mention of her works always had a bad effect upon Joe, who either grew rigid and looked offended, or changed the subject with a brusque remark, as "Now, sorry you could find nothing better to read. I write that rubbish because it sells and ordinary people like it. Are you going to New York this winter?" As Miss Lamb had enjoyed the story, this speech was not exactly grateful or complimentary. The minute it was made, Joe saw her mistake, but fearing to make the matter worse, suddenly remembered that it was for her to make the first move toward departure, and did so with an abruptness that left 3 people with half-finished sentences in their mouths. "Amy, we must go. Goodby, dear, do come and see us. We are pining for a visit. I don't dare to ask you, Mr. Lamb, but if you should come, I don't think I shall have the heart to send you away." Joe said this with such a droll imitation of May Chester's gushing style that Amy got out of the room as rapidly as possible, feeling a strong desire to laugh and cry at the same time. "Didn't I do that well?" asked Joe with a satisfied air as they walked away. "Nothing could have been worse," was Amy's crushing reply. "What possessed you to tell those stories about my saddle and the hats and boots, and all the rest of it? Why, it's funny and amuses people. They know we are poor, so it's no use pretending that we have grooms buy 3 or 4 hats a season, and have things as easy and fine as they do. You needn't go and tell them all our little shifts, and expose our poverty in that perfectly unnecessary way. You haven't a bit of proper pride, and never will learn when to hold your tongue, and when to speak," said Amy despairingly. Poor Joe looked abashed and silently chafed the end of her nose with the stiff handkerchief, as if performing a penance for her misdemeanors. "How shall I behave here?" she asked as they approached the 3rd mansion. "Just as you please. I wash my hands of you," was Amy's short answer. "Then I'll enjoy myself. The boys are at home, and well have a comfortable time, goodness knows. I need a little change, for elegance has a bad effect upon my constitution," returned Joe, gruffly, being disturbed by her failures to suit. An enthusiastic welcome from 3 big boys and several pretty children speedily soothed her ruffled feelings, and leaving Amy to entertain the hostess and Mr. Tudor, who happened to be calling likewise, Joe devoted herself to the young folks, and found the change refreshing. She listened to college stories with deep interest, caressed pointers and poodles, without a murmur agreed heartily that Tom Brown was a brick regardless of the improper form of praise, and when one lad proposed a visit to his turtle tank, she went with an alacrity which caused Mamma to smile upon her, as that motherly lady settled the cap which was left in a ruinous condition by filial hugs, bear-like, but affectionate and dearer to her than the most faultless coiffure from the hands of an inspired Frenchwoman. Leaving her sister to her own devices, Amy proceeded to enjoy herself to her heart's content. Mr. Tudor's uncle had married an English lady, who was 3rd cousin to a living lord, and Amy regarded the whole family with great respect, for in spite of her American birth and breeding she possessed that reverence for titles which haunts the best of us, that unacknowledged loyalty to the early faith in kings, which set the most democratic nation under the sun in a ferment at the coming of a royal yellow-haired laddie some years ago, and which still has something to do with love. The young country bears the old like that of a big son for an imperious little mother, who held him while she could, and let him go with a farewell scolding when he rebelled. But even the satisfaction of talking with a distant connection of the British nobility did not render Amy forgetful of time, and when the proper number of minutes had passed, she reluctantly tore herself from this aristocratic society, and looked about for Joe, fervently hoping that her incorrigible sister would not be found in any position which should bring disgrace upon the name of March. It might have been worse, but Amy considered it bad, for Joe sat on the grass with an encampment of boys about her, and a dirty-footed dog reposing on the skirt of her state and festival dress. As she related one of Laurie's pranks to her admiring audience, one small child was poking turtles with Amy's cherished parasol, a second was eating gingerbread over Joss' best bonnet, and a third playing ball with her gloves, but all were enjoying themselves. And when Joe collected her damaged property to go, her escort accompanied her, begging her to come again. It was such fun to hear about Laurie's larks. "Capital boys errant they. I feel quite young and brisk again after that," said Joe, strolling along with her hands behind her, partly from habit, partly to conceal the bespattered parasol. "Why do you always avoid Mr. Tudor?" asked Amy, wisely refraining from any comment upon Joss' dilapidated appearance. "Don't like him. He puts on airs, snubs his sisters, worries his father, and doesn't speak respectfully of his mother. Laurie says he is fast, and I don't consider him a desirable acquaintance, so I let him alone. You might treat him civilly. At least you gave him a cool nod, and just now you bowed and smiled in the politest way to Tommy Chamberlain, whose father keeps a grocery store. If you had just reversed the nod and the bow, it would have been right," said Amy reprovingly. "No, it wouldn't," returned perverse Joe. "I neither like, respect, nor admire Tudor, though his grandfather's uncle's nephew's niece was 3rd cousin to a Lord Tommy, is poor and bashful and good, and very clever. I think well of him, and like to show that I do, for he is a gentleman in spite of the brown paper parcels." It's no use trying to argue with you, began Amy. Not the least, my dear, interrupted Joe, so let us look amiable and drop a card here, as the kings are evidently out, for which I am deeply grateful. The family card case having done its duty, the girls walked on, and Joe uttered another thanksgiving on reaching the 5th house, and being told that the young ladies were engaged. Now let us go home and never mind Aunt March today, we can run down there any time, and it's really a pity to trail through the dust in our best bibs and tuckers, when we are tired and cross. Speak for yourself, if you please. Aunt likes to have us pay her the compliment of coming in style, and making a formal call. It's a little thing to do, but it gives her pleasure, and I don't believe it will hurt your things half so much as letting dirty dogs and clumping boys spoil them. Stoop down, and let me take the crumbs off of your bonnet. What a good girl you are, Amy, said Joe, with a repentant glance from her own damaged costume to that of her sister, which was fresh and spotless still. I wish it was as easy for me to do little things to please people as it is for you. I think of them, but it takes too much time to do them, so I wait for a chance to confer a great favor and let the small ones slip, but they tell best in the end, I fancy. Amy smiled and was mollified at once, saying with a maternal women should learn to be agreeable, particularly poor ones, for they have no other way of repaying the kindnesses they receive. If you'd remember that, and practice it, you'd be better liked than I am, because there is more of you. I'm a crotchety old thing, and always shall be, but I am willing to own that you are right, only it's easier for me to risk my life for a person than to be pleasant to him when I don't feel like it. It's a great misfortune to have such strong likes and dislikes, isn't it? It's a greater not to be able to hide them. I don't mind saying that I don't approve of Tudor any more than you do, but I'm not called upon to tell him so, neither are you, and there is no use in making yourself disagreeable because he is. But I think girls ought to show when they disapprove of young men, and how can they do it except by their manners? Preaching does not do any good, as I know to my sorrow, since I've had Teddy to manage, but there are many little ways in which I can influence him without a word, and I say we ought to do it to others if we can. Teddy is a remarkable boy, and can't be taken as a sample of other boys, said Amy, in a tone of solemn conviction, which would have convulsed the remarkable boy if he had heard it. If we were belles or women of wealth and position we might do something perhaps, but for us to frown at one set of young gentlemen, because we don't approve of them, and smile upon another set, because we do, wouldn't have a particle of effect, and we should only be considered odd and puritanical. So we are to countenance things, and people which we detest merely because we are not belles and millionaires, are we? That's a nice sort of morality. I can't argue about it, I only know that it's the way of the world, and people who set themselves against it only get laughed at for their pains. I don't like reformers, and I hope you will never try to be one. I do like them, and I shall be one if I can, for in spite of the laughing, the world would never get on without them. We can't agree about that, for you belong to the old set, and I to the new. You will get on the best, but I shall have the liveliest time of it. I should rather enjoy the brickbats and hooting, I think. Well, compose yourself now, and don't worry Aunt with your new ideas. I'll try not to, but I am always possessed to burst out with some particularly blunt speech or revolutionary sentiment before her. It's my doom, and I can't help it. They found Aunt Carol with the old lady, both absorbed in some very interesting subject, but they dropped it as the girls came in with a conscious look, which betrayed that they had been talking about their nieces. Joe was not in a good humour, and the perverse fit returned, but Amy, who had virtuously done her duty, kept her temper, and pleased everybody, was in a most angelic frame of mind. This amiable spirit was felt at once, and both the aunts my deared her affectionately, looking what they afterwards said emphatically: that child improves every day. Are you going to help about the fair, dear? Asked Mrs. Carroll, as Amy sat down beside her, with the confiding air elderly people like so well in the young. Yes, Aunt. Mrs. Chester asked me if I would, and I offered to tend a table, as I have nothing but my time to give. I'm not, put in Joe decidedly. I hate to be patronized, and the Chesters think it's a great favor to allow us to help with their highly connected fair. I wonder you consented, Amy. They only want you to work. I am willing to work. It's for the freedmen as well as the Chesters, and I think it very kind of them to let me share the labor, and the fun. Patronage does not trouble me when it is well meant. Quite right and proper. I like your grateful spirit, my dear. It's a pleasure to help people who appreciate our efforts. Some do not, and that is trying, observed Aunt March, looking over her spectacles at Joe, who sat apart rocking herself with a somewhat morose expression. The call at Aunt March's If Jo had only known what a great happiness was wavering in the balance for one of them, she would have turned dove-like in a minute, but unfortunately we don't have windows in our breasts, and cannot see what goes on in the minds of our friends better for us that we cannot as a general thing, but now and then it would be such a comfort, such a saving of time and temper. By her next speech, Jo deprived herself of several years of pleasure, and received a timely lesson in the art of holding her tongue. I don't like favours they oppress, and make me feel like a slave. I'd rather do everything for myself, and be perfectly independent. Coughed Aunt Carol softly with a look at Aunt March. I told you so, said Aunt March with a decided nod to Aunt Carol. Mercifully unconscious of what she had done, Jo sat with her nose in the air, and a revolutionary aspect which was anything but inviting. Do you speak French, dear? Asked Mrs. Carroll, laying her hand on Amy's. Pretty well, thanks to Aunt March, who lets Esther talk to me as often as I like, replied Amy with a grateful look, which caused the old lady to smile affably. How are you about languages? Asked Mrs. Carroll of Jo. Don't know a word. I'm very stupid about studying anything, can't bear French. It's such a slippery, silly sort of language, was the brusque reply. Another look passed between the ladies, and Aunt March said to Amy, you are quite strong, and well now, dear, I believe eyes don't trouble you any more, do they? Not at all, thank you, Mum. I'm very well, and mean to do great things next winter, so that I may be ready for Rome whenever that joyful time arrives. Good girl, you deserve to go, and I am sure you will some day, said Aunt March with an approving pat on the head, as Amy picked up her bowl for her. Crossbatch, draw the latch. Sit by the fire and spin, squalled Polly, bending down from his perch on the back of her chair, to peep into Jo's face with such a comical air of impertinent inquiry that it was impossible to help laughing. Most observing bird, said the old lady. Come and take a walk, my dear, cried Polly, hopping toward the china closet with a look suggestive of lump sugar. Thank you, I will come. Amy and Jo brought the visit to an end, feeling more strongly than ever that calls did have a bad effect upon her constitution. She shook hands in a gentlemanly manner, but Amy kissed both the aunts, and the girls departed, leaving behind them the impression of shadow and sunshine, which impression caused Aunt March to say as they vanished, You'd better do it, Mary. I'll supply the money, and Aunt Carol to reply decidedly, I certainly will, if her father and mother consent. Tail pieces. You shall have another table. Roman 30 consequences. Mrs. Chester's fare was so very elegant and select that it was considered a great honour by the young ladies of the neighbourhood to be invited to take a table, and every one was much interested in the matter. Amy was asked, but Jo was not, which was fortunate for all parties, as her elbows were decidedly akimbo at this period of her life, and it took a good many hard knocks to teach her how to get on easily. The haughty, uninteresting creature was let severely alone, but Amy's talent and taste were duly complimented by the offer of the article, and she exerted herself to prepare and secure appropriate and valuable contributions to it. Everything went on smoothly till the day before the fair opened. Then there occurred one of the little skirmishes which it is almost impossible to avoid when some 25 women, old and young, with all their private piques and prejudices, try to work together. May Chester was rather jealous of Amy, because the latter was a greater favourite than herself, and just at this time several trifling circumstances occurred to increase the feeling. Amy's dainty pen and ink work entirely eclipsed May's painted vase. That was one thought. Then the all-conquering Tudor had danced 4 times with Amy at a late party, and only once with May. That was thorn number 2, but the chief grievance that rankled in her soul and gave her an excuse for her unfriendly conduct was a rumour which some obliging gossip had whispered to her that the March girls had made fun of her at the Lambs. All the blame of this should have fallen upon Jo, for her naughty imitation had been too lifelike to escape detection, and the frolicsome Lambs had permitted the joke to escape. No hint of this had reached the culprits, however, and Amy's dismay can be imagined when the very evening before the fair, as she was putting the last touches to her pretty table, Mrs. Chester, who of course resented the supposed ridicule of her daughter, said in a bland tone, but with a cold look, I find, dear, that there is some feeling among the young ladies about my giving this table to anyone but my girls, as this is the most prominent, and some say the most attractive table of all, and they are the chief getters-up of the fair. It is thought best for them to take this place. I am sorry, but I know you are too sincerely interested in the cause to mind a little personal disappointment, and you shall have another table if you like. Mrs. Chester had fancied beforehand that it would be easy to deliver this little speech, But when the time came, she found it rather difficult to utter it naturally, with Amy's unsuspicious eyes looking straight at her full of surprise and trouble. Amy felt that there was something behind this, but could not guess what, and said quietly, feeling hurt, and showing that she did. "Perhaps you had rather I took no table at all. Now, my dear, don't have any ill feeling, I beg. It's merely a matter of expediency. You see, my girls will naturally take the lead, and this table is considered their proper place. I think it very appropriate to you, and feel very grateful for your efforts to make it so pretty, but we must give up our private wishes, of course, and I will see that you have a good place elsewhere. Wouldn't you like the flower table?" The little girls undertook it. "But they are discouraged. You could make a charming thing of it, and the flower table is always attractive, you know. Especially to gentlemen," added May with a look which enlightened Amy as to one cause of her sudden fall from favour. She coloured angrily, but took no other notice of that girlish sarcasm, and answered with unexpected amiability, "It shall be as you please, Mrs. Chester. I'll give up my place here at once, and attend to the flowers if you like." "You can put your own things on your own table if you prefer," began May, feeling a little conscience-stricken, as she looked at the pretty racks, the painted shells, and quaint illuminations Amy had so carefully made, and so gracefully arranged. She meant it kindly, but Amy mistook her meaning, and said quickly, "Oh, certainly, if they are in your way," and sweeping her contributions into her apron pell-mell, she walked off, feeling that herself and her works of art had been insulted past forgiveness. "Now she's mad. Oh dear, I wish I hadn't asked you to speak, Mamma," said May, looking disconsolately at the empty spaces on her table. "Girls' quarrels are soon over," returned her mother, feeling a trifle ashamed of her own part in this one, as well she might. The little girls hailed Amy and her treasures with delight, which cordial reception somewhat soothed her perturbed spirit, and she fell to work determined to succeed florally, if she could not artistically. But everything seemed against her. It was late, and she was tired. Everyone was too busy with their own affairs to help her, and the little girls were only hindrances, for the dears fussed and chattered like so many magpies, making a great deal of confusion in their artless efforts to preserve the most perfect order. The evergreen arch wouldn't stay firm after she got it up, but wiggled and threatened to tumble down on her head. When the hanging baskets were filled, her best tile got a splash of water, which left a sepia tear on the Cupid's cheek. She bruised her hands with hammering, and got cold working in a draught, which last affliction filled her with apprehensions for the morrow. Any girl reader who has suffered like afflictions will sympathize with poor Amy, and wish her well through with her task. There was great indignation at home when she told her story that evening. Her mother said it was a shame, but told her she had done right. Bate declared she wouldn't go to the fair at all, and Joe demanded why she didn't take all her pretty things and leave those mean people to get on without her. "Because they are mean is no reason why I should be. I hate such things, and though I think I've a right to be hurt, I don't intend to show it. They will feel that more than angry speeches or huffy actions won't they mar me. That's the right spirit, my dear. A kiss for a blow is always best, though it's not very easy to give it sometimes," said her mother, with the air of one who had learned the difference between preaching and practicing. In spite of various very natural temptations to resent and retaliate, Amy adhered to her resolution all the next day, bent on conquering her enemy by kindness. She began well, thanks to a silent reminder that came to her unexpectedly, but most opportunely, as she arranged her table that morning. While the little girls were in an anteroom filling the baskets, she took up her pet production, a little book, the antique cover of which her father had found among his treasures, and in which on leaves of vellum she had beautifully illuminated different texts. As she turned the pages rich in dainty devices, with very pardonable pride her eye fell upon one verse that made her stop and think, framed in a brilliant scrollwork of scarlet, blue, and gold, with little spirits of goodwill, helping one another up and down among the thorns and flowers, were the words, "Thou shalt love thy neighbour as thyself." "I ought, but I don't," thought Amy, as her eye went from the bright page to May's discontented face behind the big vases that could not hide the vacancies her pretty work had once filled. Amy stood a minute, turning the leaves in her hand, reading on each some sweet rebuke for all heartburnings and uncharitableness of spirit. Many wise and true sermons are preached us every day by unconscious ministers in street, school, office, or home. Even a fair table may become a pulpit if it can offer the good and helpful words which are never out of season. Amy's conscience preached her a little sermon from that text then and there, and she did what many of us do not always do, took the sermon to heart and straightway put it in practice. A group of girls were standing about May's table, admiring the pretty things and talking over the change of saleswomen. They dropped their voices, but Amy knew they were speaking of her hearing one side of the story and judging accordingly. It was not pleasant, but a better spirit had come over her, and presently a chance offered for proving it. She heard May say sorrowfully, "It's too bad, for there is no time to make other things, and I don't want to fill up with odds and ends. The table was just complete, then now it's spoilt. I dare say she'd put them back if you asked her," suggested someone. "How could I after all the fuss?" began May, but she did not finish, for Amy's voice came across the hall saying pleasantly, "You may have them and welcome without asking if you want them. I was just thinking I'd offer to put them back, for they belong to your table, rather than mine. Here they are, please take them, and forgive me if I was hasty in carrying them away last night." As she spoke, Amy returned her contribution with a nod and a smile, and hurried away again, feeling that it was easier to do a friendly thing than it was to stay and be thanked for it. "Now I call that lovely of her, don't you?" cried one girl. May's answer was inaudible, but another young lady, whose temper was evidently a little soured by making lemonade, added with a disagreeable laugh, "Very lovely," for she knew she wouldn't sell them at her own table. Now that was hard. When we make little sacrifices, we like to have them appreciated at least, and for a minute Amy was sorry she had done it, feeling that virtue was not always its own reward. But it is, she presently discovered, for her spirits began to rise, and her table to blossom under her skillful hands. The girls were very kind, and that one little act seemed to have cleared the atmosphere amazingly. It was a very long day, and a hard one to Amy, as she sat behind her table, often quite alone, for the little girls, deserted very soon. Few cared to buy flowers in summer, and her bouquets began to droop long before night. The article was the most attractive in the room. There was a crowd about it all day long, and the tenders were constantly flying to and fro, with important faces, and rattling money boxes. Amy often looked wistfully across, longing to be there, where she felt at home and happy, instead of in a corner with nothing to do. It might seem no hardship to some of us, but to a pretty blithe young girl, it was not only tedious but very trying, and the thought of being found there in the evening by her family and Laurie and his friends made it a real martyrdom. She did not go home till night, and then she looked so pale and quiet that they knew the day had been a hard one, though she made no complaint, and did not even tell what she had done. Her mother gave her an extra cordial cup of tea bait, helped her dress, and made a charming little wreath for her hair, while Jo astonished her family by getting herself up with unusual care, and hinting darkly that the tables were about to be turned. "Don't do anything rude, pray, Jo. I won't have any fuss made, so let it all pass, and behave yourself," begged Amy, as she departed early, hoping to find a reinforcement of flowers to refresh her poor little table. "I merely intend to make myself entrancingly agreeable to everyone I know, and to keep them in your corner as long as possible. Teddy and his boys will lend a hand, and we'll have a good time yet," returned Jo, leaning over the gate to watch for Laurie. Presently, the familiar tramp was heard in the dusk, and she ran out to meet him. "Is that my boy?" "As sure as this is my girl," and Laurie tucked her hand under his arm with the air of a man whose every wish was gratified. "Oh, Teddy, such doings," and Jo told Amy's wrongs with sisterly zeal. "A flock of our fellows are going to drive over by and by, and ill be hanged if I don't make them buy every flower she's got, and camp down before her table afterward," said Laurie, espousing her cause with warmth. "The flowers are not at all nice, Amy says, and the fresh ones may not arrive in time. I don't wish to be unjust or suspicious, but I shouldn't wonder if they never came at all. When people do one mean thing, they are very likely to do another," observed Jo in a disgusted tone. "Didn't Hayes give you the best out of our gardens? I told him to." "I didn't know that he forgot, I suppose, and as your grandpa was poorly, I didn't like to worry him by asking, though I did want some." "Now, Jo, how could you think there was any need of asking? They are just as much yours as mine. Don't we always go halves in everything?" began Laurie in the tone that always made Jo turn thorny. "Gracious, I hope not. Half of some of your things wouldn't suit me at all, but we mustn't stand philandering here. I've got to help Amy, so you go and make yourself splendid. And if you'll be so very kind as to let Hayes take a few nice flowers up to the hall, ill bless you forever." "Couldn't you do it now?" asked Laurie so suggestively that Jo shut the gate in his face with inhospitable haste, and called through the bars, "Go away, Teddy, I am busy." Thanks to the conspirators, the tables were turned that night, for Hayes sent up a wilderness of flowers with a lovely basket, arranged in his best manner for a centerpiece. Then the March family turned out en masse, and Jo exerted herself to some purpose, for people not only came, but stayed laughing at her nonsense, admiring Amy's taste, and apparently enjoying themselves very much. Laurie and his friends gallantly threw themselves into the breach, bought up the bouquets encamped before the table, and made that corner the liveliest spot in the room. Amy was in her element now, and out of gratitude, if nothing more, was as sprightly and gracious as possible, coming to the conclusion, about that time, that virtue was its own reward after all. Bought up the bouquets. Jo behaved herself with exemplary propriety, and when Amy was happily surrounded by her guard of honor, Jo circulated about the hall, picking up various bits of gossip, which enlightened her upon the subject of the Chester change of base. She reproached herself for her share of the ill-feeling, and resolved to exonerate Amy as soon as possible. She also discovered what Amy had done about the things in the morning, and considered her a model of magnanimity. As she passed the article, she glanced over it for her sister's things, but saw no signs of them, tucked away out of sight. I dare say, thought Jo, who could forgive her own wrongs, but hotly resented any insult offered to her family. "Good evening, Miss Jo, how does Amy get on?" asked May with a conciliatory air, for she wanted to show that she also could be generous. "She has sold everything she had that was worth selling, and now she is enjoying herself. The flower-table is always attractive, you know, especially to gentlemen." Jo couldn't resist giving that little slap, but May took it so meekly she regretted it a minute after, and fell to praising the great vases which still remained unsold. "Is Amy's illumination anywhere about? I took a fancy to buy that for father," said Jo, very anxious to learn the fate of her sister's work. "Everything of Amy's sold long ago. I took care that the right people saw them, and they made a nice little sum of money for us," returned May, who had overcome sundry small temptations, as well as Amy, that day. Much gratified, Jo rushed back to tell the good news, and Amy looked both touched and surprised by the report of May's words and manner. "Now, gentlemen, I want you to go and do your duty by the other tables, as generously as you have by mine specially. The article," she said, ordering out Teddy's own, as the girls called the college friends. "Charge, Chester, charge," is the motto for that table, but do your duty like men, and y'all get your money's worth of art in every sense of the word, said the irrepressible Jo, as the devoted phalanx prepared to take the field. "To hear is to obey, but March is fairer far than May," said little Parker, making a frantic effort to be both witty and tender, and getting promptly quenched by Laurie, who said, "Very well, my son, for a small boy," and walked him off with a paternal pat on the head. "Buy the vases," whispered Amy to Laurie, as a final heaping of coals of fire on her enemy's head. To May's great delight, Mr. Lawrence not only bought the vases, but pervaded the hall with one under each arm. The other gentlemen speculated with equal rashness in all sorts of frail trifles, and wandered helplessly about afterward, burdened with wax flowers, painted fans, filigree portfolios, and other useful and appropriate purchases. Aunt Carol was there, heard the story, looked pleased, and said something to Mrs. March in a corner, which made the latter lady beam with satisfaction, and watch Amy with a face full of mingled pride and anxiety, though she did not betray the cause of her pleasure till several days later. The fair was pronounced a success, and when May bade Amy good night, she did not gush as usual, but gave her an affectionate kiss, and a look which said forgive and forget. That satisfied Amy, and when she got home, she found the vases paraded on the parlor chimney-piece with a great bouquet in each, the reward of merit for a magnanimous march, as Laurie announced with a flourish. "You've a deal more principle and generosity and nobleness of character than I ever gave you credit for, Amy. You've behaved sweetly, and I respect you with all my heart," said Jo warmly, as they brushed their hair together late that night. "Yes, we all do, and love her for being so ready to forgive. It must have been dreadfully hard, after working so long, and setting your heart on selling your own pretty things. I don't believe I could have done it as kindly as you did," added Bate from her pillow. "Why, girls, you needn't praise me, so I only did as it'd be done by you. Laugh at me when I say I want to be a lady, but I mean a true gentlewoman in mind and manners, and I try to do it as far as I know how. I can't explain exactly, but I want to be above the little meannesses and follies and faults that spoil so many women. I am far from it now, but I do my best and hope in time to be what mother is." Amy spoke earnestly, and Jo said with a cordial hug, "I understand now what you mean, and I'll never laugh at you again. You are getting on faster than you think, and I'll take lessons of you in true politeness, for you've learned the secret, I believe. Try away, dearie. You'll get your reward some day, and no one will be more delighted than I shall." A week later Amy did get her reward, and poor Jo found it hard to be delighted. A letter came from Aunt Carol, and Mrs. March's face was illuminated to such a degree, When she read it that Joe and Bate who were with her demanded what the glad tidings were. Aunt Carol is going abroad next month and wants me to go with her, burst in Joe, flying out of her chair in an uncontrollable rapture. No dear, not you, it's Amy. Oh mother, she's too young, it's my turn first, I've wanted it so long, it would do me so much good, and be so altogether splendid, I must go. I'm afraid it's impossible, Joe, Aunt, says Amy decidedly, and it is not for us to dictate when she offers such a favor. It's always so, Amy has all the fun, and I have all the work, it isn't fair, oh, it isn't fair, cried Joe passionately. I'm afraid it is partly your own fault, dear. When Aunt spoke to me the other day, she regretted your blunt manners and too independent spirit, and here she writes as if quoting something you had said. I planned at first to ask Joe, but as favors burden her, and she hates French, I think I won't venture to invite her. Amy is more docile, will make a good companion for Flo, and receive gratefully any help the trip may give her. Oh my tongue, my abominable tongue, why can't I learn to keep it quiet, groaned Joe, remembering words which had been her undoing. When she had heard the explanation of the quoted phrases, Mrs. March said sorrowfully, I wish you could have gone, but there is no hope of it this time, so try to bear it cheerfully, and don't sadden Amy's pleasure by reproaches or regrets. I'll try, said Joe, winking hard, as she knelt down to pick up the basket she had joyfully upset. I'll take a leaf out of her book, and try not only to seem glad, but to be so, and not grudge her 1 minute of happiness, but it won't be easy, for it is a dreadful disappointment. And poor Joe bedewed the little fat pincushion she held with several very bitter tears. Joe dear, I'm very selfish, but I couldn't spare you, and I'm glad you are not going quite yet, whispered Bate, embracing her basket, and all with such a clinging touch and loving face that Joe felt comforted in spite of the sharp regret that made her want to box her own ears and humbly beg Aunt Carol to burden her with this favor, and see how gratefully she would bear it. By the time Amy came in, Joe was able to take her part in the family jubilation, not quite as heartily as usual perhaps, but without repinings at Amy's good fortune. The young lady herself received the news as tidings of great joy, went about in a solemn sort of rapture, and began to sort her colours and pack her pencils that evening, leaving such trifles as clothes, money, and passports to those less absorbed in visions of art than herself. It isn't a mere pleasure trip to me, girls, she said impressively, as she scraped her best palette. It will decide my career, for if I have any genius I shall find it out in Rome, and will do something to prove it. Suppose you haven't, said Joe, sewing away with red eyes at the new collars, which were to be handed over to Amy. Then I shall come home and teach drawing for my living, replied the aspirant for fame with philosophically composure, but she made a wry face at the prospect, and scratched away at her palette, as if bent on vigorous measures before she gave up her hopes. No, you hate hard work, and you'll marry some rich man, and come home to sit in the lap of luxury all your days, said Joe. Your predictions sometimes come to pass, but I don't believe that one will. I'm sure I wish it would, for if I can't be an artist myself, I should like to be able to help those who are, said Amy, smiling, as if the part of Lady Bountiful would suit her better than that of a poor drawing teacher. Said Joe with a sigh, if you wish it, you'll have it, for your wishes are always granted, mine never. Would you like to go? asked Amy thoughtfully, patting her nose with her knife. Rather. Well, in a year or two I'll send for you, and well dig in the forum for relics, and carry out all the plans we've made so many times. Thank you, I'll remind you of your promise when that joyful day comes, if it ever does, returned Joe, accepting the vague but magnificent offer as gratefully as she could. There was not much time for preparation, and the house was in a ferment till Amy was off. Joe bore up very well till the last flutter of blue ribbon vanished, when she retired to her refuge, the garret, and cried till she couldn't cry any more. Amy likewise bore up stoutly till the steamer sailed. Then, just as the gangway was about to be withdrawn, it suddenly came over her that a whole ocean was soon to roll between her and those who loved her best, and she clung to Laurie, the last lingerer, saying with a sigh, "Oh, take care of them from me, and if anything should happen—" "I will, dear, I will, and if anything happens I'll come and comfort you," whispered Laurie, little dreaming that he would be called upon to keep his word. So Amy sailed away to find the old world, which is always new and beautiful to young eyes, while her father and friend watched her from the shore, fervently hoping that none but gentle fortunes would befall the happy-hearted girl, who waved her hand to them till they could see nothing but the summer sunshine dazzling on the sea. Tailpieces. Flo and I ordered a hansom cab. Roman 31, our foreign correspondent. London. Dearest people, Here I really sit at a front window of the Bath Hotel Piccadilly. It's not a fashionable place, but Uncle stopped here years ago, and won't go anywhere else. However, we don't mean to stay long, so it's no great matter. Oh, I can't begin to tell you how I enjoy it all. I never can so ill only give you bits out of my notebook, for I've done nothing but sketch and scribble since I started. I sent a line from Halifax when I felt pretty miserable, but after that I got on delightfully. Seldom ill on deck all day, with plenty of pleasant people to amuse me. Everyone was very kind to me, especially the officers. Don't laugh, Joe. Gentlemen really are very necessary aboard ship to hold on to or to wait upon one, and as they have nothing to do, it's a mercy to make them useful, otherwise they would smoke themselves to death, I'm afraid. Everyone was very kind. Everyone was very kind, especially the officers. Page 378. Ant and Flo were poorly all the way, and liked to be let alone, so when I had done what I could for them, I went and enjoyed myself. Such walks on deck, such sunsets, such splendid air and waves. It was almost as exciting as riding a fast horse when we went rushing on so grandly. I wish Bate could have come, it would have done her so much good. As for Jo, she would have gone up and sat on the maintop jib, or whatever the high thing is called, made friends with the engineers, and tooted on the captain's speaking trumpet. She'd have been in such a state of rapture. It was all heavenly, but I was glad to see the Irish coast, and found it very lovely, so green and sunny, with brown cabins here, and their ruins on some of the hills, and gentlemen's countrysats in the valleys, with deer feeding in the parks. It was early in the morning, but I didn't regret getting up to see it, for the bay was full of little boats, the shore so picturesque, and a rosy sky overhead. I never shall forget it. At Queenstown, one of my new acquaintances left us Mr. Lennox, and when I said something about the lakes of Killarney, he sighed and sung with a look at me. Oh, have you e'er heard of Kate Carney? She lives on the banks of Killarney. From the glance of her eye, shun danger and fly, for fatal's the glance of Kate Carney. Wasn't that nonsensical? We only stopped at Liverpool a few hours. It's a dirty, noisy place, and I was glad to leave it. Uncle rushed out and bought a pair of dogskin gloves, some ugly thick shoes, and an umbrella, and got shaved a la mutton chop the first thing. Then he flattered himself that he looked like a true Briton, but the first time he had the mud cleaned off his shoes, the little bootblack knew that an American stood in them, and said with a grin, "They're your harser, I've give 'em the latest Yankee shine." It amused Uncle immensely. Oh, I must tell you what that absurd Lennox did. He got his friend Ward, who came on with us, to order a bouquet for me, and the first thing I saw in my room was a lovely one with Robert Lennox compliments on the card. Wasn't that fun, girls? I like travelling. I never shall get to London if I don't hurry. The trip was like riding through a long picture gallery full of lovely landscapes. The farmhouses were my delight, with thatched roofs, ivy up to the eaves, latticed windows, and stout women with rosy children at the doors. The very cattle looked more tranquil than ours as they stood knee-deep in clover, and the hens had a contented cluck, as if they never got nervous, like Yankee biddies. Such perfect colour. I never saw the grass so green, sky so blue, grain so yellow, woods so dark. I was in a rapture all the way, so was Flo, and we kept bouncing from one side to the other, trying to see everything, while we were whisking along at the rate of 60 miles. An hour Aunt was tired and went to sleep, but Uncle read his guidebook and wouldn't be astonished at anything. This is the way we went on, Amy flying up. Oh, that must be Kenilworth, that grey place among the trees. Flo darting to my window. How sweet. We must go there some time, won't we, Papa? Uncle calmly admiring his boots. No, my dear, not unless you want beer. That's a brewery. A posse. Then Flo cried out, bless me, there's a gallows and a man going up where shrieks Amy, staring out at two tall posts with a crossbeam and some dangling chains. A colliery, remarks Uncle with a twinkle of the eye. Here's a lovely flock of lambs all lying down, says Amy. See, Papa, aren't they pretty? Added Flo sentimentally. Geese, young ladies, returns Uncle in a tone that keeps us quiet till Flo settles down to enjoy the flirtations of Capt Cavendish, and I have the scenery all to myself. Of course it rained when we got to London, and there was nothing to be seen but fog and umbrellas. We rested, unpacked, and shopped a little between the showers. Aunt Mary got me some new things, for I came off in such a hurry I wasn't half ready. A white hat and feather, a muslin dress to match, and the loveliest mantle you ever saw. Shopping in Regent Street is perfectly splendid. Things seem so cheapness. Ribbons only 6pence a yard. I laid in a stock, but shall get my gloves in Paris. Doesn't that sound sort of elegant and rich? Flo and I, for the fun of it, ordered a hansom cab, while Aunt and Uncle were out, and went for a drive, though we learned afterward that it wasn't the thing for young ladies to ride in them alone. It was so droll, for when we were shut in by the wooden apron, the man drove so fast that Flo was frightened and told me to stop him, but he was up outside behind somewhere and I couldn't get at him. He didn't hear me call nor see me flap my parasol in front, and there, we were quite helpless, rattling away and whirling around corners at a breakneck pace. At last, in my despair, I saw a little door in the roof, and on poking it open a red eye appeared and a beery voice said, "Now then, mum." I gave my order as soberly as I could, and slamming down the door with an "Aye, mum," the man made his horse walk as if going to a funeral. I poked again, and said a little faster, then off he went helter-skelter as before, and we resigned ourselves to our fate. Today was fair, and we went to Hyde Park close by, for we are more aristocratic than we look. The Duke of Devonshire lives near. I often see his footmen lounging at the back gate, and the Duke of Wellington's house is not far off. Such sights as I saw, my dear, it was as good as punch, for there were fat dowagers rolling about in their red and yellow coaches with gorgeous gemises in silk stockings and velvet coats up behind, and powdered coachmen in front, smart maids with the rosiest children I ever saw, handsome girls looking half asleep, dandies in queer English hats and lavender kids lounging about, and tall soldiers in short red jackets and muffin caps stuck on one side looking so funny I longed to sketch them. Rotten Row means Route de Roy or the King's Way, but now it's more like a riding school than anything else. The horses are splendid, and the men, especially the grooms, ride well, but the women are stiff and bounce, which isn't according to our rules. I longed to show them a tearing American gallop, for they trotted solemnly up and down in their scant habits and high hats, looking like the women in a toy Noah's Ark. Every one rides, old men, stout ladies, little children, and the young folks do a deal of flirting here. I saw a pair exchange rosebuds, for it's the thing to wear one in the buttonhole, and I thought it rather a nice little idea. In the Pyroman 1000 to Westminster Abbey, but don't expect me to describe it, that's impossible, so I'll only say it was sublime. This evening we are going to see Fetchter, which will be an appropriate end to the happiest day of my life. Midnight. It's very late, but I can't let my letter go in the morning without telling you what happened last evening. Who do you think came in as we were at tea? Laurie's English friends, Fred and Frank Vaughan. I was so surprised, for I shouldn't have known them. But for the cards, both are tall fellows with whiskers, Fred handsome in the English style, and Frank much better, for he only limps slightly and uses no crutches. They had heard from Laurie where we were to be, and came to ask us to their house, but Uncle won't go, so we shall return the call and see them as we can. They went to the theatre with us, and we did have such a good time, for Frank devoted himself to Flo and Fred, and I talked over past, present and future fun as if we had known each other all our days. Tell Bate Frank asked for her, and was sorry to hear of her ill health. Fred laughed when I spoke of Joe, and sent his respectful compliments to the big hat. Neither of them had forgotten Camp Lawrence or the fun we had there. What ages ago it seems, doesn't it? Aunt is tapping on the wall for the third time, so I must stop. I really feel like a dissipated London fine lady writing here so late, with my room full of pretty things, and my head a jumble of Park's theatres, new gowns and gallant creatures who say ah and twirl their blonde moustaches with the true English lordliness. I long to see you all, and in spite of my nonsense am, as ever, your loving Amy. Paris. Dear girls, in my last I told you about our London visit, how kind the Vaughans were, and what pleasant parties they made for us. I enjoyed the trips to Hampton Court and the Kensington Museum more than anything else, for at Hampton I saw Raphael's cartoons, and at the museum rooms full of pictures by Turner, Lawrence, Reynolds, Hogarth, and the other great creatures. The day in Richmond Park was charming, for we had a regular English picnic, and I had more splendid oaks and groups of deer than I could copy. Also heard a nightingale and saw larks go up. We did London to our heart's content, thanks to Fred and Frank, and were sorry to go away, for though English people are slow to take you in when they once make up their minds to do it, they cannot be outdone in hospitality. I think the Vaughans hope to meet us in Rome next winter, and I shall be dreadfully disappointed if they don't, for Grace and I are great friends, and the boys very nice fellows, specially Fred. Well, we were hardly settled here when he turned up again, saying he had come for a holiday, and was going to Switzerland. Aunt looked sober at first, but he was so cool about it she couldn't say a word, and now we get on nicely, and are very glad he came, for he speaks French like a native, and I don't know what we should do without him. Uncle doesn't know 10 words, and insists on talking English very loud, as if that would make people understand him. Aunt's pronunciation is old-fashioned and flow, and though we flattered ourselves that we knew a good deal, find we don't, and are very grateful to have Fred do the parley-vooing, as Uncle calls it. Such delightful times as we are having sightseeing from morning till night, stopping for nice lunches in the gay cafes, and meeting with all sorts of droll adventures. Rainy days I spend in the Louvre reveling in pictures. Jo would turn up her naughty nose at some of the finest, because she has no soul for art. But I have, and I am cultivating and taste as fast as I can. She would like the relics of great people better, for I've seen her Napoleon's cocked hat and grey coat, his baby's cradle, and his old toothbrush, also Marie Antoinette's little shoe, the ring of Saint Denis, Charlemagne's sword, and many other interesting things. I'll talk for hours about them when I come, but haven't time to write. The Palais Royal is a heavenly place, so full of bijouterie and lovely things that I'm nearly distracted, because I can't buy them. Fred wanted to get me some, but of course I didn't allow it. Then the boys and the Champs-Élysées are très magnifiques. I've seen the imperial family several times. The emperor, an ugly, hard-looking man, the empress pale and pretty, but dressed in bad taste. I thought purple dress, green hat, and yellow gloves. Little Nap is a handsome boy who sits chatting to his tutor and kisses his hand to the people as he passes in his four-horse barouche with postilions in red satin jackets and a mounted guard before and behind. I've seen the imperial family several times. We often walk in the Tuileries gardens, for they are lovely, though the antique Luxembourg gardens suit me better. Père Lachaise is very curious, for many of the tombs are like small rooms, and looking in one sees a table with images or pictures of the dead, and chairs for the mourners to sit in when they come to lament. That is so Frenchy. Our rooms are on the Rue de Rivoli, and sitting in the balcony we look up and down the long brilliant street. It is so pleasant that we spend our evenings talking there when too tired with our day's work to go out. Fred is very entertaining and is altogether the most agreeable young man I ever knew, except Laurie, whose manners are more charming. I wish Fred was dark, for I don't fancy light men. However, the Vaughans are very rich and come of an excellent family, so I won't find fault with their yellow hair, as my own is yellower. Next week we are off to Germany and Switzerland, and as we shall travel fast, I shall only be able to give you hasty letters. I keep my diary and try to remember correctly and describe clearly all that I see and admire, as father advised. It is good practice for me, and with my sketchbook will give you a better idea of my tour than these scribbles. Adieu, I embrace you tenderly. Vater Amy. Heidelberg. My dear Marmouth. Having a quiet hour before we leave for Bern. I'll try to tell you what has happened, for some of it is very important, as you will see. The sail up the Rhine was perfect, and I just sat and enjoyed it with all my might. Get father's old guidebooks and read about it. I haven't words beautiful enough to describe it. At Koblenz we had a lovely time, for some students from Bonn with whom Fred got acquainted on the boat gave us a serenade. It was a moonlight night, and about 1 o'clock Flo and I were waked by the most delicious music under our windows. We flew up and hid behind the curtains, but sly peeps showed us Fred and the students singing away down below. It was the most romantic thing I ever saw. The river, the bridge of boats, the great fortress opposite, moonlight everywhere, and music fit to melt a heart of stone. When they were done we threw down some flowers and saw them scramble for them, kiss their hands to the invisible ladies, and go laughing away to smoke and drink beer. I suppose next morning Fred showed me one of the crumpled flowers in his vest pocket and looked very sentimental. I laughed at him and said I didn't throw it, but Flo, which seemed to disgust him, for he tossed it out of the window and turned sensible again. I am afraid I am going to have trouble with that boy. It begins to look like it. The baths at Nassau were very gay, so was Baden-Baden, where Fred lost some money, and I scolded him. He needs someone to look after him when Frank is not with him. Kate said once she hoped he'd marry soon, and I quite agree with her that it would be well for him. Frankfurt was delightful. I saw Goethe's house, Schiller's statue, and Danica's famous Ariadne. It was very lovely, but I should have enjoyed it more if I had known the story better. I didn't like to ask, as everyone knew it, or pretended they. Roman 999. I wish Jo would tell me all about it. I ought to have read more, for I find I don't know anything, and it mortifies me. Now comes the serious part, for it happened here, and Fred is just gone. He has been so kind and jolly that we all got quite fond of him. I never thought of anything but a travelling friendship till the serenade night. Since then I've begun to feel that the moonlight walks, balcony talks, and daily adventures were something more to him than fun. I haven't flirted, mother, truly, but remembered what you said to me, and have done my very best. I can't help it. If people like me, I don't try to make them, and it worries me if I don't care for them, though Jo says I haven't got any heart now. I know mother will shake her head, and the girls say, oh, the mercenary little wretch, but I've made up my mind, and if Fred asks me, I shall accept him, though I am not madly in love. I like him, and we get on comfortably together. He is handsome, young, clever enough, and very rich of her, so much richer than the Lawrences. I don't think his family would object, and I should be very happy, for they are all kind, well-bred, generous people. And they like me. Fred, as the eldest twin, will have the estate, I suppose, and such a splendid one as it is, a city house in a fashionable street, not so showy as our big houses, but twice as comfortable and full of solid luxury, such as English people believe in. I like it for its genuine. I've seen the plate, the family jewels, the old servants, and pictures of the country place with its park, great house, lovely grounds, and fine horses. Oh, it would be all I should ask, and I'd rather have it than any title such as girls snap up so readily, and find nothing behind. I may be mercenary, but I hate poverty, and don't mean to bear it a minute longer than I can help. One of us must marry well. Meg, didn't Joe want bait? Can't, yet so I shall, and make everything cosy all round. I wouldn't marry a man I hated or despised, you may be sure of that. And though Fred is not my model hero, he does very well, and in time I should get fond enough of him if he was very fond of me, and let me do just as I liked. So I've been turning the matter over in my mind the last week, for it was impossible to help seeing that Fred liked me. He said nothing, but little things showed it. He never goes with flow, always gets on my side of the carriage table, or promenade, looks sentimental when we are alone, and frowns at anyone else who ventures to speak to me. Yesterday at dinner, when an Austrian officer stared at us, and then said something to his friend, a rakish-looking baron, about ein Wunderscones Blanche, and Fred looked as fierce as a lion, and cut his meat so savagely, it nearly flew off his plate. He isn't one of the cool, stiff Englishmen, but is rather peppery, for he has Scotch blood in him, as one might guess from his barny blue eyes. Trying to sketch the greystone lion's head on the wall. Well, last evening we went up to the castle about sunset, at least all of us, but Fred, who was to meet us there. After going to the poste restante for letters, we had a charming time, poking about the ruins, the vaults where the monster tun is, and the beautiful gardens made by the elector long ago for his English wife. I liked the great terrace best, for the view was divine, so while the rest went to see the rooms inside, I sat there trying to sketch the grey stone lion's head on the wall with scarlet woodbine sprays hanging round it. I felt as if I'd got into romance, sitting there watching the Neckar rolling through the valley, listening to the music of the Austrian band below, and waiting for my lover like a real storybook girl. I had a feeling that something was going to happen, and I was ready for it. I didn't feel blushy or quaky, but quite cool, and only a little excited. By and by I heard Fred's voice, and then he came hurrying through the great arch to find me. He looked so troubled that I forgot all about myself, and asked what the matter was. He said he'd just got a letter begging him to come home, for Frank was very ill, so he was going at once in the night train, and only had time to say goodbye. I was very sorry for him, and disappointed for myself, but only for a minute, because he said, as he shook hands, and said it in a way that I could not mistake, I shall soon come back, you won't forget me, Amy. I didn't promise, but I looked at him, and he seemed satisfied, and there was no time for anything but messages and goodbyes, for he was off in an hour, and we all miss him very much. I know he wanted to speak, but I think from something he once hinted that he had promised his father not to do anything of the sort yet a while, for he is a rash boy, and the old gentleman dreads a foreign daughter-in-law. We shall soon meet in Rome, and then if I don't change my mind, I'll say yes thank you when he says will you please. Of course this is all very private, but I wished you to know what was going on. Don't be anxious about me, remember I am your prudent Amy, and be sure I will do nothing rashly. Send me as much advice as you like, I'll use it if I can. I wish I could see you for a good talk, marmy love, and trust me. Ever yours, Amy. Roman 32. Tender troubles. Joe, I am anxious about Bate. Why, mother, she has seemed unusually well since the babies came. It's not her health that troubles me now, it's her spirits. I am sure there is something on her mind, and I want you to discover what it is. What makes you think so, mother? She sits alone a good deal, and doesn't talk to her father as much as she used. I found her crying over the babies the other day. When she sings, the songs are always sad ones, and then I see a look in her face that I don't understand. This isn't like Bate, and it worries me. Have you asked her about it? I have tried once or twice, but she either evaded my questions or looked so distressed that I stopped. I never force my children's confidence, and I seldom have to wait for it long. Mrs. March glanced at Joe as she spoke, but the face opposite seemed quite unconscious of any secret disquietude. But Bates, and after sewing thoughtfully for a minute, Joe said, I think she is growing up, and so begins to dream dreams, and have hopes and fears and fidgets, without knowing why or being able to explain them why Mother Bates 18, but we don't realize it and treat her like a child forgetting she's a woman. So she is, dear heart, how fast you do grow up, returned her mother with a sigh and a smile. Can't be helped, marmy, so you must resign yourself to all sorts of worries, and let your birds hop out of the nest one by one. I promise never to hop very far if that is any comfort to you. It is a great comfort, Joe. I always feel strong when you are at home. Now Meg is gone, Bate is too feeble, and Amy too young to depend upon, but when the tug comes you are always ready. Why, you know I don't mind hard jobs much, and there must always be one scrub in a family. Amy is splendid in fine works, and I'm not, but I feel in my element when all the carpets are to be taken up or half. The family falls sick at once. Amy is distinguishing herself abroad, but if anything is amiss at home I am your man. I leave Bate to your hands, then, for she will open her tender little heart to her Joe sooner than to anyone else. Be very kind, and don't let her think anyone watches or talks about her. If she only would get quite strong and cheerful again, I shouldn't have a wish in the world. Happy woman, I've got heaps. My dear, what are they? I'll settle Bethy's troubles, and then I'll tell you mine. They are not very wearing, so they'll keep, and Joe stitched away with a wise nod, which set her mother's heart at rest about her for the present at least. While apparently absorbed in her own affairs, Joe watched Bate, and after many conflicting conjectures, finally settled upon one, which seemed to explain the change in her. A slight incident gave Joe the clue to the mystery, she thought, and lively fancy-loving heart did the rest. She was affecting to write busily one Saturday afternoon, when she and Bate were alone together, yet as she scribbled she kept her eye on her sister, who seemed unusually quiet sitting at the window. Bate's work often dropped into her lap, and she leaned her head upon her hand in a dejected attitude, while her eyes rested on the dull autumnal landscape. Suddenly, someone passed below whistling like an operatic blackbird, and a voice called out. She leaned her head upon her hands. All serene coming in tonight. Bate started, leaned forward, smiled, and nodded, watched the passerby till his quick tramp died away, then said softly as if to herself, How strong and well and happy that dear boy looks. Said Joe, still intent upon her sister's face, for the bright colour faded as quickly as it came. The smile vanished, and presently a tear lay shining on the window ledge. Bate whisked it off and glanced apprehensively at Joe, but she was scratching away at a tremendous rate, apparently engrossed in Olympia's oath. The instant Bate turned, Joe began her watch again, saw Bate's hand go quietly to her eyes more than once, and in her half-averted face read a tender sorrow that made her own eyes fill. Fearing to betray herself, she slipped away, murmuring something about needing more paper. Mercy on me, Bate loves Laurie, she said, sitting down in her own room, pale with the shock of the discovery, which she believed she had just made. I never dreamt of such a thing. What will Mother say? I wonder if he there. Joe stopped, and turned scarlet with a sudden thought. If he shouldn't love back again, how dreadful it would be. He must ill make him. And she shook her head threateningly at the picture of the mischievous-looking boy laughing at her from the wall. Oh dear, we are growing up with a vengeance. Here's Meg married, and a Mama Amy flourishing away at Paris, and Bate in love. I'm the only one that has sense enough to keep out of mischief. Joe thought intently for a minute with her eyes fixed on the picture. Then she smoothed out her wrinkled forehead, and said with a decided nod at the face opposite, No thank you, sir, you're very charming, but you've no more stability than a weathercock, so you needn't write touching notes and smile in that insinuating way, for it won't do a bit of good and I won't have it. Then she sighed and fell into a reverie from which she did not wake, till the early twilight sent her down to take new observations, which only confirmed her suspicion. Though Laurie flirted with Amy and joked with Joe, his manner to Bate had always been peculiarly kind and gentle. But so was everybody's, therefore no one thought of imagining that he cared more for her than for the others. Indeed, a general impression had prevailed in the family of late that our boy was getting fonder than ever of Joe, who however wouldn't hear a word upon the subject, and scolded violently if anyone dared to suggest it. If they had known the various tender passages of the past year, or rather attempts at tender passages, which had been nipped in the bud, they would have had the immense satisfaction of saying, I told you so. But Joe hated philandering, and wouldn't allow it, always having a joke or a smile ready at the least sign of impending danger. When Laurie first went to college, he fell in love about once a month, but these small flames were as brief as ardent, did no damage, and much amused Joe, who took great interest in the alternations of hope, despair, and resignation, which were confided to her in their weekly conferences. But there came a time when Laurie ceased to worship at many shrines, hinted darkly at one all-absorbing passion, and indulged occasionally in Byronic fits of gloom. Then he avoided the tender subject altogether, wrote philosophical notes to Joe turned studious, and gave out that he was going to dig, intending to graduate in a blaze of glory. This suited the young lady better than twilight confidences, tender pressures of the hand, and eloquent glances of the eye, for, with Joe, brain developed earlier than heart, and she preferred imaginary heroes to real ones, because when tired of them, the former could be shut up in the tinkitchen till called for, and the latter were less manageable. Things were in this state when the grand discovery was made, and Joe watched Laurie that night as she had never done before. If she had not got the new idea into her head, she would have seen nothing unusual in the fact that Bate was very quiet, and Laurie very kind to her, but having given the rein to her lively fancy, it galloped away with her at a great pace, and common sense, being rather weakened by a long course of romance writing, did not come to the rescue as usual. Bate lay on the sofa, and Laurie sat in a low chair close by, amusing her with all sorts of gossip, for she depended on her weekly spin, and he never disappointed her. But that evening, Joe fancied that Bate's eyes rested on the lively dark face beside her with peculiar pleasure, and that she listened with intense interest to an account of some exciting cricket match, though the phrases caught off a tie stumped off his ground, and the leg hit for 3 were as intelligible to her as Sanskrit. She also fancied, having set her heart upon seeing it, that she saw a certain increase of gentleness in Laurie's manner, that he dropped his voice now, and then laughed less than usual, was a little absent-minded, and settled the Afghan over Bate's feet with an assiduity that was really almost tender. Who knows, stranger things have happened, thought Joe, as she fussed about the room. She will make quite an angel of him, and he will make life delightfully easy and pleasant for the dear if they only love each other. I don't see how he can help it, and I do believe he would if the rest of us were out of the way. As everyone was out of the way but herself, Joe began to feel that she ought to dispose of herself with all speed, but where should she go? And burning to lay herself upon the shrine of sisterly devotion, she sat down to settle that point. Now the old sofa was a regular patriarch of a sofa, long, broad, well-cushioned, and low, a trifle shabby, as well it might be, for the girls had slept and sprawled on it, as babies fished over the back road on the arms, and had menageries under it, as children, and rested tired heads dreamed dreams, and listened to tender talk on it. As young women they all loved it, for it was a family refuge, and one corner had always been Jo's favourite lounging place. Among the many pillows that adorned the venerable couch was one hard round, covered with prickly horsehair, and furnished with a knobby button at each end. This repulsive pillow was her especial property, being used as a weapon of defence, a barricade, or a stern preventive of too much slumber. Laurie knew this pillow well, and had cause to regard it with deep aversion, having been unmercifully pummeled with it in former days when romping was allowed, and now frequently debarred by it from taking the seat he most coveted next to Joe in the sofa corner. If the sausage, as they called it, stood on end, it was a sign that he might approach and repose, but if it lay flat across the sofa, woe to the man, woman, or child who dared disturb it. That evening, Joe forgot to barricade her corner, and had not been in her seat 5 minutes before a massive form appeared beside her, and with both arms spread over the sofa back, both long legs stretched out before him, Laurie exclaimed with a sigh of satisfaction, "Now this is filling at the price. Now this is filling at the price." "No slang," snapped Joe, slamming down the pillow, but it was too late. There was no room for it, and coasting on to the floor it disappeared in a most mysterious manner. "Come, Joe, don't be thorny after studying himself to a skeleton all the week. A fellow deserves petting and ought to get it." "Bate will pet you, I am busy." "No, she's not to be bothered with me, but you like that sort of thing, unless you've suddenly lost your taste for it. Have you? Do you hate your boy, and want to fire pillows at him?" Anything more wheedlesome than that touching appeal was seldom heard, but Joe quenched her boy by turning on him with the stern query, "How many bouquets have you sent Miss Randall this week?" "Not one, upon my word. She's engaged now then." "I am glad of it. That's one of your foolish extravagances, sending flowers and things to girls for whom you don't care 2 pins, continued Joe reprovingly. "Sensible girls for whom I do care whole papers of pins won't let me send them flowers and things, so what can I do? My feelings must have a vent. Mother doesn't approve of flirting even in fun, and you do flirt desperately, Teddy. I'd give anything if I could answer so, do you, as I can't ill merely say that I don't see any harm in that pleasant little game, if all parties understand that it's only play. Well, it does look pleasant, but I can't learn how it's done. I've tried, because one feels awkward in company not to do as everybody else is doing, but I don't seem to get on," said Joe, forgetting to play mentor. Take lessons of Amy, she has a regular talent for it. Yes, she does it very prettily, and never seems to go too far. I suppose it's natural to some people to please without trying and others to always say and do the wrong thing in the wrong place. I'm glad you can't flirt. It's really refreshing to see a sensible, straightforward girl who can be jolly and kind, without making a fool of herself. Between ourselves, Joe, some of the girls I know really do go on at such a rate I am ashamed of them. They don't mean any harm, I'm sure. But if they knew how we fellows talked about them afterward, they'd mend their ways, I fancy. They do the same, and as their tongues are the sharpest, you fellows get the worst of it. For you are as silly as they every bit. If you behaved properly, they would, but knowing you like their nonsense, they keep it up, and then you blame them. Much you know about it, Mom, said Laurie in a superior tone. We don't like romps and flirts, though we may act as if we did sometimes. The pretty modest girls are never talked about, except respectfully among gentlemen. Bless your innocent soul, if you could be in my place for a month you'd see things that would astonish you a trifle, upon my word. When I see one of those harum-scarum girls, I always want to say with our friend Cock Robin, out upon you, fie upon you. Bold-faced jig. It was impossible to help laughing at the funny conflict between Laurie's chivalrous reluctance to speak ill of womankind and his very natural dislike of the unfeminine folly of which fashionable society showed him many samples. Joe knew that young Lawrence was regarded as a most eligible party by worldly mammas, was much smiled upon by their daughters, and flattered enough by ladies of all ages to make a coxcomb of him. So she watched him rather jealously, fearing he would be spoilt, and rejoiced more than she confessed to find that he still believed in modest girls. Returning suddenly to her admonitory tone, she said, dropping her voice, if you must have a went, Teddy, go and devote yourself to one of the pretty modest girls whom you do respect, and not waste your time with the silly ones. You really advise it? And Laurie looked at her with an odd mixture of anxiety and merriment in his face. Yes, I do, but you'd better wait till you are through college on the whole, and be fitting yourself for the place meantime. You're not half good enough for, well, whoever the modest girl may be. And Joe looked a little queer likewise, for a name had almost escaped her. That I am not, acquiesced Laurie with an expression of humility quite new to him, as he dropped his eyes and absently wound Joss' apron tassel round his finger. Mercy on us, this will never do, thought Joe, adding aloud, go and sing to me, I am dying for some music, and always like yours. I'd rather stay here, thank you. Well, you can't, there isn't room. Go and make yourself useful, since you are too big to be ornamental. I thought you hated to be tied to a woman's apron string, retorted Joe, quoting certain rebellious words of his own. Ah, that depends on who wears the apron, and Laurie gave an audacious tweak at the tassel. Are you going? demanded Joe, diving for the pillow. He fled at once, and the minute it was well up with the bonnets of Barney Dundee, she slipped away to return no more till the young gentleman had departed in high dudgeon. Up with the bonnets of Barney Dundee. Joe lay long awake that night, and was just dropping off when the sound of a stifled sob made her fly to Bates' bedside with the anxious inquiry, What is it, dear? I thought you were asleep, sobbed Bate. Is it the old pain, my precious? No, it's a new one, but I can bear it, and Bate tried to check her tears. Tell me all about it, and let me cure it as I often did the other. You can't, there is no cure there. Bates' voice gave way, and clinging to her sister, she cried so despairingly that Joe was frightened. Where is it? Shall I call mother? Bate did not answer the first question, but in the dark one hand went involuntarily to her heart, as if the pain were there. With the other she held Joe fast, whispering eagerly, No, no, don't call her, don't tell her, I shall be better soon. Lie down here, and pour my head ill, be quiet, and go to sleep. Indeed I will. Joe obeyed, but as her hand went softly to and fro across Bates' hot forehead and wet eyelids, her heart was very full, and she longed to speak, but young as she was, Joe had learned that hearts like flowers cannot be rudely handled, but must open naturally. So though she believed she knew the cause of Bates' new pain, she only said in her tenderest tone, Does anything trouble you, dearie? Yes, Joe, after a long pause. Wouldn't it comfort you to tell me what it is? Not now, not yet. Then I won't ask, but remember, Bethy, that mother and Joe are always glad to hear and help you if they can. I know it, I'll tell you by and by. Is the pain better now? Oh yes, much better. You are so comfortable, Joe. Go to sleep, dear, I'll stay with you. So cheek to cheek they fell asleep, and on the morrow Bates seemed quite herself again, for at 18 neither heads nor hearts ache long, and a loving word can medicine most ills. But Jo had made up her mind, and after pondering over a project for some days, she confided it to her mother. "You asked me the other day what my wishes were. I'll tell you one of them, Marmee," she began as they sat alone together. "I want to go away somewhere this winter for a change." Why, Jo and her mother looked up quickly, as if the words suggested a double meaning. With her eyes on her work, Jo answered soberly, "I want something new. I feel restless and anxious to be seeing, doing and learning more than I am. I brood too much over my own small affairs, and need stirring up, so, as I can be spared this winter, I'd like to hop a little way and try my wings." "Where will you hop?" "To New York. I had a bright idea yesterday. And this is it. You know Mrs. Kirk wrote to you for some respectable young person to teach her children, and so it's rather hard to find just the thing, but I think I should suit if I tried. My dear, go out to service in that great boarding house," and Mrs. March looked surprised but not displeased. "It's not exactly going out to service for Mrs. Kirk. Is your friend the kindest soul that ever lived and would make things pleasant for me. I know her family is separate from the rest, and no one knows me there. Don't care if they do. It's honest work, and I am not ashamed of it." "Nor I, but you're writing. All the better for the change. I shall see and hear new things, get new ideas, and even if I haven't much time there, I shall bring home quantities of material for my rubbish." "I have no doubt of it, but are these your only reasons for this sudden fancy?" "No, Mother. May I know the others?" Jo looked up and Jo looked down, then said slowly, with sudden colour in her cheeks, "It may be vain and wrong to say it, but I'm afraid Laurie is getting too fond of me." "Then you don't care for him in the way it is evident he begins to care for you," and Mrs. March looked anxious as she put the question. "Mercy, no, I love the dear boy as I always have and am immensely proud of him, but as for anything more, it's out of the question." "I am glad of that, Jo." "Why, please?" "Because, dear, I don't think you suited to one another. As friends you are very happy, and your frequent quarrels soon blow over, but I fear you would both rebel if you were mated for life. You are too much alike, and too fond of freedom, not to mention hot tempers and strong wills, to get on happily together, in a relation which needs infinite patience and forbearance as well as love. That's just the feeling I had, though I couldn't express it. I am glad you think he is only beginning to care for me. It would trouble me sadly to make him unhappy, for I couldn't fall in love with the dear old fellow merely out of gratitude, could I?" "You are sure of his feeling for you?" The colour deepened in Jo's cheeks as she answered with the look of mingled pleasure, pride, and pain which young girls wear when speaking of first lovers. "I'm afraid it is so, Mother. He hasn't said anything, but he looks a great deal. I think I had better go away before it comes to anything." "I agree with you, and if it can be managed you shall go." Jo looked relieved, and after a pause said, smiling, how Mrs. Moffat would wonder at your want of management if she knew, and how she will rejoice that Annie still may hope. Our Jo mothers may differ in their management, but the hope is the same in all. Desire to see their children happy, Meg, is so, and I am content with her success. You I leave to enjoy your liberty, till you tire of it, for only then will you find that there is something sweeter. Amy is my chief care now, but her good sense will help her, for bait I indulge no hopes, except that she may be well. By the way, she seems brighter this last day or two. Have you spoken to her?" "Yes, she owned she had a trouble and promised to tell me by and by." I said no more, for I think I know it, and Jo told her little story. Mrs. March shook her head and did not take so romantic a view of the case, but looked grave and repeated her opinion that for Laurie's sake Jo should go away for a time. "Let us say nothing about it to him till the plan is settled, then I'll run away before he can collect his wits and be tragical bait. Must think I am going to please myself as I am, for I can't talk about Laurie to her, but she can pet and comfort him after I am gone, and so cure him of this romantic notion. He's been through so many little trials of the sort he's used to it, and will soon get over his lovelornity." Jo spoke hopefully, but could not rid herself of the foreboding fear that this little trial would be harder than the others, and that Laurie would not get over his lovelornity as easily as heretofore. The plan was talked over in a family council, and agreed upon, for Mrs. Kirk gladly accepted Jo, and promised to make a pleasant home for her. The teaching would render her independent, and such leisure as she got might be made profitable by writing, while the new scenes and society would be both useful and agreeable. Jo liked the prospect, and was eager to be gone, for the hominess was growing too narrow for her restless nature and adventurous spirit. When all was settled, with fear and trembling she told Laurie, but to her surprise he took it very quietly. He had been graver than usual of late, but very pleasant, and when jokingly accused of turning over a new leaf, he answered soberly, so I am, and I mean this one shall stay turned. Joe was very much relieved that one of his virtuous fits should come on just then, and made her preparations with a lightened heart for bait, seemed more cheerful and hoped she was doing the best for all. One thing I leave to your especial care, she said the night before she left. You mean your papers? Asked Bate. No, my boy, be very good to him, won't you? Of course I will, but I can't fill your place and he'll miss you sadly. It won't hurt him, so remember I leave him in your charge, to plague pet and keep in order. I'll do my best for your sake, promised Bate, wondering why Joe looked at her so queerly. When Laurie said goodbye, he whispered significantly, It won't do a bit of good, Joe, my eye is on you, so mind what you do or I'll come and bring you home. I amused myself by dropping gingerbread nuts over the seat. Roman 33 Joss Journal. New York, November. Dear Marmee and Bate, I'm going to write you a regular volume, for I've got heaps to tell, though I am not a fine young lady travelling on the continent. When I lost sight of father's dear old face, I felt a trifle blue, and might have shed a briny drop or two if an Irish lady with 4 small children, all crying more or less, hadn't diverted my mind, for I amused myself by dropping gingerbread nuts over the seat every time they opened their mouths to roar. Soon the sun came out, and taking it as a good omen, I cleared up likewise, and enjoyed my journey with all my heart. Mrs. Kirk welcomed me so kindly I felt at home at once, even in that big house full of strangers. She gave me a funny little sky parlour she had, but there is a stove in it, and a nice table in a sunny window, so I can sit here and write whenever I like, a fine view, and a church door opposite, a tone for the many stairs, and I took a fancy to my den on the spot, the nursery where I am to teach, and so is a pleasant room, next Mrs. Kirk's private parlour, and the 2 little girls are pretty children, rather spoilt I fancy, but they took to me after telling them the 7 bad pigs, and I've no doubt I shall make a model governess. I am to have my meals with the children if I prefer it to the great table, and for the present I do, for I am bashful, though no one will believe it. Now, my dear, make yourself at home, said Mrs. K in her motherly way. I am on the drive from morning to night, as you may suppose with such a family, but a great anxiety will be off my mind if I know the children are safe with you. My rooms are always open to you, and your own shall be as comfortable as I can make it. There are some pleasant people in the house if you feel sociable, and your evenings are always free. Come to me if anything goes wrong, and be as happy as you can. There's the tea bell, I must run and change my cap, and off she bustled, leaving me to settle myself in my new nest. As I went downstairs soon after, I saw something I liked. The flights are very long in this tall house, and as I stood waiting at the head of the 3rd one for a little servant girl to lumber up, I saw a gentleman come along behind her, take the heavy hod of coal out of her hand, carry it all the way up, put it down at a door near by, and walk away, saying with a kind nod and a foreign accent, It goes better so, the little back is too young to have such heaviness. Wasn't it good of him? I like such things, for as father says, trifles show character. When I mentioned it to Mrs. K that evening, she laughed and said, That must have been Professor Bear, he's always doing things of that sort. Mrs. K told me he was from Berlin, very learned and good, but poor as a church mouse, and gives lessons to support himself, and 2 little orphan nephews whom he is educating here according to the wishes of his sister, who married an American. Not a very romantic story, but it interested me, and I was glad to hear that Mrs. K lends him her parlour for some of his scholars. There is a glass door between it and the nursery, and I mean to peep at him, and then I'll tell you how he looks. He's almost 40, so it's no harm, Marmee. After tea and a gâteau romp with the little girls, I attacked the big work basket, and had a quiet evening chatting with my new friend. I shall keep a journaliter, and send it once a week, so good night and more tomorrow. Tuesday Eve. Had a lively time in my seminary this morning, for the children acted like Sancho, and at one time I really thought I should shake them all round. Some good angel inspired me to try gymnastics, and I kept it up till they were glad to sit down and keep still. After luncheon, the girl took them out for a walk, and I went to my needlework like little Mabel with a willing mind. I was thanking my stars that I'd learned to make nice buttonholes when the parlour door opened and shut, and someone began to hum, "Kennst du das Land?" Like a big bumblebee. It was dreadfully improper, I know, but I couldn't resist the temptation, and lifting one end of the curtain before the glass door, I peeped in. Professor Bear was there, and while he arranged his books, I took a good look at him, a regular German, rather stout, with brown hair tumbled all over his head, a bushy beard, good nose, the kindest eyes I ever saw, and a splendid big voice that does one's ears good. After our sharp or slipshod American gabble, his clothes were rusty, his hands were large, and he hadn't a really handsome feature in his face, except his beautiful teeth. Yet I liked him, for he had a fine head, his linen was very nice, and he looked like a gentleman, though 2 buttons were off his coat, and there was a patch on one shoe. He looked sober in spite of his humming, till he went to the window to turn the hyacinth bulbs toward the sun, and stroke the cat, who received him like an old friend. Then he smiled, and when a tap came at the door, called out in a loud, brisk tone, "Herein." I was just going to run when I caught sight of a morsel of a child carrying a big book, and stopped to see what was going on. "Me wants my bear," said the mite, slamming down her book and running to meet him. "Thou shalt have thy bear. Thou shalt have thy bear. Come then, and take a good hug from him, my Tina," said the professor, catching her up with a laugh, and holding her so high over his head that she had to stoop her little face to kiss him. "Now me," mused Tuddy, "my lesson went on the funny little thing." So he put her up at the table, opened the great dictionary she had brought, and gave her a paper and pencil, and she scribbled away, turning a leaf now and then, and passing her little fat finger down the page, as if finding a word so soberly that I nearly betrayed myself by a laugh, while Mr. Bear stood stroking her pretty hair with a fatherly look that made me think she must be his own, though she looked more French than German. Another knock and the appearance of 2 young ladies sent me back to my work, and there I virtuously remained through all the noise and gabbling that went on next door. One of the girls kept laughing affectedly, and saying, "Now, Professor," in a coquettish tone, and the other pronounced her German with an accent that must have made it hard for him to keep sober. Both seemed to try his patience sorely, for more than once I heard him say emphatically, "No, no, it is not so, you have not attend to what I say." And once there was a loud rap, as if he struck the table with his book, followed by the despairing exclamation, "Prut, it all goes bad this day." Poor man, I pitied him, and when the girls were gone took just one more peep to see if he survived it. He seemed to have thrown himself back in his chair, tired out, and sat there with his eyes shut, till the clock struck 2, when he jumped up, put his books in his pocket as if ready for another lesson, and taking little Tina, who had fallen asleep on the sofa, in his arms, he carried her quietly away. I fancy he has a hard life of it. Mrs. Kirk asked me if I wouldn't go down to the 5 o'clock dinner, and feeling a little bit homesick, I thought I would, just to see what sort of people are under the same roof with me. So I made myself respectable and tried to slip in behind Mrs. Kirk, but as she is short and I am told my efforts at concealment were rather a failure, she gave me a seat by her, and after my face cooled off I plucked up courage and looked about me. The long table was full, and everyone intent on getting their dinner, the gentlemen especially, who seemed to be eating on time, for they bolted, in every sense of the word, vanishing. As soon as they were done, there was the usual assortment of young men, absorbed in themselves, young couples, absorbed in each other, married ladies in their babies, and old gentlemen in politics. I don't think I shall care to have much to do with any of them, except one sweet-faced maiden lady, who looks as if she had something in her. Cast away at the very bottom of the table was the professor, shouting answers to the questions of a very inquisitive deaf old gentleman on one side, and talking philosophy with a Frenchman on the other. If Amy had been here, she'd have turned her back on him forever, because, sad to relate, he had a great appetite, and shovelled in his dinner in a manner which would have horrified her ladyship. I didn't mind, for I like to see folks eat with a relish, as Hannah says, and the poor man must have needed a deal of food after teaching idiots all day. As I went upstairs after dinner, 2 of the young men were settling their hats before the Holmera, and I heard one say low to the other, "Who's the new party?" "Governess or something of that sort." "What the deuce is she at our table for?" "Friend of the old lady's." "Handsome head but no style." "Not a bit of it. Give us a light and come on." I felt angry at first, and then I didn't care, for a governess is as good as a clerk, and I've got sense if I haven't style, which is more than some people have, judging from the remarks of the elegant beings who clattered away smoking like bad chimneys. I hate ordinary people. Thursday. Yesterday was a quiet day spent in teaching sewing and writing in my little room, which is very cosy with a light and fire. I picked up a few bits of news, and was introduced to the professor. It seems that Tina is the child of the Frenchwoman who does the fine ironing in the laundry. Here the little thing has lost her heart to Mr. Bear, and follows him about the house like a dog, whenever he is at home, which delights him, as he is very fond of children, though a Barkildore Kitty and Minnie Kirk likewise regard him with affection, and tell all sorts of stories about the plays he invents, the presents he brings, and the splendid tales he tells. The young men quiz him, It seems call him Old Fritz Lager Bier Ursa Major, and make all manner of jokes on his name, but he enjoys it like a boy, Mrs. K says, and takes it so good-naturedly that they all like him in spite of his foreign ways. The maiden lady is a Miss Norton, rich, cultivated, and kind. She spoke to me at dinner today, for I went to table again. It's such fun to watch people, and asked me to come and see her at her room. She has fine books and pictures, knows interesting persons, and seems friendly, so I shall make myself agreeable, for I do want to get into good society, only it isn't the same sort that Amy likes. I was in our parlour last evening when Mr. Bear came in with some newspapers for Mrs. Kirk. She wasn't there, but Minnie, who is a little old woman, introduced me very prettily. This is Mamma's friend, Miss March. Yes, and she's jolly, and we like her lots, added Kitty, who is an infant terrible. We both bowed, and then we laughed, for the prim introduction and the blunt addition were rather a comical contrast. Ah yes, I hear these naughty ones go to vex you, Miss Marsh. If so, again call at me, and I come, he said with a threatening frown that delighted the little wretches. He waved his hand, sock and all. I promised I would, and he departed, but it seems as if I was doomed to see a good deal of him, for today, as I passed his door on my way out by accident, I knocked against it with my umbrella. It flew open, and there he stood in his dressing gown with a big blue sock on one hand and a darning needle in the other. He didn't seem at all ashamed of it, for when I explained and hurried on, he waved his hand, sock and all, saying in his loud, cheerful way, "You have a fine day to make your walk, bon voyage, mademoiselle." I laughed all the way downstairs, but it was a little pathetic also to think of the poor man having to mend his own clothes. The German gentlemen embroider, I know, but darning hose is another thing, and not so pretty. Saturday. Nothing has happened to write about, except a call on Miss Norton, who has a room full of lovely things, and who was very charming, for she showed me all her treasures, and asked me if I would sometimes go with her to lectures and concerts as her escort if I enjoyed them. She put it as a favour, but I am sure Mrs. Kirk has told her about us, and she does it out of kindness to me. I am as proud as Lucifer, but such favours from such people don't burden me, and I accepted gratefully. When I got back to the nursery, there was such an uproar in the parlour that I looked in, and there was Mr. Bear down on his hands and knees with Tina on his back, Kitty leading him with a jump prop, and Minnie feeding two small boys with seed cakes as they roared and ramped in cages built of chairs. "We are playing Nargery," explained Kitty. "Dis is mine effluent," added Tina, holding on by the professor's hair. "Dis is mine effluent." Mamma always allows us to do what we like Saturday afternoon, when France and Emil come, doesn't she, Mr. Bear, said Minnie. The effluent sat up looking as much in earnest as any of them, and said soberly to me, "I give you my word it is so. If we make too large a noise you shall say hush to us, and we go more softly." I promised to do so, but left the door open, and enjoyed the fun as much as they did. For a more glorious frolic I never witnessed. They played tag and soldiers danced and sung, and when it began to grow dark they all piled on to the sofa about the professor, while he told charming fairy stories of the storks on the chimney tops, and the little kobolds who ride the snowflakes as they fall. I wish Americans were as simple and natural as Germans, don't you? I am so fond of writing I should go spinning on forever if motives of economy didn't stop me, for though I've used thin paper and written fine, I tremble to think of the stamps. This long letter will need pray forward Amy's as soon as you can spare them. My small news will sound very flat after her splendours, but you will like them, I know. Is Teddy studying so hard that he can't find time to write to his friends? Take good care of him for me, Bate, and tell me all about the babies, and give heaps of love to everyone. From your faithful Joe. P.S. On reading over my letter it strikes me as rather bary, but I am always interested in odd people, and I really had nothing else to write about, bless you. December. My precious Betsy. As this is to be a scribble-scrabble letter, I direct it to you, for it may amuse you, and give you some idea of my goings-on, for though quiet they are rather amusing, for which oh be joyful after what Amy would call Herculaneum efforts, in the way of mental and moral agriculture. My young ideas begin to shoot, and my little twigs to bend, as I could wish they are not so interesting to me as Tina and the boys, but I do my duty by them, and they are fond of me. France and Emil are jolly little lads, quite after my own heart, for the mixture of German and American spirit in them produces a constant state of effervescence. Saturday afternoons are riotous times, whether spent in the house or out, for on pleasant days they all go to walk like a seminary with the professor and myself to keep order, and then such fun. We are very good friends now and I've begun to take lessons. I really couldn't help it, and it all came about in such a droll way that I must tell you to begin at the beginning. Mrs. Kirk called to me one day as I passed Mr. Bear's room where she was rummaging. Did you ever see such a den, my dear? Just come and help me put these books to rights, for I've turned everything upside down trying to discover what he has done with the 6 new handkerchiefs I gave him not long ago. I went in, and while we worked I looked about me, for it was a den to be sure, books and papers, everywhere a broken meerschaum, and an old flute over the mantelpiece, as if done with a ragged bird without any tail chirped on one window's at, and a box of white mice adorned the other, half-finished boats and bits of string lay. The manuscript's dirty little boots stood drying before the fire, and traces of the dearly beloved boys, for whom he makes a slave of himself, were to be seen all over the room. After a grand rummage, 3 of the missing articles were found done over the birdcage, 1 covered with ink, and a 3rd burnt brown, having been used as a holder. Such a man, laughed good-natured Mrs. K, as she put the relics in the rag-bag. I suppose the others are torn up to rig ships, bandage cut fingers, or make kite-tails. It's dreadful. But I can't scold him, he's so absent-minded and good-natured. He lets those boys ride over him. Roughshod, I agreed to do his washing and mending, but he forgets to give out his things, and I forget to look them over, so he comes to a sad pass sometimes. Let me mend them, said Roman, one, I don't mind it, and he needn't know id, like Tos, so kind to me about bringing my letters and lending books. So I have got his things in order and knit heels into 2 pairs of the socks, for they were boggled out of shape with his queer darns. Nothing was said, and I hoped he wouldn't find it out, but one day last week he caught me at it. Hearing the lessons he gives to others has interested and amused me so much that I took a fancy to learn, for Tina runs in and out leaving the door open, and I can hear I had been sitting near this door finishing off the last sock and trying to understand what he said to a new scholar who is as stupid as I am. The girl had gone, and I thought he had also, it was so still, and I was busily gabbling over a verb and rocking to and fro in a most absurd way, when a little crow made me look up, and there was Mr. Bear looking and laughing quietly while he made signs to Tina not to betray him. So he said as I stopped and stared like a goose, you peep at me, I peep at you, and that is not bad, but see, I am not pleasanting when I say half your wish for German. Yes, but you are too busy, I am too stupid to learn, I blundered out, as red as a peony. Prut, we will make the time, and we fail not to find the sense at effening. I shall give a little lesson with much gladness, for look you, Mies Marsh, I have this debt to pay. And he pointed to my work. Yes, they say to one another, these so kind ladies, he is a stupid old fellow, he will see not what we do, he will never observe that his sock heels go not in holes any more, he will think his buttons grow out new when they fall, and believe that strings make theirselves ah. But I have an eye and I see much, I have a heart, and I feel the thanks for this come a little lesson. Then, and now or no more good fairy works for me and mine. Of course I couldn't say anything after that, and as it really is a splendid opportunity, I made the bargain and we began. I took 4 lessons, and then I stuck fast in a grammatical bog. The professor was very patient with me, but it must have been torment to him, and now and then he'd look at me with such an expression of mild despair that it was a toss-up with me whether to laugh or cry. I tried both ways, and when it came to a sniff of utter mortification, and woe, he just threw the grammar onto the floor and marched out of the room. I felt myself disgraced and deserted forever, but didn't blame him a particle, and was scrambling my papers together, meaning to rush upstairs and shake myself hard, when in he came as brisk and beaming as if I'd covered myself with glory. Now we shall try a new way. You and I will read these pleasant little marchen together, and dig no more in that dry book that goes in the corner for making us trouble. He spoke so kindly and opened Hans Andersen's fairy tales so invitingly before me that I was more ashamed than ever, and went at my lesson in a neck-or-nothing style that seemed to amuse him immensely. I forgot my bashfulness, and pegged away, no other word will express it, with all my might, tumbling over long words, pronouncing according to the inspiration of the minute, and doing my very best. When I finished reading my first page, and stopped for breath, he clapped his hands, and cried out in his hearty way, Das ist gut, now we go well, my turn. I do him in German, give me your ear, and away he went rumbling out the words with his strong voice, and a relish which was good to see as well as hear. Fortunately, the story was the constant tin soldier, which is droll, you know, so I could laugh, and I did, though I didn't understand half he read, for I couldn't help it, he was so earnest, I so excited, and the whole thing so comical. After that we got on better, and now I read my lessons pretty well, for this way of studying suits me, and I can see that the grammar gets tucked into the tales and poetry, as one gives pills in jelly. I like it very much. And he doesn't seem tired of it yet, which is very good of him, isn't it? I mean to give him something on Christmas, for I dare not offer money. Tell me something nice, marmy. I'm glad Laurie seems so happy and busy that he has given up smoking, and lets his hair grow. You see, Bate manages him better than I. Roman 999. I'm not jealous, dear. Do your best, only don't make a saint of him, I am afraid. I couldn't like him without a spice of human naughtiness. Read him bits of my letters. I haven't time to write much, and that will do just as well, thank heaven. Bate continues so comfortable. January. A happy new year to you all, my dearest family, which of course includes Mr. Roman 50, and a young man by the name of Teddy. I can't tell you how much I enjoyed your Christmas bundle, for I didn't get it till night, and had given up hoping your letter came in the morning. But you said nothing about a parcel, meaning it for a surprise, so I was disappointed, for id had a kind of a feeling that you wouldn't forget me. I felt a little low in my mind as I sat up in my room after tea, and when the big muddy, batter-red-looking bundle was brought to me, I just hugged it and pranced. It was so homey and refreshing that I sat down on the floor and read, and looked and ate and laughed, and cried in my usual absurd way. The things were just what I wanted, and all the better for being made instead of bought. Bates' new ink bib was capital, and Hannah's box of hard gingerbread will be a treasure, I'll be sure. And where the nice flannels you sent marmy and read carefully, the books father has marked, thank you all heaps and heaps. I sat down upon the floor and read and looked and ate. Speaking of books reminds me that I'm getting rich in that line, for on New Year's Day, Mr. Bear gave me a fine Shakespeare. It is one he values much, and I've often admired it set up in the place of honor with his German Bible, Plato, Homer and Milton, so you may imagine how I felt when he brought it down without its cover, and showed me my name in it from my friend Friedrich Bear. You say often you wish a library. Here I give you one, for between these lids, he meant covers, is many books in one. Read him well, and he will help you much, for the study of character in this book will help you to read it in the world, and paint it with your pen. I thanked him as well as I could, and talk now about my library, as if I had 100 books. I never knew how much there was in Shakespeare before, but then I never had a bear to explain it to me. Now don't laugh at his horrid name. It isn't pronounced either bear or beer as people will say it, but something between the two, as only Germans can give it. I'm glad you both like what I tell you about him, and hope you will know him some day. Mother would admire his warm heart, father his wise head. I admire both, and feel rich in my new friend Friedrich. Not having much money or knowing what he'd like, I got several little things, and put them about the room where he would find them unexpectedly. They were useful, pretty or funny. A new standish on his table, a little vase for his flower, always has one or a bit of green in a glass to keep him fresh. He says, and a holder for his blower, so that he needn't burn up what Amy calls mouthquires. I made it like those Bate invented, a big butterfly with a fat body and black and yellow wings, worsted feelers and bead eyes. It took his fancy immensely, and he put it on his mantelpiece as an article of virtu. So it was rather a failure after all. Poor as he is, he didn't forget a servant or a child in the house, and not a soul here, from the French laundrywoman to Miss Norton, forgot him. I was so glad of that. They got up a masquerade, and had a gay time. New Year's Eve I didn't mean to go down having no dress, but at the last minute Mrs. Kirk remembered some old brocades, and Miss Norton lent me lace and feathers, so I dressed up as Mrs. Malaprop, and sailed in with a mask on. No one knew me, for I disguised my voice, and no one dreamed of the silent, haughty Miss March, for they think I am very stiff and cool, most of them, and so I am to whippersnappers, could dance and dress and burst out into a nice derangement of epitaphs like an allegory on the banks of the Nile. I enjoyed it very much, and when we unmasked it was fun to see them stare at me. I heard one of the young men tell another that he knew I'd been an actress. In fact, he thought he remembered seeing me at one of the minor theatres. Meg will relish that joke. Mr. Bear was Nick Bottom, and Tina was Titania. Perfect little fairy in his arms. To see them dance was quite a landscape, to use a Teddyism. I had a very happy New Year after all, and when I thought it over in my room, I felt as if I was getting on a little in spite of my many failures, for I am cheerful all the time now, work with a will, and take more interest in other people than I used to, which is satisfactory. Bless you all, ever your loving Joe. Tail pieces. In the presence of 3 gentlemen. Roman 34. A friend. Though very happy in the social atmosphere about her, and very busy with the daily work that earned her bread, and made it sweeter for the effort, Jo still found time for literary labours. The purpose which now took possession of her was a natural one to a poor and ambitious girl, but the means she took to gain her end were not the best. She saw that money conferred power, money and power, therefore she resolved to have not to be used for herself alone, but for those whom she loved more than self. the dream of filling home with comforts, giving bait everything she wanted, from strawberries in winter to an organ in her bedroom, going abroad herself, and always having more than enough so that she might indulge in the luxury of charity, had been for years Jo's most cherished castle in the air. The Priory experience had seemed to open a way which might, after long travelling and much uphill work, lead to this delightful chateau en Espagny, but the novel disaster quenched her courage for a time, for public opinion is a giant which has frightened stouter-hearted Jacks on bigger beanstalks than hers, like that immortal hero. She reposed a while after the first attempt, which resulted in a tumble and the least lovely of the giant's treasures, if I remember rightly, but the up again and take another spirit was as strong in Jo as in Jack, so she scrambled up on the shady side this time and got more booty, but nearly left behind her what was far more precious than the moneybags. She took to writing sensation stories, for in those dark ages even all perfect America read rubbish she told no one, but concocted a thrilling tale and boldly carried it herself to Mr. Dashwood, editor of the weekly Volcano. She had never read Sartor Resartus, but she had a womanly instinct that clothes possess an influence more powerful over many than the worth of character or the magic of manners, so she dressed herself in her best and, trying to persuade herself that she was neither excited nor nervous, bravely climbed 2 pairs of dark and dirty stairs to find herself in a disorderly room, a cloud of cigar smoke, and the presence of 3 gentlemen sitting with their heels rather higher than their hats, which articles of dress none of them took the trouble to remove on her appearance. Somewhat daunted by this reception, Jo hesitated on the threshold, murmuring in much embarrassment, "Excuse me, I was looking for the weekly Volcano office. I wish to see Mr. Dashwood." Down went the highest pair of heels, up rose the smokiest gentleman, and carefully cherishing his cigar between his fingers, he advanced with a nod and a countenance expressive of nothing but sleep. Feeling that she must get through the matter somehow, Jo produced her manuscript, and blushing redder and redder with each sentence, blundered out fragments of the little speech carefully prepared for the occasion. "A friend of mine desired me to offer a story just as an experiment, would like your opinion, glad to write more if this suits." While she blushed and blundered, Mr. Dashwood had taken the manuscript and was turning over the leaves with a pair of rather dirty fingers and casting critical glances up and down the neat pages. Not a first attempt, I take it, observing that the pages were numbered, covered only on one side, and not tied up with a ribonger sign of a novice. "No, sir, she has had some experience, and got a prize for a tale in the Blarneystone Banner." "Oh, did she?" And Mr. Dashwood gave Jo a quick look, which seemed to take note of everything she had on, from the bow in her bonnet to the buttons on her boots. "Well, you can leave it if you like. We've more of this sort of thing on hand than we know what to do with at present, but I'll run my eye over it and give you an answer next week." Now Jo did not like to leave it, for Mr. Dashwood didn't suit her at all, but under the circumstances there was nothing for her to do but bow and walk away, looking particularly tall and dignified, as she was apt to do when nettled or abashed. Just then she was both, for it was perfectly evident from the knowing glances exchanged among the gentlemen that her little fiction of my friend was considered a good joke, and a laugh produced by some inaudible remark of the editor, as he closed the door, completed her discomfiture. Half resolving never to return, she went home and worked off her irritation by stitching pinafores vigorously, and in an hour or 2 was cool enough to laugh over the scene and long for next week. When she went again, Mr. Dashwood was alone, whereat she rejoiced. Mr. Dashwood was much wider awake than before, which was agreeable, and Mr. Dashwood was not too deeply absorbed in a cigar to remember his manners, so the second interview was much more comfortable than the first. "Well, take this, editors, never say I if you don't object to a few alterations. It's too long, but omitting the passages I've marked will make it just the right length," he said in a business-like tone. Jo hardly knew her own MS again, so crumpled and underscored were its pages and paragraphs, but feeling as a tender parent might on being asked to cut off her baby's legs in order that it might fit into a new cradle, she looked at the marked passages and was surprised to find that all the moral reflections which she had carefully put in as ballast for much romance had been stricken out. "But, sir, I thought every story should have some sort of a moral, so I took care to have a few of my sinners repent." Mr. Dashwood's editorial gravity relaxed into a smile, for Jo had forgotten her friend and spoken as only an author could. "People want to be amused, not preached at. You know morals don't sell nowadays," which was not quite a correct statement, by the way. "You think it would do with these alterations, then?" "Yes, it's a new plot and pretty well worked up, language good, and so on," was Mr. Dashwood's affable reply. What do you that is what compensation began, Jo, not exactly knowing how to express herself. Oh yes, well, we give from 25 to 30, for things of this sort pay, when it comes out, returned Mr. Dashwood, as if that point had escaped him. Such trifles often do escape the editorial mind, it is said. Very well, you can have it, said Jo, handing back the story with a satisfied air, for after the $1 work even 25 seemed good pay. Shall I tell my friend you will take another, if she has one better than this, asked Jo, unconscious of her little slip of the tongue, and emboldened by her success. Well, look at it, can't promise to take it, tell her to make it short and spicy, and never mind the moral. What name would your friend like to put to it, in a careless tone? None at all, if you please, she doesn't wish her name to appear, and has no nom de plume, said Jo, blushing in spite of herself. Just as she likes, of course. The tale will be out next week. Will you call for the money, or shall I send it, asked Mr. Dashwood, who felt a natural desire to know who his new contributor might be. I'll call. Good morning, sir. As she departed, Mr. Dashwood put up his feet with the graceful remark, poor and proud as usual, but shall do. Following Mr. Dashwood's directions, and making Mrs. Northberry her model, Jo rashly took a plunge into the frothy sea of sensational literature, but thanks to the life-preserver thrown her by a friend, she came up again not much the worse for her ducking. Like most young scribblers, she went abroad for her characters, and scenery, and banditti counts, gypsies, nuns and duchesses appeared upon her stage, and played their parts with as much accuracy and spirit as could be expected. Her readers were not particular about such trifles as grammar, punctuation and probability, and Mr. Dashwood graciously permitted her to fill his columns at the lowest prices, not thinking it necessary to tell her that the real cause of his hospitality was the fact that one of his hacks, on being offered higher wages, had basely left him in the lurch. She soon became interested in her work, for her emaciated purse grew stout, and the little hoard she was making to take bait to the mountains next summer grew slowly, but surely, as the weeks passed. One thing disturbed her satisfaction, and that was that she did not tell them at home. She had a feeling that father and mother would not approve, and preferred to have her own way first and beg pardon afterward. It was easy to keep her secret, for no name appeared with her stories. Mr. Dashwood had of course found it out very soon, but promised to be dumb, and for a wonder kept his word. She thought it would do her no harm, for she sincerely meant to write nothing of which she should be ashamed, and quieted all pricks of conscience by anticipations of the happy minute when she should show her earnings and laugh over her well-kept secret. But Mr. Dashwood rejected any but thrilling tales, and as thrills could not be produced, except by harrowing up the souls of the reader's history and romance land, and see science and art police records and lunatic asylums had to be ransacked for the purpose, Jo soon found that her innocent experience had given her but few glimpses of the tragic world which underlies society. So, regarding it in a business light, she set about supplying her deficiencies with characteristic energy, eager to find material for stories, and bent on making them original in plot if not masterly in execution. She searched newspapers for accidents, incidents, and crimes. She excited the suspicions of public librarians by asking for works on poisons. She studied faces in the street and characters, good, bad, and indifferent, all about her. She delved in the dust of ancient times for facts or fictions so old that they were as good as new, and introduced herself to folly, sin, and misery, as well as her limited opportunities allowed. She thought she was prospering finely, but unconsciously she was beginning to desecrate some of the womanliest attributes of a woman's character. She was living in bad society and imaginary, though it was its influence affected her, for she was feeding heart and fancy on dangerous and unsubstantial food, and was fast brushing the innocent bloom from her nature by a premature acquaintance with the darker side of life, which comes soon enough to all of us. She was beginning to feel rather than see this, for much describing of other people's passions and feelings set her to studying and speculating about her own, a morbid amusement in which healthy young minds do not voluntarily indulge. Wrongdoing always brings its own punishment, and when Jo most needed hers she got it. I don't know whether the study of Shakespeare helped her to read character, or the natural instinct of a woman for what was honest, brave, and strong, but while endowing her imaginary heroes with every perfection under the sun, Jo was discovering a live hero who interested her in spite of many human imperfections. Mr. Bear, in one of their conversations, had advised her to study simple, true, and lovely characters wherever she found them as good training for a writer. Jo took him at his word, for she coolly turned round and studied Hema, proceeding which would have much surprised him had he known it, for the worthy professor was very humble in his own conceit. Why everybody liked him was what puzzled Joe at first. He was neither rich, nor great, young, nor handsome in no respect, what is called fascinating, imposing, or brilliant, and yet he was as attractive as a genial fire, and people seemed to gather about him as naturally as about a warm hearth. He was poor, yet always appeared to be giving something away, a stranger, yet everyone was his friend, no longer young, but as happy-hearted as a boy, plain and peculiar, yet his face looked beautiful to many, and his oddities were freely forgiven for his sake. Joe often watched him trying to discover the charm, and at last decided that it was benevolence which worked the miracle. If he had any sorrow, it sat with its head under its wing, and he turned only his sunny side to the world. There were lines upon his forehead, but time seemed to have touched him gently, remembering how kind he was to others. The pleasant curves about his mouth were the memorials of many friendly words and cheery laughs. His eyes were never cold or hard, and his big hand had a warm, strong grasp that was more expressive than words. His very clothes seemed to partake of the hospitable nature of the wearer. They looked as if they were at ease, and liked to make him comfortable. His capacious waistcoat was suggestive of a large heart underneath. His rusty coat had a social air, and the baggy pockets plainly proved that little hands often went in empty and came out full. His very boots were benevolent, and his collars never stiff and raspy like other people's. That's it, said Joe to herself, when she at length discovered that genuine goodwill towards one's fellow men could beautify and dignify even a stout German teacher who shovelled in his dinner, darned his own socks, and was burdened with the name of bear. Joe valued goodness highly, but she also possessed a most feminine respect for intellect, and a little discovery, which she made about the professor, added much to her regard for him. He never spoke of himself, and no one ever knew that in his native city he had been a man much honoured and esteemed for learning and integrity, till a countryman came to see him, and in a conversation with Miss Norton divulged the pleasing fact from her. Joe learned it, and liked it all the better because Mr. Bear had never told it. She felt proud to know that he was an honoured professor in Berlin, though only a poor language master in America, and his homely hard-working life was much beautified by the spice of romance which this discovery gave it. Another and a better gift than intellect was shown her in a most unexpected manner. Miss Norton had the entree into literary society, which Joe would have had no chance of seeing, but for her the solitary woman felt an interest in the ambitious girl, and kindly conferred many favours of this sort both on Joe and the professor. She took them with her one night to a select symposium held in honour of several celebrities. A select symposium. Joe went prepared to bow down and adore the mighty ones whom she had worshipped with youthful enthusiasm afar off, but her reverence for genius received a severe shock that night, and it took her some time to recover from the discovery that the great creatures were only men and women. After all, imagine her dismay on stealing a glance of timid admiration at the poet whose lines suggested an ethereal being fed on spirit fire, and due to behold him devouring his supper with an ardour which flushed his intellectual countenance. Turning, as from a fallen idol, she made other discoveries, which rapidly dispelled her romantic illusions. The great novelist vibrated between two decanters with the regularity of a pendulum. The famous divine flirted openly with one of the Madame de Staëls of the age, who looked daggers at another Corinne, who was amiably satirizing her, after outmanoeuvring her in efforts to absorb the profound philosopher who imbibed tea Johnsonianly, and appeared to slumber the loquacity of the lady rendering speech impossible. The scientific celebrities, forgetting their mollusks and glacial periods, gossiped about art, while devoting themselves to oysters and ices with characteristic energy. The young musician who was charming the city like a second Orpheus talked horses, and the specimen of the British nobility present happened to be the most ordinary man of the party. Before the evening was half over, Joe felt so completely disillusiony that she sat down in a corner to recover herself. Mr. Bear soon joined her, looking rather out of his element, and presently several of the philosophers, each mounted on his hobby, came ambling up to hold an intellectual tournament in the recess. The conversation was miles beyond Jo's comprehension, but she enjoyed it, though Kant and Hegel were unknown gods, the subjective and objective unintelligible terms, and the only thing evolved from her inner consciousness was a bad headache. After it was all over, it dawned upon her gradually that the world was being picked to pieces and put together on new, and according to the talkers on infinitely better principles than before. That religion was in a fair way to be reasoned into nothingness, and intellect was to be the only god. Joe knew nothing about philosophy or metaphysics of any sort, but a curious excitement, half pleasurable, half painful, came over her, as she listened with a sense of being turned adrift into time and space like a young balloon out on a holiday. She looked round to see how the professor liked it, and found him looking at her with the grimmest expression she had ever seen him, where he shook his head and beckoned her to come away. But she was fascinated just then by the freedom of speculative philosophy, and kept her seat trying to find out what the wise gentleman intended to rely upon after they had annihilated all the old beliefs. Now Mr. Bear was a diffident man, and slow to offer his own opinions, not because they were unsettled, but too sincere and earnest to be lightly spoken, as he glanced from Joe to several other young people, attracted by the brilliancy of the philosophically pyrotechnics. He knit his brows, and longed to speak, fearing that some inflammable young soul would be led astray by the rockets, to find when the display was over that they had only an empty stick or a scorched hand. He bore it as long as he could, but when he was appealed to for an opinion, he blazed up with honest indignation, and defended religion with all the eloquence of truth and eloquence which made his broken English musical, and his plain face beautiful. He had a hard fight, for the wise men argued well, but he didn't know when he was beaten, and stood to his colours like a man. Somehow, as he talked, the world got right again to Joe. The old beliefs that had lasted so long seemed better than the new. God was not a blind force, and immortality was not a pretty fable, but a blessed fact. She felt as if she had solid ground under her feet again, and when Mr. Bear paused out talked, but not one whit convinced. Joe wanted to clap her hands and thank him. She did neither, but she remembered this scene, and gave the professor her heartiest respect, for she knew it cost him an effort to speak out then and there, because his conscience would not let him be silent. She began to see that character is a better possession than money, rank, intellect, or beauty, and to feel that if greatness is what a wise man has defined it to be, truth, reverence, and goodwill, then her friend Friedrich Bear was not only good but great. This belief strengthened daily. She valued his esteem, she coveted his respect, she wanted to be worthy of his friendship, and just when the wish was sincerest, she came near losing everything. It all grew out of a cocked hat, for one evening the professor came in to give Joe her lesson with a paper soldier cap on his head, which Tina had put there, and he had forgotten to take off. It's evident he doesn't look in his glass before coming down, thought Joe with a smile, as he said gut effening, and sat soberly down, quite unconscious of the ludicrous contrast between his subject and his headgear, for he was going to read her The Death of Wallenstein. He doesn't prink at his glass before coming. She said nothing at first, for she liked to hear him laugh out his big hearty laugh when anything funny happened, so she left him to discover it for himself, and presently forgot all about it, for to hear a German read Schiller is rather an absorbing occupation. After the reading came the lesson, which was a lively one, for Joe was in a gay mood that night, and the cocked hat kept her eyes dancing with merriment. The professor didn't know what to make of her, and stopped at last to ask with an air of mild surprise that was irresistible, "Mies Marsh, for what do you laugh in your master's face? Have you no respect for me that you go on so bad?" "How can I be respectful, sir, when you forget to take your hat off?" said Joe, lifting his hand to his head. The absent-minded professor gravely felt and removed the little cocked hat, looked at it a minute, and then threw back his head and laughed like a merry bassviol. "Ah, I see him now. It is that imp Tina who makes me a fool with my cap. Well, it is nothing, but see you, if this lesson goes not well, you too shall wear him." But the lesson did not go at all for a few minutes, because Mr. Bear caught sight of a picture on the hat, and unfolding it said with an air of great disgust, "I wish these papers did not come in the house. They are not for children to see, nor young people to read. It is not well, and I have no patience with those who make this harm." Joe glanced at the sheet, and saw a pleasing illustration composed of a lunatic, a corpse, a villain, and a viper. She did not like it, but the impulse that made her turn it over was not one of displeasure but fear, because for a minute she fancied the paper was the volcano. It was not, however, and her panic subsided as she remembered that even if it had been and one of her own tales in it, there would have been no name to betray her. She had betrayed herself, however, by a look and a blush, for though an absent man, the professor saw a good deal more than people fancied. He knew that Joe wrote, and had met her down among the newspaper offices more than once, but as she never spoke of it, he asked no questions in spite of a strong desire to see her work. Now it occurred to him that she was doing what she was ashamed to own, and it troubled him. He did not say to himself, "It is none of my business, I've no right to say anything," as many people would have done. He only remembered that she was young and poor, a girl, far away from mother's love and father's care, and he was moved to help her with an impulse as quick and natural as that which would prompt him to put out his hand to save a baby from a puddle. All this flashed through his mind in a minute, but not a trace of it appeared in his face, and by the time the paper was turned, and Joss needle threaded, he was ready to say quite naturally, but very gravely, "Yes, you are right to put it from you. I do not like to think that good young girls should see such things. They are made pleasant to some, but I would more rather give my boys gunpowder to play with than this bad trash. All may not be bad, only silly, you know, and if there is a demand for it, I don't see any harm in supplying it. Many very respectable people make an honest living out of what are called sensation stories," said Joe, scratching gathers so energetically that a row of little slits followed her pen. "There is a demand for whiskey, but I think you and I do not care to sell it. If the respectable people knew what harm they did, they would not feel that the living was honest. They have no right to put poison in the sugar plum, and let the small ones eat it. No, they should think a little and sweep mud in the street before they do this thing." Mr. Bear spoke warmly and walked to the fire, crumpling the paper in his hands. Joe sat still, looking as if the fire had come to her, for her cheeks burned long after the cocked hat had turned to smoke and gone harmlessly up the chimney. "I should like much to send all the rest after him," muttered the professor, coming back with a relieved air. Joe thought what a blaze her pile of papers upstairs would make, and her hard-earned money lay rather heavily on her conscience at that minute. Then she thought consolingly to herself, "Mine are not like that, they are only silly, never bad, so I won't be worried," and taking up her book she said with a studious face, "Shall we go on, sir? It'll be very good and proper now." "I shall hope so," was all he said, but he meant more than she imagined, and the grave, kind look he gave her made her feel as if the words "weekly volcano" were printed in large type on her forehead. As soon as she went to her room, she got out her papers and carefully reread every one of her stories. Being a little short-sighted, Mr. Bear sometimes used eyeglasses, and Joe had tried them once, smiling to see how they magnified the fine print of her book. Now she seemed to have got on the professor's mental or moral spectacles also, for the faults of these poor stories glared at her dreadfully and filled her with dismay. "They are trash, and will soon be worse than trash if I go on, for each is more sensational than the last. I've gone blindly on hurting myself and other people for the sake of money. I know it's so, for I can't read this stuff in sober earnest without being horribly ashamed of it. And what should I do if they were seen at home or Mr. Bear got hold of them?" Joe turned hot at the bare idea and stuffed the whole bundle into her stove, nearly setting the chimney afire with the blaze. Joe stuffed the whole bundle into the stove. "Yes, that's the best place for such inflammable nonsense. I'd better burn the house down, I suppose, than let other people blow themselves up with my gunpowder," she thought, as she watched the demon of the Jura whisk away, a little black cinder with fiery eyes. But when nothing remained of all her 3 months' work, except a heap of ashes, and the money in her lap, Joe looked sober as she sat on the floor, wondering what she ought to do about her wages. "I think I haven't done much harm yet, and may keep this to pay for my time," she said after a long meditation, adding impatiently, "I almost wish I hadn't any conscience. It's so inconvenient. If I didn't care about doing right, and didn't feel uncomfortable when doing wrong, I should get on capitally. I can't help wishing sometimes that father and mother hadn't been so particular about such things." "Ah, Joe, instead of wishing that, thank God that father and mother were particular, and pity from your heart those who have no such guardians to hedge them round with principles which may seem like prison walls to impatient youth, but which will prove sure foundations to build character upon in womanhood." Joe wrote no more sensational stories, deciding that the money did not pay for her share of the sensation, but going to the other extreme, as is the way with people of her stamp, she took a course of Mrs. Sherwood, Miss Edgeworth, and Hannah More, and then produced a tale which might have been more properly called an essay, or a sermon, so intensely moral was it. She had her doubts about it from the beginning, for her lively fancy and girlish romance felt as ill at ease in the new style as she would have done masquerading in the stiff and cumbrous costume of the last century. She sent this didactic gem to several markets, but it found no purchaser, and she was inclined to agree with Mr. Dashwood that morals didn't sell. Then she tried a child's story which she could easily have disposed of if she had not been mercenary enough to demand filthy lucre for it. The only person who offered enough to make it worth her while to try juvenile literature was a worthy gentleman who felt it his mission to convert all the world to his particular belief. But much as she liked to write for children, Joe could not consent to depict all her naughty boys as being eaten by bears or tossed by mad bulls, because they did not go to a particular Sabbath school, nor all the good infants who did go as rewarded by every kind of bliss from gilded gingerbread to escorts of angels when they departed this life with psalms or sermons on their lisping tongues. So nothing came of these trials, and Joe corked up her inkstand and said in a fit of very wholesome humility, "I don't know anything ill, wait till I do before I try again, and meantime sweep mud in the street. If I can't do better, that's honest at least," which decision proved that her second tumble down the beanstalk had done her some good. While these internal revolutions were going on, her external life had been as busy and uneventful as usual, and if she sometimes looked serious or a little sad, no one observed it but Professor Bear. He did it so quietly that Joe never knew he was watching to see if she would accept and profit by his reproof. But she stood the test, and he was satisfied, for though no words passed between them, he knew that she had given up writing. Not only did he guess it by the fact that the second finger of her right hand was no longer inky, but she spent her evenings downstairs now, was met no more among newspaper offices, and studied with a dogged patience which assured him that she was bent on occupying her mind with something useful if not pleasant. He helped her in many ways, proving himself a true friend, and Joe was happy, for while her pen lay idle, she was learning other lessons beside German, and laying a foundation for the sensation story of her own life. It was a pleasant winter, and a long one, for she did not leave Mrs. Kirk till June. Everyone seemed sorry when the time came, the children were inconsolable, and Mr. Bear's hair stuck straight up all over his head, for he always rumpled it wildly when disturbed in mind. "Going home, are you happy that you have a home to go in?" he said when she told him, and sat silently pulling his beard in the corner, while she held a little levee on that last evening. She was going early, so she bade them all goodbye overnight, and when his turn came she said warmly, "Now so you won't forget to come and see us if you ever travel our way, will you? I'll never forgive you if you do, for I want them all to know my friend." "Do you? Shall I come?" he asked, looking down at her with an eager expression which she did not see. "Yes, come next month. Laurie graduates then, and you'd enjoy commencement as something new." "That is your best friend of whom you speak," he said in an altered tone. "Yes, my boy Teddy. I am very proud of him, and should like you to see him." Joe looked up then, quite unconscious of anything but her own pleasure in the prospect of showing them to one another. Something in Mr. Bear's face suddenly recalled the fact that she might find Laurie more than a best friend, and simply because she particularly wished not to look as if anything was the matter, she involuntarily began to blush, and the more she tried not to, the redder she grew. If it had not been for Tina on her knee, she didn't know what would have become of her. Fortunately, the child was moved to hug her, so she managed to hide her face an instant, hoping the professor did not see it, but he did, and his own changed again from that momentary anxiety to its usual expression, as he said cordially, "I fear I shall not make the time for that, but I wish the friend much success, and you all happiness. God bless you." And with that he shook hands, warmly shouldered Tina, and went away. But after the boys were abed, he sat long before his fire with the tired look on his face, and the heimweh or homesickness lying heavy at his heart. Once when he remembered Joe, as she sat with the little child in her lap, and that new softness in her face, he leaned his head on his hands a minute, and then roamed about the room as if in search of something that he could not find. "It is not for me, I must not hope it now," he said to himself with a sigh that was almost a groan. Then, as if reproaching himself for the longing that he could not repress, he went and kissed the two tousled heads upon the pillow, took down his seldom used meerschaum, and opened his plate. He did his best and did it manfully, but I don't think he found that a pair of rampant boys, a pipe, or even the divine Plato, were very satisfactory substitutes for wife and child and home. Early as it was, he was at the station next morning to see Joe off, and thanks to him she began her solitary journey with the pleasant memory of a familiar face, smiling its farewell, a bunch of violets, to keep her company, and best of all the happy thought, "Well, the winter's gone, and I've written no books, earned no fortune, but I've made a friend worth having, and I'll try to keep him all my life." He put the sisters into the carriage. Roman heartache. Whatever his motive might have been, Laurie studied to some purpose that year, for he graduated with honor, and gave the Latin oration with the grace of a Phillips, and the eloquence of a Demosthenes. So his friends said they were all there, his grandfather so proud, Mr. and Mrs. March John, and Meg Joe and Bate, and all exulted over him with the sincere admiration which boys make light of at the time, but fail to win from the world by any after-triumphs. "I've got to stay for this confounded supper, but I shall be home early tomorrow. Y'all come and meet me as usual, girls," Laurie said, as he put the sisters into the carriage after the joys of the day were over. He said girls, but he meant Joe, for she was the only one who kept up the old custom. She had not the heart to refuse her splendid, successful boy anything, and answered warmly, "I'll come, Teddy, rain or shine," and march before you playing Hail the Conquering Hero comes on a dewsharp. Laurie thanked her with a look that made her think in a sudden panic, oh dearie me, I know he'll say something, and then what shall I do? Evening meditation and morning work somewhat allayed her fears, and having decided that she wouldn't be vain enough to think people were going to propose, when she had given them every reason to know what her answer would be, she set forth at the appointed time, hoping Teddy wouldn't do anything to make her hurt his poor little feelings. A call at Meg's, and a refreshing sniff and sip at the Daisy, and Demijohn still further fortified her for the teddy-teat. But when she saw a stalwart figure looming in the distance, she had a strong desire to turn about and run away. Where's the dewsharp, Joe? Cried Laurie as soon as he was within speaking distance.